Chapter 721, Do the officials want to create a race? In front of Chen Mo, it is a basin-sized instrument. The shape of the instrument is strange. The middle of the ring is hollow inside. It is filled with a red transparent liquid. The hole is a thumb-sized tube. The center of the instrument is a fan. Below the fan is a large tube. The inside of the tube leads to the inside of the ring. This instrument is an oxygen generator. Chen Mo is used to accelerate the conversion of Mars carbon dioxide into oxygen and accelerate the transformation of Mars atmosphere. The liquid in the tube is a catalyst that captures carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide in the air, makes the molecular structure more active, and then conducts electrolysis to decompose carbon dioxide into carbon and oxygen. Run and dry. It is good. When the ink woman presses the remote control, the fan in the center of the aerobic machine starts to rotate. Chen Mo deliberately puts dry ice near the fan, can clearly see the adsorption force of the fan, is absorbing the surrounding air into the loop tube, and the liquid catalyst inside is also frantically bubbling. Looking closely, you can see that the bubbles are getting smaller during the ascent, and inside the liquid catalyst, you can see a little bubbles, like small bubbles in the cooler, attached to the inner wall of the tube. Those small bubbles are the oxygen that is broken down. After a long time, Chen Mo has been able to see the black solid that precipitated in the liquid, which is the diluted toner. This small oxygen generator works uninterruptedly. It can produce 1 kilogram of oxygen per hour. At the same time, it only needs to separate the solids inside. The catalyst can be reused. The solid is mainly carbon and sulfur, and it is separated and washed. Carbon. Elemental materials can be used as materials for the manufacture of diamonds, graphitons and carbon nanotubes, said the ink woman. Starting to make large aerobic machines and some mobile oxygen generators on Mars, Chen Mo said. How many stations do you need? Asked the ink girl. The faster the oxygen of Mars reaches the standard of living, the better. There is no specific number. Chen Mo said. The transformation of the Martian atmosphere is now a problem he faces. It is necessary to take a long time for the atmosphere of Mars to reach the standard of human habitation. It is necessary to use the means of science and technology to directly transform the atmosphere. The most important thing is to make oxygen generators. The catalysts are prepared, and the machine is simple to manufacture. Under Chen Mo, far away from the chemical plant in Mars Yinying City, the catalyst needed was prepared. Unparalleled with a lollipop, holding Chen Mo's hand, enter the hotel's elevator. Next to her is Xiaoyu and ink girl. Dad, grandparents are not good at this time. Do you know? Chen Mo Xiao asked. Of course I know that my grandparents are not coming for the first time. Unparalleled said, you and my mother don't give me more than a few brothers and sisters. Grandparents can be anxious. Hey, little girl, eat your lollipop. Every time, the small fishing belt Unparalleled to go back and spend time with her grandparents, or the father and mother will come to the coastal city to find them. Every time I meet, I will use all kinds of hints to make him and Xiao Yushing have a second child. Every time Chen Mo is pretending to understand, then fooling around. Entering the box, Chen and Chen are already sitting on the table. Zen and the coward are also there. Jiang Xingxin is also present. When Chen Mo and Xiaoyu are seen, they laugh and don't speak. Obviously they just heard what they should not hear. Grandpa, Grandma. Musu saw 2 old people, and ran in the small steps. Hey, no match. Come here. Xiaoxumai and Chen Shan saw the Unparalleled, immediately opened their eyes and smiled. Open the middle chair, let the Unparalleled sit up. Parents, Jane, cowards. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu simply asked, and they found a place to sit down. The family is all there. Mom, have you ordered it? Asked Xiaoyu. Well, you can come to the restaurant. Wash Wang and Chen Shan are chatting. Xiaoxumai asked the waiter to start serving. Small fish, I have ordered some dishes that are good for you. Today, you eat more. It is most important to raise your body. Xiao took the menu and smiled. Know it. Thank you, Mom. Hey, Don't be polite with your mom. See the waiter serving. Chen mother hurriedly introduced. Small fish, come to taste black phoenix mother soup and white fungus lotus seeds, which is especially good for you. Which one you like to eat? What is black phoenix soup? Chen Mo curiously asked. Wuji, mother wort. Jiang Xingxin whispered Chen Mo. There is also the snack of this lotus root cinnamon cake. I will not eat it for the time being. I will eat it after dinner. There are also dragons and phoenixes, Xianglong, 2 dragons, beads, magpies, and 5 suns. Hey! Jiang Xingxin drank the soup, couldn't help but laugh out loud, but immediately converges a smile and pretends to pick up the dish. Mom, point so much. Is it finished? Chen Mo did not dare to laugh. If you can't finish eating, you can pack it. It's hard to get a meal. Usually at home, it's all for small fish to cook for you. Now, let Xiao eat more. Isn't it good? And, there are so many family members. Where are the dishes? Chen Shan said seriously. Well, not much. Very good. Chen Mo looked at the innocent little fish, giving her a helpless look. The last dish, the best. The name is the most auspicious. This time, even Zen Zen and the cowards had a smile on their faces. What do you do? Give a small fishing dish. How do you be a husband? Let Xiao eat more. Hungry daughter-in-law. Row. Chen Mo reluctantly laughed and gave the small fish to the dish, and the delicate platter was directly destroyed by Chen Mo's chopsticks. Small fish, is it delicious? Chen asked softly. It's delicious. Thank you, Mom. Xiaoyu smiled. Then eat more. The body is the most important. Chen Miao opened her eyes and smiled. Xiaomo, the unparalleled are so big. Sometimes the unparalleled told me that she has no playmates alone, wants a younger brother and sister. Is it unparalleled? Yes, I want my brother and sister. Hey! Chen Mo was slightly horrified. I used to hint that it was straightforward. Don't worry. Not in a hurry. How long will it take? Musu is so big. When Chen Mo said that he was not in a hurry, Chen was not happy. My dad and I haven't rushed you before. Just my parents are old. I want to have 2 grandchildren to accompany me. Happy. Xiao, can you meet your parents' wishes? If you don't want to bring children, Mom will help you bring also. At the end of the day, Chen Muai lost her appearance. Mom, don't worry, my brother and I are preparing. Xiaoyu was in a hurry to comfort. That's good. It's good to be prepared. Mom is not in a hurry. Mom knows that it won't come. It's not a one-night event. Chen was happy, and handed a big abalone to Xiaoyu. Next to Jiang Xingxin just buried himself and smiled. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu suddenly have a feeling of being deceived. After dinner, Chen Mu took a small fisherman and ink girl to accompany her and Zen Zen to go shopping. Chen Mo was directly dismissed. Looking at the back of their departure, Chen Mo was a little depressed, but he also smiled when he saw his mother happy. It was night. Chen Mo was sitting on the holographic platform of the study, paying attention to the progress of the Mars chemical plant. Mars's atmospheric transformation is the top priority of his current work. There are no other major technologies to study, so Chen Mo is now fully committed to the Mars project. Xiaoyu and Mo Niu entered the study room. Xiaoyu wears a translucent fun night dress, walks to Chen Mo and sits on his lap. Do you have fun with my mum today? Well, Mom gave me a pair of jade bracelets with the ink girl. Xiaoyu raised his hand and put the jade bracelet on his wrist in front of Chen Mo. It's pretty, Chen said. This jade bracelet carries the mission, a heavy mission. The ink girl can't have children, I can only finish it. Xiaoyu touched his stomach. I haven't done anything. Why can't I just care? Over the years, she also wants a second child, but her stomach has not been moving, and she has not done anything. It may be that I have evolved too fast and my isolation has been isolated. Chen Mo joked. Then asked the official, what species are you now? A very powerful new human being. New humans? Does the official want to create a race? The little woman is willing to make a small force, Xiaoyu said in Chen Mo's ear, and also played a mischievous scent. Oh. Cough. Chen Mo was picked up by his own saliva and his face turned red. Xiaoyu has already laughed and swayed, and the ink girl smiled and gently stroked Chen Mo's back. Don't tease you, concentrate on doing your work, and go back to the house to rest. Xiaolei is in Chen Mi's arms, not willing to come down, quietly accompanying Chen Mo to see what he studied. This instrument is what you said. Oxygen generator? Chen Mo nodded. Oxygen machine technology is not difficult. It is now being built on Mars. When it is manufactured, the speed of Mars' atmosphere will be greatly improved. I just look at the progress, but there are more important things to do. I can't see the progress. It doesn't matter. What is more important? What do you say? Chapter 722. Panic caused by super artificial intelligence. The first unparalleled forum lasted 3 days and ended with a global attention. This unparalleled forum broke the news. Chen Mo only attended an opening ceremony and keynote speech, occupying the highest and most essential part of the Unparalleled Forum. The Science and Technology exhibition on the Unparalleled Forum makes people really feel the progress of science and technology. Besides, there are many things that cause the biggest sensation, and it is also a matter for the whole people to discuss. Superluminal communication exists and meets commercial standards. The marching ant group's transformation of Mars has reached a very developed stage, and it has the ability to fully control Mars. The existence of nanorobots allows the marching ant group to build a huge city in the shortest possible time. The Unparalleled Award is officially established and is expected to be the world's top academic award. Conscious super artificial intelligence exists. These major events have made the Unparalleled Forum the focus of global topics. The most fertile of these is what Chen Mo said, and has successfully created conscious super artificial intelligence. This topic, after a global network discussion and fermentation, caused a lot of panic. Classic sci-fi movies such as Terminator, I, Robot, Artificial Intelligence, literary works, as well as all kinds of celebrities in the community. The comments on artificial intelligence are deeply rooted in the hearts of people, so that many people hear conscious artificial intelligence. It will subconsciously show the impression that artificial intelligence destroys human beings. The topic of super artificial intelligence came from the Unparalleled Forum. During the Unparalleled Forum, there were still many topics to discuss. After the forum came to a close, more and more people focused on this issue. A panic caused by super artificial intelligence. The city is full of wind and rain. All over the world, including some celebrities, entrepreneurs, celebrities and scientists, are calling on the marching ant group to stop researching super artificial intelligence and avoid artificial intelligence out of control before determining the true safety of super artificial intelligence. The things are a bit too big. Zhao Minitz took a group of letters and documents into Chen Mo's lab and put it on his desk. Sitting in the office chair of Chen Mo, he took off his high heels and stretched out a lazy waist. He began to circle on the office chair. The long legs under the skirts swayed and looked like a lazy look. The letter she brought was sent to the company by all walks of life. Most of them asked about super artificial intelligence and expressed concern about super artificial intelligence. The official also sent people to inquire, "I hope we can answer the security questions about super artificial intelligence and provide solutions." At present, the most cutting-edge technology of science and technology is that marching ants are setting standards. The official gives them maximum autonomy. Unless very special technology and weapon technology are required, the official is required to be notified, and others are determined by them. The topic of super artificial intelligence has caused concern from all walks of life, and even attracted some social concerns. The official has to send it to understand the situation. How do you reply? Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz turned the chair in a circle. I said that the security of super artificial intelligence is very reliable, but they want a definitive answer. Do you have a solution? Zhao Minitz picked up several envelopes and placed them in front of Chen Mo. Have. Chen Mo took the envelope and flipped it over, then let it go. This problem is well solved. You publish a message saying that I will soon announce the security solution for super artificial intelligence. That's good. Can I know what program? Zhao Minitz asked curiously. Of course. You have nothing to know, Chen Mo said. The release of micro-quantum computers will make quantum computers become personal computers and notebooks, and information security will be guaranteed. Quantum's confidentiality is currently the highest known. Even if it is super artificial intelligence, there is no way to be undiscovered. Probe. It seems that my worry is superfluous. You know that there will be problems today when you study. Yeah? Chen Mo did not deny. Beginning to just feel the release of a quantum computer, it is not necessary for the time being. Not enough now, just to use this opportunity to release quantum computers. Can you mass produce? Zhao Minutes asked. Now the calculation of the ink girl is close to infinity, and the quantum chip has matured very early. Many technologies can be used in mass production, just want to do it. After all, social problems are there. Society is not transformed too fast. Easy. A fault has occurred and collapsed. Chen Mo opened the holographic screen, and the appearance of the miniature quantum computer and quantum notebook was suspended in front of Zhao Minutes. Many technologies, taking into account social contradictions and demand, Chen Mo did not let the company generally use, otherwise the number of unemployed is too much. The society is easy to be confused. It's no longer meaningful to earn more and less money. What about the release of the quantum computer? Can Chen Mo put away the holographic screen and turned to continue to view the data of Mars? How is the atmosphere of Mars? Zhao Minutes leaned back in the chair and quietly looked at the light curtain in front of Chen Mo. It's going well. Let's see it. Chen Mo's finger moved, and placed a holographic light curtain in front of Zhao Minutes. The picture on Mars. Distributed picture. More than a dozen meters of equipment in the air. There is a huge turbofan, connected to the pipeline, filled with red transparent liquid. In addition, there is a mobile, 3-meter diameter machine on the ground, similar in shape to a large machine, but with a few more mechanical leg structures. These are oxygen generators. The technology is not too high in gold. It is easy to manufacture. It captures the oxygen compounds in the air, reduces them to elemental and oxygen by electricity, and then builds them into a continuous machine to accelerate Mars. Reconstruction of the atmosphere. Plants to transform the atmosphere for too long, with oxygen generators, not too long. The oxygen concentration of Mars can reach the standard of animal survival. Outside of Mars, the large aerobic machine has been built and has been in operation. The invisible atmosphere can only be seen in liquid catalysts. A steady stream of greenhouse gases is pouring into the oxygen generator and is broken down into oxygen and elemental. It's really horrible. When you said that the planet was transformed, you thought you were crazy. I didn't expect it to be. Zhao Minutes said with amazement. The planets can be transformed. The ink girl can form consciousness. Then what do you want to study? Question mark. Flying out of the solar system, but this is a bit difficult, Chen Mo said. How to say? The spacecraft that have no speed of light or beyond the speed of light. It doesn't make sense to fly out of the solar system. Chen Mo also pulled a chair and sat down next to Zhao Minutes. The space is too broad and is calculated in light years. Without the speed of light spacecraft and the spacecraft that surpassed the speed of light, it is useless for Chen Mo to fly out of the solar system. Even if he can study drugs that increase life expectancy, the lifespan of a generation cannot support the time of cosmic research. Do you want to study the speed of light spacecraft? Yes, Chen Mo nodded. As long as the research, with the help of the ink girl, Chen Mo is confident that he can study the technology himself. However, the time span is too long, and the technology that can be studied is limited, and the technology library is definitely not lacking in his technical achievements. These technologies are included in the heritage of the Science and Technology Library, and are ready-made and mature technical materials. He is standing on the shoulders of countless giants. As long as they reach the forefront of their pioneering roads, they will continue to develop the mission and road of the Science and Technology Library without having to re-repair the road because his life is limited. So what Chen Mo wants to do now is to complete the Mars transformation and get the next permission of the Technology Library. The universe is so big. Do you really want to see it? Shenmue shrugged. It goes without saying. Chapter 723, The Age of Quantum Networks. The lizard head sat on the chair of the spaceship, and the claws hit the bar. The sharp nails were tapped on the bar made of special materials, making a creaking sound. The study tour is still going on. The range of the Rainier Kia superclusters is very large. Due to the impoverishment and the turbulent space, the Universe Alliance has not developed here. In this area, there are almost no unnatural space jumping points built by the Universe Alliance. There are only some natural space spreading points in the universe, but they are very unstable. These unstable space jumps are one of the greatest dangers of space exploration. If black holes or spatial turbulence occur near the jumping point, they may be in danger or randomly transmitted to the unknown corner of the universe by spatial turbulence. There are no directions and star maps at the time, and once they are lost, they are all in danger. Many expedition teams came to explore and eventually disappeared. There are several cases of disappearances found in places other than 20 billion light-years away from the Rainier Kia supergalaxy. The spacecraft has been shattered by space. Professor Lanchet, how long are we going to conduct this expedition? The lizard head sipped the unknown drink in his hand. Unsure. At least 500 origin days. The Blue Master's claws are placed in front of a small robot, allowing the small robot to trim the claws. It's been a long time. The lizard handed the cup to the robot at the bar, and after a while, took a full drink. The inspection is not a vacation. Tyrrell licked his third eye, carefully browsing the light curtain in his hand, and occasionally looking up for a drink. The width of the Rainier Kia supergalaxies is several hundred million light-years. Original year, the 500-day inspection is a lap. There is no strong civilization here. There should be no too clever creatures. It's almost a lap. We are coming to the archaeological system. If there is a strong civilization, it has already been discovered. Will you come over with us? The Blue Master pushed the glasses with the repaired claws and stretched out a claw to shake. The reason why the Rainier Kia supergalaxies have less life is because the cosmic environment in this region is too bad. The literary star we explored, some civilized evidences show that there are civilized faults in them. It is because the cosmic environment here is not stable, leading to the destruction of civilization. Two of these civilizations have found directions to use the rules of the universe, but unfortunately they have been destroyed without flying out of the stars. If it is not the harsh environment here, it should now be able to breed a galaxy-level civilization. There are just a few samples of civilized creatures that are currently obtained, and they are not very smart. I am afraid that this trip to Rainier Kia will not be too big. Tyrrell lamented that the third eye of his forehead was a glimpse. A glimpse? Which superstar will you go next? Number 33584, Virgo. The Blue Master ordered a range of star maps. Virgo. Ferry exports the coordinates of the star map, confirms it twice, and sends the coordinates to the driver who controls the spacecraft. In the distant universe, a spaceship shaped like a carrot, the tail smoldering fire, in the space to stir up layers of ripples. The next moment, the spacecraft suddenly fell into the void, disappeared into the deep universe. Earth. The launch of the Marching Ant Group is underway. As Shenmue attended the release of the product, it naturally attracted global attention. The Marching Ant Group publicized the products, and the products released this time will completely solve the concerns of internet security and artificial intelligence control networks. This move immediately triggered media attention. Continuing the style of the conference that Shenmue personally attended, the product maintained a mysterious style, and the propaganda of the Marching Ant Group did not disclose any news of the conference products. Some people are speculating about what products Shenmue will release this time. At the meeting, some fans held Shenmue's light card. From time to time, female fans shouted Shenmue's name. The scene was comparable to the concert. At present, global warfare, cybersecurity has become the primary concern of the world. The first means for a powerful country to invade a weak country is network control. This has led to attacks on networks in many countries around the world, and our group's termite system, as the safest system, has become the computer operating system of choice in countries around the world. Several global cybersecurity crises have been resolved by the solutions given by our company. In the field of network security, our company has always been ahead of the world. Chenmo has already appeared on the stage and is introducing the product before the release. The people below are shaking. The unparalleled forum has just ended, and the emergence of super artificial intelligence has triggered a global upsurge. All walks of life have written to me through various channels, worrying about artificial intelligence betraying human beings, causing human crisis, and hoping to ensure the safety of super artificial intelligence, and give a solution. Nowadays, network and artificial intelligence have become indispensable for life. External concerns about cybersecurity and artificial intelligence security are understandable. Many people worry that artificial intelligence has the consciousness. If artificial intelligence betrayed and controls the global network and robots, the consequences are unimaginable. In response to your concerns, there is today's conference. Chenmo pressed the button of the remote control pen, and the holographic light curtain landed on the stage, covering the entire conference site. First of all, I would like to give you the intellectual awareness of science. The formation of quantum consciousness requires that the quantum processor can control enough number of quantum bits. Without a sufficient number of quantum bits, it is a quantum computer with a large amount of computation. Second is the formation of quantum consciousness. The formation of quantum consciousness is very complicated. It requires a sufficient number of quantum bits, and there must be a quantum intelligent algorithm. After encoding with a quantum intelligent algorithm, it will form a preliminary form of consciousness. This quantum consciousness, like a newborn baby, is a flawless white paper. If we do not develop this quantum consciousness deep, the quantum consciousness will always be a chaotic state of white paper, and will not pose any threat to human and network security. The process of forming quantum consciousness is very complicated and millions of times more complicated than nuclear bombs. Therefore, as long as the development is reasonable, there will be no quantum consciousness that hates human beings. Chenmo played the PPT while giving the scene people the problem of quantum consciousness. When I heard this, many people's concerns about the artificial intelligence crisis disappeared a lot. In the event that quantum consciousness arises, how can we ensure its security? Chenmo directly raised a question. The scene of the conference was quiet, and the audience watching the live broadcast of the conference was also silent, thinking about Chenmo's problems. This is also the question they raised about Chenmo. It is because of this issue that there is a press conference today. The next step is the solution given by our company and the protagonist of today's conference. The picture of the light curtain changed. The shocking music and the futuristic video style. A piece of equipment slowly emerges from the void. The space spread like a sly, revealing the true face. The first generation of personal quantum computers. Hey! Exclamation mark. When Chenmo's words fell, the shutters of various flashes and photos were heard, and the scene was turbulent. Quantum computer. The large number of quantum computers appear on holographic light curtains. This term is no stranger to everyone. After the failure of the traditional chips Moore's law, quantum computer research has been hot. But so far, no company has allowed quantum computers to reach individuals. Personal quantum computers will undergo a qualitative change. Quantum computer. The first personal quantum computer terminal developed by the Marching Ant Group. It is a solution to the security concerns of super artificial intelligence. The computer uses the first generation of quantum processor, and Brain 1.0. The number of manipulated quantum bits reaches 34, and the computing speed per second reaches 17.179 billion times, which is equivalent to 17 GHz. Computer information is securely encrypted using quantum cryptography, quantum teleportation, and quantum coding techniques. Encrypted information, except for the parties that send and receive information, third parties cannot obtain information during the transmission process. Once your information is intercepted or stolen during transmission, the quantum state collapses, forming a definite form, and the receiver can first find that the information has been intercepted by eavesdropping. Even with super artificial intelligence, you can't find out your information, otherwise it will be discovered by the recipient. This is by far the safest means of transmitting information. When Chen Mo introduced the quantum computer, the media people and audiences below were completely boiling. Absolutely safe means of information. The first generation of quantum computers uses a new termite quantum operating system, a super artificial intelligence and a security firewall that can't be silenced. Artificial intelligence can't invade your personal computer and control your device without your awareness. The problem of artificial intelligence controlling equipment machines can also be solved here. When the outside world can successfully develop quantum consciousness, quantum networks have long been widely used, and quantum consciousness cannot control quantum networks and cannot control quantum devices. There is no need to worry about artificial intelligence betraying human beings and causing human crises. Chen Mo's words fell and the applause thundered. The emergence of quantum computers means that the fear of artificial intelligence falls. Next is the second product of this conference. The applause was quiet, and Chen Mo spoke again. Countless people are looking forward to what the second product Chen Mo is about to release. Is it a desktop quantum computer or a server, or is it a super light-speed communication device? On the light curtain, 9 large special equipment emerged. On each piece of equipment, there is a bronzed tripod, which is named after Kyushu. For the construction of quantum networks, our company began to lay out 5 years ago. Quantum satellites have already been networked, and a quantum network communication system covering the whole world has been on standby in space. Starting tomorrow, our company will open the root servers of the quantum networks of Yu, Xu, Yi, Qing, Yang, Jing, Liang and Yi, which are compatible with all traditional domains, allowing traditional networks to seamlessly transition to the new quantum network era. Hey! Exclamation mark. The scene exploded at once. The final announcement by Chen Mo officially announced that the internet has ushered in a new era. The era of quantum networks. Chapter 724, This is a captive world in the name of Juding. Ding Ding Kyushu is the meaning, and the Marching Ant Group released the quantum network root server, which is seamlessly compatible with traditional networks and creates an era of absolutely secure network information. The era of quantum networks. Set the cybersecurity situation and build the safest internet. With a quantum root server as the network center, China will stabilize the absolute hegemony of the global internet in the future. At the same time, the personal quantum computer was released, becoming the safest personal terminal. 2 products, without warning, have double concerns about the impact of internet security and artificial intelligence. It's awesome. This means that Chen Mo has abolished the root server of the traditional internet and took all control of the root server back to China, completely controlling the future quantum internet era. At a press conference, the Marching Ant Group uprooted the foundation of the entire traditional internet network and built an unmanned skyscraper on the original land. A big handwriting, a big pattern. Every time there is a press conference of Chen Mo, it is a revolution. Ding Ding Kyushu, meaning a seamless fit. Chinese culture is profound and profound. There is a domestic carnival. The next day, the quantum computer was officially released, and the price was 50,000 yuan, which triggered a global buying spree. Information security has become a problem for many people, especially for some elites. Information has become their most troublesome problem. Nowadays, personal quantum computers can solve this problem completely. Chen Mo should distribute the root server to the control of countries around the world. Otherwise the world will be monitored by the Marching Ant Group. Can't be used, otherwise all your information will be monitored by the Marching Ant Group. The Marching Ant Group monitors the world. In the Western Internet, various voices of concern and doubt appear. However, this time, unlike the concerns of the Internet security and artificial intelligence crisis, the Marching Ant Group announced that it denied any monitoring of the world information, and did not respond to any comments from the outside world. Is there a way? Eva glanced at the think tank in the room. There is no way. The marching ant group does not know when to start, has jumped out of the rules of the earth. The control of the detachment rule can control any field at any time. Rosen shook his head. Oh, a person in the house can only sigh. Use or not? This is the first issue that all countries must consider. In the country where China are in good condition, after the Army Ant Group opened the root server of the quantum network, it did not hesitate to contact the marching ant group and let its domestic internet access the quantum network root server. Nowadays, once the global war is over, once the internet security issue is consolidated, they will not have to worry about the use of cyber weapons to control their internet and disrupt their economic order. 3 months after the launch of the marching ant group, countries around the world began to access quantum networks. The elimination of the traditional internet has left the North American group, one of the superpowers of the network, back to its original shape and lost its global capital. The European Union, the island nation, and Russia have mastered the powerful forces of artificial intelligence and lost the advantages they have overnight. Countries hate the marching ant group, but they have no choice but to take the Army Ant Group. The Marching Ant Group also took the opportunity to unify the development of new global internet game rules. Huaxia is a big one in the quantum network era. Mars. A large mountain in the coastal zone, full of trees, flourishing. Next to the mountain is a vast plain, green grass and lush greenery. Small river water, gathered into a lake, and occasionally the fish jumped from the lake, sparkling. On the plain grass, you can see several gray rabbits licking the grass leaves, and occasionally a nest of bunny rabbits, as well as foxes in the distance. The chase between the predators. The rabbits are much faster than the earth, and they are tall and tall. Insects, frogs, birds, butterflies, and monkeys on fruit trees. Peace and harmony. Green plants are scattered all over the surrounding area, surrounded by a wall of up to 20 meters, with various equipment, oxygen generators, signal towers and inspection stations. Outside the fence is a huge Mars base. This is a world that is captive. Tohuan number 1 biosphere. The basic transformation of Mars' atmosphere has been completed, and now it is studying the livability of Mars. This is an ecological circle test project conducted by Chen Mo on Mars. Similar research, including Tohuan number 2, Tohuan number 3, etc. A total of 20 biosphere projects. The environment of each project is different. There are mountains, plains, forests, grasslands, rivers, lakes, oceans, etc., distributed in various seasons of Mars, with a single ecosystem, and a multi-ecosystem like the Tohuan number 1 biosphere. The peach blossom spring biosphere is a plant that uses the high-grade auxin to madly promote the formation of plant seeds. After continuous transformation, it will build a stable ecological environment. Chenmo has transported insect eggs, microorganisms and animals from the Earth into Tohuan number 1, then used the synthetic high-grade animal growth hormone to produce animals, accelerate the growth and maturity of the animals, and quickly form a preliminary biosphere. The Tohuan Ecological Circle, as the first Martian ecological research experiment, is an important project for Chenmo to transform Mars into a livable planet, in order to collect the adaptation of common animals to the Martian environment. To determine that animals can survive and live in the current natural environment of Mars, Chenmo can conduct human livability experiments. The sample size of the study was simulated by the Inc. female calculations. After the release, the catalysts were grown to allow them to naturally evolve. As long as the released organisms survived under natural environmental conditions, the experiment was successful. Chenmo is not afraid of causing biological invasion, and is not afraid of the collapse of the food chain. He is afraid that Mars has no creatures. He needs to create a biosphere that belongs to Mars. Creatures that are not suitable for growing on Mars will naturally be eliminated. The ecological data of the Tohuan number 1 biosphere is stable. Inc. reported the data to Chenmo. Within the peach blossom biosphere, There are cameras and monitoring instruments that collect all kinds of internal data, including the composition of the atmosphere, humidity, abnormal biological mortality, the number of microorganisms, the stability of the ecological chain. Under the transformation of the aerobic machine, Mars now has an oxygen concentration of 23.8%, a carbon dioxide concentration of 1.1%, and a nitrogen concentration of 72.9%. The rest are rare gases and gaseous impurity gases. The concentration of carbon dioxide and gaseous impurity gases is still decreasing. According to this trend, it is possible to combine the situation of Mars and obtain the ideal atmospheric data. In the future, it is only necessary to detect the atmospheric concentration, and then decide whether to turn on the oxygen generator and control the composition of the atmosphere according to the timing. The oxygen concentration should not be too high. Too high will cause oxygen poisoning. Oxygen is too low, so it must be controlled within the appropriate range. Today's Mars has been covered by the first batch of plants such as the sage, and the Sky satellite has been able to capture green and lively. Determine that animals can survive in the current Mars environment, and then Chenmo to determine whether humans can survive in the natural environment of Mars. This is the final step of the Mars transformation project. When the environment is determined to be suitable for human survival, his planetary transformation project will be completely completed. The time is ripe. Notify the first batch of Martian volunteers, and set off the day after tomorrow to go to Mars. It is good. Chapter 725, Mars volunteers. Gigi came out of the training pool, took off the oxygen and the goggles, took a deep breath and slowly took off the oxygen bottle. In the slightly tired face, the firmness and resilience are hidden. This is daily aerospace training. As the first Martian volunteer, he joined the project from the beginning of the project. The Martian survival volunteers of the Marching Ant Group were selected from ordinary college students. After selection, it will take a long time for special professional training. Due to family poverty, the subsidy given by the Marching Ant Group is very high, and he also likes space and has the dream of boarding space. So in his junior year, he participated in the selection of Mars volunteers in the Marching Ant Group. For ordinary people, this is a passage for the Marching Ant Group to open up. As an ordinary college student, they only need to pass the test of the Marching Ant Group. After training by the Flying Ant Space Training Base, they can become a true elite. Fortunately, it was his resilience from snacks that allowed him to join the first phase of Mars volunteers through layer-by-layer testing and became one of the best in the volunteer team. After a long training period, their volunteers also went to a space hotel that marched ants to adapt to the life and environment of space. The first group of volunteers consisted of 8 people, 4 domestic volunteers, and 4 volunteers from other countries. He was the captain. Now everyone is waiting for the notice to go to Mars. Today is to maintain the habit of daily training. In addition to training, they also have to spend time each day to learn about the current environmental changes in Mars. Sealed training prevents them from contacting the outside world, but they get a lot of information. The development level and related technologies of Mars Group on Mars have reached the level of terror. Gigi, let's inform you and go to the center training ground together. The reminder of the training instructor, let Gigi come to the moment, get up and go to the locker room, change the daily uniforms, and quickly go to the center training ground. When Yuji arrived, several other volunteers were already waiting, including him, 8 volunteers, 6 men and 2 women. After a long training, the men look very fine, and the women are also very heroic. Everyone is upright and waiting for notice. Fang Hong swept all the volunteers and nodded with satisfaction. He was the first astronaut of Feixiang Aerospace and is now retired as the director of the training center. Judging from the information and training situation, these volunteers have mastered the hard skills, and there is not much problem in the future of professional astronauts entering the Flying Ant space. When the volunteers arrived, Fang Hong cleared the Scorpion and took out a paper notice. The notice is down, the time is ripe, and the day after tomorrow, Go to Mars. In just 2 sentences, all the Martian volunteers on the field were shocked. Be prepared tomorrow, no training, use tomorrow's time. You can take a look and understand the latest environmental situation of Mars and the base you need to travel to. Roger that. 8 people agreed. Yanji is a little faint, and has some worries, and his mood is complicated. Others are also in a different mood. After a long training, this day is finally coming. Seeing their spiritual outlook, Fang Hong nodded with satisfaction. Before you get ready for the day after tomorrow, you have the opportunity to talk to your family and arrange your own time to go to the call room. 8 Martian volunteers showed a surprise smile. Closed training made him have no chance to contact his family. Before starting the training, he had told his family that the company needed closed training for a long time, so the family would not worry about him. Now that he needs to go to Mars, he still has to contact his family. Mars volunteers, to put it bluntly, are the people who went to Mars for environmental testing. They are high-level mice, but these tests are voluntary. They also learned a lot of skills. The Marching Ants group is free of charge for all their training. In the event of an accident, they will also have a high compensation, enough for his family to spend the rest of their lives. Now it is considered to be half of the employees of the Flying Ant Space. If they pass this test of Mars safely, they will learn the professional skills that make them a good astronaut. After the test is completed, they will directly enter the team of astronauts of the Marching Ant Group. That is the position that countless people dream of. After the dissolution, everyone could not wait to return to the dormitory to put on the casual clothes and go to the call room. Parents, are you all well? Okay, all right, son. Is your training finished? The video was a middle-aged man with a tired face. Completed today, the day after tomorrow. I will take a while to get back, so I will call you. Yanji said with a deep breath. Then you work hard. Work is very important. Colleagues around you have good girls. Colleagues around, there aren't many girls. What's the matter? Looking for a wife. You are not there. Mom is here to give you a girl at home, waiting for you to go home. See you again. The middle-aged woman next to him hurriedly laughed. The son has a good life and is happy than any happy event. Yanji doesn't know if he should cry or laugh. Well, wait for me to go home and see. You and Dad have to pay attention to the body. I have received the money I sent home. That is the subsidy given to him by the Marching Ant Group. He closed the training at the base and did not use the money at all. He sent it back and said that he was his own salary. I am also negotiating with your dad, building a house, waiting for you to come back to your wife. Yanji smiled. Where? This business trip came back. I went home. Is the rice in the house now closed? No. It will take another week. The farm in the village should have agricultural machinery in the past. You should not collect it yourself in the future. You should hire a farmer to collect it. It is not bad for $200. Okay, listen to you. 10 minutes of talking, all of them are home-based, and Gigi has some reluctantly put down the phone. This is a very important call. If there is an accident in the Mars survival test, this is the last side with the family. As for the suicide note, it has already been written as soon as it enters the training team. In 2 days, not long or short, the time to depart for Mars will soon come. At the airport of the Flying Ant Space, a plane is docked, which is larger than the goddess and is different from the maiden and the flying ant. Today is the busiest time for Mars development. To balance space travel, moon travel and Mars missions, there are still too few 3 spaceships. Shenmue has also created 3 spaceships, and the spaceships of the Tanian class are Xia, No, and Xuan. The one that docked at the airport is the Chivalrous Woman. The shape is about the same size as the Virgo, but the painting and numbering are different and can be easily distinguished. Shenmue stood in front of the farewell team, and the Ink Girl was next to him. This mission is of great importance, so Shenmue personally came to send 8 volunteers. As long as these 8 volunteers can survive for a week under the natural conditions of Mars without protective clothing and oxygen masks, the task of Mars transformation is completely completed. At that time, You will complete the task of the Gold Authority of the Science and Technology Library and open the next level of Authority of the Science and Technology Library. Seeing the landing of the Martian volunteers, Shenmue smiled and reached out and shook them. As a boss and project researcher, he also has the responsibility to greet these volunteers. The leader is the team leader of the volunteer team, followed by other players. Shenmue holds the hand of Yanji and smiles. Early triumph. Thank you, boss. Shenmue personally came over, so that Yanji was somewhat flattered. His chest was strong, his voice was firm, and he released his hand and boarded the hero girl. Early triumph. Shenmue and each volunteer shook hands and confirmed that they needed to take off before leaving the airport and going to the command center. Get ready to take off. 5 minutes. The time of the report appeared on the big screen of the command center, and the staff of the Flying Ant Space Center were all prepared in step by step. The spacecraft took off too many times. There used to be some tension and ritual feelings. Now it feels like sending away an ordinary flight. Call. 5 minutes later, the chivalrous woman slowly floated up to the sky and opened the journey of Mars. Shenmue looked at the girl who disappeared into the sky and turned away from the command center. The final experiment of the Mars transformation, he has absolute confidence to complete, and on the premise of ensuring the safety of these Martian volunteers. The atmospheric environmental conditions of Mars are basically mature, and the medical security of the base gathers many technologies that Shenmue has taken from the library. As long as the astronauts are not instantaneous brain death, they can be taken back from the hands of death, including superbacteria and mutant viruses that may appear on Mars. He has prepared responses. Chapter 726. Xiaoyu's troubles unparalleled. In the computer lab of Shenmue, there are some small faces of baby fat, meticulous. From an early age, the knowledge of the unparalleled mastery has surpassed the traditional professor of doctors, and Shenmue's knowledge that the Ink Girl will master is unreservedly taught to the unparalleled. The unparalleled at this time is very serious. In the past, she was a girl and her father gave her a topic, let her finish, and now it is difficult to find a subject of her own, and the father also let her develop research. So she is very careful. Sometimes I will skip classes from school and do experiments. The bad habit of this hobby research was still severely warned by her mother. She was ordered not to stay in the lab for a long time like her father. She had to follow other courses in mathematics, physics, and computers. Even a father who loves her, this thing did not refute her mother. Therefore, she can only listen to the arrangement of small fishing, and enter the laboratory at the specified time. If the skipping class is known by Xiaoyu, then she will not be able to enter even her father's laboratory for some time. At the time of unparalleled concentration, the lab door opened and Shenmue and Monu came in. Unparalleled, time is up, go home to eat. Shenmue arrived before no double-sided. Dad, wait a minute. No, go back late, your mother is asking me trouble. Hurry. Dad, you are also afraid of your wife. Hey, little girl, which eye do you see me afraid of my wife? Don't delay time, or you can't come in next time. Okay. Unparalleled and reluctantly save the data files on the computer, take off the lab robe with a model, and follow Shenmue to leave the lab. Where is your research? In the car, Shenmue asked. Unparalleled subject, he asked the Ink Woman to pay attention to the attention. Occasionally ask, do not understand. There are Ink Women to answer her, and occasionally Shenmue will also ask her study. Unparalleled research is a learning process. Unparalleled to open a lollipop in his mouth. Think about it. I thought about it. The quantum virtual reality game is quite a quantum virtual world. Now the knowledge and technology I have learned jump to the full quantum virtual reality world level. And it is impossible to achieve complete virtual reality. Start with a simple one. From easy to difficult, the direction is right. Shenmue nodded. Where is it simple to start? Where do you start? I first combine the traditional VR technology and brain control technology to make the virtual helmet of the first generation, and then improve step by step. Ink told me, it's not. I think about it myself, Unparalleled said. It's very smart. Chen Mo touched the Unparalleled head and said with appreciation, when you finish the work, you will tell Minutes that Minutes How will definitely open a large product launch for you. Xiao Yu gave Chen Mo Xing a bowl of soup. Sitting beside him, the Unparalleled and Ink Girl was on the table. The family was very harmonious. Although the Ink Girls do not eat, they will accompany them. Do the pigeon soup today and taste the taste. It's very good. Chen Mo took a sip of soup and glanced at the little fish that was a little bit sloppy around him. The Mars project is waiting for the results. I have a few days off and go out for a walk with me tonight. Good. Little fish nodded. The Mars transformation project has reached the final stage. Everything about this preparation, Chen Mo is ready, and now is waiting for the results. The trial of Mars volunteers is successful. Chen Mo can enter a new stage of research. So Chen Mo gave himself a small vacation and waited quietly. After dinner, Chen Mo took the little fisherman and the Ink Girl to leave, and went out to distract. The three walked by the seawall. Xiao Yu took Chen Mo's arm and walked quietly. Her mood is not very good. Chen Mo can clearly feel Xiao had something to eat during this time. As the person who knows the little fisherman best, Chen Mo naturally noticed it, so he would accompany Xiao. Ordinary small fishing, you can never bury your mind, and everything will tell him, whether happy or unhappy. Husband, can you back me? Xiao Yu looked up and stared at Chen Mo. Okay, come on. Xiao Yu's body was tightly attached to Chen Mo's back, and his head was buried on Chen Mo's shoulder. Chen Mo can clearly hear the slight breathing of Xiao Yu, and there is a little warmth behind the ear. The two have a tacit understanding, and they have always maintained a sense of freshness after marriage, still like a couple in love. Chen Mo walked slowly and enjoyed the peace. Chen Mo can also feel that Xiao Yu's mood is slowly improving. Husband. Okay. Why can't I always care for my baby? Xiao Yu whispered in Chen Mo's ear. She wants to have a second child. Chen and her mother want to have a grandchildren, including her parents, and want to have a grandson. However, in a few months, she counted the time of ovulation. The husband and wife life is more frequent than before. No contraceptive measures. The stomach is not moving. This is why she is unhappy. Is it because this is not happy? Chen Mo asked. Yeah. Xiao nodded slightly. Is there a problem with my body? Do you want to check? Probably my problem. Chen Mo recalls the role of the Science and Technology Library. The Science and Technology Library has evolved his brain several times. The last time he completed the superlight speed communication technology, a drop of golden liquid transformed his body. He had to suspect that these reasons led to some changes in his body. Maybe reproductive isolation. Chen Mo smiled. This time I said something right. I was not kidding. Xiao Yu gently slammed Chen Mo, and some angry said, no kidding, it may be my problem. You are as strong as a cow. Can you have any problems? Do you use your own body to do experiments and inject drugs? Xiao Yu was surprised and asked nervously, even forgot his anger. No, I am not a science madman. I am not doing anything that is dangerous to my body. I will use it to make sure that the medicine is harmless. Chen Mo took Xiao Yu's hand and patted her thigh gently to appease her emotions. The husband has a secret. It may be caused by it. When I finish the Mars transformation project, I will tell you all. Okay, okay. The small fisherman's focus is on the head, and Chen's arm is tightened. She did not ask any secrets. Chen Mo should let her know that she would never marry her, and she absolutely trusted Chen Mo. Then I can still have a baby in the future? Yes, surely. After the completion of the Mars project, I will study how to make my wife have a healthy and intelligent baby. Xiao Yu is ashamed and happy. I have to study this matter, study the madness, and want to take your wife as a test article. Otherwise, I am going to find another woman to study. Chen Mo asked. You dare kill you? A small fisherman was anxious, biting on Chen Mo's shoulder and not being too hard. Happy little fish is the husband of her husband. Don't be depressed in the future. There is something to say to her husband. Chen Mo said. Yeah? The quiet fisherman squatted on Chen Mo's back, and the depressed mood vanished. Husband, tired of carrying me? Not tired, you are light like feathers. Chen Mo said easily. What gift? My husband will buy you. Lipstick, rose. It's still no such thing. My husband is so powerful, your wife is so good, I am better than you. It seems quite reasonable, the logic is strict. But your logic is a bit like Russell's paradox, that is, the hairdresser's paradox. There used to be a hairdresser. Xiao Yu kissed Chen Mo's face and quietly squatted on his back, listening to his long story, and enjoyed it. Chapter 727. Arriving at Mars, Xiao handed a selected set of clothes to Chen Mo, and the faint feeling of faintness disappeared, and his face returned to a sweet smile. Don't wear this set today. Chen Mo's clothes are all handled by Xiao Yu, and Chen Mo will not take the time to pay attention to the problem of dressing and matching. So this task is responsible for Xiao Yu. Sometimes I am ready to let Chen Mo change her own. Sometimes Xiao will give him a choice. It is good. Chen Mo took the clothes on the cover. Today is a black shirt with casual pants, no tie, looks calm and confident. Casual clothes are very comfortable to wear. When Chen Mo did not attend the formal banquets and ceremonies, Xiao Yu gave his clothes to be comfortable and casual. Okay. Very handsome. Xiao Yu is very satisfied with Chen Mo to sort out the collar. Today Chen Mo rested. Because the chivalry is ready to land on Mars, Chen Mo will continue his Mars project. After breakfast, Chen Mo and Mo Nuo left home and went to the Fant Space Center. After a week of flight, the chivalrous woman is ready to land on Mars. As the person in charge of the project, even if he has nothing to do, he must come to the scene to see. Inside the carrier, Yan Ji looked through the window and watched the outside scene. Looking around, all the green grass and saplings, like the desert that has long been retired to the forest, lush, can see the loess below. When they read, the Mars they knew was all gravel and loess. It was ridiculous for hundreds of millions of years and could not see hope, until the official ant group officially burst out. Chen Mo used a large-scale approach to directly promote the asteroid to carry out Mars transformation, and then announced that Mars was owned by the Army Ant Group. This news is indeed a super big news. At the beginning of the overwhelming report, later all kinds of true and false news, said Chen Mo grabs the work, which is the impact of asteroids from the universe, but either it shows the fact that the terrain and environment of Mars have been completely changed by asteroids. As the marching ant group continues to explode various video material evidence, the outside world has determined that Mars will be transformed by Chen Mo. Renovation of the Mars project, elected as the top leader in the list of human history events, beyond the discovery of alien events. The Mars Transformation Project comes from Chen Mo's handwriting, and countless people regard Chen Mo as a godlike worship. In reality, only God has the power and creativity to create the world. Before coming to Mars, there were theoretical courses in the courses they trained. The course introduced the current environmental situation of Mars. But really seeing, there is still a feeling of unreality. Captain, will the plane not take us to a simulation field on Earth? Asked a female volunteer in the car. Catherine is a Russian female student. Among the 8, only one of the 2 female volunteers, the typical fighting nation, the golden hair, the fair skin, looks very beautiful. The other people in the car are all looking like they have never seen the world. This is Mars. The gravity is different. Gigi reminded. If it is not true that gravity is different, he can't believe that Mars, which had no signs of life, is now a vibrant world. Now the gravity of the body is much smaller than the Earth, and he feels the body is light and floating. I was a little discomfort at first, and I am getting used to it. The self-driving carrier is moving fast toward the base not far away. It is just approaching, the base gate is automatically opened, and the vehicle enters the underground parking lot of the base without any obstacles. It has reached the first biosphere of Taohuan. The artificial intelligence in the car reminds that all 8 people are up and that they have reached the mission of Mars. Taohuan number 1 biosphere research base. They want to be here, without any protection, to survive for 10 days in a natural state. As long as they succeed, the task is completed. There are many dangers and uncertainties. No one knows whether there will be mutated viruses and bacteria on Mars. If it is infected or other accidents such as atmospheric poisoning, the consequences are unknown. This test is dangerous. They were told before the training started, so they were mentally prepared. Arrived. Yanji let everyone take their luggage. In the next 10 days, all their life data will be recorded. In addition to the surrounding cameras, there is a detector on their arms to collect their body data at any time. Whoever has physical discomfort will report it immediately. Everyone has stepped out of the carrier and is inside the research base. The atmospheric pressure standards and atmospheric composition in the Mars base are mainly based on the Earth as a reference standard. Outside the base is the true atmosphere of Mars. They used to stay at the Space Hotel. Relatively speaking, it is much more comfortable than space, and the body feels light and fluttering. Entering the gates of the Mars base and welcoming them at the door is a robot. Dear Mars volunteers, welcome to the first biosphere of Delhuan. I am the artificial intelligence of Mars. I have any questions I can answer for you. Hello there. Yanji habitually and the robot made a greeting. In the days of base training, robots have become accustomed to them, and there is no difference between them. In the Earth training, there are simulation bases, and the terrain design is the same as here, so they already have the position of all the function rooms of the base and know where their residence is. After 10 minutes, all 8 people put their luggage and went to the command center together. Seeing that Chen Mo appeared on the base screen, the 8 players looked serious and stood up. They did not expect Chen Mo to personally connect. Usually the big boss. But the dragon is not seen at the end. Many employees have not been in close contact with Chen Mo once in the company. When you arrive at Mars, are you still accustomed? Chen Mo asked. Report. The current status of the whole staff is good. Yanji replied. Okay. Chen Mo nodded slightly. The specific task, when you go to Mars, already knows. I am here to marry you. In the course of carrying out the task, if there is any discomfort in the body, it must be stopped in time. The base is equipped with a medical room, with the most advanced medical equipment. Safe. First, the task is second. Understand. Everyone agreed in unison and was very touched. The embarrassment and greetings from Chen Mo personally are much heavier than the greetings of others. I look forward to your triumph. I will meet you personally at the airport. Chen Mo's call was not long. And the next step was the mission guidance and embarrassment of the space experts. The atmosphere of Mars has been transformed almost the same. The proportion of oxygen components is slightly higher than the Earth. The only difference is atmospheric pressure. It feels a bit like being on the plateau, and each of them has been professionally trained, so there is no problem in this regard. The only concern is the mutated viruses and bacteria. When you are finished, the connection will hang up. It's hard to imagine that Mars is so fast that it has been transformed into a living planet. Catherine watched the Peach Blossom #1 biosphere through the glass window of the base. In front of her eyes, it is a world full of life, similar to the mountains of the Earth. This is the power of technology. Yanji looked at the grass in the distance, and the rabbit that looked around in the east was very emotional. Only Chen Mo has the ability to transform a ridiculous world into a full-fledged life. Every inch of land here is the crystallization of Chen Mo's highest wisdom. If we complete the mission, we will become the first group of people to survive in the natural environment of Mars, and it should be included in the history of human development. Catherine laughed. This is a lucky, an adventurous return. Looking forward to tomorrow. Yanji looked down at the time displayed on the watch. The time is almost up. Confuse. Inform all the staff to go to the medical room for a medical examination. Just arrived today. After the adjustment is completed, you need to go to the medical room to check the body first. Take a day off to adapt to the gravity environment of Mars, and then start the task. Chapter 728. The smell of Mars air. Delhuan #1 Biosphere Research Base. Today is the second day of Mars, the morning of Mars. They just got up. On the Earth, it is now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In the center command room, 8 people sat around the conference table. This is the first meeting to come to Mars. Who is the representative? Take off the protective clothing, and take the lead to enter the Tohuan #1 biosphere. This is the issue that is being discussed now. The tests have certain unknowns and dangers and they have to be cautious. I will lead the team out, said Huyan. She is the only Chinese woman among the 8, who is as famous as her name, a Slyrose, and the vice captain of the team. As an ordinary astronomy student, astronomical research is her hobby and she wants space tourism. Just want to travel in space. The cost is not affordable for any ordinary person. When the marching ant group began recruiting Mars volunteers, she signed up and stood out as one of the first 8 lucky winners. The girl is very careful and resilience complements her and has leadership skills, making her a deputy captain. The prestige in the team is second only to the captain Gigi. No, Yanji categorically rejected the proposal of Huyan. As a captain, I should take the lead. Next, I will choose 2 of you from the 2 to the Peach Blossom #1 biosphere. You are the captain and the commander of the base. You can't take risks, Huyan said. I agree. A player next to him raised his hand in favor. Mahmoud, Arab, brown skin, glasses are sultry. At this time, Mahmoud's mouth was smiling and raising his hand. As the captain, you should be in charge at the base. Not risky, I can lead the team out. Yanji saw Muhammad also open his mouth and smiled directly. I agree is useless. Now is not the time to vote. I am the captain. I must listen to my arrangement here. Huyan left, Tang Yanqi and Catherine and I went out. During my outing, the rest listened to the flowers. Instruction. Yanji directly decided, the first batch of outings, the first exposure to the atmosphere of Mars, has a higher risk factor, because outside is a completely unknown environment, no one knows what will happen. Captain, can I go out instead of Yang Xiao? Mahmoud said. Want to grab my position? No way. The player who looked a bit honest next to him heard that Mahmoud wanted to replace him and immediately refused. He seems to be the most skinny, but the day 2 of each training is only the second of them among the 8, but only a little introverted. Cannot be the vice captain. Don't argue, just decide. Now I'm ready to go out. At the end of the meeting, the 3 people prepared for the outbound passage of the base. Huyan could only replace the position of Yanji, sitting in the town center command post and paying attention to the things they were going to go out. Far away from the Earth's flying ant center, all experts are watching their outings. In human history, the first unprotected exposure to and survival in the outer planet environment is a milestone event. If it is successful, it proves that the transformation of the planet is feasible, and in the future, it will provide endless help to human interstellar exploration. Chen Mo is also paying attention to the situation of Tohuan #1. This test is related to whether his Mars transformation project is completed, even if he does not have anything to do with him. Yanji, Tang Yanqi and Castile are already waiting. The 3 did not wear protective clothing and only wore daily training uniforms, but in order to prevent them, they were carrying a simple oxygen cylinder with a thick arm. Outside the gate, there is also a first aid Mars rover and 3 robots waiting to be ready to carry out rescue. Testing must do its utmost to ensure the safety of Martian volunteers. The atmospheric pressure of the outboard is being adjusted. After 1 minute, the hatch is open. Please prepare. Mars Artificial Intelligence lighting opens a reminder. As soon as the words fell, the 3 men slowly felt the difference in the cabin. The atmospheric pressure in their cabin is changing, and the atmospheric pressure is low, giving them a feeling of chest tightness, like a person standing in the plateau. They have trained in the plateau and have experience in plateau survival and soon adapted to changes in atmospheric pressure. For a minute, I felt a bit slow at this moment. Finally, when the atmospheric pressure in the cabin is the same as the outside, the sound of the drip, the artificial intelligence is determined to be able to open the cabin. Yanji is a little nervous. This door is closed to 2 worlds. This is also a big event in the history of mankind. He believes that in the command post of the Earth, countless astronomers and biologists are waiting for what will happen next. The base command center, Huyan and others are also nervously watching the situation of the 3 people, waiting for the hatch to open. Ready? Yanji took the hand on the handle of the hatch and looked at Tang Yongxi and Castilda. His heartbeat is also accelerating, and he feels that he has jumped to the eyes of the blind man. Fortunately, he has enough psychological quality to quickly recover himself. Ready? The two took a deep breath and nodded. Hey! Exclamation mark. The sound of the mechanical lock of the hatch door caused the three people to slam the heart. Like a broken chicken, the hatch is slowly opened. A breeze rushed into the cabin, and the three felt the different temperatures in the air, a bit like the feeling of going out of the air-conditioned room outside in the summer. Taking out the hatch, the scene of the Peach Blossom #1 biosphere is unreservedly presented. There is still a special taste in the air, like the smell of the earth. Unlike the air of the earth, like a new city, the taste of water is different. Nothing. Successful. The three-person picture was sent back to the Research Base Command Center through surveillance cameras, and everyone cheered. At the same time, the command center of the Fant Space Base, in the field, saw the biological experts and astronomers of this scene, all ecstatic. This picture will be included in the annals of human development. They clearly witnessed this moment. What's the discomfort? Yanji quickly returned to God and looked at Tang Yongxi and Catherine. The two who were still thinking about the smell of the air returned to God and shook their heads. No discomfort, like in the plateau, except that the chest is a bit stuffy. There are no other problems. The body is a little light, and it feels like jumping high. Tang Yongxun examined the body carefully and began to describe, these feelings are also in the base. The only difference it is in the air and has a special taste. I also smelled a special taste. Casti nodded. I also smell. Yanji said, what's the taste? There was a voice coming from the three-person earphone. This was a question directly asked by the command center of the Earth. And the voice was a little nervous. It's hard to describe, it's mixed with the smell of mud. In any case, the air is not sweet. Yanji joked, and some serious. The feeling is like you are new to a city, drinking local water, and the taste of the water in your hometown is different. After the report, Yanji once again put his mind on the surrounding environment. Now walk around, don't go too far. Adapt to the new environment first. They have ropes on their bodies and they are not too far apart from each other. Now that they have just arrived in this new environment, it is not yet certain that there are other discomfort problems. In the laboratory, Chen Mo is also paying attention to their situation, and the ink girl handed the physical data of the three to Chen Mo. The watches on them can monitor their health data at any time. Their heart rate is normal, the body temperature is normal, and the body is not the same. Continue to observe. Chen Mo nodded gently, relatively calm. It's just the beginning, but in any case, seeing them safe and sound, is also a sigh of relief. This is a good beginning. Chapter 729, False Alarm. The marching ant group announced that Mars volunteers have successfully walked on Mars without protection. Once the plan for the Mars survival test was announced, it stirred up waves. The self-propelled ant group began to reform Mars. The outside world has been speculating about the progress of Mars transformation. Now, just a few months, the atmosphere of Mars can maintain human survival. The world is in turmoil. The marching ant group used special machines to accelerate the transformation of Mars' atmosphere and create oxygen, again showing an amazingly large hand. Originally thought to take a long time of natural evolution, Mars will appear to indicate the conditions of animal survival, did not expect to come quickly. Later generations recorded that this day was the first day when human beings actually survived. The global scientific community has shown unprecedented interest in Mars research. Some astronomical research teams have applied to join the universities in China, hoping to conduct in-depth research on Mars. 10 days, not long. Everything is going on normally. Catherine scratched his arm and frowned. It feels a bit wrong. Going out this morning and going back to the beginning, the arms and cuffs are always a little itchy, and it is getting itchy. Picking up the sleeves, a little red dot caught in the eye, and his pupils shrank. The Gigi around saw the strangeness of Castile, and then saw some dense red spots on her arm. The pupils shrank and immediately became nervous. There is a little red dot on Castellan, like a red dot bitten by a mosquito, a white-brown meat on the arm, and the size of the mung bean is very conspicuous. I will arrange for the fourth to go to the medical room and check my body. After calling the artificial intelligence, Yanji turned to look at Castellan, staring at the conspicuous red dot on her arm. Don't worry, look like skin allergies. Even on the Earth, when you reach a new environment, you may be unacceptable or infected with local germs, causing illness. On Mars, no one knows how many unknown dangers there are. Each volunteer is selected through layers, and its own resistance and physical quality are among the best among ordinary people and will not easily fall ill. It's only the 5th day of Mars, and there is still a problem with Castellan. The first batch of Martian volunteers, now only the 3-person left behind research base led by Hwan as emergency personnel. All the other 5 people entered the unprotected residence of the Tohuan No. 1 biosphere for survival experiments. The residence of their experimental group is an ordinary villa, enough to accommodate the living space of all of them. Their food, provided by the base, is naturally grown in the biosphere of potatoes and vegetables, as well as rabbits, and water also needs to collect river water and rainwater from the biosphere. The house will provide the appliances and equipment they need. They want to live as normal in the biosphere. Others, now also suspend activities, go to the medical room, do a physical examination. Yanji said, "Do you need help?" The voice of the flower sent by the headset is a little nervous. After all, there is a problem on Mars. It is impossible to say that tension is not. Although they have enough psychological preparation for this trial. No, I am not sure if it is skin allergies. Will it spread? You are in the base, you don't have to come out. Yanji said seriously. Several people took the medical car and went directly to the underground passage, which went straight to the medical room of the research base. Arrive at the medical room at the research base. As a patient, Castilla was promoted to a more spacious clinic. Entering the clinic, Castellan found herself surrounded by various robots. Number 4, please change to the sick suit. A robot holds a set of sick clothes and puts them in front of Catherine. Not to avoid, Castilla sat on the hospital bed, took off his daily nephew and put on the sick suit. Now her arms and calves are a little uncomfortable. Because she is particularly itchy, she dare not scratch it. I am afraid that the bacteria will be infected here. The consequences are terrible. Now we have a thorough examination of you to confirm your health. Your inspection will be passed back to the Earth, and your medical condition will be diagnosed in conjunction with the medical expert group and artificial intelligence. After the artificial intelligence is finished, the instruments of various medical equipment are swept on the arm and calf of Castellan. Number 4. Are there any other discomfort in your arms and calves? Itchy, itchy. Casti did not dare to catch, rubbing some itchy rash, without hesitation. She is still calm, she is professionally trained, and her mental quality is strong enough because her arms and calves are itch-free and have no other abnormalities. It is the most advanced medical equipment of all mankind to ensure her safety. Is it painful? No pain. Castellan shook his head. Is there any paralysis or other feelings? No. Is there anything uncomfortable in other parts of the body? The situation of Castellan, through the data, immediately passed back to their expected expert group. In order to ensure the safety of volunteers, the Ant Aerospace Organization specially organizes an expert group to deal with various emergencies. Several national treasures of surgical specialists are in the team, and if needed, they can perform remote surgery on Mars volunteers directly on Earth. Chen Mo and Monuo entered the expert consultation room. When he heard that there was a problem with Castellan, he immediately rushed over. He cares about the situation of Martian volunteers more than anyone. If they have big problems, it means that the environment of Mars is not suitable for living, and he has to continue to transform. What's the situation? Shenmue smoothly passed unimpeded to the front of the holographic table. A group of experts surrounded the holographic table. The holographic projection above was Castellan, and the symptoms of the arms and calves were in their eyes. Nothing, The initial diagnosis is skin allergies. A dermatologist on the field said, "But you need to check what allergens are causing skin allergies." Volunteers trained in professional training. Each person's physical quality is extraordinary, usually no skin allergies, and now people are on Mars, where the environment is transformed by Chenmo, not humans. After thousands of years of evolution in an adapted environment, it is not surprising that there are certain variants of new bacteria. Chen mossed a sigh of relief when he heard skin allergies. "I am afraid that it is a big deal. If it is skin allergies, it is easy to solve." 10 minutes later, Mars Medical Room also sent back news that the allergen was found to be caused by a mutant fungal spore. Others did not find allergic symptoms. This conclusion makes Chen Mozong a lot. After 15 minutes, after applying the ointment, the itching of the Castilian arm slowly disappeared, leaving only a small point. However, Castile still has to stay in the medical room to observe. A false alarm. Back at the office, Zhao Minutes sat next to Chen Mo, looking up at the holographic projection of Mars. "Is there a follow-up Mars immigration plan?" The first batch of Martian volunteers just entered the natural environment of Mars, and the body was temporarily safe and sound. Now that Mars is a successful transformation, there is a final step. The above gives them the authority to manage Mars autonomously, quite a star zone. Once Mars becomes a livable planet, there are other issues to consider. If you want to make Mars look like it will be mastered by the Marching Ant Group, and the decision-making level of the Marching Ant Group will be counted quite above. All the wealth of Mars is owned by the Army Ant Group. A planet, no inhabitants, has no soul, so Zhao Minutes will raise this question. "No. There is no need for Mars to immigrate." Chen Mo shook his head. "Mars' gravity is small, people who grow up there, the body will be much worse than the Earth, easy bones are loose. Only a few years of short-term stay, return to the Earth to rehabilitate it is not suitable for long-term growth. Growing up the environment, determining the strength of physical fitness, although it can be improved with drugs, but the symptoms are not cured. And people who need professional training can go to Mars, the number is too small, and the cost of immigration is too great. After the promotion of clean energy, the environment of the Earth is now getting better, the building capacity is enhanced, the population can be accommodated. The casualties caused by the war are not small, and there is no need for immigration. Mars is a base for a tourist planet and a company, and it doesn't need to be used as a human immigration planet. Chen Mo made a conclusion. Chapter 730. Mars transformation completed. Today is the 23rd, Martian weather is cloudy. Today is the 13th day of our Mars survival test team landing on Mars, and the last day of the Mars test. After the allergies of Castilian, everything is shocking. These days no one has any discomfort. 5 minutes later, we will have a general examination. After the physical examination, the Mars survival test will officially end. From the perspective of everyone's spirit, there should not be too many problems. I'm a little bit of a family now. I want to go back to Earth early, and then tell my parents, I have been to Mars for nearly half a month. Now I am going to prepare for a medical examination and I am looking forward to the next physical examination. Hey! Exclamation mark. Yanji closes the camera of the video log and turns away. Each player has a video log record, quite a diary, regardless of time, free to record. Today is the 13th day of the coming to Mars and the end of the first Mars survival test. Arrived at the entrance of the research base medical room, all the players have long been waiting. The 3 people in the interior of the left-behind base are separated from them and undergo a medical examination in another isolation area. Fling, can the medical examination begin? Yes, said the base's artificial intelligence. Castline advanced. Yanji looked at Castline. Yeah? Castilian nodded and opened the door to the medical room. After the allergies of Catherine returned, they returned to the biosphere. Until today, the same symptoms did not appear again. It was a false alarm. 10 minutes later, Catherine came out of the medical room and smiled at him. No problem. That's good. Mahn went in. Yanji looked at Mahd. This is awkward. Everyone's physical examination time is almost 10 minutes, and soon, 4 physical examinations are completed. No problem. Yanji finally opened the door of the medical room and went in and sat directly on the hospital bed. "Open your mouth." Yanji did not hesitate, opened his mouth, and the next moment he saw a camera-like thing stretched out. The top is taken off. Yanji still did it, letting some machines that could not be named, swept back and forth on himself, lying quietly. 10 minutes later, the robot had given him a full physical examination and eventually found no abnormalities. This conclusion let Gigi breathe a sigh of relief from the hospital bed. At the end of the medical examination, their Mars survival test ended. They will adjust to the Earth for 2 days. Building number 1, the Celestial Laboratory. In the center of the laboratory, there is a holographic projection of the planet, with the sea, white clouds, vegetation, and the Earth, which is now Mars. All the data on Mars are displayed on the holographic light curtain, including the temperature of the location, the weather, and information about earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. In addition, there are data on the composition of the Martian atmosphere, atmospheric pressure and other data. The Mars survival test is still underway. After a false alarm from Catherine, no big problems were found behind. Everything went smoothly. It's been 10 days now, and every 2 days, a physical examination. The body of Mars volunteers is no problem. Chen Mo is watching the progress of the unparalleled subject. He is now waiting for the judgment of the Science and Technology Library on the Mars project. Only if the Technology Library is successful, the Mars Transformation Project will be successful, and the Technology Library will open the next phase of authority. So now that he has time, take the time to check the progress of the unparalleled subject. According to the feedback from Mo Women, the development of the first generation of brain-controlled virtual helmets was very smooth. Because the brain control technology has matured in the hands of Chen Mo, the unparalleled is very clever, and under the guidance of the Ink Girl, she quickly learned to use brain control technology. Now Musu is trying to combine brain control technology and games. Through its own programming instruction set, the first generation of brain-controlled virtual helmets can be realized, and the mouse and keyboard can be removed to develop a new game mode. According to this progress, there is also the help of the Ink Girl, giving her enough time, no accident. The unparalleled will successfully complete his first work. As a father, Chen Mo is very happy. As I watched the unparalleled research project come to the fore, suddenly, a very strong sense of excitement emerged from Chen Mo's brain and swept the whole body. This excitement is more intense than ever, and every cell feels beating. Is Mars transformation successful in the Science and Technology Library? This idea came to my mind. Excitement makes Chen Mo's body warm, very comfortable and full of spirit. Mirko, Mars sent back the news. The volunteer's physical examination was completed. The volunteer's body did not find any abnormalities. The first trial ended, said the Ink Girl. Really? Chen Mo put away the unparalleled research materials and got up from the position. Continue to renovate Mars in accordance with the original plan, notify the training base, and prepare to start the second phase of the volunteer test. Okay, go. Come here today. Go home. Chen Mo reluctantly urged to enter the technology library now. The hunch tells him that this privilege escalation is definitely more important than the previous one, so he needs to adjust his mindset, and no one knows what kind of pain he has to suffer this time. The Ink Girl naturally took Chen Mo's arm and left the laboratory. Xiaoyu was drilled out of the pool, and a 3-point blue swimsuit with white skin and a graceful body, without a trace of fat, was very sexy. Also accompanied by Zhao Minutes, the same 3-point red bikini, the body is perfectly displayed. Both of them have their own characteristics. Zhao Minutes is mature and charming. Xiaoyu is fresh and natural, with different styles of beauty, but they are very sexy. They use the skincare products that Chen Mo gave them, all of which are products in the technology library. so that they can maintain the most beautiful skin color and appearance. It is now in the open-air swimming pool of the villa. Sometimes, when Zaminits is on vacation, Xiaoyu will call her over. Now that the company has been thoroughly formed, the business empire is shaped, and the details of the business are not complicated. Zaminits is worried. She is now at the top of the business empire and making the most decisions. The following people and artificial intelligence will complete her request. So when she got to her current high, the work was easier than before. The stomach is not moving. Xiaoyu lay down on the chair, touched his belly without licking meat, and sighed. I haven't moved yet. It won't be a problem. What did he say? Zaminits asked in amazement. He said it was his problem. His problem? Zaminits' voice has changed and his face is strange. It won't be him. Don't think about it. He is as strong as a cow, and he is tossed by him every time. He said that he has evolved and is isolated. Xiaoyu's face is red. Speak well. Don't drive. Zaminits snorted and looked speechless. Between the two chat, Chen Mo and the ink girl have returned. Chen Mo put on a pair of beach pants, stepping on the flip-flops. The upper body is exposed to the air, the perfect muscle lines. The outline is faint, enough to attract the attention of any woman. Ink girl put on a purple swimsuit. The style is the same as the two. Very sexy. Husband. Seeing Chen Mo appear, Xiaoyu said, "Is it back so early?" The first batch of volunteers was safe and sound. The first phase of the Mars survival project was basically completed, and no other research was started, so I came back first. I stole half a day and lived. Chen Mo sat down beside Xiaoyu, took the towel in her hand and wiped her hair. Zaminits' love for the two. She has become accustomed to look at Xiaoyu with envy. Then she lays on her long legs and lies on the chair, while drinking a drink while looking at the blue sky, a look of coziness. This kind of day is not bad. Chapter 731, Body Evolution. It was night. Chen Mo was sitting in the study, relaxing today. He is ready to meet the next stage of the Science and Technology Library. Chen Mo is not clear about the technology to be completed in the next stage, but the task of transforming the planet is released, and the task of the next stage will certainly not be simple. Ink girl, wait a minute. No matter what happens, don't send me to the hospital. Mirko, are you having a problem with your body? Need to check it for you? Asked the ink girl nervously. She now hears her own emotions, but she is quiet in peacetime, but she is still obedient to Chen Mo. Nothing. Remember my words. You don't have to go to the hospital, you don't have to treat. Chen Mo then finished the ink girl, leaning on the chair and entering the Science and Technology Library. Still familiar with the giant gate, Chen Mo looked up at the door, reached out and pushed forward. In the center of the Science and Technology Library, the technology ball is quietly suspended, and the original technology ball is inflated. At this time, the internal light is shining, and it is extremely dazzling. It seems that the entire technology ball is melted into liquid. As long as Chen Mo's hand touches the technology ball, he will open the authority for the next stage. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo tightened his nerves and slowly raised his hand on the technology ball, like grabbing a crystal ball. A huge suction from the inside of the technology ball. Chen Mo's palm is like a suction cup, is tightly attached to the surface of the technology ball. His body is also fixed, unable to move. The golden light that was originally shot by Jin Guang, the golden light inside turned wildly. On the surface of the crystal ball, a golden thread appeared, like a palm extending out of the capillaries. Suddenly, Chen Mo's face changed and his forehead began to sweat. He clearly felt that there were thousands of needles that passed through the skin of the palm and penetrated into his body, and the palms began to suffer severe pain. Deep into the pain of the bone marrow, he felt that countless wires went into the flesh and bones and were slowly spreading up along the palm of his hand. What? Your uncle? Chen Mo finally couldn't help, but the neck and forehead blue veins appeared. Painful and embarrassing. This is a severe pain from every cell, and there is only a sense of pain in my mind. He saw that the golden thread was already covering his palm, replacing his blood vessels and cells. and spreading to his arms. Chen Mo can even clearly feel that the body's cells, flesh and bone marrow are being eroded by golden light. The pain is like someone starting from the palm of your hand, crushing his flesh and blood, and sprinkling a handful of paprika. He is psychologically prepared, but this horrible pain far exceeds his psychological expectations. The spread of the golden thread continued, slowly climbing up the arm of Chen Mo. If Chen Mo's body is not fixed, Chen Mo can't wait to break his arm to escape this terrible pain. Every second is a torment. 2 minutes later, the golden thread has spread to the shoulders and is spreading to his spine and chest. What? Exclamation mark. At the moment when the golden thread penetrated into the spine, Chen Mo felt that his brain exploded like an instant, and the pain was like a storm, as if he was under the 18th floor of purgatory. Mergo. Merle. There was an anxious cry from the ink girl, but Chen Mo had no ability to think about other things, only pain. At this time in the study, Chen Mo's body had already rolled to the ground, unconsciously closed his eyes and struggled. His mouth was unconsciously low, and the blue veins on his forehead and neck almost exploded. Even if the ink girl screamed anxiously, Chen Mo still had no reaction. Husband? What happened to her husband? Xiao Yujiao rushed into the study, feeling nervous. She received a notice from the ink girl and ran over everything. Seeing Chen Mo, who was unconsciously struggling on the ground, Xiao Yu's pupils shrank and his face was instantly bloodless. This is not the first time. Husband, you wake up. Ink girl, call the ambulance. Save the husband. Save the husband. Xiao Yu hurriedly hugged Chen Mo's struggling body. Tears could not stop leaving. The body was shaking. Fear. Mergo said before going to sleep, no matter what happens, don't send him to the hospital, no treatment. The voice of the ink girl is crying. Why? Why do you say this? Xiao Yu tightly buried Chen Mo's head on her chest. Her voice trembled and desperate, full of fear. Seeing Chen Mo's appearance, she felt that her heart would be broken. This is her world. I asked Mergo. He didn't say it. He seems to know that there is something in the body. I said to check him. He said no. The ink girl is also anxious. Her consciousness is complete, and there is a small fishing and affection for Chen Mo. Medical room. Go to the medical room at home. Xiao Yu will hold Chen Mo and go to the medical room. The ink girl did not dare to neglect and followed closely. Ink woman will check her body quickly, fast. Xiao Yu will put Chen Mo on the medical table. There are the most advanced medical equipments, which are made by Chen Mo and Mo Niu. Good. The ink girl should come down and the medical equipment in the medical room has moved. Retreating to the side of the small fish, the body still trembled in fear, watching the painful Chen Mo on the medical table. Tears continued to flow down, no blood on his face. Mirko's life characteristics are stable and better than before, said the ink girl. Why is that husband like this? Seeing the painful Chen Mo, Xiao Yu has collapsed. This feeling of powerlessness made her feel desperate. I don't know. Before I went to sleep, I knew my physical problems. He wouldn't let the hospital go, and he wouldn't let the treatment. The medical equipment here couldn't find out the cause, and the hospital couldn't find it. There is an anxious cry in the voice of the ink girl. If she has tears, she must be crying now. Husband will be fine. Xiao Yu holds Chen Mo's hand, as if praying. Mirko's body seems to have changed, and his life characteristics are increasing. What the ink girl suddenly saw, and reached out to untie Chen Mo's clothes. The faintly visible golden thread was like a blood vessel spreading Chen Mo half-body, still continuing to extend to other corners. Why is this? In front of the scene, Xiao Yu feels broken. She does not know what happened to Chen Mo. Husband, you wake up. You wake up. Mirko is like evolution. The ink girl opened her mouth. Being as clever as she is, she still finds some possible answers, because Chen Mo presupposes that he is evolving. Yes. Evolution. Husband will be fine. Xiao seems to find supportive beliefs, holding Chen Mo's palm and not letting go. The cry of desperation and the anxious cry of the ink girl, Chen Mo heard it very clearly, but the pain made him unable to lift any emotion. Chen Mo felt that the golden liquid was replacing his bone marrow, connecting the nerves and going straight to the brain. If you can see Chen Mo's brain, you will be surprised to find that the golden liquid has invaded Chen Mo's brain and is spreading wildly to every corner. Every cell in the brain is becoming golden and transparent. The heart beats more vigorously, the golden liquid flows down the blood vessels into the heart, and as the heart beats, the golden liquid accelerates to every corner of the body. In the Science and Technology Library, Chen Mo's entire body is covered with golden blood vessels, and the golden liquid is transforming every cell of his body, and the pain occupies his consciousness. I don't know how long it took. Chen Mo gradually lost consciousness, and the hand that was absorbed on it suddenly loosened and fell to the ground of the Science and Technology Library. Everything is calm, as if nothing has happened. The only change is the color of the technology ball. The golden light of the technology ball disappeared and it has turned purple. Chen Mo, lying on the ground, the golden light of his body, flowing under his skin, slowly disappearing, returning to normal skin tone. Chapter 732, Golden Blood and Zijin Permissions. Chen Mo did not know how long he had lost consciousness. Maybe it was an instant, maybe it was a long time. When he opened his eyes, he saw the white ceiling. Next to it is Xiaoyu and Mo Nu. Xiaoyu Yuan's eyes that love to laugh have lost their brilliance at this time. There is no focal length, the tear marks on the face are still not dry, the eyes are swollen, and the appearance of sputum makes people feel distressed. Seeing that Chen Mo opened his eyes, the ink girl finally smiled. Originally a godless fisherman, his eyes gradually recovered and he recovered. The two are silent. The eyes of the little fish have become red, and the tears are spinning in the eyes. Wow! Exclamation mark. It finally broke out. Xiaoyu was crying and screaming, slamming in Chen Mo Hui, holding it tightly, and seemed to be afraid that Chen Mo will run away, and let go of the despair and worry in his heart. The hysterical crying made Chen Mo feel badly. It's okay. It's okay. Chen Mo caressed Xiaoyu's back and whispered softly. It was only the comfort of Chen Mo, which made Xiaoyu cry even louder and vented unscrupulously. No one can understand Chen Mo's desperation when she is in trouble. The ink girl also walked to Chen Mo's side and sat down. She gently grasped Chen Mo's hand. She also had emotions. Although she was not as strong as Xiaoyu, Chen Mo was in a coma. She also knew about worry and anxiety. My husband is back. Chen Mo whispered and comforted Xiaoyu, letting her vent in her arms. Otherwise her emotions were accumulated in her heart and it was prone to more problems. After crying for 15 minutes, the little fish in my arms left only sobbing, and finally quieted down, crying tired, and already slept in Chen Mo Hui. Just sleeping, my hands still clinging to Chen Mo, not relaxing. Small fisher sister does not eat or drink a day. You are unconscious for a day and night. She sat here and cried for a day, said the ink girl. Okay. Chen Mo saw the tear marks on Xiaoyu's face, and he was distressed and guilty. Gently take down the small fishing and hold his hand. Chen Mo put the small fish on the bed and lay it, wiped the tear marks on her face, very distressed. Kissing on the head of the small fishing forehead, Chen Mo Kai left the room. Lost consciousness for 34 hours. Chen Mo looked at the time, some smiled, remembering the pain at that time. He didn't want to experience it again in his life. Mirko, have you got any unknown disease? Asked the ink girl. No. Chen Mo shook hands and he had clearly felt the changes in his body. The thumb is pinched on the index finger, the nails fall into the flesh, and a drop of golden blood flows out of the wound with a metallic cluster. The blood of the body turns into gold, which is the biggest change that Chen Mo feels in the evolution of the body. The brain does not know what it will look like. Chen Mo can't open his head to see it. Why is this? Asked the ink girl nervously. It is a kind of evolution of life. Chen Mo stared at the golden blood of the fingertips, and there was no wave. In the gym, Chen Mo put on his shorts and the muscles of his upper body were completely exposed. There was only one person listening to him, and the bodyguards were not there. The secret of physical changes, except for a few people like Xiaoyu. Chen Mo does not intend to let others know. The blood turned golden, and Chen Mo's appearance looked a little different. The skin changed to a color, and it did not turn white. The skin color was dark, and it looked very masculine. The muscles had a hint of metal. Chen Mo, who showed his muscles, had no sense of researchers then, but was full of power. Get ready. Chen Mo clenched his fists. He can clearly feel the change in body strength, and rises completely to a grade. At the moment when Chen Mo's body was tight, the golden silk appeared and spread to the whole body, like a weird tattoo, and even the eyelids contained a touch of red gold. Hey! Exclamation mark. Chen Mo was punched on the dynamometer. A huge collision sound, the steel on the dynamometer became distorted, and the power could not be measured. This is the evolution of life. Chen Mo clenched his fists. He has already noticed the existence of life. Now he is no longer an ordinary human in the traditional sense, or a new life after evolution. The body and the brain are completely detached from the existing human beings. The changes in the body were confirmed, and Chen Mo washed it again and re-entered the Science and Technology Library. The entry of the Science and Technology Library into the next stage is what Chen Mo is eager to know. He is also unclear about the permissions and projects of the next stage. Everything has not changed. The only change is the technology ball that landed at the top of the technology library. The golden light of the technology ball has disappeared, turning into a transparent purple gold, and the purple light is flowing, looking very mysterious and noble. Technology Administrator Zijin. When Chen Mo's palm is placed on the technology ball, he knows the message. Zijin permissions, or have a suffix, not the highest authority. The task of the Zijin level is manufacturing a space curvature superlight speed spacecraft. It is the technology of the superlight speed aircraft that Chen Mo did not expect. A task that looks simple is not simple. The space curvature superlight speed spacecraft involves a combination of various technologies such as space curvature engine fuel, special material of the hull, and interstellar positioning navigation. This requires re-upgrading the basic technology to prepare the required materials. Space curvature engine design and principles, space folding theory and technology, space jumping technology, space navigation technology, space quantum radar detection technology, antimatter extraction technology, antimatter preservation and use, dark material capture and application, artificial gravity technology and theory, application and principles of anti-gravity technology, artificial 3D quantum brain, particle storm, antimatter bomb, superpower awakening method and technology, super ability development. All the technologies for manufacturing superlight speed spacecraft are complete, all of which are theoretical techniques and principles, or whether they should be developed according to theory. Among them, Chen Mo is the most interested, which is the technology that Chen Mo always wants to see. Superpower awakening method and technology. When Xiao woke up, it was already the next morning and slept for a dozen hours. Waiting day and night, all emotions are in my heart and soul, and Chen Mo woke up, sorrows and joys, emotions, ups and downs, tired enough. At the moment when she opened her eyes, Chen Mo was lying beside her. Seeing Chen Mo's face, Xiaoyu's eyes were red again, and he cried in Chen Mohuai's arms. Don't cry, my husband is fine. Not comforting, Chen Moi comforted, Xiaoyu cried even louder. 5 minutes later, Xiaoyu raised his tears and stared at Chen Mo, flattening his mouth, making Chen Mo laugh and distressed. Husband, I am so scared, I am useless, I can't do anything. Xiaoyu sounds with self-blame. Not afraid, Xiao is great. My husband is not good, but it is your heart. Chen Mo whispered softly, don't cry, crying is not beautiful, go to wash. My husband gave you a porridge. Chen Mo wiped her tears, picked up Xiaoyu from the bed and went to the bathroom. After eating breakfast, the small fish color gradually recovered, but a pair of eyes were still very red and swollen. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, still holding Chen Mo's arm tightly, for fear that Chen Mo would run away. It became sticky. Why are you doing this? Is there any disease in the body? Yesterday Chen Mo's body spread the golden silk thread, and Xiaoyu's memory is still fresh. This is not a disease. What is that? Yesterday I saw what was the gold thread on your body? Xiaoyu worried. Let's show you something first. Chen Mo cuts the knife of the fruit and strokes the tip of his finger. The golden blood flows out from the fingertips. My blood has turned golden. Xiaoyu stayed in the blood of Chen Mo's wound, showing the color of panic. Why is this? Are you experimenting with your own body? Why are you doing this? Why not care for your body? When you talk about it, you have to cry. I am now a monster. I am afraid, not afraid. I am not afraid. I am not afraid of what you become. Why don't you care for your body? Why? Xiao said. Tears continued to fall down, and Chen Mo was dying. Hey, don't cry. Chen Mo patted Xiaoyu's back and calmed her to stop crying. I didn't take my own body to do the experiment. Then why did you become like this? Xiaoyu looked up at Chen Mo, and the tears in his eyes were still dry. He was pitiful and angry. Remember that I told you about reproductive isolation? My body and brain are evolving and getting smarter, but every time I evolve, it will be very painful. The brain was changing, and this time the body has changed. This time, after evolution, the blood turned golden. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu's eyes and said it was very serious. Why is this? Xiaoyu has already believed Chen Mo's words. It's going to start from college, from the library to meet you. Chen Mo holds a small fisherman and begins to tell Xiao about everything. When this is the time, there is no need to hide it, lest the fisherman will worry again. When he heard the despair of the little fish hysterical, Chen Mo's distress was self-evident, and he did not want it to happen again. Chen Mo told Xiaoyu about the situation. Xiaoyu listened quietly, like listening to stories, although bizarre, but still believed Chen Mo. Those secrets are not important. It is most important to confirm that Chen Mo is okay. Why didn't you tell me before? Xiaoyu said with a flat mouth and red eyes on Chen Mo. You liar, when you get married, you will not let me cry. I cried so many times, my eyes are crying. I die. You, kill you. Concerns and panic lifted. Xiaoyu's mood is slowly recovering. Chapter 733, The Upcoming Alien in the Study. Chen Mo took off the brain sensor and closed his eyes. The days are back to normal, or the company's lab and home, 2 days and 1 line. But this kind of day is busy and happy. Do what you like. New permissions and tasks are enough to bring the civilization of the Earth into a new phase. The technology and equipment for the super light speed space curvature spacecraft are completely blank, which means that Chen Mo needs to start from scratch, and all basic equipment research needs him to design and manufacture. Each technology involves a complete set of technical systems. Chen Mo needs to let the Ink Girl participate in the research and development of these technologies, so that the speed is fast enough. Therefore, Chen Mo chose to use brain control technology, transfer consciousness, and pass the required technology to the Ink Girl record. Otherwise, let him describe it to the Ink Girl record one by one, and it will not be recorded until next year. Therefore, Chen Mo chose brain sensing instruments to transfer all the technical data obtained from the technology library to the computer to learn from the Ink Girl. The manufacturing plant and dark matter extraction machine for dark matter detectors are now being built. The Ink Girl put the video of Mars out, and at the horror speed of the nano-robot, a special building rouse. The Space Curvature spacecraft project is very large. Now that Mars has given him the entire planet as a research and development base and production base, Chen Mo is no longer restricted by land and related resources, and can freely develop any technology. Without any constraints, Chen Mo can complete the relevant infrastructure construction at a very fast speed. Chen Mo chose to start with dark matter first. Dark matter materials are a whole new field. Without dark matter, Chen Mo could not make a space curvature ship. Technically speaking, The space curvature spacecraft needs the most important space curvature engine. The material of the space curvature engine needs dark matter to be mixed in the material to form a new material for mixing. This special substance, on the time scale of the age of the universe, is the most stable material, so it can resist the loss in the process of space folding and stretching, and can also resist the enormous energy effect of the space curvature engine. Dark matter cannot be detected using traditional detectors, let alone capture and extraction, and new dark matter detection radars and extraction techniques need to be developed. There are many dark matter, which exist in the universe. The microscopic background radiation anisotropy observation in the universe knows that dark matter occupies between 85% and 90% of the total mass of the universe, so Chenmo does not have to worry about not finding dark matter. It is another huge project. Chenmo stretched a lazy waist. Mergo. The ink girl suddenly spoke. Well, what? Chenmo looks at the ink girl. Now the ink girl is already a member of the family and is a very important member. I am sleeping with you tonight. The voice of the ink girl was a bit shy. Chenmo's slight glimpse, the ink girl's initiative to ask is not common, but the ink woman now has a complete consciousness, feelings and emotions. This situation is not unexpected. This is going to ask you a little fisherman. I asked. Xiao Yuji promised. Xiao Yuji said that she was tossed by you in the past few days and wanted to rest. She is arguing about having a baby. Chenmo was stunned and laughed. If you let Xiao Yu hear it, you will have to worry about it. Now the old people in the family are eager to have more grandchildren, and Xiao himself wants to have one more. He used to create races to tease him, and he suffered. Chenmo is not sure if the situation can be borne now, but always try it. No, Chenmo will not force it. Heng Star Civilization. Is this the first star-rated civilization we found in the Rainier Kia supergalaxy? The Blue Master calmly looked at the red planet in front of him. The radar shows that this is a planet rich in nitrogen and iron. The image in front of them is a pink-skinned creature. It is about 3 meters high, with a lizard-like head, a bulging eye, no ears, a long tentacles on the top of the head, a pink jelly on the skin, a strange texture on the top, a scale on the legs, and a blood-red color on the back. The tail is covered with various spikes. If Chenmo is here, he will surely find that this creature is an alien creature that has fallen on the Earth. Red-level intelligent creatures, nitrogen-based life. Class of orcs. Trill took a look at the basic characteristics of this creature. They are running away, looking for a new colonial planet. This escape has been going on for thousands of years, slow and poor, in the nearby galaxies. Without their habitat, it should all die in space. The Blue Division glanced at the life-detecting quantum radar, and other galaxies did not show the sensory characteristics of this life. The life of this star is about to come to an end. Once it collapses, the entire star system will be destroyed. It is still possible to capture some sample research and preserve the diversity of the universe. Tyrrell glanced at the star's data and licked the eyelid of the third eye. The law of the universe union stipulates that it is not allowed to interfere with the natural evolution of the universe below the star-level civilization, including the war between civilizations below the star rating, and the natural evolution of the universe. If it is a disaster of extinction, you can choose the protection path to avoid extinction. This constellation is a rare oasis. There are hundreds of living planets. Do you leave some capacity to catch other? Asked the Blue Master. Don't worry, I will catch some elite, and they will be extinct anyway, said Tyrrell. This kind of red-tailed creature is his journey of research and exploration. For the first time, he discovered a civilization that knows how to make use of the rules of the universe to create technology. The wisdom is not low and the value is large, so Tyrrell intends to grab a little more. Low-level intelligent creatures have always been the subject of his research. He needs to do research on intelligent creatures, and then figure out the evolution and development of low-level intelligent creatures to advanced intelligent creatures to find the direction in which life evolves toward higher-order intelligent life. This is an advanced topic in the study of intelligent creatures in the universe. I hope that my race will evolve into the most intelligent and intelligent creature in the universe, and climb the higher class of the universe. Once he finds the direction of evolution to higher-order life, he will gain endless benefits and benefits. The Blue Masters Cosmic Biological Archaeology also has research in this area as a reference, so Tyrrell chose to go with the Blue Division for research. After the decision was made, in the cabin of their spaceship, thousands of containers quickly flew over the planet and began to arrest. This high-level civilization was captured, and no creature could escape. Ferry came over and glanced at the arrestor that fell to the planet, without waves. As an explorer and interstellar tour guide, he has long been eccentric about catching low-level civilized creatures. If it is a planet of non-intelligent creatures, destroying it will not violate the laws of the universe. The universe has class existence, and ordinary wisdom creatures are destined to be inferior. Where is the next destination? This interstellar cloud area. Tyrrell looked at the red dot on the radar and said, "This location is very interesting. The stars are so sparse, surrounded by supernova explosions, and there is a life planet at that location. The area of 300 light-years, only a few rare stars in the universe. This star density, there is a life planet, like the desert stone cracks are as rare as grass." Dad, this is the first generation of brain-controlled virtual helmet I have completed. Unparalleled, holding a helmet, the same as the treasure in front of Chen Mo. So smart. Chen Mo stopped the work at hand, took the helmet and looked at it carefully. A safety helmet like a locomotive, but the shape is more sci-fi. On the helmet, the logo of the marching ant group is also printed. In front is a large screen, wrapped in a half-day helmet. There are two glasses inside, can be free to move, according to the user's situation. The top of the helmet is a brain-controlled instrument. I have tried Uncle Lin Ziyuan and I can use it, Wasu said with a smile. Lin Ziyuan is now responsible for the business of the Army Ant Group and the artificial intelligence. He is one of the senior executives, so he is looking for Lin Ziyuan. Now our company cooperates with Penguin, so there are several classic game tests temporarily in the helmet. There are Chicken, CS and CF. These are 3D competitive games. In the future, we can develop our own games to join, including large virtual online games. You can also access Hero and King to fight with the first perspective of the character, which is more exciting and competitive. Unparalleled has a good eye. I have a good idea, then Daddy try? Chen Mo smiled. Yeah? There is no double focus. Chapter 734. Giving an exclusive release to the Unparalleled. Zhao Minutes holds the brain-controlled virtual helmet and looks at it with great care. Just heard the Unparalleled self-completed work. She rushed over. The brain-controlled virtual helmet is beyond Zhao Minutes' surprise. Although the brain-controlled virtual helmet is much worse than the technology developed by Chen Mo, it is a very popular product for young people. For game enthusiasts, this is an epoch-making one. Product. Unparalleled is only 12 years old, so smart. The starting point is not high. Once this product appears, Musa will have enough fame, and in the future, she will take over the burden of Chen Mo and enter the Army Marching Ant Group. There will be no obstacles. My family is awesome. Zhao Minutes kissed him on the Unparalleled face and looked polite. That looks more happy than Chen Mo's release of super light speed communication. Thank you Minutes. Musu also kissed Zhao Minutes' face. Xiaoyu has doubts at this moment that she is not her own. Zhao Minutes and the Unparalleled, sometimes really more than her. But the match is so smart. Xiao is also very proud. Xiaoyu, Chen Mo, I am going to hold a product launch conference for Washwang. Let Washhang go to the stage to release. How? Zhao Minutes asked. What does the husband think? Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo protects the Unparalleled, rarely exposes the Unparalleled to the media. Even if it is photographed by the media, Chen Mo will make people try to downplay the news and limit the spread. So now the outside world knows that Chen Mo has a daughter, but most people, as long as they do not deliberately search, do not know the unparalleled appearance. Wanting to stand on the big stage and being known to the public, Chen Mo nodded and agreed. Yes, we can give a unique product launch to the unparalleled, officially stand on the big stage, let the world look at the little prodigy of our family. Chen Mo touched the unparalleled and some baby fat face. Yeah, thank you, Dad. Unparalleled excitement jumped into Chen Mo's arms, holding tightly, laughing very happy. Chen Mo's recognition is more fulfilling than any achievement. Xiao Yu and Zhao Minute smiled at each other. Chen Mo tried, the unparalleled product is good. With the help of the ink girl, some details of the design are handled better. Wide angle 3D field angle of view occlusion is small, the field of view is wide enough, the simulated CG picture, the visual realism is relatively higher. According to the ink woman, the unparalleled is to deal with the distortion problem of 3D images and complete the realism upgrade of the picture. Chen Mo also looked at some of the techniques and did handle it. This shows that the unparalleled control of computer imagery and visual technology is good, and the program framework and instruction set combined with brain control technology and game screen are all unparalleled. Although brain control technology is not unparalleled research and development, she has mastered brain control technology and learned to use it. This proves that she has mastered the knowledge she has learned in the project. As long as she continues to study while studying, her future achievements will never be low. Lu Jian was dressed in formal attire, hung headphones, and stood on the chest of the headquarters building. He was in a very good mood. Joining the marching ant group for a week, although it is the security of the marching ant group, this security guard is not something that ordinary people can do. It requires excellent quality to be selected through layers. After the selection, it will also be trained by the company's security department. Today is the 10th day after he joined the company. He is currently responsible for the security and order of the company's door. He will continue to adjust his posts in the future, but the benefits and wages are very good, which is better than the average white-collar workers of the general company. Suddenly, Lu Jian saw a little girl coming down from the company's self-driving sightseeing car, holding a box in her hand. Very pretty little girl. I haven't seen a beautiful little girl for 10 days here, and the company's working hours, non-special circumstances, are not allowed to enter the building. Little sister, who are you looking for? Lu Jian asked softly. Hello, uncle. I am looking for President Lin Ziyuan. Woody looked at Lu Jian and said seriously. What is your sister's name? Working hours, no appointments. You can't enter the company building. Thank you, uncle. Have you just arrived in a new position? I don't have to make an appointment. Unparalleled smile and thank you. Walked toward the gate, just arrived at the door. The company's glass door automatically opened, and the robot inside the door personally led the unparalleled walk inside, seeing Lu Jian face. The company's artificial intelligence face recognition, not a member of the company, is inaccessible. Even if you come over, you must register your appointment in advance, and I have seen the list of clients who have made an appointment today, but there is no one girl. Total station, the little sister who entered the gate, have an appointment? How coming? Lu Jian asked. The earphones. Those who can enter the company without any obstacles, he cannot just stop it, need to ask clearly, so as to avoid misunderstanding. Little sister? That is Missy, the boss's daughter, usually do not come to the company. Hey, Missy. Zhu Xiaofeng looked at the door and opened. A little girl came in with a box and didn't even have a doorbell and a hint. The door is automatically opened. Usually the employee who has access to the company will automatically open. Those who have the right to enter their department's office, only the employees and management personnel of their department have the authority, and the outsiders need to register. The company has artificial intelligence face recognition and no errors. Obviously, There is not such a young employee in their department. It is impossible for other departments of the company to have it. It is obviously a minor child. Zhu Xiaofeng looked at him with his unparalleled, "Hello, sister, I am looking for President Lin Ziyuan." Musu said, "Hey, little sister. What are you looking for in Lin? Is there an appointment?" Zhu Xiaofeng looked surprised and had to wonder if this little girl was someone from Lin. "I don't have to make an appointment. My name is Chen Wushwang," Musu said. "Chen Wushwang. I contact Lin." Zhu Xiaofeng felt that the name was familiar, but I couldn't remember where I heard it. "Lin, there is a girl named Chen Wushwang who is looking for you. A person holding a box. I will come out soon, do. Exclamation mark. A blind voice, let Zhu Xiaofeng glance, cannot help but look at the unparalleled one. Lin Ziyuan is now the president of the consumer software department of the Marching Ant Company. He is one of the company's executives. I didn't expect this little girl to really know. Still feel that the name is familiar. "Little sister, you wait. Lin has already come out. Sit down first." "No, I go in." Unparalleled holding the box, facing the door of the software development zone. "Hey, you can't go. Go." Zhu Xiaofeng just wanted to open her mouth, and the door of the development area was automatically opened, so that she could see it one by one. The standards for confidentiality and safety of the Marching Ants Group are very strict. Outsiders, non-special circumstances, without high-level approval, are not allowed to enter the technology development area. This little girl, even the door card is not used. Directly brush the face. Even the directors and managers of other departments have to come to the door card, and there are not many people in the Marching Ant Group who can freely enter and exit the technology development area. Unparalleled, how come you? When Lin Ziyuan just arrived at the door of the development zone, he saw the unparalleled coming in and hurriedly took the box in her hand. At the same time, other team members in the development area were puzzled by the sudden arrival of the little girl. Minutes, let me come over, and you are ready to hold a product launch." "Publishing?" Lin Ziyuan asked with surprise. "Yeah, Dad said that the product is good. Minutes wants to hold a press conference for the brain-controlled virtual helmet and asks me to go on stage. Mom said that I only have 3 hours a day to prepare, and I have to go to school at other times. So I want you help test the helmet, get real experience data, make PPT and video." The boss said that's success. Lin Ziyuan said with a surprise. "Yeah? There is no double focus." Unparalleled in the software technology of the brain-controlled virtual helmet, sometimes Lin Ziyuan will help to test and guide, so he also knows that the unparalleled research on the brain-controlled virtual helmet did not expect the unparalleled success, but also the boss's approval. It is a daughter of the boss, a talented girl. "Yes, no problem." Lin Ziyuan took the chest and promised, "Take me the test and promotion video." "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Musu said, "You're welcome. Then I will come early tomorrow. Uncle Lin will see you again." After the unparalleled departure, several software development teams in the lab looked at Lin Ziyuan and were curious. It is impossible to enter the development area, even if it is Lin Ziyuan's relatives. "Boss, who is the girl?" "Good polite girl. Are you a prostitute?" asked a team leader who had a good relationship with Lin Ziyuan. "My niece. I don't have this kind of blessing. She is the daughter of the boss, and our big lady Chen Wushwang, the daughter of the boss." All the researchers on the field looked at Lin Ziyuan, as if to discover the new world. The boss has a daughter. They all heard that they occasionally come to the company to find the president Zhao minutes to play, or go to the laboratory of the first floor. They are also the first time see the real person. What about the boss's daughter looking for Lin? A group of straight males were curious in their eyes. "Missy has developed a product and needs to find a team to test." "What product?" The researchers in the half-developed area didn't get together, and they stretched their ears one by one. The original noisy voice was much smaller. "The confidentiality regulations of the development area are clear. and the next is a confidential product. The brain-controlled virtual helmet is the first generation of virtual reality equipment. Lindsay Yuan took out the virtual helmet from the box. A group of programmers looked at the virtual helmet, his eyes wide open and his mouth open. They usually live in amateur life, and many of them spend their time in the game. This device is just a generation of artifacts. Chapter 735. Epoch-making gaming hardware. Come on, receive the courier. Hurry up the bag. The last circle is here, find the location. There is footsteps. Come, I am gentle, shoot and shoot. The last one. Behind the building, hit him. Ness. Eat chicken, killing the last enemy. The words first place appeared on the computer screen, and Bailu excitedly took off the headphones and jumped up from the chair. He is a grassroots game anchor. He used to be an ordinary game lover. Later, he found that he had a game talent and tried to do live games. Because the palm of your hand was burned by fire and the skin was ugly, so when you were on the air, you often wore thin white gloves. Wild and eclectic esports skills, grassroots, made him popular with the majority of game fans. After becoming the anchor, white gloves also became his identity, plus his gentle shot mantra, which was nicknamed the Gentle Shooter White, director of the esports world by fans. Now in the Wildfish platform, it is also considered the top 20 big anchor. 3 days without eating chicken, this game is awkward, and he is quick to doubt his game level. I finally succeeded today and let him find his status and confidence. His brain responded quickly enough, but unfortunately the palm was once injured, plus the glove. The impact is not small, otherwise he has the opportunity to play professional. Thank you for your reward. Bailu looked at the screen next to it. All of them are the shot barrage, and a bunch of 666 and reward information. Finally find the state, then a few water friends. I let them taste the gentle shooter's power and put it into a box. Drops. In the Bailu live broadcast is ready to open the second game. When the game is done, the ringing of the mobile phone suddenly sounds. Wait, there is a phone call. Bailu stopped the game that was ready to start, and picked up the phone. Boss, live broadcast. Something? The marching ant group is preparing to hold a product launch conference. This time, the product about the game hardware invites the game to be broadcasted to the press conference. You are invited. Do you want to go? Yes, of course. Bailu didn't want to agree. It is an honor for the marching ant group to invite him to the past. The current marching ant group is a giant beyond the world. We have a big anchor for the invitation of the Wildfish platform. There is a chance to send out welfare. You can randomly pick up 20 game fans and go to the release site to participate in the conference. It is good. Bailu hangs up the phone and can't wait to run back to the live camera. A minute to finish. Your hand speed needs to be improved. Shooting and shooting. The white manager is only 1 minute. Count the time, less than a minute. A lot of barrage screens, Bailu did not pay attention to. These barrages have long been eccentric. Tell everyone a good news. Just received the notice from the boss. The marching ant group will hold a press conference, release products about the game hardware, and invite me to the scene. When the white willows fell, the barrage style of the live broadcast changed. He is coming. He is coming. He is blowing the cowbell. Real or fake? Really, the little scorpion next door has just broke the news. After looking at the game that didn't start, Bailu was not ready to start now. He continued, the boss said that the invited anchor has a fan welfare. I can randomly select 20 fan places and go to the conference site together. Ooh, lottery. 66,666. I am going to the press conference. Watch live fans and instant fry. The launching ceremony of the marching ant group has always been the highest profile, high-tech conference. Many people want to go to the scene without this blessing. I didn't expect to have a chance now. Little girl, actually don't tell Xiaoyan in advance, you can. It hurts you so much. Xiaoman glared at the unparalleled little nephew and looked unhappy. The unparalleled successful development of the brain-controlled virtual helmet is the game hardware. When the Marching Ant Company issued an invitation to the company, she received the news. As a favorite in the family to play games, naturally not happy. Just after the broadcast, I ran over to find the unparalleled. I just succeeded. Minutes gave me a press conference. The speed is too fast. I have too late. Unparalleled sitting on the sofa did not move, holding innocent big eyes, took out a lollipop and handed it to her. A lollipop wants to buy me? You are a little guy who can be bought. Xiaoman took the lollipop without hands, loosened her little braid, slowly tearing the sugar paper, covered in the mouth. It's quite delicious. This lollipop has 500 pieces. It is delicious to look for someone to customize. Musu said, "Don't shift the topic. Why don't you tell Xiao the first one? Every time you come over, you will bring a gift to you. If you have such a fun thing, don't tell Xiaoyan." I also finished showing it to my father yesterday. I didn't expect my father to be mature, can produce, and then minutes said to me to develop a cloth meeting, the company's efficiency Unparalleled said, "Let's do it, you can explain it." Xiaoman was satisfied with the nod and instantly became a proud look. I don't want to be a niece of my little man. Now I take a small squat to experience the products developed by my little genius. Not only Bailey but also famous game anchors at home and abroad have received invitations from the Marching Ant Company, and announced the news of the product launch conference in the live broadcast room. In addition, there are also members of the National Esports Professional Sports Team, also invited. The game is one of the favorite pastimes for modern people. Due to the popularity of large-scale holographic projection technology, it brings more possibilities and vitality to esports. Beginning with the popularity of holographic technology, Xiaoman will look at the opportunity to let the Wildfish platform come out and co-founded the Holographic Esports Super League with the World Esports League. Now this event has become a World Cup level competitive event. Those who play games and pay attention to the game are the youngest, most energetic and most willing to spend. The holographic projection of the esports competition site can be arranged in a super large stadium, and the scene is comparable to the Football World Cup. All kinds of hearty battles in the game have made countless young people boil. Today, the Esports Super League has become one of the most popular events, and after the World Cup, the second major event economy has brought a lot of economic income to the countries hosting the event. The news of the Marching Ant Group's conference has attracted the attention of global esports fans. Epochal gaming hardware. This is the propaganda given by the Marching Ant Company. It does not give specific products, but chooses to keep secret. This mystery is similar to Shenmue's conference, which evokes the curiosity of countless people. What kind of game product is going to be released in order to make such a big product release, or a new game? The news of this conference was spread in the game circle and spread through various channels. The effect of the previous publicity was not weaker than the super release conference Shenmue personally appeared. These are all Xiaominits's handwriting. Since Wasu can stand on the stage, Xiaominits hopes to make a reputation for the unparalleled, and prepare for her to enter the Marching Ant Group. Chapter 736. The first generation of brain-controlled virtual reality terminal. Pisces Big D Cute Girl, here. Mu Yangxin took the live mobile phone into the conference, and saw a group of fans waving their hands to her. Most of those fans are male fans, and this is the lucky audience who came to the conference. She is the female anchor of the live broadcast of the king on the platform of the fish, because their body is developing very well, the front is large, the baby is fat on the face, and the appearance is soft, so the fans named her DD Mengmai. The live broadcast of her fire is a cosplay, but the fire is too high and the fire is too high. Now it is one of the big anchors of the Wildfish platform, mainly male fans. Seeing the fans, Mu Yangxin stepped up and walked over. DAM Mengmai, this is a gift for you. According to your appearance and body proportion and appearance, I do not know the fire dancers. A male fan took out a handmade box and handed it to the admiration. Hearing the name of the Big D Mengmai, Mu Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes, but still took the surprise to handle it. Do you do it yourself? Yes, my family is doing carving. Usually I like to watch your live broadcast while carving. Thank you. Very beautiful. But I can't call my Big D sister again, Mu Yan said with a smile. Okay, Big D cute girl. Ha 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 ha. A group of fans burst into laughter and all started. Meng, do you know what the product of this conference is? After several fans sent the gift, they signed the photo and curiously asked. I don't know, Mu Yan said with a smile. I know these secrets. I only say that it is a kind of game hardware equipment. And I don't know what it is. Soon, the prompts at the product launch site sounded, and some of the anchors and fans were communicating, all starting to follow their prescribed seats and entering their location. The location where Mu Yangxin is located is the location where the big anchors of the Wild Fish platform gather and are familiar with each other. The conference site is now great in various media and live broadcasts, and there are many great gods in the esports world. The gathering of the global esports gods is unprecedented. If you have the ability to do this, I am afraid that there is only a marching ant group. The scene is like a large carnival in the world of esports. The scale and stage layout of this conference is enough to match the specifications of Chen Mo's conference. Many people are curious about what products are released. Chen Mo is in the background of the conference. Xiao Yu and others are also there. Today is the home of the unparalleled Zhao Minutes to host a big conference for Washwang. The purpose is to let the unparalleled fame out. Chen Mo is not going to appear today, so as not to grab the unparalleled lens on the stage. This can't be eaten. Come back and eat. Xiao Yu reached out and took the lollipop out of his mouth and put it in his mouth. Today's performance. Ink and unparalleledly touched a fist. Good. There is no double focus. Come on. Zhao Minutes handed out the clothes for the unparalleled and gave her a smile of encouragement. Nowadays unparalleled, wearing a custom-made women's suit, with a high ponytail, revealing a long swan neck, looks like a little adult, and looks like a model. The three women are surrounded by unparalleled. Chen Mo is sitting in the position to play with the mobile phone. He is completely reassured. After a while, seeing the unparalleled walk, Chen Mo touched her fist with her, and the way to say hello was the same as the ink girl. To be on the stage for the first time today, don't be nervous, be confident, you are the best. Yeah? Unparalleled smile and nod. Chen Mo's recognition is her happiest thing. I used to know the specific things to pay attention to, and then go out and wait for the stage. Chen Mo said that he had no choice but to prepare. Now the unparalleled identity is officially open today, and some small things, she has to understand and do it herself. Chen Mo will not all arrange for her. So to complete the PPT and collect equipment test data, Chen Mo is to let the unparalleled person to contact the software department as much as possible to the company's employees and researchers, so that the unparalleled independence, but also helpless. The press conference begins. The music on the scene has already sounded. On the stage, after the pre-release video was broadcast, the host has already introduced the guests at the conference. The conference has officially started, and countless people are looking forward to it. The next step is the important moment of today's press conference. We have invited our engineers and the chief designer of the product, Miss Chen Washwang, to release us today's new products. The voice of the host fell, and the applause sounded on the field. The people on the field are looking forward to seeing where this is the sacredness of Chen Washwang. Who is Wu Washwang? Do you have Chen Washwang at the top of the marching ant group? This name seems to be a bit familiar. Some of the media people below whispered while applauding. In the past, the marching ant group's press conference, senior engineers or executives of the marching ant group released new products. The name Chen Washwang was the first time it appeared at the press conference. With the applause ringing, quietly sitting in the first row of guest seats, the unparalleled stand up, slowly reaching the ladder and boarding the stage. Seeing the little face with the baby's fat remaining, Zhao Minutes and Xiaoyu looked at each other and saw the joy of each other. This girl looked like a decent figure. Miss Chen Washwang, the youngest engineer in our company. This new product is from the hands of Miss Chen Washwang. The host is still introducing, and the unparalleled has appeared on the big screen behind. Little girl, is it small? Are you sure you are an adult? A beautiful little girl. Make sure she is a designer. Just kidding. This is an 11-year-old girl. Is the engineer of the marching ant group so young? Seeing the unparalleled appearance, countless people on the scene of the conference had an endless question mark on their faces. Although the unparalleled women's small suit, but the tender face and eyes cannot fool people. Chen Washwang. It seems that Chen Mo's daughter is also called Chen Washwang. Bai Liu suddenly remembered a news that had been inadvertently seen. He said, "Do Chen Mo's daughter call Chen Washwang?" Seems a word awakens the dreamer. The network anchor sitting around Bai Liu was reminded of this. They all remembered that Chen Mo had a daughter. Some anchors immediately took out their mobile phones and found the name of Chen Mo's daughter. It is Chen Mo's daughter. Yes, it is Chen Mo's daughter, a pretty girl. Some media people on the field also remembered that Chen Mo's daughter was called Chen Washwang, probably at this age. In the applause and noisy discussion, the unparalleled identity was quickly confirmed by everyone, and I was amazed at the moment. Hello everyone. I am Chen Washwang, an engineer of the Marching Ant Company. Musu made a simple self-introduction. Today is my first time to go to the stage and release the company's new products. The tender voice, the confident typhoon, calmed down the stage. At the same time, they were also carefully looking at the unparalleled. They did not expect that the release of new products on the stage was actually Chen Mo's daughter, which greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Chen Mo's daughter is already an engineer in the marching ant group. This is simply a child prodigy. I just saw a lot of people who are curious about my identity. I believe that some people have already confirmed my identity. I am Chen Mo's daughter, Chen Washwang. Musu said. Call. Unparalleled personal recognition of his identity, amazed and a wave of applause in the audience, applauding for the unparalleled confidence. At a young age, they saw the self-confidence of Chen Mo in the unparalleled body. Before the release, talk about the story about this product. The upcoming product comes from my homework. When self-learning begins, my father will come out with various projects and assignments. Let me do it alone. But those work projects are all done by my father, or the company's existing technology. I have learned the relevant technical knowledge, and it makes little sense. So one day, my father and I said, I want to be a project of my own, research technology that companies don't have, and learn new technologies while learning new knowledge. My father promised, so I started the research of this project. Until the product was completed, my father tried it and said it was good. So there was a press conference today. Xiaoyu was so happy that he couldn't keep his mouth in the background, and he was proud of it. The look of this little man was still eye-catching. I didn't expect this gimmick to be quite good. On her, I saw the shadow of her father. Zhao Minutes smiled. Unparalleled standing on the stage, there is no intention to avoid suspicion because his father is Chen Mo. The voice is tender and confident, so that the following is silent. My heart has burst into tears. Nima, the children of other people. Looking back at the scorpion that is playing the king, the past is afoot. The starting point of others is the end point that we can't reach in our lifetime. A child's homework is a press conference, and I feel that I have lived for a long time. Whether it is the scene or watching the audience of the live broadcast, they are envious and hateful, and people are more popular than people. The next step is to unveil the veil of this product. Unparalleled introduction of the product's small story. Press the remote control pen. Retreat to the stage. Holographic light curtains. Brain-controlled virtual reality helmet emerged from the faded tide. The technology I studied is related to games. It is the first generation of brain-controlled virtual reality terminal equipment. Codename Pisces. Chapter 737, experiencing virtual reality games. A brain-controlled virtual reality helmet appeared and there was a brief horror on the field. Later, the people on the field were incredulously watching the holographic projections that appeared on the stage, bursting with crazy applause. Long-lasting, many of the people invited on the field were big gods and big anchors in the esports circle, or game enthusiasts. They had more or less illusions about virtual reality devices. In the area where esports professional athletes, game anchors and game fans are located, the cheers are higher than the waves. I didn't expect it to come true today, or it's from a little girl's hand. Brain-controlled virtual reality device. Really fake? The trough. The cow batch. The trough. Now, I have no culture, and I am going to walk in the world. In front of the global live broadcast screen, countless fans paying attention to the conference. A moment of climax. Numerous game dreams of virtual reality technology. If the product is true, this will be an epoch-making product in the game circle. Just a faceless and tender face. Many people are more or less suspicious of the authenticity of the product. The press conference continues. The holographic propaganda video of the brain-controlled virtual reality helmet is a combination of various first-view cool game screens, and the holographic projection is accompanied by the passionate music, which makes people excited. Hero, King, Turret, Warcraft, Eat Chicken. Several games that have been included in the professional esports competition are all appearing in the promo, and various blasting scenes. The exclamation of the audience was wave-upping and the applause thundered. The atmosphere at the press conference, with the advent of promotional videos, reached the most intense stage. Some esports gods and big anchors on the field are already eager to move, and I can't wait to buy a virtual reality helmet to experience the feeling of a game. No wonder the Marching Ant Group will invite the global esports circle to come to the conference. This product will be released, and the Unparalleled will be in the group of young people, with unparalleled status and fame. A pioneer in the new game era. After the propaganda film was broadcast, some people on the field were still not excited. Unparalleled, back to the center of the stage, began to introduce his work, just like the usual explanation of her own homework for the Ink Girl and Chen Mo. Before completing the project, the father and the Ink Girl must let her explain the relevant technology and principles. Over time, she developed a habit. Now these are just a brief introduction to the technical mix, and it is not easy to explain the principles. It is very simple for her. The main technologies used by Pisces include brainwave induction technology, conscious connection technology, cerebral cortex activity sensing technology and traditional VR technology. The brain-controlled virtual reality device is developed by itself, so the functions and advantages of each new technology are unclear. On the PPT produced, they are introduced one by one. Brainwave induction technology, consciousness connection technology, is the technology developed by my father Chen Mo. Based on the two technologies, I programmed a new sensory motion recognition instruction set and cerebral cortex activity sensing instruction set. Let the consciousness sensor the brain's action thinking is transformed into a simple data instruction set to achieve the effect of controlling the game's picture. The experience of traditional VR pictures is very different from the real picture. Except for the main field of view, other fields of view are seriously distorted. On this basis, I optimized the distortion problem of VR picture, developed a wide-angle 3D field view technology, improved the realism of the field of view, and the degree of visual field reduction is close to 90% of the actual angle of view, making people feel immersive. It is now impossible to truly make people's consciousness enter the virtual world. Unparalleled choices work both visual and auditory. As long as the visual reality is high, there is a great sense of virtual world experience. It has a smart field of view capture function, which can sense the picture you see according to the pupil focal length. Even if you remove the mouse, You can use the finger to touch the screen. You can also go online and play shooting games. This function can assist aiming. This virtual reality device with unparalleled design has already scared the audience. Although it is not from Chen Mo's handwriting, it is still a revolutionary product for the esports circle. The unparalleled ability is enough to shock people. Is this really a little girl researched? Isn't Chen Mo researched and released to his daughter? This kind of technology, for Chen Mo, is a combination of a few simple technologies. It should be that Chen Mo is too lazy to carry out small-scale development, so he became his daughter's homework. Chen Mo cheated on my wallet, and now he went out to his daughter to continue to lie to my wallet. This family is too hateful. It is really incense. I can play virtual reality in my lifetime. I seem to want it. Now order 1. The marching ant group invited mainly the big anchors and professional esports players in the esports circle, so this conference was highly concerned by the game circle and young groups. Nowadays, the brain-controlled virtual reality device comes out, making the audience watching the live broadcast and the audience on the scene very excited. In the game world, virtual reality is the highest faith. Regarding the debate about who invented the equipment, some people have questioned the incomparable use of their father's skills to be their own. It is only these arguments that the unparalleled now cannot be seen. It took 15 minutes to undo important functions. This is the first generation of pioneering products, without any reference and comparison. Now I am preparing for a live gaming experience. The game of this experience is The King, which is matched by the 4 live audiences randomly selected by the president of the Barbarian platform, Hexiaman, from N-Machine Battle. When the name of Hexiaman was unparalleled, a burst of laughter broke out on the scene. Even the live broadcast of the barrage, the audience could hear the joy of the audience. Now I know the identity of the unparalleled, and the identity of Hexiaman is no longer a secret. Hexiaman is what you called shouting a small donkey. Ha 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 ha. Little scorpion, niece is a big disrespect, to spank. No big, no small, shouting. Countless joys. Hearing the laughter below, Musa was just a naughty smile. He didn't care. Now 4 audiences are randomly selected to go to the experience area to experience the product. After the conference, we will give each of the 4 lucky viewers a virtual helmet. No words fell. The field was filled with cheers. Artificial intelligence randomly extracts several admission numbers and quickly pops up on the screen. The unparalleled time also gives the next time to the experience area to introduce the live experience. Mu Yangson was surprised to follow the staff of the Marching Ant Company. She did not expect that she was one of the lucky ones to be selected. After the experience, there is a helmet gift, then she can play virtual reality games for the first time. That feeling, it is very cool to think about it. There are 5 game chairs in the experience area. There are 5 virtual reality helmets on the front table. The colors are different, but the design is the same. It looks like the racing helmet, but the curved screen of almost half of the helmet in front. Technology. Feeling very good. What do you need to pay attention to when using this? Mu Yan asked. Now the shots of several people are on the screen of the conference, and her problems are naturally the concerns of everyone on the field. The game is the first perspective. People who play games like CF may have a similar experience. When they first watch the game screen, some people will feel uncomfortable and dizzy. The second one is the sense of game. The King of the Kings is a MOBA game. In the past, the game was a god's perspective. At a glance, the whole world is around, and with a virtual reality helmet, you will be a character perspective. You can only see the enemy within your vision. Turn your head to see the enemies and situations behind. Initial contact with the game, the characters are more difficult to control. The experience will be very good after adaptation. The sense of presence is very strong, very real, just like fighting, which also increases the possibility and wider space for the tactical nature of the competition. The technicians responsible for the product experience explained the words to the admiration, and also explained the audience to the scene. The admiration was clear, and he greeted Xiao Man, and couldn't wait to sit in the chair and bring a virtual reality helmet with the help of the staff. Lightweight materials, lighter than expected. Look at the screen in front of the helmet, just like wearing glasses to see the world. The surrounding is somewhat blurred, the front is a very clear world, it feels very real. The king of the virtual reality helmet built a cool hero selection interface appeared in front of the admiration. Chapter 738, the first generation of brain-controlled virtual reality terminals is on fire. The simple test training is over. Jiang He feels that the picture in front of him has changed. At the foot is a strange land, with a special engraved magical array. In front is a huge crystal stone suspended in the air, the light straight into the sky, and the stone tower towering in the distance. The blue sky is surrounded by magical rays, and the inscription totem is clearly visible. All of this in front of me makes Jin He's heart very excited. He is a high-end game fan, usually likes to play games and watch the anchor play. This is his few pastimes. Fortunately, in the last draw, he became a lucky fan, was selected by the big anchor, and came to the conference. Now he is fortunate to be the audience candidate to experience the virtual reality helmet. He has had countless fantasies about virtual reality games. The #1 player, full-time master and other game movies and novels are his favorites. He once thought that Chen Mo will invent virtual reality devices. He can also experience the immersive feeling of virtual reality games. But Chen Mo has not developed the idea of advanced game terminals. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo's daughter was released at the press conference. When he saw the virtual reality helmet, he almost yelled out and realized his dream. Going back to God, Jiang He put his mind in front of his eyes. In front, several other heroes. A few people are eye to eye, they are extremely curious to look at it. All this, for him, is a new world. A fantasy magic world. Good picture. Jiang He looked at Fang Tan's painting in his hand and was truly amazed. The picture is CG quality, very real, looking down at the character's body and hands and feet, all very real virtual pictures. Welcome to the King's Canyon. The enemy has 3 seconds to reach the battlefield. The familiar tone echoes in the ear. The game starts. Don't lie. I will go to the wild and play. People's claws are not used to tickle. With the appearance of the heroine's lines, Xiao Man has ran down the spring and quickly passed to the high underground area. Jiang He regained his gaze and looked at the blue Rubik's Cube next to him. The light curtain of the equipment popped up and chose 2 pieces of equipment to go out. Jiang He also slammed the spring water awkwardly. God is killing God. This is the first perspective of their game lens. Unparalleled is still on the stage of the conference. After they started to experience the game, the Unparalleled let AI bring up the game screen and put it all on the stage screen. The first perspective, as well as a traditional holistic perspective, is completely different. This is a perspective of the fire dance. The game perspective of the Unparalleled voice is magnified, and it is placed on the stage of the conference through the holographic screen. The perspective is not very stable, and there are some oysters. Obviously, the admiration has not fully adapted to this vision experience. This mode requires a period of running in. The brain and eyes slowly adapt to the game environment, and the experience is very strong. The real character perspective, behind the unknown, the authenticity of the game, will give the game experience and competition. Tactics bring more room to play. Sneak attacks, arrests, sieges, roundabouts, escapes, and blind spots of vision can provide more tactical possibilities and different experiences for the game. It is no longer the era of speed and reaction speed. It can achieve real competition. Sexual tactics, strategy and skill are combined. Unparalleled with a baby's fat face is meticulous. She is very serious about this conference. This is an opportunity for Mina to give her a chance. Her father let her go to the stage. She can't let her father down, nor will she let her mother down. So I did a lot of understanding in the early stage, and I also consulted the ink maid. After watching it for a while, the unparalleled voice of Xiao Man was transferred. After mastering the game's skills, you can become familiar with dodge attacks, use skills and attack, like ants. Xiao Man stared at the demon cheetah in front of him. CG's picture quality is very clear and very real. The magic pattern on the leopard can be seen clearly. The first perspective is terrible. Knowing that there is a virtual reality helmet, Xiao Man asked the Unparalleled One to play, and the result was very enjoyable, and he was addicted to it like a chicken blood every day. Relatively clumsy at the beginning of the game, she has mastered the skills in the game for a few days, and understands the various instructions of the virtual reality helmet. Instant arc. Xiao Man Ji speeds hands. Ordinary attack starts. The two skills have no gaps in the move, and the next step back 2 steps. After the break of the cheetah attack, the shot again. Hey! Exclamation mark. After a dozen seconds, 2 morning, 2 demon cheetahs have fallen to the ground. Xiao Man quickly retreated and went to another wild area. On the holographic screen of the conference, Xiao Man's skillful skills attracted a lot of excitement. From the traditional map, the movements of other people are very clumsy, and can't be compared with the traditional model, but the real sense of battle in the first perspective makes people excited. The realism of the field of view is very high, in line with the fantasy of the virtual reality game picture they imagine. 10 minutes later, the other 4 people slowly found a little skill. With a little barbarian rhythm, it is easy to push the crystal of the simple level man machine. The crystal blasts the moment and the game ends. The conference site resumed quiet. Everyone who likes games is always looking hot. The kind of immersive gameplay is their most fanatical pursuit. If they can, they can't wait to pay for a device to go back now. Price. The first generation of virtual reality helmets. Countless people can't wait to know its price. No match is not sold. Press the PPT remote control, all prices appear on the screen. Standard edition, 23,888, high version, 36,888, extreme edition, 6,888. Not expensive. Conscience price. The extreme edition is correct. The virtual reality helmet that Lozi dreamed of, ha 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 ha. The official website has opened the booking channel. Coordinates Panhai City, 2 sets of Extreme Edition, but also fast arrival, tomorrow. 3 sets of high-end versions have been placed, and so on. Poor people, standard configuration starts. 66,666. Buy it. Seeing the price, the excited crowd turned into cheers. This price, for game enthusiasts, is just the price of a computer. In this era, buying one is not a big burden. After the release of the virtual reality helmet, the Unparalleled walked off the stage and handed the conference to the host. Her work has been completed, and she will not have to worry about it. Xiao Yu and Zhao Minutes waiting in the background, seeing the Unparalleled back, all showed a happy smile. Unparalleled from a young age, this performance is enough to describe it with stunning. A girl, on the stage for the first time facing thousands of people and shots below, still calm and confident. They saw the shadow of Chen Mo from the Unparalleled. Mom, Minutes, how is my performance? Great. Dad has been boasting that you are smart. Xiao Yuxi is not self-satisfied. Yes, your father has been boasting you. Smart and confident. Zhao Minutes smiled. Really good. What rewards you want? Dad gives you. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Unparalleled on the stage, facing the lens of the world and the gaze of so many people under the stage. The performance is beyond her age. It must be said that Xiao Yu and Zhao Minutes have a good education for the Unparalleled. Dad, can you talk about it? Can't. I want a younger brother and sister. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Minutes and Mo Yin immediately laughed. Xiao Yu and Chen Mo looked helpless. Soon, Chen Mo got a good news. The booking channel for the marching and more and the major e-commerce platforms was opened, and the number of people booking began to grow wildly. The Unparalleled press conference ended 3 minutes, and there are already 400,000 sets of orders, with a pre-sale amount of 12 billion. Over time, the news spread completely. and the orders of the virtual reality helmets fell into a period of radical growth. In just 1 hour, the number of global reservations exceeded 2 million. And the pre-sales reached 50 billion. The first generation of brain-controlled virtual reality terminals was on fire. Chapter 739, Little Fishing Pregnancy. Konxini U stood at the door and was very excited. The virtual reality helmet was placed and finally arrived. Just the courier brother gave him a call. He could not wait to come to the door to wait. As a game enthusiast, on the day of the conference, he did not hesitate to go to the Marching Ant Mall to place an order. The Extreme Edition is worthy of the title of his enthusiast. The products of the Marching Ant Group have nothing to say. Quality never disappoints. Virtual reality has always been his most desired product. Even today, even if technology is developed, Chen Mo still has no choice to study. The Marching Ant Group held a press conference to invite the global game gods and big anchors. He had this notice, and the Marching Ant Group may release virtual reality devices, but it was not true. The courier has not come up yet. Konxini U is a little anxious, and now many of my friends' virtual reality helmets have arrived, all showing off in the circle of friends. After all the major social platforms and game circles, after experiencing its charm, various fancy styles blue virtual reality helmets. Nowadays, many people have started to use virtual reality helmets to play games. Waiting for 1 second is a torment for Konxini U. Anxiously, the elevator door opened, and I saw 2 courier brothers carrying a big box and slowly coming out. Konxini U ecstatic. Finally come. Konxini U hurriedly opened the door, cleaned up the small obstacles on the road, and let the courier brother easily carry it into the house. It's beautiful. After seeing the unconventional version of the virtual reality helmet, after unpacking, Konxini U was heartily praised. The Extreme Edition has a seat that is very comfortable. You can sit and play, or you can lie down and play. The virtual reality helmet is much more beautiful than the one seen at the press conference. The texture and painting are very detailed. There is a sense of texture, and the details are in place. After the preparation, Konxini U did not even pack the foam in the box on the ground, and could not wait to sit in a chair and put on a brain-controlled virtual reality helmet. A brand new world appears before his eyes. The production line problem of the Marching Ant Group is almost non-existent. Only when necessary, can quickly produce enough products, and there is no shortage of goods. Not only Konxini U, but now many game fans have received virtual reality helmets, and more game sports fans have begun to use virtual reality helmets to play games. The immersive picture, the direct brain control game, the more powerful game substitution, and the sense of gaming experience, which was not available before. Shortly after the launch of the virtual reality helmet, Penguin, Blizzard, Ubisoft, NetEase and other top global game companies announced that they would open a server for brain-controlled virtual reality games and provide experience and matches a virtual reality device. Several also specially dispatched teams to the Marching Ant Company to discuss cooperation and prepare to cooperate to develop more virtual reality games. For the game industry, this is an opportunity for change. If you seize the opportunity and gain more share in the virtual reality game field, it means a bigger opportunity. Not only are some of the top game companies fighting for it, but some outsiders are also starting to buy medium-sized gaming companies to get a share in this new field. Soon, the Wildfish platform and the World Esports Alliance jointly announced that the virtual reality game will be included in the future Esports Super League as a major event. The virtual reality game is on fire. At the same time, the fire is up. There is no match. The tender and confident unparalleled, at the press conference, a blockbuster. This conference, the unparalleled desalination is the identity of Chen Mo's daughter, becoming the most outstanding representative in the game circle and the younger generation. Numerous esports enthusiasts will be unparalleled as the supreme in the field of esports. 3 months. In the world of esports, it took a full 3 months to complete the update. A steady stream of virtual reality games is launched, and traditional games are designed and developed in accordance with the standards of virtual reality games. In the field of games, virtual reality helmet equipment began to gradually replace traditional screen computers. Booming. In the gym room of the gym, a loud noise blew open. In front of Chen Mo, a robot slammed into the wall and quickly climbed up and rushed toward Chen Mo again. 10 minutes later, all the robots stopped, and in the center of the military room, Chen Mo stopped and took a deep breath. After relaxing, the muscle lines on the body are much softer, and Chen Mo's body returns to its original appearance. The sweat of the beans gives the feeling of heartiness. Go, drink water. When the ink girl handed Chen Mo a bottle of water, she began to wipe the sweat from Chen Mo. The robot is a sparring robot that Chen Mo used to train as an opponent. Since the Zijin Authority of the Science and Technology Library has changed, the body has changed. Chen Mo now feels that his body is getting stronger and stronger, and steel can be bent under the fist. This kind of improvement is amazing. I am going to take a shower, wait for the breakfast to go to the company. Chen Mo looked at the time and went to the bathroom of the gym. Xiaoyu wears an apron and is busy with breakfast in the kitchen. Although the servant at home, the robot can do breakfast, but she is used to personally preparing breakfast for Chen Mo. Watching Chen Mo eat his own breakfast, Xiaoyu will be very satisfied, so that it tastes good when eaten. And there is also a kind of home warmth. Tied up the man, to tie his stomach. This little fish still knows. After so long, the relationship between the two has not faded. After the marriage, Xiaoyu took Chen Mo and his family as the center of the world. Chen Mo spent most of his time studying, so Xiaoyu helped him deal with his family's relationship and made Chen Mo no worries. Chen Mo Qian is with her. She also moved to Chen Mo, and easy to meet. A little bit of fun is happy for a long time. Chen Mo Lao said that she did not have a good time. It was a kind of petting tone. Doing things that little women do every day, managing the family, it is also a kind of happiness. When Chen Mo accompanied her, she could be happy for a few days, unscrupulous and spoiled, doing whatever she wanted to do. When Chen Mo was busy with research, she read books, asked her family, or looked at the charity foundation and the unparalleled things. I know when I can interrupt Chen Mo, when I can't bother him, so Xiaoyu's sensible things. Let her get Chen Mo's best favorite. Life is simple and not boring. The porridge is good. Xiao turned off the power of the induction cooker and carefully opened the lid. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's brow wrinkled and the smell of steam from the pot made her feel nausea. Is it a problem with porridge? Xiao hesitated, grabbed the spoon next to it and took a spoonful. After a cool blow, he slowly tasted it. Vomit. Just tasted the taste. An extremely strong nausea sensation hit. Let Xiao dry a few times. What happened? Is the taste normal? Xiaoyu patted the chest and slowly came back, recalling the taste just now. No problem. Vomiting. Vomiting. When Xiaoyu just wanted to taste the second bite, a more intense nausea hit. Xiaoyu ran to the sink next to the cupboard and retched a few times. The nausea made her tears fall out and her face was pale. After a long delay, I looked up and smelled the porridge floating in the pot, which was a strong nausea. Did not dare to stay in the kitchen. Xiao fled directly to leave, ran into the bathroom. 2 minutes later, only came out from inside, a pale face. Suddenly thinking of something, Xiaoyu hastily rushed back to the room. What happened? The nanny robot said that you spit. When Chen Yu came out of the room, Chen Mo just rushed back. Just now, the ink girl told him that the nanny robot saw that Xiaoyu was vomiting. He didn't want to, he just turned back. He just took a shower and his hair was still not dry. Seeing Chen Mo, Xiaoyu ran straight to jump on him and hugged him tightly. What's the matter? What happened? There is a husband. Not afraid? Chen Mo caressed Xiaoyu's back. I have it. Is not afraid? Yes. What do you have? Chen Mo suddenly felt wrong. His voice improved a lot, with expectations. I am pregnant. Xiaoyu Xianbao put the pregnancy test stick in front of Chen Mo, with a deep joy. Then you still run so fast? Chen Mo spirit shocked. with a surprise, gently picked up the small fish and put it on the sofa, gently touched her belly. A good rest in the future, no need to cook. I told Mom to come over and have someone to take care of you. Yeah? Xiaoyuki nodded his head and was still immersed in joy. In the past few months, she has always wanted a second child, often entangled with Chenmo to the one, and each time she was tossed to beg for mercy, and then challenged authority for 2 days, and so on. In the past, Chenmo was horrible. Now, after the evolution of the body, it is even more horrible, with endless energy and physical strength. In addition to rest during special times, she has worked very hard and has not missed any chance. But after a few months, my stomach still didn't move, and with Chenmo's physical changes, she is not forced now. Just a little doubt. I only came the last month, it will be 20 days, there should be no morning sickness, but when I think of Chenmo's situation, Xiaoyu still tried it. I didn't expect it to be true. This is a big surprise. Chapter 740, Alien Arrival Vomit. Xiaoyu Fu retched on the small wash basin and felt the stomach in the river. There is a great vomiting sensation when I see the food now. After a long time, Xiaoyu was sitting up straight and his face was pale and exhausted. Take a bite and vomit. Not eating a few things in these 2 days. This can make Chenmo anxious. This morning sickness is too strong, so going down, the small fishing body cannot hold, is a big problem. Nowadays, the state of small fishing makes people look very anxious and can't eat anything. This is the most troublesome. Is it better? Chenmo asked the back of Xiao and asked softly. Well, it's better. The little fisherman was slow and his face was pale and tired. Don't hurry to eat, first slow down and eat again. Chenmo helped her manage the scattered hair before the balance, and helped her back to the sofa, did not go to the dinner table. After vomiting for so long, Xiao did not eat anything, and spit it out when she ate it, and tossed her up. Chenmo looked in his eyes and hurt in his heart. I have checked that Xiao was only pregnant for less than 3 weeks. And pregnancy is so horrible that I have never seen it before. In just 2 days, she was tossed into a tired look. If this is the case in the future, or if it is stronger, I am afraid it will be very troublesome. In the past 2 days, Chenmo has not studied the mind, and is accompanying Xiaoyu. I hope she is in a good mood and can eat something. After 10 minutes of rest on the sofa, the little fisherman recovered. But the paleness of his face did not fade. Husband, I suddenly want to eat grapes, I want ice. Xiao said. Okay. Chenmo did not want to agree. Let the robot take the grapes in the refrigerator. Now Chenmo does not care about the heat of ice. As long as Xiaoyu can eat it, he will not care about other problems. After the robot took the grapes, Chenmo immediately put the grapes in front of the small fish. Seeing Chenmo's anxious appearance, Xiaoyu's heart was moved. Thanks husband. Try one, slow down, and spit it if you don't feel right. Chenmo sent a grape to her mouth. Xiao slowly tasted too and didn't spit it out. This cannot help but let Chenmo happy. Immediately give her a third. Let her eat slowly. After eating a bunch of grapes, the small fish stopped. I want to drink yogurt. Okay. Chenmo immediately let the robot take the yogurt, and now everything is not important for small fish to eat. 15 minutes later, Xiao continued to drink 4 bottles of yogurt to stop, and the color recovered a lot. How are you feeling? Well, much better. It seems that the little guy in the stomach is very picky. Xiaoyu touched his stomach. His face was helpless, and he was extremely happy, with the gentleness of his motherhood. I want to eat something to tell me later. I don't want to eat now, I want to go out and walk. Xiao said. Good. Chenmo looked at the current state of Xiaoyu, biting his teeth, or promised to come down. Now take her out for a walk, maybe the mood can be better, and the discomfort will not be too strong in the future. Packing up some things, Xiaoyu put on a pair of flat shoes, put on a set of loose clothes, and then Chenmo left home. The shopping malls in Dnhai are as busy as ever. Chenmo and Xiaoyu wear masks, and Xiaoyu wears loose maternity clothes, holding Chenmo's hand, like an ordinary pregnant wife, and her husband is out shopping. The ink girl is on the other side of the small fishing, protecting the small fish. Judging from the look of Xiaoyu, it has recovered a lot. The two are stopping in front of the mother and baby supermarket in the mall, and there is a parenting lecture in front. Ordinary parenting lectures, mainly during pregnancy, what to pay attention to and taboos, how to prenatal education, what to pay attention to in the production process. There are also a lot of pregnant women around, with her husband, and I am alone. The content of this kind of lecture, although Xiao knows it, still listens to it with gusto. Both hands protect the flat stomach, and the eyes are happy. This little guy, before it appeared, she was tossed to death, and after it appeared, it was tossed to death. Hard to come by. Husband, let's go. Xiaoyu took Chen Mo's hand and turned to leave the lecture area. Just a few steps away, Xiaoyu and Chen Mo were stopped by a lecture staff and looked at the two with a smile. Mrs. a pregnant woman? The staff glanced at the loose fishing clothes and asked with a smile, "Do you have something?" Xiaoyu did not answer directly, watching the staff with vigilance. The staff also saw a little defense from Xiao, and did not care. The smile said, "This is the case. Our event has a live experience. Lady, you would like to let your husband experience the delivery of pregnant women. The kind of pain? No, thank you." Xiaoyu shook his head. "Miss, why do you refuse?" The staff immediately asked, "Isn't it good? Let your husband realize the hard work of giving birth." "My husband is also very hard. He has the responsibility and burden of the head of the family. He never let me experience his hard work." Chen Mo's heart was warm and his face was always softly smiling. After Xiaoyu refused the staff of the parenting lecture, he took Chen Mo's arm and left to go to him. "Where do you want to go next?" Chen Mo asked. "The stomach is hungry again," said Xiaoyu. "What to eat?" "I don't know. Vomit." When I thought of eating, Xiao felt a strong sense of vomiting, and the stomach fell over the river, and the garbage bin was retching twice before recovering. "Go home first." Chen Mo helped the small fisherman and quickly left the mall. Then there was another difficult battle, and now Chen Mo frowned. He thought about whether or not to find a drug to cure the problem of morning sickness in small fishing, so that it would not work. In the space outside the solar system, a spaceship resembling a carrot suddenly appeared. In the window of the head of the spaceship, the Blue Master and Stroll stood side by side, patrolling the scenery of space and looking awkward. Other people's faces are not good looking, and there is fear on their faces. There was a problem with the space jump. Just now, no one expected that this space jump would be unstable. If the space jumps collapse when they jump in space, all their creatures will be crushed into atoms. And if there is a turbulent flow of space jumping points, they may also be sent to a deep space unknown to the universe, and finally lost. Almost equal to the boat when sailing in the sea, was into the tornado. These are the real dangers of space navigation and tourism, so non-average people will not be able to sail around the universe in spaceships. Fortunately, this space jump is a surprise. They are here. If you let them go in this space again, I am afraid I will not take risks. A small star system. The Blue Master looked at the planet's trajectory map of the solar system, and some surprised. This star is located in a remote location, so small, actually gave birth to life, which is very rare. It's just in line with the most basic living conditions of red-level creatures, said Tyrrell. "Looking over the past and see if there is any gain this time," said the Blue Master. The engine of the spacecraft is started again, and the coordinates set are on the third planet of the solar system. After the coordinates are set, the light-speed cruise starts and the spacecraft disappears in place. Chapter 741, Crisis. Kong City. Lala's tight spacesuit loosened the handle and floated to the observation deck of the space station. His location is the space station of the Marching Ant Group, which is a tourist of the space station. Nowadays, space tourism is very developed. It only needs 10 million. After half a month of training by flying ant space, it can adapt to this weightless state and get into space. The average billionaire has the ability to experience the charm of space. Floating to the lookout cabin, Kong Cheng looked out to look at the space outside the window. This period of space tourism, for 5 days, he has been up for 2 days, used the space telescope to watch the universe, and has a new understanding of the vastness of the universe. Only by being immersed can you realize that kind of smallness, and the world has proved that aliens in the universe exist. The billions of years of the universe, the history of human development, is just the moment between the bombs, and the short life of mankind is even more worth mentioning. At the time of emotion, Kong City frowned and looked at a strange point in the distance. Not yet. The point seems to suddenly appear. Other space stations? It is also a spaceship of the Marching Ant Group. Curious, Kong City turned a small goggles in the cabin to that position. There are simple applications for training these devices during training. When looking at the true face of an unknown object, Kong Cheng opened his mouth and stayed in the woods. Husband. Okay. I don't know why. I have a little bit of uncertainty. Xiaoyu took Chen Mo's hand and walked on the beach. He suddenly stopped and his brow wrinkled. Suddenly she had a feeling of flustered, and she always felt that something bad happened. This is the sixth sense of a woman. Well, is it uncomfortable? Chen Mo asked nervously. No. Xiaoyu shook his head and couldn't tell where it was bad. Since I found out that I was pregnant, I couldn't sleep well, and it was very hard. When Chen Mo had time, he took time to accompany her. Maybe it's a problem with the sea breeze. Go home now. Wait, I made a wish. After the fisherman finished, he closed his eyes with his hands together. Xiaoyu, who grew up on the beach, had this hobby when he was a child. He always liked it, so Chen Mo was holding her next to him and waiting quietly. A minute later, Xiaoyu opened his eyes and took Chen Mo to go home. What is your wish? Chen Mo asked. Have two. It will not work if you say it. Xiaoyu said. You can guess if you don't say it. Then you said what I promised. One is that the baby is born healthy, one is about me. It should be your husband. I am in good health. Research is smooth, and so on. You will be a little bit more promising, and you will be guessed. How come I have no interest? I am better than you. How can I prove that I am better than me? I am hungry. I want you to cook for me tonight. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo proudly. The ink girl next to her smiled. Suddenly, the ink girl looked up at the sky. The smile on her face converged, looking at Chen Mo. The stranger of the ink girl was also noticed by Chen Mo and Xiaoyu, and her eyes were confused at the same time. There are visitors. The ink girl took out the holographic mobile phone, the light curtain of the holographic projection, and put the picture out. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu's pupils shrank and looked shocked. Finally reached beyond the Earth, a huge radish-shaped spacecraft drifts within the gravitational field of the Earth and rotates around the Earth. On the spaceship, it is the Blue Master and Tyrrell. At this time, the archaeological team and the biological research team were all looking at each other and gathered the entire inspection team to observe. This trip was only this time. In this remote corner, they are curious as to what biological civilization is here. How is the detection day 2 of quantum radar completed? Red-grade carbon-based organisms, pure anthropoids. Civilization is evolving from the planetary level to the constant star, and the evolutionary direction is consistent with the evolution of technological civilization. The lizard head holds the instrument, which is the development information of the Earth detected by the quantum radar. A very intelligent civilization, a very strange planet. This is the final conclusion. Various data show that this civilization is smarter than the creatures of the red-tailed star they caught last time. The humanoid is one of the more intelligent creatures in the same class of the universe, which is the conclusion of the study of the Universe Alliance. The humanoid brain is developed, and it is also one of the most vulnerable creatures of natural vitality. Perhaps it is the fairness in the world. This planet was born 200 million years ago, a large class of orc, very clever, developed to the edge of wisdom and civilization, but unfortunately congenital body constraints, no words, will not use the rules of the universe, And finally 65 million years ago, the planet was hit by an asteroid and the climate change was extinct. The lizard's head clicked on the instrument a few times and the dinosaur's projection appeared. The dinosaur creature and the lizard's head look a bit alike. So the lizard head is a pity. The Blue Master held his chin and looked at the blue planet in front of his eyes with interest. I don't know if they have found us. It should be discovered that there are many satellites here, said the lizard head. How about Tyrrell? The Blue Master looked at Tyrrell. At this time, Tyrrell glanced at the earth in front of his eyes, and there was an excitement in his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. This is a big discovery. How much do you want to grab this time? From 100,000 samples, there are 65,000 capacity, and I am going to grab 50,000. Tyrrell said with a deep breath. Catch so much? The Blue Master was extremely surprised. There are still many life planets to go, and Tyrrell is ready to arrest so many times that it is hard to get. After all, the Cosmic Alliance stipulates that a red-class civilization can only capture up to 10 for a study. Yes, I feel that this kind of human race is very special. It is absolutely rare in the place of Rainier. Tyrrell looked down at the information he had discovered. The wisdom of red-level creatures, but to create a civilization close to the star rating, learn to transform the planet, learn to use the most orthodox rules of the universe. Very smart. And this civilization is very young, such a young civilization. To this extent, their brains and wisdom are more developed than we think. If they continue to develop for thousands of years, they can definitely develop into more advanced technological civilizations. According to my experience, their wisdom is higher than imagined. So confident? Asked the blue teacher. Yes. Tyrrell did not hesitate to answer. Based on his archaeological experience of biology for many years. The Blue Division gave a little bit of a wolf head and did not continue to ask. Tyrrell itself is a humanoid, low-level humanoid research, is his main subject. This kind of red-class humanoid is a good research object, and they are more likely to evolve to a higher level. Once you find a way to let Tyrrell's ethnic group master the evolution to a higher level of life, then there is no limit to the benefits. This kind of project, many high-level races are studying, not a special topic. Standing at the top of the food chain has always been the pursuit of all wisdom and civilization. What are you going to do next? Continue to observe their habits, or directly arrest the research samples? But it is a bit late, we are already entering their territory. This level of civilization, once we find us, will be instinctively prepared. Say will not attack us, said the Blue Master. This kind of situation is the law of the forest. They are like hunters carrying guns into the territory of aggressive creatures. The other party will definitely be prepared, and it is still such a clever creature. Chapter 742. The person is not good in the villa. Chen Mo and Monu also watched the movement of the alien spacecraft, and did not act rashly. The other party seems to have been observing them all the time. Now that the telescope is aimed at the lens, the other spacecraft has no special action. He does not understand the other party's intentions now. If he rushed to make a mistake, the consequences would be unimaginable. But there is no waiting. Now that the weapons that Chen Mo can prepare are ready, if he is not good, he will not be able to get rid of it. Mirko, what should I do? The Ink Girl looked at Chen Mo. In this case, for the first time, an incomparably huge alien spacecraft stopped in space and overlooked them. Drips. Leeloj came to the video call. On the occasion of their quiet observation, the artificial intelligence of the mobile phone sounded. Chen Mo did not want to connect. Chen Mo, is that huge carrot-shaped spaceship in space? The holographic image of the video call popped up, and Li Chengzi opened the door. His voice was a little short, and his appearance was extremely anxious. No, Chen Mo didn't think about it. No, the voice of Li Chengzi has changed, looking at the old man behind the camera. I was just dealing with the business and suddenly I was invited by the 100,000 Rush, one of the most secret underground bases. When he came, he was blindfolded after being asleep. He didn't even know where it was and how he came. When he woke up to see the old man sitting in the house, He knew that something had happened, otherwise he would not use this urgency to find him in such a serious way. Now, there are only two pictures in the cabin. One is the video call with Chen Mo, and the other is the unidentified spaceship that the space station and telescope are concerned about. When I heard Chen Mo's answer, everyone on the field was confused. Only the old man was calm. Of all their impressions, only Chen Mo has the ability to make such a huge spaceship, and others can't make that level of spacecraft. Chen Mo denied now. Ask him if he knows who? The old man opened his mouth and his voice was thick. The current technology of the Earth can't make such a spaceship. I can't make it now. The big probability is alien. Chen Mo pays attention to the video of outer space while answering. I don't have to think about it. I also know that some people on the phone are concerned about this matter. The emergence of such a huge spaceship, if it is not good, it is a matter of human life and death. Alien. Hearing Chen Mo's answer, the old man's serious face finally appeared to move, and his pupils shrank slightly, but he quickly calmed down and let Li Chengzi step down. The video call turned to him. If it is an alien, can you deal with it? The old man asked by phone. I don't know the technical strength of the other side. Now I am also paying attention to it. So it is best to first understand the foreign visitors this day. It is an enemy or a friend. Chen Mo appeared on the camera with the old man, and there was no accident. If the person is not good, I hope that you can shoot when the time comes. The old man said heavily. If the person is not good, it is about the time when human beings live and die. I don't think it is possible to stay out of things. Chen Mo was serious. The president of the North American group came to the video call. Just hang up the call with Chen Mo. The next secretary attached to the old man said. Take it over, said the old man. Eva sat in the seat of the secret lodge, an emergency safe house used during the Water Guard against special weapons attacks by opponents. Their space station also found the huge spaceship in space, so in the first time, hid in a safe house. She hid in with her, in addition to the control buttons of the big mushroom, and her brains Rosen. No one knows what the spacecraft is. And now it is a time of global war. This danger must be guarded. The first idea that emerged was the marching ant group, and then the Eastern Power. When I heard the assistant say that the video call was connected, Eva sorted out the emotions slightly and walked to the camera. Hello there. Hello there. Seeing the old man in the video, Eva smiled and said hello, directly into the theme. The spaceship in space is yours? No, I asked Chen Mo. Not his. It may be an alien. The old man calmly said. Alien? Eva's face changed dramatically, and Rosen and other assistants next to him were all moving and facing each other. At this time, I believe no one thinks this is a joke, and aliens really exist. The world knows. Now, at a critical time, it may be related to human survival. I hope that both sides can unite at this time. The old man said. What do you want to do? Eva said after he blinked. In conjunction with several other companies to send a message together, ask the intention of the person to come, confirm the other party's intentions, explore the strength of the other party, and be prepared for the response. First promise him. Rosen hurriedly pointed to the headset, very serious. Good. Eva promised. After a simple exchange, the two people's topics are over. Eva looked at Rosen and frowned. Why promise them? If they have such technology for us, we have no room for rebellion. At this time, he does not need to lie to us. If it is an alien, it is about human life and death. Rosen drank the red wine in the cup. The tone is serious. Professor Lanchet, Professor Tyrrell. The country of the planet sent electromagnetic messages. The lizard spit out his tongue and handed the electrons in his hand to the Blue Master and Tyrrell, a greeting from the Earth. It seems that they found us and translated it out. Our light brain compilers are different from their programs. Languages are different, symbols are different, password systems are different, and they use quantum encryption communication. Important networks cannot be cracked. That can only be caught, said Tyrrell. The language message is unreachable. This is the most troublesome part of the universe. but for them, this is a must. Catch a few ethnic groups. The lizard pointed to the space station in the distance, and said to the players next to it, "There are a few. Don't have to run around." Okay. The player who was called next to him nodded and turned away. Kong City looked nervously at the distant spacecraft. Next to him, other people in the space station. After discovering this shape spaceship, they could not wait to leave the space station immediately. Here they are not far away. Aliens may find their presence at any time. Now people in the entire space station are worried. The Carrot spacecraft suddenly opened a hole, and a small spaceship appeared and flew over them. The spacecraft gradually grew bigger in their eyes, and finally stopped in front of the space station, extending the robot to grasp the entire space, dragging the space station to fly toward the Carrot ship. At this moment, the entire space station was filled with desperate emotions. Immediately enter the safe cabin to escape, the robot said to several space station personnel, urging them to leave the space station in a safe cabin. A word awakens the dreamer. When the robot came out, several people immediately got the idea, and all went to the escape hall of the space station. Several escape cabins were just launched, and Kong Ching felt a huge shock. When he looked up, he saw that the escape cabin was caught by the robotic arm and could not move. Chapter 743, Arresting Humans. There is a bad person. When I saw the space station of the Flying Ant space and the escape cabins were captured, Chen Mo's mood suddenly broke down. From the action point of view, it has been determined that the other party is not good. Things are trickier than he imagined. From the perspective of the spacecraft technology that is displayed, the other party is one level higher than the technology he masters. Trouble. For the space station to be captured, Chen Mo can only watch, powerless. For the first time, there was such a feeling of powerlessness and the experience was not very good. Now launching rockets or weapons to attack, the effect is not great. Ink Girl, prepare all the weapons and aircraft. The defense level is up to the highest level. Chen Mo on the lab bench, enter his fingerprint and password information. Good. The Ink Girl nodded. At this time, the Vilu Underground Research Institute, the Fant Space Base, the #1 building, and the Armed Forces Ant Weapons R&D base in Africa, all the weapons that the miss, all aircraft and armored engines are launched, and large-scale flying weapons appear in the sky. In the special period, Chen Mo did not intend to start weapons. This is the first time that Chen Mo has started weapons on a large scale since its research and development. If there is fighting, you will bring a small fishing, unparalleled and parents to the safe house. Chen Mo said heavily. He does not know the intention of the other party. If the other party wants to destroy the Earth, it should not stay for so long, but it is not malicious, and the other party captures the space station. Drops. At the moment when Chen Mo launched the weapon on a large scale, the phone sent a rush of ringing. Zhao Minute says phone. What happened? Are you going to destroy the world? A little special situation, Chen Mo said. What special circumstances? Zhao Minute says heart was lifted up. Just now she was in the office. The armor and war robots in the #1 area all flew up, and the movement was not small. Now the entire headquarters of the park can be seen. Zhao Minutes was also the first to see this situation. Zhao Minutes is one of the few people who know the true strength of the marching ant group. Zemin has to worry about this situation. The alien spacecraft captured our space station. Zhao Minutes' face changed. I am going to you now. After that, Zhao Minutes put down the phone and quickly turned away from the office. Transfer the video of this video to the official countries. Chen Mo put down his mobile phone and looked up at the space station that disappeared inside the carrot-shaped spaceship. The signal from the space station also disappeared as it entered the interior of the spacecraft. There is a bad person. In the secret underground base of the capital, the old man looked at the video images passed by Chen Mo, and he was deeply dignified. On his other side, there are two videos, the armor of Chen Mo Villa and the alien spacecraft returned from the space station. Be prepared for the worst, the old man said seriously. continue to send them an inquiry signal. The signals they sent up did not get a response, but instead the space station of the marching ant group was captured. The space station's ordinary small toys were captured and dragged into the alien spacecraft. This video was passed on to the top of the powers of the various powers of the Earth, and panic spread in the hearts of the top leaders of various powers. But no one dares to act rashly, but the weapons are all ready, and all kinds of fighters have been launched. As long as the situation is not right, they will never sit still. Kongqing was caught in a transparent compartment, like a sealed cage, with the same oxygen and air pressure inside the space station. His body was fixed and could not move. In the transparent cabin, it is a strange environment and a strange group of creatures. Alien. This is the first time he has seen an alien at such a close distance, or is alive and grotesque. Blue wolf head aliens, lizard heads, and blue-skinned humanoid aliens, if not personally experienced, would think it was a dream. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that the entire space station, like the captured doll, was captured and dragged here. All the aliens' eyes are on him. This is an unknown fear, and an unprecedented sense of panic permeates the mind of Kongqing. Kongqing was so swallowing that he was waiting for a prisoner. In the movie, there are too many stories of aliens catching Earth people to experiment, killing people on Earth and destroying the Earth. Subtle and subtle, the impression of his aliens is not very good from the beginning. Now he is really caught. What do you want to do? Strong and courageous, Kong City still used his last courage to ask this sentence. The Blue Master and Stroll looked at each other and shook their heads. The meaning was obvious. They didn't understand what Kongqing was saying and looked at the head of the lizard. Lizard, let's get started. It is good. The lizard's head was more than a gesture, and a head-like instrument was placed in a transparent compartment. The machine in the cabin placed the instrument on the head of Kongqing. In the exploration of the universe, language barrier is the most troublesome thing. In the exploration of the universe civilization of hundreds of millions of years, neuroconscious translation instruments came into being. This kind of instrument can directly translate the language of a creature into a language they can understand through neural consciousness. This is the main reason why they capture space stations and arrest humans. They just need a translational intermediary organism. I saw the lizard head click on the controller in the hand. Wearing a translator in Kongqing, I feel that the scalp is stinging, and there seems to be something that penetrates his skull and is tangled in his brain. What do you want to do? The pain made Kong City's fear disappear a lot, and now it is broken and broken. All right. The lizard headed a blue ball and Troll gestured, turned to look at Kongqing, took out an electromagnetic audio player and placed it in front of Kongqing. The blue-eyed humanoid, we will not kill you, you will not die, don't be afraid, help us translate a message. Kong City heard the sound of the lizard's head, and had a desperate look, looking up at the head of the lizard, covered with scales. Respected foreign visitors, we welcome you on behalf of all human beings on Earth. We humans love peace and hope to have friendly exchanges. Respected alien friends, we are human beings on Earth, welcome you. Kongqing read 2 messages, all of which were sent by the Earth, namely Chinese and English. Japanese and Russian. Kong City did not understand, so there was no way to read them. The fear disappeared, and Kong City calmed his mood and scanned the aliens in front of him. Several welcome messages. The Blue Division and Troll smiled. We seem to have robbed their toys. It is estimated that they have now regarded us as intruders. There are many weapons against us. The lizard spit out the slender tongue and clicked on the instrument. All the structural projections of the space station were placed in front of a group of people. This kind of toy is used by low-level civilizations such as planet-level and star-rated. It is a simple spacecraft toy that has no technical content, but it is very precious for them. The aliens just looked at the projection of the space station and turned their eyes to Kongqing. Creeds without intelligence are aggressive, not to mention the civilization of wisdom. Even if the lizards say that the humans on Earth are aiming at them with weapons, they don't care. If the planet's creatures attack them, They only need to use their fingers to destroy them. No aliens care about humans welcoming, and no aliens care about the anger of this low-level civilization. Just arresting space stations and humans, just translating information, is purely curious about what the Earth people would say and the language of collecting such civilizations. This kind of human race is the most typical kind of human race. The body is very fragile, the brain is very developed, very intelligent, and it is a good sample of humanoid research. Tyrrell looked at Kongqing satisfactorily, as well as several astronauts who had just caught it. "Then you are ready to arrest now?" asked the Blue Master. "Yes." Tyrrell nodded. "If you want to be together, you are doing archaeology. I am doing biological research. We are not in conflict. Then start preparing to collect evidence and biological samples of this civilization, as well as language, civilization trajectory." The blue teacher said to the lizard head. "I have also started." Tyrrell took out a controller and ordered a few times. Thousands of catching aircraft crashed toward the Earth. Chapter 744, Prepare for Battle. Xiaoyu is sitting in the underground laboratory of the villa and is restless. The Unparalleled has been picked up from school and sits quietly in her arms. The aliens are coming. Xiaoyu has a feeling of palpitation. This is the first time this feeling has appeared. Today, the feeling of flustering has intensified. Unprecedented. Now Chen Mo is out of the aliens. She has no gods, but she does not dare to disturb Chen Mo. In the window in front of her eyes is the armor. These armor did not give her a sense of security. Only Chen Mo is around her. The mood will be stable. "Mom, don't be afraid. Dad will protect us." Unparalleled Comfort said that she did not meet the maturity of her age. "Well, my mother is not afraid." Xiaoyu squeezed a smile and worried about it. Suddenly, the lab door opened, and Chen Mo and Monu came in. Xiaoyu instantly found the backbone. "Is it all right?" asked Xiaoyu. "A little trouble." Chen Mo took the small fishing and Unparalleled hand, entered the secret passage in the laboratory, and entered a 20 square meter, 3-meter high metal hut. It was Chen Mo's preparation for special circumstances. The real size of the small house is more than 400 cubic meters. The interior of the house is made of special shock-absorbing and impact-proof materials. The exterior is made of special ceramic alloy, which can easily resist the impact of nuclear bomb explosion and isolate high temperature and low temperature. In the safe house, the food and water stored, as well as the oxygen and thermostat system needed to sustain life, are enough for 3 people to live for a month. In addition, Chen Mo has placed nano-robots here, and there are several amethyst energy cores, small fishing. The armor was also sent in, not afraid of mountain burial, and not afraid of flooding. "You and the Unparalleled stay in the safe house, waiting for me to come back." "What happened?" "The aliens put some things on the Earth. I don't know what it is." "You and the Unparalleled stay here, will be safe. Parents and they are all transferred to a safe place by the robot. You can rest assured here." Chen Mo looked serious. "Do you want to go out?" Xiaoyun's voice was a little trembling, and Chen Mo looked at him, and his eyes already knew the answer. "I don't want you to go out." Xiaoyu is holding Chen Mo tightly, for fear that he will run away, and the uneasiness of his heart is unprecedented. "Be good." Chen Mo kissed Xiaoyu's lips and kissed his Unparalleled forehead. "Take care of your mother and wait for Dad to come back." "Yeah?" There is no double focus. Holding the hand of Xiaoyu tightly hugged the two, Chen Mo and the Ink Woman turned and left the safe house. Before the door of the lair was closed, the appearance of the little fisherman's tears made Chen Mo's heart twitch. "Go." Chen Mo took a deep breath and adjusted his mood. The satellites came back to the picture. Thousands of unknown objects were falling to the Earth. Chen Mo did not know what weapons, bombs or viruses, or something else. If it is a weapon, no one knows how powerful the weapon is and how much damage it will cause to the Earth. If a higher civilization wants to destroy the Earth, it should not be too difficult, just as much as he wants to destroy a nest of ants. The worst thing is still happening. Back in the lab, Chen Mo took out a core of amethyst energy on the chest, and the nano-armor spread like a stream of water from the foot, covering his whole body. By his side, The armor of the Ink Girl has also been covered. On the bench, the arranged radar is scanning, and the satellite is also tracking the position of those falling objects as much as possible. Ink Girl, at any time to determine the situation of those falling objects, what weapons are in the end. Shenmue still did not leave the laboratory. The gap between a level of scientific and technological civilization is not self-confident and can be compensated by standing up and screaming. Even if he is strong now, he is only a tall man, and he encounters a higher level of civilization. Without any help, it is good to be able to protect yourself. The endless scenery is at the peak. Sitting on the stone at the top of the mountain, Jin Yun looked at the beautiful scenery under his feet, and a sense of accomplishment that was extremely satisfying filled his heart. It is fully equipped, so even on the peaks of more than 3,000 meters above sea level, it does not feel cold. Adventure and mountain climbing are his greatest hobbies. This kind of conquest of the mountain peaks and the sense of accomplishment of the beautiful scenery at the peak is his greatest pursuit. Take out the camera and Jin Yun is ready to record this important moment. Just the moment the camera is aimed at the distant scenery, the clouds are all shocked and stunned. Drops! Exclamation mark. Tom Million madly pressed the car's horn, got up today for half an hour later, in front of a car accident, traffic jam, and a few minutes to go to work. The company's building is in sight. If you are late, you have to be deducted. This is not a good thing. This situation made her very helpless. I can't wait for my car to fly. Damn. Tom Million took out his mobile phone and dialed a phone call. He could only call the supervisor. Otherwise, it was not a pleasant thing to be deducted. Hey! Exclamation mark. The strange sound suddenly appeared, and Tom Million glanced up and looked up at the sky. I saw a huge egg-shaped object that was falling from the sky and suspended above the road. Suddenly, the cover of the egg-shaped object was opened, and the strange rope of 5 chopsticks was extended. The next moment, the strange rope, like tofu, easily penetrated the glass of the car, bound Tom Million, and pulled it toward the egg-shaped machine. Fear filled her heart. Before losing consciousness, Tom Million only heard the horror on the streets around. Zhao Minutes landed on the armor platform of Shenmue Villa and went straight to Shenmue's underground lab. His expression was dignified. Upon receiving the news of the aliens, she entered the company's #1 area and put on the armor to fly to Shenmue's home. This is the first time she used the armor in the true sense. It used to be Shenmue's practice. What about aliens? I am arresting people. Shenmue pointed to various video messages on the holographic platform. It is a video of people who are caught on the internet or from unknown machines around the world. It is the machine where the alien spacecraft falls. Campuses, streets, shopping malls, sparsely populated alpine grasslands, tourist areas, company buildings, and even flying into the subway. More and more people are being taken away. Unidentified panic is spreading. Ordinary people simply do not know what happened. Zhao Minutes saw the alien spacecraft and the catching machine on the holographic light curtain, and a heart sank. They won't want to catch all the humans? Shenmue shook his head. No. There are only tens of thousands of arresters that they have fallen. One arrestor only took 2 people and left. These were taken by the camera. The number of machines that landed from spacecraft is not many, only tens of thousands, and the volume is not large. Compared with the population base of several billion people, this number is not worth mentioning. In a war, the number of people affected by death is much larger than this number. Do higher civilizations use them as experimental samples or food to arrest them? Even if he guessed the intention of the aliens, Shenmue did not waver. His current position, seeing more things, thinking about more things, will not be angry because of this kind of thing. Because he is also the authority. He has used a variety of small animals to do experiments, but now the position has changed. The higher civilizations to capture them humans, in essence, and the earth people to capture wild animals is no different. Weak meat and strong food. This is the most basic law in the universe. There is no right or wrong in this law. no mercy and morality. If you want to stand at the top of this law, you must keep yourself strong, and anger and decadence will not help. Mergo, the radar shows that there are 8 alien machines entering the coastal city, 2 machines falling toward a house. Just above the sky, there are 200 kilometers, it seems to be coming to us, and half a minute to arrive. The woman suddenly said, when Zhao Minutes is sent to the safe house, don't let her out before he is sure of safety. Chen Mo sighed and said, Shen Sheng said, Chen Mo, what do you mean? Zhao Minutes realized that he was not good. He just wanted to resist and was controlled by the armor. The body could not move and automatically flew in the direction of the safe house. Chen Mo, you are a bastard. You let me go. I am not finished with you. Chen Mo, I hate you. Zhao Minutes' angry and panicked voice eventually disappeared behind the layers of the door. The helmet of the nano armor covered Chen Mo's head, and the faint light in his eyes lit up. The radar picture of the villa showed that just in front of him, a red dot was going crazy near the villa. Obviously, he came over to him. Ink Girl, prepare for the battle. Chapter 745, Civilization Pioneers Boom! Exclamation mark. Several small missiles pointed to the falling alien catcher, and the violent explosion exploded over the villa. A huge fireworks group enveloped the entire sky, and the next moment, the alien catcher fell from the fire to the villa. Boom! Exclamation mark. The machine fell on the villa, and it was easy to withstand the walls and ceilings of the bombings of the bombs. It was as fragile as biscuits, and the smoke and dust caused the shock waves to smash the villa. For the first time, Chen Mo looked at the true face of the alien trap. The violent collisions and explosions did not cause any damage to this strange machine, and the surface had strange lines and texts, like numbers. Chen Mo did not know the words, so I don't know what was written above, but I have seen it on the video. This thing is not easy to provoke. The catcher suddenly opened, and the strange rope of several chopsticks stretched out and came over to him like a snake. This arrestor is coming to him. Go. Chen Mo didn't think about it. The armor quickly pulled up, and opened the distance from the rope. The laser shot in the hand swept the rope. When it passed, several ropes were broken. Oh, the catcher vibrates slightly, as if it was irritated, and quickly rushed toward Chen. Boom! Exclamation mark. Not waiting for it, the Ink Girl appeared in the armor behind the arrestor. The metal crashed and the catcher was kicked into the air like a football. Several armor around them accelerated, and the catcher was only hung, and the laser beam was shot in the hand and cut quickly. Oh, the material on the surface of the catcher melts, and the sparks are transmitted from the inside. The catcher is like a leaking balloon, and there is no movement at all. Boom! Exclamation mark. Chen Mo appeared in the sky above the trap, kicking his foot, sweeping down and kicking toward the sea. The whole process is less than half a minute. What? Tyrrell was stunned and looked at the red dot on the screen. It was unexpected that the catcher of the blue star-catching creature was actually destroyed. Although this is not a high-tech product, it can withstand huge impacts. The catching cable is also made of special materials. It is very simple to catch the creatures of the Star civilization. There is no reason to be so easily destroyed. Tyrrell checked the location of the destroyed trap, and transferred the map where he was, seeing that Chen Mo and the Ink Woman were wearing armor, and there was a slight interest in their eyes. Other aliens have come around and watched the pictures appearing in the light curtain with great interest. Very interesting armor. The lizard's head suddenly opened. Cosmic civilization also has armor, and it is very common. It is an essential weapon for many creatures. However, the Cosmic League's armor technology is more advanced. The most powerful armor can easily destroy a planet. I did not expect the civilization of this small planet, but also studied the armor. Isn't it a small toy armor? Is the toy worn by my son better than this? A female alien with a black lips next to it disdainfully said. No, different meaning. The lizard's head shook his head, and the claws that stretched out the scales shook. This level of armor can be used as a toy because of the billions of years of technology accumulation in the Universe Alliance. The origin of the Cosmic Alliance's armor should start from 1 billion years ago. According to the records, The first generation of armor originated from the Universe Alliance. One of the 7 rogues, their Ziwai civilization. At that time, their Ziwai civilization was still a planetary class civilization, and the first generation armor did not even have such an advanced armor. However, because of the successful development of the armor and robots, their Ziwai civilization in the interstellar colonial era of the first generation of the universe at that time, to make up for the weakness of the purple microstar's human body weakness, combat strength, the Ziwai civilization rises to conquer the 5 lifer planets of this star system and unify the Ziwai star system civilization. Later, various armor appeared constantly, and the strength of Ziwai civilization continued to increase, allowing them to accumulate enough resources and sites to rapidly rise in the cosmic expansion of the first generation of cosmic civilization and lay the advantage. Later, the technology of Ziwai civilization continued to develop, and their ethnic groups continued to evolve, eventually becoming one of the 7 hooligans who founded the Universe Alliance. The Ziwai civilization is one of the 7 god-level civilizations that have become the highest order of the Universe Alliance because of the first generation of armor unified Ziwai galaxy, occupying the first opportunity. The power of the armor is also growing, and until today, it is still the strongest equipment for the individual combat of the universe. Referring to the Ziwai civilization, the lizard's head has an infinite fear and awkwardness. You mean this little planet? Can you compare the Ziwai civilization? The female alien with black lips smirked and smiled a little scary. No, I just saw the embryonic form of the armor. I was amazed. The anthropomorphic family of this small planet. The direction of civilization is correct. I have not found a road for a while, but it is a bit late. The Ziwai civilization is standing on the ruins of countless civilizations. Only developed by a small civilization can be compared. The lizard head stared at the light curtain. This kind of humanoid creature seems to be related to the transformation of the 4th planet. The blue-eyed eye of the eye is condensed and fixed on the sign of Shenmue's armor. The logo of the marching ant group. They saw images of the city of Mars, and at the top of the building there was a huge sign, exactly the same as that on Shenmue's armor. Not going to be the pioneer of civilization on this planet, said the Blue Master. If it is, then luck is a little better. Troll smiled. There are few pioneers of civilization, because a smart civilization is generally created and developed by the entire civilized group. The pioneers are the leaders who lead the continuous progress of civilization in a certain era of civilized groups. Civilized pioneers are rare, but they must be the most intelligent creatures in the biological group, leading a generation of civilization. The law of the universe union stipulates that, for the protection of the basic planetary level civilization, researchers are not allowed to deliberately arrest the pioneers of the planetary level civilization, because the arrest of the pioneers may lead to the slow development of the planetary civilization. However, random arrest is possible. From the billions of biological groups, the pioneers of civilization are randomly caught, and it is a difficult one for thousands of years, which is better than the luck of the grand prize. It seems to be a better catcher. Troll's eyes were a little hot, and he took a few points on the instrument in his hand. He dropped 2 arresters from the spacecraft and crashed toward the Earth at a rapid speed. Pioneers are the most easily evolved organisms, from intelligent creatures to more advanced intelligent creatures. They have the best genes and the most intelligent brains. This is very helpful for the evolution of his graduate students. Mergo, the alien spacecraft, dropped 2 unknown machines. The Ink Girl hurriedly reminded, "Trouble. Shenmue's heart is sinking. Give the planet bombs and nanobots to them, and the other ships will go up." Even if he knew that his weapon might have a limited threat to the other party, he was never a beaten person. "It is good." The Ink Girl nodded. Far away from the research base of the soldier ants in Africa, a rocket rocketed up, and the spacecraft of the flying ant space all started, and quickly rushed to the sky. Shenmue stood still, looked up at the sky, looked back at the villa and flew toward the sea. He has a hunch that the aliens' machines this time may have been directed at him, destroying the arrestor and attracting the attention of aliens. Chapter 746. Shenmue was arrested, boom! Exclamation mark. The laser of the alien spacecraft swept through, and the spaceships and missiles that were hundreds of miles away exploded in an instant. The planet bombs that were carried also burst and lit up brighter than the sun. The power is not small. The lizard's head is swaying, like watching fireworks, admiring the explosion in space. Even the electromagnetic waves generated by the planet bombs will not affect their superlight speed spacecraft. Here is space, and there will be no impact wave. Oh, the alarm sounded as they communicated. What happened? Nanoworms. The lizard's head spit out the slender tongue and knocked it on the instrument a few times to bring up the display of the quantum radar. I don't know when there are nanoworms that are corroding the hull of the spacecraft. This little guy is a little dissatisfied, but also very clever. The nanoworms have been researched, stalking us, almost turning over the ship in the gutter, shielding the electromagnetic waves around the spacecraft, turning on the electromagnetic pulse and jammer on the spacecraft to clean up the nanoworms. They see too much of this kind of thing. The arrest of non-intelligent creatures will have resistance, arresting civilized creatures, and not being attacked by counterattacks. In the face of the more intelligent red-level intelligent biological civilization, it is not uncommon to accidentally be killed. Deep in the Congo rainforest, Shenmue and Monua are wearing armor and are entangled with alien traps in the rainforest. Flying over the earth for half a lap, or was easily found, Shenmue realized that he could not escape. The arrestor is faster than his armor and can only destroy the catcher. Can't beat. The laser beam of the armor was swept on the shape trap, and Shenmue sank down. The strength of both sides is not at one level. This is a civilization that is much more advanced than them. Just a machine has already made him try his best. Shenmue tried various weapons to destroy the two arrestors. High-energy lasers can only leave a trace on this strange catcher. The missile could not come to any damage at all, and the small electromagnetic pulse machine did not cause any impact, let alone the shockwave and the ordinary blow. This alien trap is faster than them, and if you sneak away, he will follow up like a candy. If you are caught by the ropes that are caught, Shenmue can't think of the possibility of escape. Just now the Ink Girl was entangled, and the Ink Woman only cut off her arm and armor before she escaped. Shenmue feels like resisting the arrested kitten. Even if he escapes now, he can't escape the small place of the earth. For the first time, this feeling of powerlessness made him extremely uncomfortable. Mergo, the spaceship and the planet bomb were destroyed, and the controller of the nano-robot disappeared. Okay. In Shenmue's expectation, perhaps his weapon, for the aliens, is just a joke, and the threat is not great. The power of the laser is too small. The energy to cut off this material is not enough to destroy them. The Ink Girl is still closely following Shenmue. The laser that cuts the steel plate easily has little effect. The nano-robot has electromagnetic interference, and the missile has no effect. Shenmue is dodging, and his mind is thinking about the countermeasures. Xiaoyu was pregnant and was waiting for him to go back in the safe house. If he was taken away by an alien, his home would be gone. He believes that powerful technology is in the face of aliens of higher civilizations, like ordinary toys, and is vulnerable. Still not enough. Shenmue's heart is sinking. Now is not a movie. He does not have a heroic aura. The gap between civilizations, not by his anger and a few screams, can resist a few times. With completely different levels of collision, any strategy and ideas are dazed. If he is given time, he can develop rapidly with the technological advantages of the technology library. Unfortunately, aliens will not give him this time. Ink Girl, if I am not there, help me take care of them. Shenmue's voice is as low as ever. Mergo, what do you mean? The voice of the Ink Girl is extremely anxious, and there is a little panic. I don't know what I am going to face when I am not there. You develop technology based on the road I am talking about, developing superlight speed ships, stronger materials and weapons. Why do you say this? When we insist on catching a kitten, can it run? Chen Mo stared at the machine in front of him and said, biting his teeth. This is something he does not want to admit, but the truth is this: if I can't escape this time, if you listen to Xiao Yuji later, take care of them and don't let them suffer. Chen Mo's voice is extremely heavy. Even if he is not willing, he can't help, as if he is explaining things. The other party is just a simple arresting machine. Let him use all the solutions, unless he died here, or cannot escape. The sudden emergence of strange machines around the world has caused global panic. Various pictures were transmitted madly on social networks and in the circle of friends, and tens of thousands of people were arrested and disappeared. The public opinion could not be suppressed. In just 1 hour, it had caused a tsunami-like sensation. Aliens arrest people. The aliens came to Earth. Various public opinion came along with photos and videos. Not long after, they found that the unknown machine was like a flash in the pan, and when the person left, he could not find any trace. Control public opinion. Guiding public opinion. After the official call of several major countries, a consensus was reached. In order to avoid the spread of panic and the collapse of social emotions, this has to be done. Several countries collectively stop the war at hand, put in various special effects videos and news, and guided social public opinion to rumors and film special effects. For a time, the water of public opinion became cloudy and confusing. I saw it with my own eyes. I know it is true. I have not seen it with my own eyes. I am dubious. At least suppress the panic to the smallest extent. And when things are over, the society slowly accepts the existence of facts, buffers in time, and will not cause harm to society. Too much turmoil. Only the authorities will know the horror. The aliens are in space, and they can't do anything, such as the same nest of ants, allowing the aliens to arrest. The sample has been arrested and the pioneer of this civilization is left. Troll stared at the light curtain with enthusiasm, as excited as the grand prize. Just now he carefully looked at the man-made city on the 4th planet. It was exactly the same as the logo on Shenmue's armor, and he also asked several astronauts who were arrested to make sure that this person was a pioneer of civilization. There is a good experimental body, and the harvest is not small. I am almost the same. The Blue Division retracted the recording instrument. As a group of interstellar archaeology, their team will not capture any creatures, mainly to record the development trajectory and information of these civilizations. If it is a civilization that has been destroyed or disappeared, he needs to record the species, language, civilization, technology, identity and location of civilization. If there is still a wisdom civilization, he needs to record the location of those materials and civilizations, so that future generations can easily come back here to explore and record the growth of civilization. When the wisdom civilization here develops to a certain extent, it can be compiled by the forces of the Universe Alliance and included in the ownership of the Universe Alliance. This little creature is quite difficult, and it's almost the same. It's time to close the net. Troll called out a control light curtain and ordered it a few times. On the Atlantic Ocean, as time goes by, Shenmue's mood is heavier. Escape, can't escape. Hit, beat. This machine is more like teasing him, like a funny cat. Anyone facing this situation is a sigh of relief, but in addition to being powerless, it is powerless. This feeling is very wrong. Suddenly, the machine that was fighting with him paused in the air, slammed into Shenmue, and dozens of finger-sized ropes wrapped around him. Shenmue's face suddenly changed dramatically. Chapter 747, The Change of the World Pattern. The underground safe house of the villa. Xiaoyu is restless, his brows are together, and they have not been scattered for a long time. Suddenly, a spurt rushed into my heart and made Xiaoyu's eyes dark. Zhao Minji, I have an inexplicable fluster. Will my husband have something? Xiaoyu's voice was anxious and overwhelmed. Zhao Minitz and Musu, who are next to each other, can clearly feel the worry of Xiao. Not only the worry of Xiao, but also their concerns. "Don't worry," Zhao Minutes said comfortably, "he must be fine." But my heart suddenly panicked. Xiaoyu's heart became more anxious and his face became pale. During this time, the morning sickness was severe and the body was somewhat weak. At this point she could not wait to leave the safe house immediately, but Chen Mo gave the ink girl an order and did not let her leave. "Don't think about it, we are all here. He will definitely come back." Zhao Minutes forced to calm down. She also has a bad feeling. Before coming in, the ink girl said that an alien machine was falling towards them, but she did not dare to say to Xiaoyu. At this time, she was worried more than anyone else, but Xiaoyu was pregnant and did not dare to stimulate small fishing. "Ink girl, how is your husband and you? Where are you?" The only one who answered her was silence. The ink girl had Chen Mo's instructions. Before the safe house was opened, she could not disclose any information. "Hey!" exclamation mark. While waiting anxiously, the door of the safe house heard a voice. Xiaoyu excited, his fists clenched, staring at the door of the safe house. The last door opens. Seeing the situation outside the gate, Xiaoyu's body was shocked, his eyes were dizzy, his body was awkward, and if Zhao Minutes was not there, he might have fallen. Only the ink girl is reflected in their eyes. At this time, the ink girl disappeared from the right hand to the shoulder, the palm of the left hand was also broken, the internal machine and the line were exposed, the artificial skin was torn, and the thigh part was also missing, revealing the internal circuit. The perfect figure. It looks a bit bleak now. There are no blood stains, but many problems have been explained. "Ink girl, husband?" Xiaoyu's voice was a little trembling, tears couldn't stop, and he kept looking behind the ink girl, hoping to find the familiar figure. The aliens took it away. The voice of the ink girl also shivered. Zhao Minutes was shocked and his face was pale. Unparalleled has been holding the hand of a small fisherman. Tears cannot stop. "Impossible, ink girl. Is my husband joking with me?" Xiaoyu's voice was pleading. "It's true." The voice of the ink girl is somewhat lonely and sad. This moment, as if the sky had fallen, the eyes of Xiao lost their looks, and there was no trace of blood on his face. Small fishing, wake up, Mom." Zhao Minutes returned to God and hurriedly supported the small fishing. The unparalleled and slow, hurriedly held the other side of the small fishing. "Ink girl, immediately send a small fish to the hospital." Zhao Minutes took Xiao out of the safe house. Outside, the robot was ready to greet, unparalleled dry tears, holding the first aid kit of the safe house, trotting to keep up. In a secret base in the capital, an old man sits. His eyes were on the table, all of which were information on the missing persons that had been identified in the incident in China. The screen in front of the desk was empty and the aliens had left. His face is not good. Even if the public opinion is guided in time, the impact of the aliens is still a big sensation. Various arguments such as human beings captivity theory and alien humanism have already appeared in the network. Aliens can arrest humans with impunity and they can't help. This kind of powerlessness is uncomfortable. In addition to the national justice, there is also human justice. From the perspective of human beings, this is a very terrible thing. They let the aliens arrest like pigs and sheep. The electromagnetic pulse of nuclear explosion in space caused the failure of electrical and electronic power in several cities, causing no small confusion. The news of the Intelligence Bureau is that the whole of Southeast Asia and South Asia are affected. The secretary said, "Can you contact Chen Mo?" The old man looked at the secretary next to him. "There is no contact." The following people replied. They saw an instrument falling into Chen Mo's villa. Then Chen Mo Fai left and disappeared. According to the judgment, he may have been arrested. The secretary clicked on the screen a few times, and a few photos popped up, which is the broken wall of Chen Mo villa. The old man's pupils shrank. Just said that the impact of electromagnetic pulse, but also calm. A pair of lintai landslides do not change the look. Finally moved. The worst thing happened. After the secretary left, the old man's brow was tight. With the advent of aliens, The development of human civilization has become an unprecedented urgency. Chen Mo was arrested, which means that the pioneers of the rapid advancement of Earth science and technology disappeared, and their technological development may be slow for hundreds of years. Affiliated Hospital of Washuang University. In a special ward. The security here is unprecedentedly strict. Those who do not agree are not allowed to approach. Only a few doctors and nurses know that there is a special patient living here. Xiao Yu lay in the bed of the intensive care unit, relying on the hospital bed. His eyes are godless. The tears dried up, and now the eyes are a little red and swollen, as if the world had collapsed and lost its soul. Chen Mo's parents, Xiao Yu's parents, Xiao Man, Musu, Zhao Minutes, and Mo Niu, are all in the body of the ink girl and returning to the original. Everyone has sadness and anxiety on his face. Chen's father's eyes are still red. Chen Mo is arrested, and they are also the horror of the sky. The pillars and backbone of this home are lost. Nowadays, Xiao is the mother of the family, but now it seems like losing the soul. People look very weak. In addition to the adults, there is a small in the small fisherman's belly. Everyone is very anxious, but can only be anxious. Small fish, your body is tight. Eat something first. Xiaozhumai wiped the tears in his eyes and shook hands to open the insulated lunchbox next to him. Thank you, Mom. Xiao Yu's voice was a little bit trembled, and he resisted the emotions and took over the bowl in Xiaozhumai's hand. Dad, Mom, you go out first. I have something to say to Zhao Minutes. Help me persuade her to take care of her body. Before leaving the fishing parents, I did not forget to get rid of Zhao Minutes. After I got Zhao Minutes' nod, I left the ward with peace of mind. Chen Fu and Chen Mu also screamed, taking the unparalleled hand to leave the ward and handing the space to Zhao Minutes and Xiao Yu. Zhao Minutes' sister, husband, will he return? Xiao Yu's instantly read. Emotional collapse. Just in front of the parents, she did not dare to show her emotions. Chen Mo is not here. She is the mother of the family. If she even collapses, this family is really chaotic. Will do. Zhao Minutes has some whimpers and tries to calm the small fishing. Ink said that he was caught. Remember what he said when he was traveling in space? He said that even if it is a bacterium, he will become a deadly superbacterium. He is the protagonist of this era and will definitely come back. You raise body, give birth to a healthy baby, wait for him to return one day. Xiao Yu's eyes are a little restored, recalling Chen Mo's words at the time. After a few minutes, Xiao Yu wiped his tears. Zhao Minji, I can't support his career. I want to raise my body and give him this baby. The company will hand it over to you and the Ink Girl management. I don't want to wait for him to come back. His career has fallen apart. Living in Zhao Minutes' hand, there are some pleadings in his eyes. It is good. Zhao Min's Hong focused on his head and his eyes became red. Aliens arrested the incident and shocked the world. In just a few hours in the world, tens of thousands of people have disappeared. This is a rare event except for large wars. Only a big country can understand the horror. This time, the arresting incident has brought the world's major powers to awaken. The emergence of aliens, unscrupulous arrest, let many powerful countries deeply feel the threat. The War of the World War stopped. The rumor is hailed as the most intelligent singer Chen Mo, who was also arrested and missing in the incident. However, the style of the marching ant group has become more rigid. When people have not reacted, the war machine of the marching ant group has started to work in Africa. Armed with the control of the soldiers behind the ants, like a sharp knife, swept across the African continent with lightning speed. Along the way, the team was armed with the help of the marching ant group's war machine, and became the most horrible team. Almost all the armed forces gave up resistance. The outside world believes that the loss of Chen Mo's marching ant group will not last long and will soon fall apart. However, I did not expect that the army ants group that lost Chen Mo would completely expose the fierce fangs. When the armed forces of Hittite occupied the entire African continent, People were shocked to realize that the marching ant group controlled by Zhao Minutes was colder and more ruthless than before. A worldwide chessboard kicked off. The marching ant group controlled the Greek armed forces and completed the unification of the African continent. The development of the pattern was beyond the expectations of all. Swallowing the Greek map of the Greek map began to vigorously consolidate control. Under the strong support of the marching ant group, various machine manufacturing plants, development plants and cities began to rise on this backward land. Air-to-air weapons, ground-to-ground weapons, and space weapons began to deploy. Everyone knows that the arrival of aliens and the arrest of Chen Mo have already stimulated the marching ant group. There is no scruples in development, and the means are not as mild as before. Once the marching ant group completes the layout, the entire African continent will be swallowed by the marching ant group. As far as the marching ant group is concerned, it is also a big country in the East. No longer care about the world situation. The official directly invites the marching ant group to help accelerate the construction of various research and development bases, and at the same time popularize the entire set of education systems of the unparalleled university, and cultivate talents regardless of everything. The great integration of the world began. The North American group also began to integrate the South American group. Europe is one, India is not far behind. The whole world, like being beaten with chicken blood, lost the contradictions and competitions of the past, and the development of science and technology became the main theme. Time is in this order and chaos, passing without a trace, moving forward. Chapter 748, Alien World. Chen Mo wake up in a dormant cabin. As you can see, there are 7 or 8 aliens outside the dormant cabin, all of which are humanoid creatures with blue-green skin on their faces. The size between them is very large, ranging from 3 to 4 meters, to a small one, only 1 meter 5. The shape is different, but these people have a common feature: 3 eyes. What makes Chen Mo stunned most is that the aliens are full-body armor, like soldiers. These armor, in different forms, are very scientific and technological. When you think of the other catcher, you can easily arrest him. In front of these armor, he has no resistance. Was arrested. I don't know how long I have been caught. Chen Mo remembers that when he was on Earth, he tried his best and eventually destroyed only one of the arresters, but he still could not escape the arrest of the alien trap. If it is not because the Ink Girl is a robot, the arrestor does not catch the robot, I am afraid that the Ink Girl will also be caught. Thinking of Xiaoyu still pregnant, Chen Mo's heart is a little bit colic. He understands the situation under the eyes, and there is no room for resistance. Now, under the control of the other party, if they are angered, they will be mercilessly obliterated. I don't know what I am going to face. I just hope that I don't sleep too long. As long as you don't die, you have help to escape. Going back to God. Outside the dormant cabin, a light curtain video demonstrates the instrument, which means it is obvious. Chen Mo thought about it and put the instrument on it. The instruments you wear are conscious language translators that translate your own conscious language into the universal language of the Universe Alliance. Tyrrell's voice was translated and passed to everyone's ears. In the dormant cabin that has been awake, there is a slight commotion, and there is no way to escape. Many emotions such as calmness, fear, panic, awe and worship, some timid lives, and the aliens around them are screaming and horrified. Tyrell ignored these emotions. The exploration of the Rainiakia supergalaxy has ended. Just after returning to the origin city, he is separated from the team of the Blue Master. Now he has to start his own research activities. The Blue Master is an archaeological study. He is engaged in biological research. The research projects of the two are different. The neatly arranged sleepy bins are the harvest of this space exploration. In each dormant compartment, there is a creature, including more than 20 different red-level intelligent biological species of the humanoid, orc, marine, and Zerg. 100,000 creatures are still alive. Tyrell's eyes are locked in Chen Missouri. Chen Mo is also watching him. He was very impressed with Chen Mo. This is the pioneer of the remote Little Blue Star civilization. It can be said that it is the most special one among the 100,000 creatures he arrested. In order to arrest Chen Mo, he damaged 2 arresters, 1 low level and 1 high level. But Chen Mo also brought him a lot of surprises. The evolution of this civilization pioneer is much higher than that of the other blue races. The color of the blood is different. The physical quality is much stronger, and it almost reaches the level of green level. Little Blue Star is a red level intelligent life, and in the contrast of brainwave detection, Chen Mo's brain is developed to a level of blue life, which is equivalent to his equal brain development and is very smart. Moreover, Chen Mo's blood is golden, like the evolved humanoid. Very special. Sanya, come over. Tyrell turned and said to the wrist, "Hey!" Exclamation mark. Over a huge training field, 2 armor were fighting in the air, a blue paint, a silver paint, on the armor, with a very conspicuous sign, 3 eyes. The life of the origin city knows that this is the hallmark of the 3-eyed civilization. The collision of the metal blasts, causing pain in the eardrum. Boom! Exclamation mark. I saw the 2 armor of the battle being suddenly separated. The silver-white painted armor bounced off and fell like a meteorite on the training ground, exploding a big hole. The blue armor hovered in the air and landed slowly. The armor was put away to reveal the true face. The third end of Tyrell's mouth is a 3-eyed, short-skinned, clever youth. "Professor, are you coming back? I am fighting training. What is it? Help me arrange a group of creatures to King Shuixing." The sound of Tyrell came from the ear. "Okay, Professor, I am passing now." 10 minutes later, Sanya appeared in the research area where Tyrell was located. He glanced at the dormant cabin in the cabin and regained his gaze. "This is the harvest of Professor Rainier Kia's trip." "Yes, this time it was very dangerous. I encountered a turbulent space and almost couldn't come back." Tyrell remembered the turbulence in the space and looked at the sleeping cabin in front of his eyes. "You will be the red class. Humanoids are arranged to King Shuixing, and these arrangements are arranged at King Shui College." Tyrell pointed to Chen Mo in the first row of dormant cabins and several other different lives. "Do you arrange these low-level lives into King Shui College so quickly?" Sanya's voice is curious. "Yes." Tyrell nodded. The trip to Rainier Kia found a lot of new intelligent species. Their civilization is rapidly developing into a star-rated civilization. Very clever. Understand the rules of the universe, especially this kind of human race. Here's a ethnic group. The pioneer of civilization is more precious. You arrange him to enter the research class of King Shui College. Tyrell pointed to Chen Mo. After the arrangement, Tyrell turned and left. This is not the first time. The rest of the things, Sanya will deal with. He does not have to worry too much. King Shuixing is one of the millions of unremarkable satellites in the original city. It is located in a livable zone 1 day away from the original point city. This is a very common terrestrial planet, belonging to a small star under the 3-eyed civilization. It is a biological training experimental planet of the 3-eye civilization. Red-grade carbon-based organisms must rely on oxygen and water to sustain life. King Shuixing is an oxygen-rich planet. This kind of planet, in the universe, is everywhere. Quite a small experimental base, and many of them are places where high-level civilizations study low-level creatures. Looking down from space, King Shuixing is a blue-green planet. The spacecraft landed in King Shuixing, and Sanya walked to the cabin of the dormant cabin and scanned for a week. Next you will survive on the brand new planet. We will not kill you. Remember to follow the rules of the planet, otherwise you will be killed in other lives in the planet. The cold, unfeeling language passed from the translator to the ears of every creature, so that all the life heard is chilling. After the spaceship, there will be arrangements to obey the order. Sanya speaks sharply and raises his hand. The door of the spaceship cabin is opened, and the dormant cabin is suspended and flies outside the cabin door. Their warrior wearing the armor followed, leaving the cabin of the spacecraft. Chen Mo, who has been quietly staying in the dormant cabin, only feels bright in front of him, and a strange planet appears in front of him. The style of the planet is much more than that of the Earth's avant-garde, and there are various sci-fi high-rise buildings and holographic projections everywhere. There are also many towering trees, beautiful greenery, no sun in the sky, only a huge incomparable planet. Looks like a scene in a science fiction movie. Everything is strange, but it is another world. An alien world that doesn't know how far from the solar system. Chapter 749, he is very smart. In an empty square, more than 70,000 dormant cabins are suspended in a neatly. Among them, there are 50,000 Earth people, occupying the majority, and the rest are the lives of other planets. The 3i civilization itself is a humanoid family. Sotrel captured the samples used for research, mainly based on the humanoid family. Other captured lives are not on this planet, because the environment of this planet is not suitable for them to survive. The life in the dormant cabin is different. The height is short and the weight is not good. The shape is strange. The number of hands and feet is different. There are 3 feet, even the life of 4 feet and 4 hands. These lives have a common feature, that is, the hands and feet are clearly distinguishable. The skin and muscles of the body are soft, without fur and scales, and there are visible facial features. This is the characteristics of the cosmic human race. The classification of the life group of the universe is divided according to these characteristics. I will open the hatch and warn you once. Don't try to escape, otherwise the consequences will be very miserable. Sanya wore the armor suspended in the air, overlooking the bottom, reaching out and clicking on the wristwatch. Oh, more than 70,000 dormant cabin doors are open. The screams of fear and several people who were extremely fearful, like the madman who broke free from the cage, went around. Chen Mo stunned at the people who fled. Most of them were people on Earth, and several others were other aliens. There were even thousands of lives on the ground, as if they were here as heaven. And Sanya and others were gods. Fear, panic, excitement, etc., as well as a variety of complex emotions, each of which has different levels of life and performance. Boom. 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 A few muffled sounds. The cry of fear stopped abruptly. A few people who were as crazy as they were, all fell in the pool of blood and did not move. Several 3-eyed stars in the high-altitude armor, without the slightest expression fluctuations, seemed to be watching. A few cockroaches were killed. The people on the field were stunned, and they dared not scream and shout, and put all their fears in their hearts. Everyone has a wristwatch that is worn on your hands. It will be your identity at King Shuixing in the future. The Sanya dialect. The robot took out a string of wrists and handed it to the first person. Let them pass on. Chen Mo passed the remaining wristwatches to the people behind him and looked at the wristwatch in his hand. The wristband is wide and looks like a bracelet. The strap is stretchable and stretched. A series of extraterrestrial characters appear in the middle of the wrist. It is an electronic instrument. Thinking about it, Chen Mo put it in his hands. The next moment, the wristband tightened and the entire wristband was attached to his wrist. Chen Mo tried to take it down and found that the wristband was worn and the wristband could no longer be stretched and could not be taken down. Thinking a little, Chen Mo did not do any useless work. Everyone else found this strange thing, but there were still a few warriors in the sky watching their warriors, and no one dared to scream and accept this reality. On your wristwatch, there are 10,000 stars, which is the currency of the transaction. You can buy the items you want to buy. After the flowers, you can find ways to earn stars. There will be a place to live for you. Want to be better? The place of residence. Think for yourself. Wait a minute. Someone will vaccinate you to prevent you from being infected by the virus and bacteria on the planet. Sanya asked a team member to explain common sense to them, and ignored some creatures who did not develop into the stage of technological civilization. They did not understand what a vaccine was. Then Sanya turned to look at the creatures designated by Chen Mo and to you, Come with me. After the end of Sanya, Chen Mo left. For the first time, Chen Mo was squatting and flying. The strong wind poured into the nose, which made him a little difficult to breathe, and the temperature was low. But fortunately, the other party seems to be deliberately controlling, and within his tolerance, he was not killed. Sanya, these low-level life, do you need to pay attention to the professor? On the way, a member of the Azong team looked at Chen Mo and others who were being shackled. Professor's value, we must pay attention to it, and the research of professors is related to the status of our entire civilization. Once successful, we will benefit a lot. Sanya cold answer. I have entered King Shui College in the first place. They are a few red-level intelligent life. Enter King Shui College. It is the highest school of the planet. They should all be the top elites of this planet. Can they do it? Professor has his own arrangements. Okay. Azong is no longer asking questions. After flying for about 20 minutes, Chen Mo was kneeling down in front of a house, and several other alien lives were taken to another place. I saw it in the air. This area is surrounded by a long wall, which is comparable to a city on Earth. Here is King Shui College. Later, you will be a member of King Shui College. You will report it at 2.5 origins, 5 hours. This is a vaccine that can help you to immunize the planet's viruses and bacteria. Sanya pulled out a refractor and hit Chen Mo's thigh, then took off and did not stop. King Shui University is the highest school on the planet. For the understanding of the universe between red and yellow, the knowledge here is enough for them to study for a lifetime. Sanya is very clear, and it is definitely smart to let the professor directly arrange the red life into King Shui College. It must be understood, and Chen Mo's calmness and performance are enough to see that he is indeed special. Until Sanya left, Chen Mo still looked puzzled. The other party did not ban his freedom, did not take any experiments with him, except for a dose of vaccine, did not give him any drugs. This cannot help but let Chen Mo be puzzled by the other party's painstaking efforts to grasp his purpose. I thought that this murder was too much, and now Chen Mo sees hope at least. Escape from the planet and return to Earth to find family hopes. It's just that Chen Mo still doesn't know how long the Earth has passed. Thinking of the family and care of the Earth, Chen Mo tightened his fists. I was thrown into this strange planet. There is nothing in him, the nano-robot bracelet is gone, and even the clothes are not the Earth. It is not realistic to want to escape the planet in a short time. If you want to escape, you must have a good plan. Otherwise, it is no different from finding death. After a long time, Chen Mo's gaze gradually returned to the calmness of the past and looked around. Unlike the house of the Earth, the house in front of Chen Mo is very tall, 15 meters high, but only 2 floors, and there is a small warehouse next to it. As for the architectural style, Chen Mo can't say what style it is. It is definitely not the European style and retro architecture of the Earth. They come, the security. Chen Mo now wants to settle down, and while he is familiar with the situation of the universe, he plans to escape. This strange planet does not belong to him. He does not want to stay in a lifetime of a planet surrounded by alien civilization. This feeling is like a zoo gorilla, for researchers to observe and study. Soon, Chen Mo familiarized himself with the place where he lived. Bored, Chen Mo began to familiarize himself with the means of transportation. Equipped with an anti-gravity suspension bike. The suspension motorcycle is like a sea motorboat, but the shape is more cool and full of technology and futuristic. As for the styling, it should be designed according to the situation of the humanoid. This school is a bit big, a city is so big, and a vehicle is indispensable. After all, the humanization point is that the suspension motorcycle has a manual, and there is an electronic audio version. Chen Mo can know which position has the function according to the translation of the translator. After simply familiarizing himself with the function, Chen Mo was careful to board the suspension bike and began to practice its driving. It took an hour, Chen Mo from the beginning to familiar with the suspension motorcycle, and spent about 2 hours. Chen Mokai thoroughly mastered the suspension motorcycle. Anti-gravity technology is the technology he has just developed on Earth. I did not expect it to be here. 5 hours passed. Chen Mo put down the familiarity of the suspension motorcycle, drove the suspension motorcycle, and screamed in the direction of the King Shui College, which was directed by the map. He is very smart, without any teaching and help, so mastered the driving of the flying motorcycle so quickly. In a research institute of the Three-Eye Civilization of the origin city, Tyrrell looked at the light curtain, and Chen Mo drove the figure of the suspended motorcycle. Next to Sanyu also nodded and agreed. Joining Chen Mo with several other intelligent life in King Shui College, I still haven't figured out what it is, and Chen Mo has mastered the driving skills. Is it a key concern? Asked Sanya. Well, let's first look at his performance at King Shui College. I am studying his genes here and looking for his password from the red level wisdom life to the present. Why not let him mate with his fellow sex? How many more? Not yet that step. Tyrrell shook his head. Remember, don't let him die in King Shui Xing. Other things make him free. He is very smart. It is the experimental subject I want. The freedom to restrain him is not good for the brain. I feel that he is pulling this time. The biggest harvest of Niakia's trip. Chapter 750. Zaiwai Civilization. Chen Mo sat on the suspension motorcycle and looked at King Shui College. He does not know these words. However, he knows that his location is the inner school district of King Shui University. The outer campus is the place for students to participate in activities. The inner school district is the place where King Shui College teaches and works. Alien Academy. Chen Mo feels unreal. A planet that is captive of civilization develops a complete social system, and the degree of technological development of the society here is stronger than that of the Earth. If it weren't for aliens of different shapes who came in and out, Chen Mo would think that this is the Earth after decades. What is waiting for him in front? Maybe there are countless unknowns and dangers. The sober consciousness tells Chen Mo, this is a world that is captive of civilization. This college is just a petri dish. The Solomon Large School Gate, in the eyes of Chen Mo, is already a jungle full of thorns. Freedom here. He needs to plan to escape. The road ahead he will face countless warriors wearing armor, as well as hidden in the unknown darkness, secretly observing his three-eyed star. Chen Mo suddenly woke up from his thoughts. His eyes became clearer and clearer. If he doesn't run away, he is similar to the captive monkey in the lab. If he fails to escape, he will die without a whole body, even more miserable consequences. But being confined for a lifetime, the truth is terrible. In the depths of the distant universe, Xiao Yu and his family are waiting for him to go back. After fixing the mind and rectifying the emotions, Chen Mo resumed the calmness of the past. He brushed the machine with the ID card and pressed the acceleration handle of the suspension motorcycle to enter the school gate. Hello, I am Chen Mo. Come to report. Chen Mo's suspension motorcycle drove down to an office building and walked into an office. He had been looking for a long time to know that this was the report office, and he had just learned a universal language from the translator. The three-eyed person who arranged him to come in should arrange his student status. For those people, the student status here is just a matter of words. The simplest. Although Chen Mo did not understand the purpose of the three-eyed person, he was to be arranged here. The teacher in the office looked at Chen Mo, picked up a camera and pressed him, and looked up at him. Then he took out a printed photo card and handed it to Chen Mo. This is your class. Report it yourself. The teacher's words are disdainful. At King Shui College, there are very few transfer students. They are all dependents who come in through the back door. Not only the teachers look down, but the students here will also look down on such students. Chen Mo ignored the teacher and took a look at the student card. The text still doesn't understand, and you can only identify the class you are in by the same text. The translator can translate, but he doesn't know the pronunciation of these words. He is now eager to learn the words of the world. Otherwise, it is impossible to escape from the control of the Three-Eye Civilization. After looking for a long time, I found the class in which he was located. A teacher led him into the classroom. The teacher called Gray, this is the transliteration name, with Chen Mo into the classroom. Let him find a seat. and then continue to explain the classroom knowledge. Students in different styles in the classroom curiously glanced at the new transfer students and began to whisper. Each of these classmates is very unique. Anyway, each one is not like Earthman and the style of dress is different. Can smell some special taste, not stinky, but not fragrant. The air is also mixed with fragrance. Chen Mo did not know if this was the perfume they used to cover up the smell of a classmate. Where is the life? People who have never seen this look. Who knows? Maybe it's new. What does he do? His appearance looks very pleasing to the eye. It should be male. Maybe he just came to the life of this planet. Ring, do you want to taste the past? Try the length. Just on him? Isn't that old lady a mucus? Chen Mo's mouth was pumped. He was sitting in the corner of the classroom. His hearing was very sharp, but he couldn't understand what they were saying. It was just the translator hanging on the ear, and the whispers of the two female students next to him were all translated to him, making him laugh and cry. Looking around, Chen Mo felt that he was incompatible with the surrounding. Did not know whether he had not adapted to the exclusion of the environment, or because it was controlled by civilization. The book is a tablet-like device, and Chen Mo still can't understand the above text. Mr. Crane is teaching, and the speed is very fast. The translator translates what he said to Chen Mo. However, many professional vocabulary Chen Mo can't understand, so the information obtained is intermittent. The general content of Chen Mo knows that it is a suspension technology, and occasionally some techniques that are mixed with the armor. Everyone else listened carefully and took a few quick notes. For 2 hours, Cray announced that after class, the next 2 days, when the class was not in class, the entire classroom suddenly cheered with joy. No one cares about Chen Mo, no 1 minute, people have run out. There was only Chen Mo in the classroom, and there was a teacher on the platform to pack things up. Teacher, where can I learn the universal language of the universe? Chen Mo struggled. This is what he learned from the translator. He is unfamiliar and somewhat swearing. Curry stunned and couldn't help but look at him. In the library, the 10th floor, the linguistic area, the introduction of the universal language of the universe is proficient. Cree used the light curtain of the wristwatch to give Chen Mo the appearance of the library, and by the way, wrote the name of the book he needed, and let Chen Mo remember. Thank you. After Chen Mo finished, Cree left the classroom. Chen Mo rode on the suspension motorcycle and quickly found the library. The library is very large and very large. It is much larger than an international airport. Even with the title, Chen Mo found it in 20 minutes. The library is the best place to learn about a civilization. Chen Mo must learn the language, words, and normal communication before he can survive here and then find ways to escape. But he can't show signs of escaping, otherwise he will be defeated if he is caught by his three-eyed person. When he got the book and the text translator, Chen Mo was immersed in it. Is the Zaiwai civilization sent people to visit the origin city? Tyrrell almost screamed, 3 eyes round, blue-green face. The color became deeper. Excited. For the origin city, there is no news more explosive than this news. Even an ordinary person of the Zaiwai civilization was appointed, which was a surprise. One of the 7 god-level civilizations, the first generation of the universe, the rule makers, has the supreme status in the main universe. Countless lives are the most awe-inspiring, most admired big god-level civilizations, creating and developing a battle, making the armor the most common and most commonly used combat weapon in the universe. Recognized by the Zaiwai civilization, the status of the origin city will be a step into the sky. If there is any civilization, can cooperate with the Zaiwai civilization, or provide help for them, the benefits are endless. What does the king say? Wang is ready for the highest ID card, and will be given a gift to the Zaiwai civilization, who are free to enter and exit every place they want to go in and out. Why did they suddenly come here for inspection? Asked Tyrrell. I don't know, so the king ordered the 3-eyed people to be notified. Don't irritate the messengers of the Zaiwai civilization. Don't inquire and ask about their whereabouts and affairs, otherwise it will be very troublesome. The three-eyed people around said, "Good." All focused on the head. The origin of the city is vast. The natural planet of flying universe created by science and technology, one civilization in the vast origin city, just like the giant family in a small city. 3i civilization is one of the largest families in the origin city. This is an opportunity to climb up. The Ziwi civilization sent messengers to visit the origin city. This news has already spread in the origin city. All civilizations are like chicken blood, hoping to seize this opportunity. Chapter 751, Warship genre. Closing the book, Shenmue stretched a lazy waist and snorted comfortably. It is daytime. There is no sunshine, but the sky is very bright, and the sky is a huge outline of the planet. The concept of time here is different. Shenmue has experienced 3 nights, which is 3 days of the planet, but it feels like a day longer than the Earth. During this time, Shenmue looked at more than 30 books on the universal language of the universe. From the beginning of the word, he read and listened to it, and later to the article. He became more and more proficient. Memory and language learning are very simple for Shenmue. At first, looking at this new world is unknown. It is now much clearer and there is a lot more to see. The superstars he saw in the sky, called the Origin City, the mother star of King Shui Ixing, a city that all creatures of King Shui planet are yearning for. The non-cosmic natural formation is artificially built, which is an incomprehensible existence of ordinary people. The preliminary outline of the alien world has been opened to Shenmue. The world is large. The rules of the universe are founded by the 7 god-level civilizations of the Universe Alliance. There are countless other civilizations, divided by the color of light, the lowest red level, the highest level of purple, black and white. Because the God-level civilization is this level. There is a complete civilized rule here, which is an enlarged version of ordinary civilization. The biological hierarchy is like a social class. The universe forms a system, but the interior is not an absolute peace. The struggle between the civilizations is like the big family of the earth. The intrigue between big companies, and even the war between nations. The rules of the weak meat and strong food will not change as long as there are creatures and desires. Shenmue found the thing that surprised him the most, or what made him feel very interesting, that is, the armor. In addition to the R&D department, King Shui College also has a combat department. Every classmate has a set of armor. Everyday training, fighting and entertainment projects will be integrated into the armor elements. The armor is an essential equipment for a strong man, just like the car of the earth. As long as you are familiar with mastering the skills of the armor, you can equip your own armor. Shenmue observed that the armor elements are integrated into all corners of society. As long as they are soldiers, they will have their own armor. The person who uses the armor also has a special group name, warrior. This is not unique to King Shui Ixing. Shenmue deliberately read the information. The armor of the Universe Alliance originated from the Ziwi civilization, one of the 7 god-level civilizations. The technology used since the expansion of the universe has become more and more powerful, and the armor developed into the preferred equipment for comprehensive operations. This made the Ziwi civilization occupy an advantage in the First Cosmic War. And the latter advantage snowball grows and evolves into a god-level civilization. The order of the 7 god-level civilizations of the universe is determined, and the genre of warfare has become the main weapon of individual combat in the struggle of cosmic civilization, which is highly respected by individuals. The powerful armor of the god-level civilization, equipped with devastating weapons, can destroy the galaxy. This special system also gave Shenmue a new understanding of the world, but at the same time he knew the world. I am afraid it is more cruel than reality, and the struggle will be more intense than the jungle. If you want to become stronger in this social system and become a person, you must master a powerful armor and become a warrior. Both the escape plan and the armor require a lot of money. Shenmue Song loosened his neck and took a few books at the table and put them back on the bookshelf. Returning to the old bank that made money, Shenmue thought for a few seconds and left the library. In the area of the Origin City, the cosmic port jumps. A beautiful drop-shaped spaceship appears in the area where the space jumps. The spacecraft is purple and transparent, and the purple flower sign can be seen in the middle. If anyone else sees it, it will definitely recognize it. The symbol of the Ziwai civilization, a crystal clear zinnia flower, reflecting the deep universe of the stars, noble and mysterious. This grape myrtle flower is a totem that countless civilizations admire, representing one of the 7 supreme rights of the Universe Alliance, governing the prosperity and life and death of countless lives. Welcome to the point of origin in the Universe City space. Please accept the security check. The electromagnetic broadcast of the universal language of the Universe Alliance, jumping to routine safety checks, to prevent someone from bringing devastating weapons into the origin city. The water-dropping spacecraft ignored the security broadcast, left the space to jump, and flew toward the original point city at the speed of light. The spacecraft responsible for security inspection did not dare to block. They have all been told in advance. Ziwai signs that they all know. The people inside kill them, and no one dares to say more. 30 minutes later, the water-dropping spacecraft appeared in the dock of the Origin City Space Universe. A transparent purple spacecraft with a body width of more than 50 meters appeared from the water-dropping spacecraft and quickly fell to the ground of the original point city. The messenger of the Ziwai civilization came. The king of the top 10 civilizations of the Origin City is waiting quietly at the stop of the ground, lined up. No one dares to be impatient. No one dares to have any dissatisfaction with the low-level life, the indifferent, and the ordinary subjects who greet the king, because the Ziwai civilization only needs one sentence, or wave, their entire civilization will disappear. The messenger is coming. Seeing the purple spaceship landing, the 10 kings of civilization are hot. With a face of worship and a slight body, they are welcoming the nobles. If they are recognized by the people inside, their civilization will step into the sky and become one of the top civilizations of the universe. Trouble everyone. A soft, unvoiced voice appeared, and a woman came down from the spaceship, which was born with a noble and mysterious temperament. A long, purple, translucent hair, long skirts, purple skin with fluorescing and strange lines. Where she stands, there is a unique temperament, noble and mysterious. The shape of a woman's body is almost the same as that of a human being, but her height is slightly higher than that of a human being. The division of the universe into races. The humanoids are represented by the body shape of the Ziwai civilization. The civilized leader on the field stayed and felt a high-level life attraction from the gene instinct, but still resisted. Offended women. They must be buried in the entire Origin City. The messenger, this is the supreme passport of our civilized territory. All the places in our territory, you can go in and out at will. If there is anything that can help you, you can tell me. The man who is open is about 2 meters and 67. It is a noble royal costume, blue-green skin, and the most conspicuous is the 3 eyes on the head. He is the king of 3-eyed civilization. But in front of the woman, his momentum and nobleness are not worth mentioning. As the king of 3-eye civilization, he is unattainable in the eyes of other lower life, and holds a powerful high-level civilization. However, in the face of the Ziwai civilization, their identity is not worth mentioning, even less than any Ziwai civilization. Ordinary warrior. The horror of the Ziwai civilization is that a casual soldier can destroy a high civilization. The leaders of other civilizations saw the 3-eyed king take the lead and open their faces, and they offered their supreme passes. Zon grinned and let the accompanying people take the pass in their hands. I also need a guide who is familiar with the Origin City. Our 3-eyed civilization is the most powerful warriors in the Origin City. They are familiar with everything in the Origin City. I can send them for you to drive. The 3-eyed king can't wait to say. Also being preempted. The kings of several other civilizations were somewhat annoyed and screamed, I also have the most powerful warriors here. I am familiar with the Origin City and can serve the messengers. Just look at your civilization. Go back and send him to the place where I stay. Purple Rhyme led the crowd to the Asian Lightspeed spacecraft, leaving a look of excitement, as well as the leader of other civilizations with confession. Is the specific location of the space fluctuation found? On the Asian Lightspeed spacecraft, the purple rime restored to a light and elegant opening. The man who accompanied him shook his head. Not sure about the location. You need to explore. Well, there should be people paying attention to our whereabouts, and then investigate the purpose of our trip. The embankment is not to be discovered by other people. It is a normal inspection. Zon said faintly. Chapter 752, Battler Maintenance Staff. The Palace of Three-Eyed Civilization, a royal underground, in the hidden space, only 3 eyes, and a man. The appearance of the man is somewhat the same as that of the Three-Eyed King. He is the 27th son of the Three-Eyed King and the Prince of the Three-Eyed Civilization. Confirmed that there were no ones. The Three-Eyed King opened. 3 questions. You are going to be the guide to the messenger of the Zaiwai civilization. Pay attention to see what they are looking for. The Three-Eyed King kept his voice to a minimum. Does the father suspect that they are coming over to find something important? Asked 3 questions. It's not doubt, it's for sure. The third eye of Wang Yan's third eye. The people of God-level civilization are not born easily. Now, when they appear, they suddenly come to the origin city. If there is nothing enough to attract them, you think they will send people over? What can attract God-class civilization is definitely not an ordinary thing. If there is a chance to get it, it will benefit us infinitely. The eyes of the 3 eyes are firm. On the surface he can obey the Zaiwai civilization, but in the face of the opportunity to climb up, which civilization wants to seize the opportunity? Take the risk once. If it is successful, their civilization may be able to go one step further, or help the Zaiwai civilization find what they need. When they are given to the people of Zaiwai civilization, the benefits they receive are also very large. You are the best child of the family. This time the messenger is a woman. If you have the ability, you can try to communicate with each other, but remember, don't anger them. The Three-Eyed King said. Okay. 3 questions nodded. After all, it is the best young man in the 3-eye civilization, the best soldier. He is confident in this woman. After the 3-eye Wang Zong's heart was long, he opened the chamber and left. Make money. This is what Chen Mo needs most now. There are 2 ways to escape the control of the 3-eye civilization. One is to have enough powerful weapons to destroy the 3-eye civilization. The other is to use a speed of light spacecraft, and perhaps even a super light speed spacecraft to directly escape the planet. Both of these require a lot of money and technology. Now that both hands are empty, Chen Mo is no better. Light-speed spacecraft and super-light-speed spacecraft need antimatter as energy material to promote antimatter extraction and preparation. Large projects are required, and spacecraft manufacturing also requires large projects. Chen Mo does not think that if the big project is carried out, the 3-eye civilization will not notice him. Even if he plans to escape, all actions must be careful. The life of King Shuixing knows that this is the planet under the jurisdiction of 3 eyes. The people here do not seem to be panicked and feared by the control of the 3-eye civilization. Think about it too. The 3-eyed people are quite bringing them from the mountains to the bustling big cities, and the vision is open. Once accepted, the world is completely different. There must be people who want to flee like him. It is only within the King Shuixing. The direction of research and development is limited by the 3-eye civilization. It is impossible to develop a light-speed spacecraft and cannot escape. For the first time, Chen Mo walked on the street of King Shuixing city. King Shuixing is very prosperous and social development is several grades higher than the earth. Looking around in the business district, this scene used to be the future of his planned future. Holographic cities and different high-rise buildings, anti-gravity suspension vehicles and flying armor are constantly flowing in the air. The commercial plaza is no longer the first floor with gates. The third floor, the fifth floor, and even the higher buildings are all open. The people sitting in the suspension car and the armor can land directly on the high floor and then enter the commercial plaza or go home. Do you want the peak of life? Ace armor, you deserve it. Kinneon battle armor, handsome in style, picking up a weapon, you can't buy it, you can't buy it, you can't buy it. Dragon War armor, make yourself faster, stronger, and beautiful. Huge holographic light curtains are advertising, and the same taste as the bustling city. Shenmue feels interesting. There are a lot of armor shops on the roadside, all kinds of armor, and parts stores, all brand new, like the 4S shop of the car. In addition, there are shops painted in the armor, and finally the armor maintenance and modified shops. Most of the repaired and refurbished shops are on the first floor, which is convenient for landing and maintenance. There are many techniques and materials that Shenmue has not touched. Shenmue walked into a warrior repair and modification shop. Several technicians were debugging and checking the armor. A battle armor of more than 3 meters should be the armor of a large alien. Do you recruit technology apprentices here? Shenmue asked in the omnibus language of oysters. Several people stopped their work and looked at him with amazement. They were only surprised to see Shenmue's life like this for the first time and continue to do the work in his hands. Do you have work experience? Said a person with a yellow body. No, we only recruit skilled apprentices here. Shenmue nodded slightly, did not bother, turned and left. I tried several times in a row, and there were big and small, and the final result was the same. All the way to the suspension of the motorcycle to the corner of the street. After hitting the wall for more than a dozen times, Shenmue did not give up. He wanted to escape from King Shu Ixing and must contact the technical field. Only then would he have the opportunity to accumulate technology, otherwise there would be no hope. When Shenmue is ready to give up, the next time he comes back, he finds that there is a small repair shop in front. With a mentality of trying, Shenmue still flew over the floating car. The repair shop is very small, only a few hundred square meters. This scale is quite the size of the tire repair motorcycle on the roadside of the earth. Inside the store, there is a wine-red person, skin folds, like the gully of the mountain range. It should be Old Man. The remaining spider engineering robots did not work, just stood quietly in the corner. Boss, do you recruit technology apprentices here? After listening to it many times, Shenmue said a lot. Young man, how long did it take to come to King Shui? The old man greeted Shenmue. How do you know? Shenmue nodded. The pronunciation is raw. Should it be just after learning the language? Was it caught? Yes. Shenmue is not jealous. At least people on this planet know the rule of three-eyed civilization, and they will catch people from outside. This is not a secret. After being caught, will you understand the knowledge here? My hometown knows something, but there are still some things that don't work. But I learn very quickly. I just got used to it, and I learned the language. You really learn very fast. I only have one person here. I really don't have an apprentice who can get a hand, but the salary may be lower. The apprentices in other stores are paid 500 yuan a day. There are only 200 stars a day here. Would you like it? Yes. Shenmue nodded. He never thought about relying on the apprentice's salary to earn the capital to escape from King Shu Ixing. Now he mainly contacts and quickly familiarizes with the armor technology here, and then finds ways to make money and develop armor technology. When can I work? It's okay now, but I am at King Shui College, and sometimes I have to go to class, but I can come over after class. After you arrived, you entered King Shui College? The voice of the old man was obviously a little surprised. They arranged it in the R&D department. The old man knew it, and he knew who Shenmue was talking about. He looked at Shenmue deeply and looked with appreciation. My name is Jia, and I will call it like this in the future. When you are in class, tell me to do it. If there is no problem, start working today. Count you for a long time. There are some technical books about armor. Look at it yourself. There are a few old armor that no one wants, and you try to dismantle your hands. The old man pointed to a few books that were randomly placed in the distance, continued to sit in the chair, doing nothing. According to intelligence, it can be determined that spatial fluctuations occur around the origin city, but the specific orientation is not confirmed. Zeki pointed to a star map and a dynamic map of the waveform, and there are various data on it. In front of him is Zun and two other members of the accompanying Zaiwa civilization. Purple Rhyme looks cold, puts on the instrument handed over, receives the above content and data, and the purple scorpion is erratic. How can I be sure? Requires space quantum detectors to detect at close range, which is still based on the fluctuation of space. Zeki said, space fluctuations are difficult to capture, and the time of appearance is short, and it is difficult to find without grasping a specific time. It's a big deal, don't worry, as long as the news doesn't leak. But it can't be too slow. Try to narrow down the scope of exploration. Staying here for too long will attract attention from other families. Zun said. Good. Zeki immediately accepted. Zun, Zeki, three-eyed civilization sent people. The light curtain popped up a man with a purple eyes and reported it. Let them come over. The purple rhyme is cold and the mouth is calm and the water is calm. 3 questions. Tried to make yourself look natural, but the heart is somewhat nervous. In the origin city, he is the best glimpse, standing at the top of the origin city. But for the Zaiwai civilization, a tribe is more noble than them. For the first time in close contact with the messenger of the Zaiwai civilization, although he was confident, he was still a little nervous. His so-called self-confidence, in the eyes of the other party, is nothing but a joke. The messenger, my name is 3 questions, 3 eyes of civilization sent to you for sending. 3 asked to see the purple rhyme, shocked to heaven. My name is Zun. You will call me Zun in the future. We are going to go to the origin city and you will lead the way. Zun smiled and recovered the cold look. As always. Chapter 753, Small Fisherman. The small fish was lying on the bed. His face was painful and sweaty. Next to Zhao Minutes holding her hand tightly, her eyes were red, and her eyes were anxious. It had been 3 hours past, and she did not dare to disturb the doctor. She could only comfort herself in the small fisherman's ear. Chenmo has been missing for more than 9 months, and Xiao has reached the delivery period. Husband. Xiaoyu is a little tired and his voice is hoarse. When he heard the name of the little fisherman, Zhao Minutes' eyes were red. Nothing, you will be back when you give birth to your baby. Okay. Xiaoyu's tears could not stop falling and his face was more painful. The husband will come back. It will definitely come back. Zhao Minutes nodded. An hour passed, accompanied by a baby crying sound. Xiaoyu's painful face was loose, relieved, and the tense atmosphere in the delivery room turned into joy. What? Suddenly, a scream. Everyone looked at the doctor who delivered the baby. I saw that the female doctor who was responsible for the delivery was a little flustered. The nurse who was giving the baby was not calm. They delivered hundreds of times and saw this strange thing for the first time. What happened? Zhao Minutes looked cold and let the ink girl take over the baby. Some vigilance looked at the doctor. The cord blood is red gold. Some of the doctors who gave birth were not calm. Zhao Minutes' whole shrinks, and a heart is lifted up in an instant. What is going on? Ink girl, the child showed me. Xiaoyu's eyes are red, so that the ink girl will hold the child. Seeing the child's stretched skin, surprise, tears can't stop, the voice is crying. The blood of her husband is like this. The death in the delivery room was generally silent. The doctors and nurses who delivered the baby squinted and looked at each other with incredible thoughts, as if they had discovered a big secret. Zhao Minutes was also a little shocked, but immediately returned to God. Shi-Wai was a little nervous, sitting quietly in the room, surrounded by robots, not allowing them to contact the outside world. After giving birth for more than 10 years, she had never had any problems in the delivery room where she was delivered. Today, I heard the secret inadvertently. Chenmo's night is different from ordinary people, but it is also relieved that the genius of Chenmo is special. Only now, Zhao Minutes let them come here, not allowing them to leave, nor allowing them to contact the outside world, which has to make them nervous. Since Chenmo's disappearance, Zhao Minutes has exposed unprecedented iron and blood means. The current marching ant group, but it is very horrible. It controls the African continent. Technology is unique, and it is also sitting on Mars. It can be said that it is powerful. If you want them to keep secrets forever, it is only a matter of words. After a while, the door to the room opened and Zhao Minutes walked in. Shi-Wai was tense, and the 3 doctors and nurses next to him were nervous. Today is a big day. I won't be like it. Don't be nervous. Zhao Minutes' voice did not waver, and they handed them an agreement. You have heard some secrets just now, but I hope that you will smother this secret in your heart. At least I don't want it. This secret leaks out of your mouth. This is a confidentiality agreement. I signed. Shi-Wai did not hesitate to pick up the pen, signed his name, and did not read the terms. Originally, she did not want to talk about it. If this incident was offended by Zhao Minutes and Chen Jie, they could not escape because they could not escape the earth. Another doctor and 2 nurses did not hesitate to sign the name and press their fingerprints. Seeing their decisive appearance, Zhao Minutes nodded slightly and was a person of interest. She was not worried that they would talk nonsense. The 4 cards, each with 5 million, are your secrets and the rewards for the birth of the students today. The password is 6 after the bank card. You are just an ordinary delivery, and Xiao has a healthy birth. The son will do. Forget the blood. Zhao Minutes gave each person a card. It is good. Shi-Wai nodded and promised that the other 3 also hurriedly nodded and hesitated. The 4 still accepted the bank card. Let people leave them. Zhao Minutes turned and went to the small fishing room. Xiao Yu is leaning on the bed, holding a squat, looking a little tired, but very gentle. His eyes are still red. It was a male treasure, and the old man at home remembered Chen Mo and cried for a while. After Zhao Minutes came in, his family had already gone out and left the space for her and Zhao Minutes. Zhao Minutes' sister, remember that every time her husband will vomit and suffer in his sleep. Xiao Yu gently touched the baby's face without stretching. Yeah? Zhao Minutes nodded gently. He also told me last time. Xiao Yu thinks of Chen Mo, and his eyes are wet again. At the end of the Mars transformation, he had another incident in his study at home. He told me. He said that every time, his body and brain showed almost a change, similar to evolution, and it changed every time. It's smarter. The last time it was a bit serious. His blood changed and it became golden. No wonder he will be more and more smart. Zhao Minutes is a lot easier. So before he said his new human beings, I have never been pregnant. I thought that the reproductive isolation, the baby's appearance, is also a kind of luck. Xiao said, tears fell down. Nothing, he will come back. We are still waiting for him here. He will definitely come back. Xiao Yu wiped his tears and said with a certainty, well, my husband must still be alive. The baby is the bridge between me and him. I can feel it. Inc. is developing a light-speed spacecraft and a super light-speed spacecraft. When the time comes, if Merle does not return, go out and look for him. The Inc. girl who has been standing quietly has been interrupted. Now the machines on Mars have discovered dark matter and antimatter, and are trying to capture and extract. As long as the extraction is successful, the materials of the spacecraft and the energy that drives the engine will be there. In order to develop superlight speed spacecraft faster, Chen Mo's theory of spacelight spacecraft, space curvature engine theory, design theory of light speed spacecraft, space jump theory, light speed engine technology and extraction technology of antimatter and dark matter all tell the Inc. girl. At the same time, there are a variety of technologies and supercapacity development techniques, which allow the Inc. and females enormous computing power and special quantum consciousness to assist in research and development. Information on technology and direction, all in Mexico. Chen Mo was arrested before passing the Inc. girl. Let her develop according to the original direction and plan. Dark matter is an essential material for spacecraft hull and engine materials. Antimatter is an essential energy source for curvature engines and light-speed engines. As soon as the dark matter and antimatter are successfully extracted, the construction of the superluminal spacecraft and the speed of light spacecraft can begin. After Chen Mo was arrested, Zhao Minutes let the armed forces quickly rule Africa. and then let the ink girl do her best to develop the experimental equipment needed for construction. Under the super artificial intelligence and fully mechanized blessing, despite all the development, the Earth has been beyond recognition for more than 9 months, and the level of development has reached another height. How long will it take to develop successfully? Xiaoyu asked. It's hard to say that at the current development speed. It can be done within a year or two. My consciousness will not be tired, there is no limit, and the calculation is very fast, but the current conditions can only be so fast. The ink girl said. After listening to the words of the ink girl, Xiaoyu and Zhao looked at each other with a firm look in their eyes and a quiet return in the room. Little Fisher sister, what is the name of the baby? The ink girl broke the silence again. She didn't know the baby's name. Now there is no name. Wait for her husband to come back and give him a name. Xiaoyu looked at the baby in his arms, and his eyes were infinitely gentle. Chen Mo, who is far away from the other side of the universe, is dismantling the armor, and suddenly feels a sense of heart. An inexplicable incitement. After the incitement, Chen Mo's mood seemed to be comfortable, and he couldn't tell why. It was an inexplicable joy. Is it that Xiao has been successfully produced? Chen Mo's mind came up with an idea. Waking up from the dormant cabin, he did not know how long he had been arrested. If the joy was due to the small fishing production of the distant Earth, then he was only 9 months old. He slept for 9 months in the dormant cabin. Time flies not long. If you escape, return to Earth. Your loved ones are there. After the incitement, Chen Mo was more determined to escape as soon as possible. Do you have a heart? Jia found Chen Mo's days and asked. No, just suddenly remembered a little trifle. Chen Mo shook his head and continued to dismantle the armor. I want to kiss my family. Jia turned his head and said with a slight emotion, I used to do this. When I came to the planet, it was so small. Kaz's hand stroked a bit, probably only as high as Chen Mo's thigh. I didn't want to, I was vague. I can't remember what they looked like. How long have you been here? A few days after coming here, Chen Mo also touched Jia's temper and compared an easygoing old man. 300 origin years. Jia looked at the sky, with endless thoughts. I remember, when I was arrested, my mother looked at me with her eyes. She cried very painfully, but could do nothing. I can't remember now. She looks like. How long is your life? Chen Mo asked. More than 300 years of origin. Now it's almost the same, and I have come almost the same time. Kag's voice was relieved, and there was a faint relief. What about you? About 50 origin years. Then you still have the chance, if you have the opportunity to leave. Take my ashes, even if you are in space. It is better than here. Jia joked. Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Gai smiled and continued to lie on the chair, rubbing the wrist of the wrist. No one to repair the armor. He is this bored look. As for the jokes that escaped, he didn't take it seriously. Even if he was the one who monitored them, he wouldn't care if they said this. Chen Mo continued to dismantle the armor in his hands and was familiar with the technology. Chapter 754. Jade Bird Battle Eagle. Purple Rhyme sits on a suspended spaceship and overlooks the Origin City below. Their current height, the Origin City, is still not marginal. There are other people on the spaceship, accompanied by Zeki and Tongmu, and 4 people of the Zaiwai civilization. Accompanied by them, there are 3 questions, as well as the guards brought by the 3 questions. In the outer space of the Origin City, is there any particularly beautiful natural landscape and special place? The purple rhythm is faint. Yes. 3 questions nodded without hesitation. Looking at the Origin City in outer space, you can see the cosmic aurora belt of the Origin City. It looks very good. What about others? The Origin City is a non-natural city, transformed by a few high-level civilizations on a giant asteroid belt. Strictly speaking, the natural landscape formed by the universe is not, and the most beautiful landscape is the aurora belt. 3 questions returned truthfully. Sun did not ask again. Looking at the origin of the city from the window, there is no wave. No one knows what she is thinking, and she does not bother to ask questions. Don't look at him as a prince of three-eyed civilization. If Purple Rhyme is not happy, a finger can crush them. The speed of the spacecraft is getting faster and faster, and the Purple Rhyme is still just looking out the window. There is no movement. I heard that there is an asteroid belt in the Origin City. Yes, those asteroids have been transformed. There are millions of them, mainly living in some low-level life, belonging to different civilizations, where we have more than 300,000 asteroids. There are some inferior areas there. Nothing. We generally don't go there. 3 questions said. Yeah, Sun nodded slightly. Go and take a look around the asteroid belt. Marching Ant Headquarters Meeting Room. Wang Hai, Black Eagle, Zhongli, Zihi, Bai Pearl, Anan, Chi-He, Ganyu, Taishan, etc. Gathered together, they are the main leaders of the marching ants armed. Over the years, they have been managing the arms behind the business and control of the military ants group. Now Africa is under the control of Hittite, and they are behind the scenes to control the Greek armed forces. The marching ant group has reached this stage and is no longer a simple enterprise. The atmosphere on the field was dignified. In particular, the Black Hawk did not say a word. He was the guardian around Chen Mo. When Chen Mo accident, he had no effect at all. At that time, he looked at the appearance machine and could only blink. So during the time when Chen Mo disappeared, he was also hating. Seeing that Zhao Minutes and the Ink Woman came in, everyone was quite physically fit. There is a new decision now. When Zhao Minyi entered the main position, he opened his mouth directly. At the latest 3 years, we will enter the interstellar space to explore. At that time, we may face the interstellar war. The opponent may be an alien with unknown strength. You need to strengthen the armed forces of the Greek team, train the warriors of the Star Wars, and popularize the armor. Going on, this is to prepare for interstellar exploration. Hey! Exclamation mark. The eyes of everyone on the field skyrocketed. Is it a boss? The Black Hawk pair of eagle eyes became sharp. Yes. Zhao Minutes did not hesitate to answer. I and Xiao think that the boss is still alive. The Ink Girl is developing a superlight speed spacecraft. Once the superlight speed spacecraft is successfully developed, we can enter the space. Everything in the universe is unknown, but from the known situation, the war is not a void. Wang Hai, Black Hawk and others are eager to try. They are the first people to follow Chen Mo. If it is not Chen Mo, they are now just ordinary veterans. Chen Mo is very meaningful to them. At the same time of excitement, everyone is also a little stressed. The universe is boundless, uncertain about how many unknown civilizations, and how many dangers are there. If you encounter a civilization that is stronger than them, the consequences can be imagined. A little bit worse, what may be faced is the destruction of the entire human civilization. These pressures are also a kind of motivation. If they don't go out, they will always be the frog at the bottom of the well. Now that the position of the earth has been exposed, it is better to fight it than the livestock to be slaughtered, and everyone wants to find Chen Mo. I am going back. Chen Mo and Jia played a greeting and rode the suspension motorcycle to leave the repair shop. Jia's repair shop. The location is remote. There are very few people passing by. The time to repair the shop as an apprentice, the repairs received, are some small problems, either to change energy, on which small system components are damaged. But every time I hit the armor, I will explain it to him like a master. Chen Mo is also learning fast enough. He will soon use the armor maintenance technology learned from books in practice. Now he has a better understanding of the armor here, and basically can independently repair the armor. In general, King Shuixing's armor level is higher than his level on the Earth. Materials, weapons and flight systems are better than his previous ones, but there is not much advanced. Just a technical upgrade. Chen Mo wants to customize a set of his own armor, but the price is too expensive. A set of ordinary armor, the price here needs 800,000 stars. Chen Mo now has only more than 10,000 stars, cannot afford to buy an energy. Riding a floating car on the road, Chen Moman is thinking about making money. Now I have a preliminary understanding of the situation of King Shu Ixing. He currently has a lot of technology. As long as there is technology, there is no money. But he can't be too high profile, otherwise it is easy to be noticed. Chen Mo touched the wrist on the wrist. This thing and the Earth humans study the nature animals, and they are similar to the locators they wear. They should want to determine his traces and collect his body data at any time. How to get rid of it is also a troublesome thing. But the child is very depressed. Her armor is broken, and now she can only stand on the side of the road. The upper body is a red t-shirt, revealing the navel, ultra-short military green hot pants, a pair of pink long legs exposed. Her body is a classic anthropoid, tall, with a pink skin, a delicate face and pointed ears. Even if it is a different kind of humanoid, she will feel beautiful when she sees her. She is also the favorite object of countless male students in King Shui University. At this moment, she stood helplessly on the road, while using the wristband contact. She was depressed. Ring, where are you? My armor is broken. I am on the field and the game is about to begin. Then what do I do? Wait for me. I will pass immediately after the game is over. I will start, and I will hang up. You are not sexual. I am not in front of the village without the store. But I can't help but hang up the wristwatch. I am depressed. I can only see if there are any people passing by. Let them help send it for repair. A pink woman stood on the side of the road, standing next to a set of armor. There were many people passing by, and most of them flew in the air, and they refused to come down. Suddenly, my eyes were bright, and she saw a black spot flying over and flying very low. Hey, stop, can you help me? I waved my hands and jumped. Chen Mo heard the sound, stunned, and the subconscious slowed down. He followed the sound and saw the child waving his hands desperately. He recognized that this is the girl who is in the same class as his class. Their relationship is irrelevant. Chen Mogang did not come to the class soon. He did not communicate in the class. He only studied, left after finishing school, and did not participate in those classmates' activity. But Chen Mo remembers that, at least Chen Mo's aesthetic, her appearance is cute. Is there something? Chen Mo confirmed that she was calling herself, slowly stopped, and looked strangely. Chen Mo, it is you. When I saw Chen Mo, I was happy at once. Chen Mo came in and did not talk to people. People felt uncomfortable and the two were unfamiliar. However, when she first saw Chen Mo, she and the ring had sneaked around and let the ring try Chen Mo's length. My armor is broken, I have to repair it. Can you help me to repair it? But the child looked pitiful and could not bear to refuse. I am a suspension motorcycle, can't carry people. Chen Mo spread his hands. A pair of love can help. But I was discouraged at first. I thought I had hopes. As a result, this cargo ride was a suspension motorcycle that was donated by the school. This low-grade goods had no back seat and could not carry people. People are unlucky, and things are unlucky. Leaning on the armor, but the child is scowling. Can't let Chen Mo borrow her motorcycle to drive her back, and then she will pick it up again. Chen Mo will certainly not agree. Then you will repair the armor? But the child flattened his mouth and his eyes wide open. It will be a bit. Where is your armor bad? Chen Mo looked at the armor around him. King Shu Ixing Dongqing Company released the latest customizable armor this year, Jade Bird, featuring speed and flexibility, with a top speed of 25 times the speed of sound, and its combat system is also known for its flexibility, and the auxiliary response and judgment system is very good. This set of bluebirds is a blue-white texture coating, up to 2 meters 5. The body is streamlined. The legs are particularly long, just fit the body shape. It seems that there is a problem with the flight system. When he heard Chen Mo Hui, he immediately came to hope. Kelly's tall figure is 2 heads higher than Chen Mo. In the human race, Chen Mo is definitely the height of the middle and upper male gods. Now standing with Kia, Chen Mo immediately becomes a dwarf, and the accompanying lining is getting taller and taller. Then I try. I am not responsible for repairing it, Chen Mo asked at the armor. No problem. you can fix it. But the child turned to sorrow and joy, and the pitiful man who was just full of grace was missing. She doesn't expect Shenmue to fix it. It's just a chance to learn more about this strange guy. Now, looking at Shenmue, it seems to have a special attraction. Chapter 755, Writing a Flight Control System. This is the latest armor. Shenmue learned about some of its materials and technology in the repair shop in Ka. The Jadebird armor is high speed and flexible, and the flight system is its best component. It stands to reason that it should not be so fast. After all, the reputation of this set of armor is there. Maybe this girl is too embarrassed. But such a cute girl should not be right. If the child is really unlucky, just bought a disqualified one, that is her unfortunate problem. The tool for dismantling the armor. There is a small mechanical repair tool robot with a large fist, and a dismantling tool is needed. In case of emergency, it is enough to dismantle the armor. The official price of Jadebird is as high as 2.8 million stars, which is not cheap. It is also the permission of the child. Shenmue, I dare to be bold and bold. Which engine is the problem? Shenmue asked. All the engines stopped at the same time. The eyes looked at Shenmue and answered truthfully. That should be a problem with the flight control system. Shenmue gave up the disassembly engine, got up and walked behind the armor, and opened the head of the armor. This armor is too precise, and now the tools are ordinary. Shenmue has spent a lot of effort to open the shell of the armor head, revealing the chips and circuits inside. The chip is a little bigger than the thumbnail. This is a photon chip, which is 100 times more horrible than a supercomputer, enough to meet the functions and calculations required for the armor. Your miniature light brain is for me, Shenmue said. What do you want to do? But without hesitation, he handed the tiny light brain of the size of his mobile phone to Shenmue. The micro light brain is quite a mobile phone and a personal computer, and can do a lot of things, but this thing is private after all. But can't help but ask more. I will check the flight control system for you. I don't have a light brain. Shenmue let the children unlock. The light curtain popping up is the art photo of the child, or the one. The side of the child, the pink face, became red, almost turned into a monkey ass. It's too shameful. Shenmue did not think much, using the tool interface of the maintenance machine to connect the system of miniature light brain and armor. Soon, Shenmue found anomalies. During this time, Shenmue was the first to familiarize himself with mastering the light brain and software programming techniques. These two technologies are the foundation of Shenmue's development technology and the tool to escape from King Shu Ixing in the future. Although it is another kind of technology, it is only the difference in appearance. The principle of essence is very similar. The mathematical formula is the same. The difference is the literal symbol. Shenmue uses the equations and algorithms he uses to substitute the text symbols here, which is easy to grasp. The same universe, the same set of physical laws, so the programming technology here, Shenmue now understands at a glance. Have your flight control system been modified? How do you know? When I heard that Shenmue knew that the flight control system of the armor had been modified, the confidence of the children increased greatly. Nothing. I don't know if the armor has been modified. This cannot help but make her more curious about this usually silent man. From Shenmue's entry into the class, the outsiders only knew Shenmue's name and never knew anything about him. The program of the flight control system has collapsed. Shenmue knocked on the virtual button of the light brain a few times, and a bunch of warning symbols jumped out. The key of this virtual button is different from that of the Earth's computer, and it is a bit anti-human. I have spent more than 200,000 conversions and installed 2 small flight assist engines. I just said that they have no problem. But I was angry with my face. The fist is clenched and seems to wait for the post-mortem account. The power system of the Bluebird armor is different from other armor, Chen said. The flight control system of the Bluebird armor is originally 6 main engines, plus 2 auxiliary steering engines, 2 more main engines than the traditional armor, so the flying speed and flexibility of the Bluebird armor is very high, and now it is also added. 2 packs are more flexible, but the requirements for the flight control system are higher. Only the modification engineer is not familiar with its flight control system. Just simply add 2 auxiliary system programs into it. Once the 8 engines are started, the program conflicts and the system collapses directly. What should I do? Can it be repaired? Hearing Chen Mo's explanation, he was very nervous. Generally restart the flight control system, but the modification adds 2 auxiliary engines. The original engine circuit should be changed. Yes, I just tried to restart the flight control system, or it crashed. But I nodded. I will try to help you modify the flight control system. Would you change the flight control system? Asked the child, amazed. It will be some, but this is the first time. With the consent of the child, Chen Mo checked the flight engine's circuit and design, and tapped on the virtual keyboard of the miniature light brain. At first, I didn't adapt to the anti-human key design on the virtual keyboard, and then slowly adapted, and the speed was much faster. The flight control system for Chen Mo, the architecture is not complicated. The program has always been the advantage of Chen Mo. Master the programming language rules here. Chen Mo is easy to get started. Combining some of the frameworks of flight conflicts, Chen Mo rewritten a set of control engine programs according to his own design. When she looked at Chen Mo, who was focused on programming, she suddenly found out that Chen Mo, who is different from her, looked pretty handsome. Chen Mo seems to have an inexplicable charm. The stunned child touched Chen Mo's gaze, and the pink face became blood red, and the Tibetans could not hide. About 30 minutes, Chen Mo ended the programming, and collected the light brain and handed it back to her. It's fixed. If you are suspicious, you can try to start the armor. It can be used. Give your repair fee. It was very refreshing to hand Chen Mo with 20,000 stars. Although Chen Mo does not need to pay, she can see that Chen Mo needs money, otherwise he will not sit in the free-floating motorcycle that is free from the school. Chen Mo is not welcome, he really lacks money, and now he needs some money to do anything, and he can make money if he has money. Sitting on the suspension motorcycle, Chen Mo went straight away. Until Chen Mo disappeared into the field of vision, the child would be to God. This man has a special charm. Although there are not many words, it gives people a kind of peace of mind and sunshine. There is also an unclear temperament. It is much better than the males. She has only one, not a level. Shifting students, life that I have never seen before. Newcomers. What did he do before? What is the story? This cannot help but make her a great interest in Chen Mo field. Curiosity is curious, but the child returns to God and controls the armor to accelerate away. Back to the dormitory, the ring came back. I saw a smile on my face. I couldn't help but reach out and said, "Oh, I still want to go to you. You are back. Xiaoqia is coming in spring. Roll. Watch your game go." But she gave her a blank eye. This white eye, with a pink face, is a lot more lovely. Let the ring giggling. Isn't the armor broken? How come you come back? I also raised the battle armor, went to find the yellow leather account. I just finished the modification, and the system crashed on the road. I lied to me more than 200,000, and let me go out. If Chen Mo helped me fix it, the station is a street girl. And you, the game is more important than me. Chen Mo, the new short man, he will repair the armor. The ring seemed to discover the new world and suddenly came to interest. If Chen Mo heard someone say that he is a short man, it is estimated that he can be mad. But for the nearly 2 meters tall and the ring, it is really short. My battle armor flight control system is what he changed. Otherwise I am still on the road. But I seriously said what I said today. After I finished, I found out that the ring was staring at her with strange eyes. Why are you looking at me like this? No, when you just said Chen Mo, your eyes are shining. The ring patted the shoulders of the child. Now the love of crossing the race is everywhere. I don't object. The true feelings must be brave. What a sister. You are my sister. The two laughed and laughed. and soon the topic turned back to the armor. Your armor will give me a try. Let me see if the flight control system written by Chen Mo is good or not. Go back and look for Huang Pizi to settle accounts. After the fight, the ring allowed the child to open the armor and handed over the temporary control to her. Kelly and the ring are the same race of the same race. Both of them are of similar size, so the armor and ring of the child can also be worn. A set of battle armor. The ring went outside the door. Chapter 756. Make money. Chen Mo now wants to make money. Technology is useless is the most difficult. The technology he has mastered, King Shui Xing has, or have similar substitutes. In the Science and Technology Library there are more advanced technologies, but some special equipment, Chen Mo did not dare to develop, afraid to attract the attention of Three-Eye Civilization. He must guard against the three-eyed people who are observing King Shui Xing. The Research Institute of the R&D Department of King Shui University is open and can be used by all students. But Chen Mo is very uncomfortable, and he has never used it, because King Shui College is the center of three-eyed civilization. It is almost concentrated on the most intelligent race of King Shui Xing, which is also the most strict place for the monitoring of three-eye civilization. During this period of time, Chen Mo may guess that the other party will invest in King Shui College from some trivial matters and clues. He also became a beggar of fancy. Three-eyed civilizations are studying how to cultivate smarter intelligent creatures, trying to make biological evolution, and perhaps studying ways to make themselves evolve. King Shui Xing is probably just one of the ordinary petri dishes. To escape, Chen Mo must be cautious, otherwise there will never be a day of turning over. Let the people in King Shui Xing love, marry, mate, and even put out experimental drugs for research and development, induce genetic exchanges and mutations between human races, hoping to make the humanoid mutations here evolve. And the Three-Eye Civilization only needs to grasp mutants, get the genetic data of evolution, and study the evolution to more advanced and intelligent creatures. The high-level civilization takes the low-level wisdom creatures as pigs and dogs. This is no different from the Earth people taking the mice as experimental products. There is no right or wrong in morality, and the identity and interests are different. This cannot help but let Chen Mo think of the last sentence of Xu Lao. There is no moral standard in the universe, and there are no rules. The universe is different from the weak. Bloody words are in your ear. The truth of the universe is cruel. Civilization is not an absolute moral rule. If you want to be not an ant, you must continue to climb to the top of the pyramid of the universe, no matter which civilization recognizes this problem. Below the god-level civilization, they are all walking dogs. Chen Mo suspended motorcycles arrived in front of a tall building, looked up at dozens of high-rise buildings and walked in. This is the first time he came to the material supermarket. When he came to the commercial street to observe it, he saw it outside the door. And then he also learned about some material supermarkets through the light brain. King Shui Xing's research is very emotional, especially near King Shui College, where many talented and intelligent creatures. The armor is very developed, there are many independent R&D personnel for materials, and there are no purchase restrictions on chemical raw materials and various instruments. The front is like a large material supermarket. The chemical materials and instruments needed are basically available here. This is a raw material supermarket, which is sold in other areas and floors of the building, as well as various armor and other equipment. Chen Mo's instruments in the Earth laboratory are mostly here. He gave him a maintenance fee of 20,000 yuan, which is an unexpected wealth. I thought it would be a long time to make money, but with 20,000, he now has 30,000 stars. 30,000 stars, enough for him to make some preliminary thoughts. The person who received Chen Mo was a female classmate, with big buttocks, thick lips, large upper circumference, and a very fat body. Chen Mo's first impression came out. I need to buy some materials. Chen Mo asked. Please follow me. The god woman led Chen Mo into the building, and all kinds of materials were in full view. After a round trip, I bought the raw materials needed, and the utensils, Chen Mo was satisfied to leave a total of more than 23,000. Chen Mo's first way to make money is to buy materials. The most inferior and most accessible technology in the Science and Technology Library is material technology. It may be that in order to reduce the development time of the Science and Technology Library, other technologies require Chen Mo to study on their own, but the materials technology and pharmaceutical technology have the formula. As long as the required materials are obtained and developed according to the formula, the required technology can be obtained. The new powerful armor material is very popular here. The ring is wearing a green bird armor and is suspended in midair. It is the training ground of King Shui College and the training ground of the combat department. Those who come here to train the battle armor skills are the students of the battle department of King Shui University. Beside her, there are two people floating in the air. One is for another set of armor. The other is very familiar. The senior students of the King Shui Academy's combat department are delusional. This is the most annoying person in the ring. 1. The life of different ethnic groups. Appearance is not a standard, but this person's character is not very good. Chasing her to hit the wall, but also dead skin and lingering, like the cannot lose the leather candy. There is also promiscuity. Romantic, and famous star. The ring is against the dregs that don't need to be skinned. When you see it, you can hide far away. Countless times, I hope that there will be a kind of person who will come out and kill the scum star directly. Now come out to test the armor, but also met this disgusting guy, also to test the armor. The first time they met, they were in a match. At that time, the ring was watching the game. As a result, this guy saw that she was wearing clothes, and then she came over to pick up the shackles, and then she couldn't get rid of it. Many times I have deliberately encountered it, and I will think that I will slap on my face and slap it up. Sometimes I want to set her bet on the battle armor. I think that I am a student of the combat department. Plus, I am very talented. I am a small master and the ring is not fooled. Imagine this person. The character is not what? But the armor control is first class. She knows. There is a small gap between the armor technology and the delusion of the ring, but it is not big. Although it is not a regular combat student, the ring is also a wilderness. It often participates in some underground battles and has a lot of practical experience. Ring. Do you want to come more than one? Lose the promise of the other party? I want to ask in the tone of yin and yang. Come again? The pink-eyed eyes turned white and I ignored this wonderful flower. She didn't talk, and the students on the crowd had already started to squat, and the buzzing voice was getting bigger and bigger. You don't talk, I promise you. Roll. The helmet on the armor is set, and the engine behind it starts. The imaginary armor also started. Obviously it was a game of death. I think that the armor to be tested is the Red Star Warrior, and it is also the latest armor. It looks like it has been modified. Modified armor is very common. Each person's fighting style is different. After getting the custom standard armor, they will find their own division to modify according to their own style. Boom! Exclamation mark. Boom! Exclamation mark. The two shockwaves exploded in the air where the two were located. Although the ring does not want to compare with him, but this disgusting guy is stuck in the face, she certainly does not want to lose. They are all tested after the modified armor, they are not familiar with the performance. Whoever loses is not necessarily test the battlefield's test field and have the features needed to test the armor. The initial armor test, mainly the power system, flight, turn, obstacle dodge and anti-strike. The weapon system cannot be tested here. The test field here is very large. Floating obstacles floating in the air, active obstacles and fixed obstacles, testing on the prescribed route. If it is not dodging, it is easy to hit. This is also the test driver's reaction and the performance of the armor. Question mark call. The Jade Bird Warrior instantly turned sharply, and the ring suddenly took a look. Impossible. Is the response of the Blue Bird Warrior so sensitive? And is this flight control system so powerful? Just now she just saw the obstacles, the subconscious mind thought of dodging, a thought appeared immediately flashed, and the delay of the brain control system was astonishingly small. And the angle and location of dodging is just right. The dodging of that moment is not a big deal. Professional warfare can do it, but definitely does not include the ring. The ring is a person in the R&D class. It is not a combat system. It is just a spur of the usual battle armor. It does not professionally learn to fight and dodge skills. It's just that the performance of this Bluebird is too strong. The ring immediately denied this idea. She has seen the Bluebird armor and even played with it, knowing its parameters and performance. It may be caused by two auxiliary aids, which greatly enhances its flexibility and the perfect fit of the flight control system. Behind her, the active obstacles that flew over the ring just now made me think about some accidents. I almost made a move and followed a dodge. It was only a subconscious slowdown, which made him fall behind a lot. Soon, I will adjust and imagine to catch up, in front of the barrier-intensive area, in order to detect the flexibility of the armor, dodge in high-speed flight. The ring decided to challenge once. Concentrate, stare at the obstacles ahead. All the engines are turned on. The obstacles are flying one by one from the armor. The ring feels like the state is better than ever. The Bluebird is like a swallow entering the jungle. In the gaps between the obstacles, the most beautiful flight path is drawn, and all the movements are flowing. This set of dodge action caused the onlookers to make a loud exclamation. I also thought that the ring actually made such a set of difficult moves. The action of watching the ring is very light, and after disappearing into the obstacle, the pressure of delusion suddenly increases. Only when you reach this speed can you know how difficult the set is. These obstacles, the time of dodge control is not allowed, will definitely hit, and the ring just the action. Light as a veteran, seeing more and more obstacles, I hope that the subconscious will slow down the speed, and risk and avoid the obstacles that are on the way, without paying attention to the reverie behind. The ring has become more and more exciting, and the speed of the armor has not decreased, but increased. Every action that avoids obstacles will attract the exclamation of the onlookers. The flexibility of the Jade Bird has refreshed their understanding of this armor, and each flight path is elegant and flexible. The onlookers have rushed to dry. After a while, through the final test, the ring hovered in midair, looking back at the test area. The delusion was still dodging. After a while to arrive. The number of collisions is 0, time 5 minutes 78, score 91, excellent. The number of collisions is 5, time 6 minutes 02, score 83, excellent. Weak bird. The ring saw the score of the test field, sneered and taunted, and urged the armor to leave, leaving a reverie of thunder. Well, can you sell me your armor? For so many days, the ring has never been as cool as it is today. No, I will modify it myself. This is mine. Seeing the performance of today's ring, Kerr is now a favorite of the armor. Are you sure that the flight control system is modified by Chenmo? He turned his eyes and seemed to be thinking. Do you have his communication number? Contact him and let him modify my armor. He doesn't have a communication number. Chapter 757, Dark Matter and Small Universe. Chenmo, carrying a large bag of things, suspended motorcycles stopped in the repair shop in Ka. Came back to Chenmo, quietly sitting in the chair of Jia, just glanced at him and continued to raise his spirits. How come back? Buy something, get some materials to sell. Chenmo took off his backpack. Gai nodded slightly. You are short of money? Well, that's right. After all, you have money to do what you want to do. Chenmo took a backpack and went into the small room of the repair shop. Each of the armor maintenance technicians is a material scientist and a machine scientist. They all have their own laboratories. Without technical strength, it is impossible to repair them. The small room that Chenmo entered was Jia's small laboratory, where he had the equipment needed to prepare the materials. When entering the laboratory to close the door, Chenmo put on special goggles and protective clothing, began to add raw materials, and prepared refining materials. The laboratory of the research department of King Shui University is more complete. He does not return to the King Shui University to use the equipment of the research laboratory. But to come here, the King Shui College always made him uncomfortable, and no one wanted to stay in a certain cage. There are inexhaustible materials in the Science and Technology Library. Shenmue does not have no technology, just the material that is being developed. As long as there is a start, things are much simpler. At the Mars base, a huge ring sits in the plains, large in size, comparable to the diameter of a small city. Inside the huge ring structure, it is equipped with extremely complicated lines and instruments. This is the dark matter extraction machine designed and created by the Ink Woman according to the theoretical data given by Shenmue. In the center of the underground structure of the machine, a 2-meter high transparent container is erected, and special machines are installed above and below the container. The container is transparent and does not seem to have any substance at first glance. But as long as it is observed by means of the instrument, it can be seen that the bottom of the bottle is different, and there is a special substance on it. This is the fifth state substance, Bose-Einstein condensed matter. This is the physical condensed state formed by the fixation of dark matter after capturing dark matter. Dark matter is smaller than electrons and photons. It has no charge, does not interfere with electrons, and can traverse electromagnetic waves and gravitational fields. This characteristic is destined to be difficult to capture, so only special methods can be used to capture and extract. The capture method introduced by the Science and Technology Library is to use a special gas of quantum degenerate state to capture dark matter. In the science of the Earth, this special gas is similar to the quantum degenerate Fermi gas. The gas itself is a free electron gas. When in the quantum degenerate state, the internal degenerate pressure is used to capture dark matter, and then use the magnetic field to adjust the interaction between the atoms to convert the special electron gas pair into a color. The type of particles are then subjected to low temperature processing to form a fifth state substance to fix the dark matter. After Shenmue's disappearance, this large-scale construction project was carried out by Mars and Independence on Mars. Desperately, there are two kinds of dark matter that the Earth has recognized: neutrinos and black holes. Shenmue captures another form of dark matter, the dark, a relatively stable dark particle different from the black hole and the neutrino. Dark matter is the main material for building a super-light-speed spacecraft. It is a special material that incorporates a specific proportion of dark matter and can withstand space compression during space folding and light-speed flight. Without dark matter, it is impossible to create a space curvature super-light-speed spacecraft and a speed-of-light spacecraft. Therefore, according to Shenmue's original thinking, the Ink Girl first extracted dark matter and antimatter. These two substances are the basis of everything, and the design of the space curvature engine and the super-light-speed spacecraft is also in progress. As soon as the dark matter comes out, the Ink Girl can use the dark matter for the material at the fastest speed. Suddenly, the working machine stopped. The container was taken down by the processing robot, removed from the laboratory, and the other bottle was fixed again. There are not only one container for extracting dark matter, but many. The dark matter extraction was successful. This is the message that the Ink Girl got. Is the condition mature? Zhao Minutes asked as she looked at the holographic projection of the Ink Girl. Since Shenmue's disappearance, Zhao Minutes' expression has been indifferent, and the huge marching ant group has fallen on her. Shenmue used to be a supporter on her, and she is now on her. Mature, said the Ink Girl. Yeah? Zhao Minutes nodded slightly. The current marching ant group is desperately developing the entire Mars and outer space to build a defense system against the alien invasion of the solar system. The asteroids in the asteroid belt are also eroded by nanobots, and the Ink Girl is preparing to build resources for space jumps. For humans, this is an unprecedented project. The extraction of dark matter was successful, and the huge project of planning a super-light-speed spacecraft and building space jump points was also initiated. Back to the place where I lived, the Purple Rhyme was cold and let Zeki take the equipment. Data. It's been too busy to wander around the Origin City for a long time. Their purpose is not for sightseeing. Collecting spatial data is what they want to do most. How is the result? The location I arrived today did not reveal abnormal spatial fluctuations. Zeki shook his head. Is there any other way to find it? Zun put an instrument next to the temple, and the purple eyelids flashed to restore the cold look. No, that is the spatial fluctuation of uncertainty. When there is no fluctuation, it cannot be detected, Zeki explained. Now it is only based on the obtained spatial fluctuation data, guessing that there may be a small universe here, but it is impossible to determine whether it is true. The spatial fluctuations of several small universes that have been identified are not exactly the same. The purpose of their trip is the small universe. The small universe is a very special main space. At present, in the main universe where they are located, only 7 small universes are discovered, which is the supreme base of 7 god-level civilizations. The small universe is one of the necessary conditions for a god-level civilization. A civilization gains a small universe and blocks the space entrance of the small universe, which prevents the opponent from using the devastating regular weapons to destroy the entire Wenxing domain. Otherwise, civilization will be exposed to the enemies of the universe. Even if the civilization is higher and more developed, it will be destroyed in one fell swoop. And there are many benefits to the small universe, including civilizations that can sit on all the resources and space of the entire universe. The emergence of a small universe may create a new god-level civilization, so they get news of fluctuations in the small universe, just appearing in the name of investigation, and not dare to sway. If it is learned by the other 6 god-level civilizations that they are investigating the spatial fluctuations of the suspected small universe, they will come to fight at all costs. If the 7 god-level civilizations fall into war, the most terrible consequence is that the entire universe will suffer. The extra life of the origin city during this time is a bit more. It may be that some news has been received. I am afraid we have to grasp the position of the small universe, said a purple pupil. He is one of the colleague of Zimuanzan who came out this time. Now it's just a doubt. I'm not sure if there is a small universe. If you can't find it, you can't find it. If the news doesn't leak, we will follow the current plan, Zun said lightly. Chapter 758, Freedom in the Secret Room. The Three-Eyed King watched a map, which is the route of Zun's spaceship. When the 3 questions came back, he did not stop at the foothold of the Zaiwai civilization. The people of the Zaiwai civilization would not let them stay. What did you find? Asked the Three-Eyed King. 3 questions shook his head. For the time being, they're like sightseeing. I asked if there is any special place in the original city. According to our understanding of the origin of the city, I have seen this route several times and found nothing special place. But I don't dare to send people to investigate the specifics of this route, otherwise it may be troublesome if found. The Three-Eyed King nodded. He knows the hegemony of the god-level civilization. If he is not happy, he will never be kind. The development of the god-level civilization to the present, the law of the universe is already very familiar. But he does not believe that Zaiwai civilization is a sightseeing tour. Although the origin city is one of the cosmic ports, for high-level civilization, it is only a port behind a small country. People of the god-level civilization generally do not appear easily, let alone send special messengers. On this route, is there anything special happening during this time? Or is there anything happening on the way you took them? Asked the Three-Eyed King. No. 3 questions recalled, shaking his head. The female messenger is standing by the window and looking at the space. She is a bit cold, and I dare not ask and bother. There have been a lot of special lives in the original city, and they are all very strong. There must be a relationship here. It should be heard by the wind. 3 Eyes said. Father said that the powerful life outside is from the messengers of the god-level civilization? Or, is it for some purpose of the Zaiwai civilization? Said the 3 questions. I can't say it. The Three-Eyed King has a little confidence in his own inference. The life that comes, the level of civilization is not lower than ours. They must also think that the self-proclaimed civilization is a bit strange. People of God-class civilization, what scenes have not been experienced, have not seen. To come to their small place to visit, 80% comes with purpose. What could it be? The three-eyed king shook his head. Who knows? The food that makes them look good is definitely a big meal for us, but it is not good to snatch. You continue to stare at them. Try your best to help. Don't ask anything, and don't guess their topic. Remember that you followed their process and found something unusual. Okay, father. 3 questions nodded and said yes. I am afraid that the origin city will not be very peaceful. 3 Eyes Wang Yu said. If the Zaiwai civilization really comes with the purpose, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the 3 Eye civilization. But if it is wrong, the worst consequence is that the entire 3 Eye civilization has become a ruin. Chen Mo took a piece of cardboard-sized material and came out of the lab. The slightly khaki-colored material does not seem to be eye-catching, but it is the result of Chen Mo's work in the laboratory. Cal, do you know where there is a place to buy materials? Oh, so fast. Cal looked at the material in the hands of Chen Mo, and he groaned in his hand, with a strange look in his eyes. It's quite light. Talk about its characteristics. It weighs a quarter of the strength of high-strength titanium alloy, and its strength is more than twice that of the armor material on the market, and its structure is a 6-sided structure with excellent cushioning and unloading performance. It is a good material for the shell. Okay. Garner was a little surprised, picked up the gadget next to it and knocked it on the instrument again. Very good material. Ready to sell materials in the future. I want to sell its formula and smelting process. During this period of time, Chen Mo has already determined that Jia is only an old man who will endure his life. He was arrested from an early age. Sometimes he can feel his dislike of the 3-eyed civilization from his words, and he is tired of this cage. Chen Mo's answer surprised Jia, and could not help but smile, and then returned the materials in his hand to Chen Mo. If you sell it to the company, the price will press you, maybe you will refuse, and then send someone to rob, but there is a place to sell high prices, but that place is a bit special. Where? Chen Mochi questioned. Freedom Field. Jia did not say salty, a trading market. The location of the free field is not remote, but instead is in the center of the city of King Shui's largest city, Star City. Star Zero City, the largest city in King Shui, is more than 400 kilometers away from King Shui City. Chen Mo rode on a poor suspension motorcycle and it took 2 hours to arrive. The tall and expansive buildings, as early as the Star City, see the airborne vehicles and the projections of various screens and holograms. The life of King Shuixing is very beautiful, very comfortable, much better than the Earth. Here is the imagination, the future. If you don't think about it, no one will know that he lives in a cage. When it was too late to feel, Chen Mo lowered the height of the suspension vehicle and entered the scope of the Star City. This is the first time Chen Mo came to the Star City. According to the map marked by Kana, Chen Mo shuttles between the high-rise buildings to find the location of the free field. According to K's introduction, the free field is a bit special, because here a long list of activists a special life, free. The captured life, in addition to surrendering its fate, is still not convinced. Passed down from generation to generation, the goal is to escape from the planet. After generations of generation, it has become a free person living in the dark corners of the city. Freedom has no identity since birth. Quite a black household. They can't use the public facilities of the planet, education. So they work hard to create. Escape from the planet is not a taboo topic. Many creatures here want to escape, but they are numb. Many lives live here without any restrictions, and after slowly proliferating the next generation, the escaping mind will gradually disappear. The 3-eye civilization will not care about the idea that the worm wants to escape from the prison. There is no light-speed spaceship, and there is no possibility of escaping here. The outer space of King Shuixing is guarded by space-based weapons. Any flying object, without the permission of identification, will be shot down. As long as the free people do not destroy the normal order of the planet, the 3-eye civilization allows them to freely multiply. The 3-eye civilization needs the constant reproduction of the creatures here. the exchange of genes, and then the evolution of mutations. Suspended motorcycles pass through high-rise buildings and bustling streets, eventually falling behind a bustling street. Unlike the tall shopping malls outside, this is a small downtown area. Do not drive a levitation bike, retaining the style of the original pedestrian street. There are many people, a variety of forms, and different skin colors. Shenmue bought a large cloak that covered his body and made a disguise on his face before he entered the free market. On the sidelines of the battlefield shops on both sides of the free field street, many armor are placed like clothes, with a clear price tag, a cheap 200,000 star coin, and a tens of millions of stars. Finding the freestanding plaza, Shenmue rented a small location and put his own materials. Many people are setting up stalls. The origin of the free field is related to the free. Freedom is a black boxer, unable to use the many benefits of King Shu Ixing, can't accept the education of King Shu Ixing, has no formal working status, but also needs money and resources. Therefore, the free field has become the choice of many free people. There are free people activities all year round, but no one knows who is free if they don't check the authenticity of the wristwatch in their hands. The products on the open-air plaza stalls include food, clothes, decorations, various technical toys, technology products, used suspension vehicles, second-hand armor, armor components, rare ores, and various materials. The sale of armor material formula and material smelting process. Shenmue's stalls write their own goods, waiting quietly. Chapter 759, Little Beast. The quotation of the business was patrolled in the square, and the final gaze was locked in a staller wearing a cloak. In the free field, it is not surprising to wear a cloak. Many lives are wearing large, long mopping cloaks just to disguise their identity. Some life do not want people to see his identity. He was not interested in what the people under the cloak looked like, but was interested in Shenmue's material. Few people will come here to sell materials for the formulation and smelting process. After all, every material is a golden chicken that lays eggs. Can you look at this material? The merchant stopped at Shenmue's booth. Shenmue looked up at the business. He sat here for 10 minutes, but he didn't expect it to be very fast. The person coming is a 2'5" person, with orange-yellow skin, long arms, sharper voice than the average person, and narrow eyes. As for the other businessman who is a free agent or a King Shu Ixing, Shenmue did not care. What he cares about is whether the materials can be sold. This is data. Shenmue handed the test data of the materials to the merchant. Oh? The deeds took over the data of the materials and were shocked and surprised. Is the data correct? Yes, you can test. Shenmue took out a biscuit-sized material and placed it in front of the merchant. He is not afraid that the other party will use the material to crack the formula. In King Shu Ixing, there is a special kind of syrup, which mixes one of the raw materials into the smelting, and does not affect the properties of the material, but can cover the analysis of the machine for analyzing the components. Without a component and smelting process, it is very difficult to crack the composition of a material. The merchant did not hesitate to take over the materials in the hands of Shenmue, and took out a small instrument of a fist size and stuffed the materials. This is a test instrument for materials that can easily confirm the properties of the material and obtain preliminary data on the material. Hey! Exclamation mark. The small instrument rang for a while and stopped. The deeds looked at the data and some surprises. What is the price of your material formulation and smelting process? 2 million stars. Shenmue said lightly. When I heard the price, the business took a sigh of relief, and I was a little surprised at the moment. He is guessing where the formula and process of the material comes from. This level of material should only be found in the labs of several of the top companies in King Shu Ixing. I bought this material formula. There will be no trouble and danger? Asked the business. There is a formal way. No one will find you trouble. At present I only have its recipes and crafts. This is exclusive. but I can't guarantee that your opponent will want to grab it from your hands in the future. Chen Mo calmly said. Can it be cheaper? No. Chen Mo shook his head directly. Yes, 20 million. The merchant no longer bargains. I need to find a place to verify your recipe and craftsmanship. Yes. Go to that house. Chen Mo and the two businessmen went to the shared laboratory next to the square. The shared lab is used to test the people in the square for everything they buy. The free field has no agreement on this kind of thing. There are many free people here. They have no identity. In King Shuixing, the ruling party of King Shuixing does not recognize their identity and will not accept their agreement and arbitration. So in the free field, there is no need for an agreement, and neither party knows the identity of the other party. But in order to prevent the purchase of fakes, the sharing laboratory has its existence. Many people buy the materials they need, and test their characteristics in the first place. They will all go to the shared lab, but the cost is a bit expensive. An hour later, Chen Mo and the merchant came out from the shared lab. After the verification process, the transaction between the two parties has been reached. Deeply looked at the back of Chen Mo wearing a cloak, the business turned and left, disappeared into the darkness of the square alley. 20 million. Now that the initial funds have been made, there is no need to worry about the money in the future. The next thing to do is how to make the light-speed spacecraft and escape from King Shuixing. Only by escaping the cage of King Shuixing can we develop unscrupulously and then build a space curvature spaceship to find the Milky Way and the Earth. Chen Mo does not know where the universe is now, nor where the Earth is. Everything depends on his own. 3i civilization cannot provide the Earth's data to his mobile account. Momomo. Thinking about it, an anxious Momomo called to interrupt his thoughts, and the voice was a bit strange. Chen Mo stunned and turned to find the source of the sound. A little beast. Strictly speaking, it is a small beast with a big palm. It is kept in a cage and placed on a small stall. There are many lives on the crowd, and they are curiously watching the little beasts, as well as some small pets in other cages. The small animal is silver gray, with no bright fur, but it is very cute. The pupil is pure black, deeper than the black hole. The rainbow trout is as pure as the starry sky. It is exquisitely cut, and the silver-white hair is in the eyebrows. The pattern composed of silvery white hair is very strange. Chen Mo can't say it is strange, but it looks good and just right. Such a cute little beast. If the woman of the earth sees it, it must be crazy. The little beast looked at the life on the side, and the call was a little panicked. 100,000. Chen Mo saw the separate price of the little beast, and his face was pumped. No wonder so cute. No one buys. This price to buy a pet cannot be worthwhile. After all, on this planet, there are strange pets, and there is no shortage of this. Momo. Chen Mo is not going to buy, ready to step away, but this is called the voice around his ear, just like calling his name, just stepping on the footsteps. You are lucky. Chen Mo turned back. Where did this little beast come from? What kind of variety? In the mountains outside the city of Xingqing, I have seen new varieties that I have not seen. It is very smart. I took a lot of effort to catch it. The lean boss answered truthfully and looked at Chen Mo with hope. He is a professional pet catcher. He sells some cute and special pets for a living. If this little beast can be sold, this is not a small gain. Can it be cheaper? No. The stall owner shook his head. 5,000, sell it to me. Leave me without selling. Chen Mo took out the star card and shook it in front of the booth owner. The skinny boss finally nodded his teeth and rejoiced to take over 50,000 of Chen Mo's star card. Chen Mo squinted at the little beast and left with a cage, completely ignoring the little beast that was screaming inside. After buying a new suspension car in the free field, Chen Mo went straight to the small apartment of King Shui College. The money has already made initial progress, and the speed will be faster and faster in the future. What he wants to consider next is how to use the money. Chen Mo Gang returned to the room. The little beast in the small cage began to call, watching Chen Mo a little panic. "Think out?" Chen Moki asked from the small gauge. I saw the little beast nodded and looked at Chen Mo with timidity. "After escaping, don't be caught again." Chen Mo put the cage on the table and opened it. The little beast seized the opportunity to pull out the cage and disappear into the room. The speed is fast. Even Chen Mo is a little surprised. No wonder the boss said that it is not a small energy. Chen Mo did not care about the little beast that fled, and he did not intend to pay attention. He threw the empty cage to the side of the trash can and began to Washington. If it is not the cry of a little beast, Chen Mo will not buy it. After all, there is no mood to raise a pet. After the washing was finished, Chen Mo walked out of the hall, only to see the movement on the table. The little beast did not run away, but on his desk, holding a fruit, the little beast noticed that Chen Mo came out and hurriedly turned around and watched him with vigilance. Just seeing Chen Mo Guang's upper body, hurriedly lost the fruit in his arms. His two eyes squinted, a shy look, quite human. Chen Mo almost didn't get angry, went to the table and grabbed the back of the little beast and let the little beast struggle. "Is it shy? It won't be the mother." Chen Mo reached out and opened the fur between the legs of the little beast. It was indeed the mother. He also squeezed the small and smiled happily. "The little is quite soft, no wonder. It's eye-catching." Momomo. Chen Mo looked over there. The little beast was desperately calling, and he was flustered and angry, struggling. "Just put down." The little beast disappeared on the table again, and ran to the door and yelled at Chen Mo, as if blaming. Chen Mo smiled, did not care about the little beast, took out the light brain and began programming. Chen Mo is not around. Chen Mo needs to develop an artificial intelligence, so that he needs to assist him in technology development in the future. Chapter 760. Pink Memories. I am going to King Shui College today for class. When Chen Mo came to the class, he picked up the book and opened it. This is the knowledge of the professor. It is very advanced for ordinary life, but Chen Mo is a normal level. On the table, Chen Mo did not attend classes, but entered the technology library to learn the technology inside the technology library. According to Chen Mo's judgment, the technology of the Zijin stage of the Science and Technology Library has already surpassed the advanced civilization and surpassed the technology of 3i civilization. When he was on Earth, if he gave him another 10 years, he could easily kill the invasion of 3i civilization. Unfortunately, there is no such thing. Now Chen Mo only wants to have the ability to defeat the 3i civilization and get rid of the others' control. Until the next class, Chen Mokai came out of the technology library. Just preparing to leave, Chen Mo feels that someone is approaching himself. It is a child and a ring. Chen Mo, ask a question. The last flight control system of the Como is you programming? A curious face. Chen Mo nodded gently. I am. What is wrong? Get a positive answer, wringing both eyes. Now looking at the short man Chen Mo, I suddenly found this guy has a special taste. The temperament is very good. No problem. But the child quickly shook his head. Puan wants you to write a set of flight control system for her modified armor. But not help. The ring will pay you. If I can write a suitable flight control system, I will give you 500,000 stars. The ring is somewhat expecting to say 500,000. Chen Moi, if it was 2 days ago, he would be happy to help, but now he does not lack the 500,000. Seeing Chen Mo's expression, he was a little nervous. Can you? No interest. Chen Mo shook his head. Why? Ear and the ring are the same. And Chen Mo did not hesitate to refuse to be extremely puzzled. Is there too little reward? I can pay a higher salary. You give a price. No, I am not short of money. Chen Mo said faintly. This time, both the child and the ring were surprised. But the last time I watched Chen Mo riding the lowest level of the suspension motorcycle, it looked like it was not like money. Rely on you. Help my sister once. Ring around to the child. Whisper softly. No, just help once. Count sister to beg you. This Chen Mo is very good. You do not have a good impression on him. Maybe you can have a special harvest. If you are not good, I will go back to give you a massage at night. Who wants you to massage? When I heard this, My pink face turned red, like a ripe apple. This race, the shy expression is so obvious, Chen Mo could not help but take a look. Chen Mo, can you help her once? Just once? Bud asked with the big eyes, very nervous. No. Chen Mo still shook his head. When Chen Mo refused, but with disappointment in his eyes, he looked helplessly at the ring and said that he could do nothing. Chen Mo, help me once, but I can help you with your body. The ring's hand arrived at the back of the child's waist, which meant a deep smile, and pushed the child to Chen Mo. When Chen Mo was a god, he only felt that two soft things had hit the face, and there was a special fragrance. The height of the child is more than 2 meters, and now it is hitting Chen Mo, just a little embarrassed. Chen Mo hurried back and took a step. They are all humanoids, and their body structure is similar. Seeing that the whole body is red and squatting in front, looking at the ring in annoyance, Chen Mo knows where he has just hit. This plastic sister flower, said to sell and sell. The atmosphere is a bit strange. Chen Mo is a bit embarrassed. Well, help you once. Don't use it for your body. Chen Mo did not know, if he did not agree, this woman would be confused. This time, the skin of the child, red to almost drip bleeding. Chen Mo sat in a suspended motorcycle and followed the two to the south of King Shui College. On the road, the two men wearing armor seemed to be bickering. As for what to say, Chen Mo did not know. The destination was a large research workshop, and Chen Mo looked around for 4 weeks. He had never been here, but it is normal. He came to King Shui College soon. King Shui College is comparable to a city. Chen Mo is not interested in discovering it. Surrounded by students from King Shui College, the 3 or 5 groups gathered together to whisper, and occasionally excited laughter. The arrival of the ring and the children, attracting the attention of everyone. Chen Mo, who is behind them, also received a lot of attention. Chen Mo did not care. He was used to being watched. Walking into the workshop, looking at it, there are all kinds of armor, robots and parts scattered all over the place, and there is a hint of metal in the air. This is the assembly point for the defensive enthusiasts of King Shui College. The best talents in the training and research and development of the academy will come here often. The ring-shaped armor steadily landed on the ground, giving Chen Mo the first time. Introduction. The skin of the child is still red, and Chen Mo does not know whether it is related to the conversation between the two on the road. Pretty good. Chen Mo looked around for a week and said faintly, there are a lot of armored enthusiasts. Here, you can see all kinds of armor, and there are some interesting entertainment games that use armor. The ring introduced Chen Mo in enthusiasm. Chen Mo is still a look of indifference. The popularity of the use of the armor has made the world more likely. Entertainment in the air is more interesting than on the ground. For example, the Battleground fighting contest, the Battleground cross-country obstacle race, and the Battleground racing race have made the application of the Battleground more exciting, and also made the warship culture fully popular. Chen Mo heard that the Zaiwa civilization used this method to establish the cultural system of the armor. This particular way, it is a special way. There are 3 research workshops. One is a research and development laboratory, 1 modification workshop and 1 repair workshop. It is very large and well equipped. The laboratories and workshops here will be rented by the various armored associations of King Shui University. Outside the workshop, there are several large armor arenas, test sites and training grounds. For the warriors of King Shui College, this is the best extracurricular gathering place. Speed, passion, blood, violent and screaming. This is a place full of hormones. Listening to the introduction of the ring, Chen Mo also had to feel that the Zaiwa civilization found a way to make life stronger, and this road is very correct. Although King Shui Xing is a captive planet, in the armor culture, it inherits the armor civilization system of the existing Universe Alliance. The 3 people came to the renovation workshop, and there were several sets of special cool armor in the window. Hey, Ring sister, why are you so free to see me today? The life of the modified armor looked back and looked at the 3 people, opened their mouths, revealing a pair of yellow teeth. The skin on his body, also sick. Wax. Roll. The ring is not salty and does not say a word. The last time the 1989 bird is modified, it has not been settled with you. Don't be angry, I am also the first to modify the armor. Is this? Huang Pizi looked at Shenmue and hurriedly shifted the topic. He is the person who rewritten the Fragrant Bird battle control system. This time, let you take out the baby I modified last time and let him write a flight control system, said the ring. Great God, brother. Huang Pizi's face is adored, and the appearance is more and more cumbersome. Where is the brother mixed? Do you want to join me? Don't be close, said the ring impatiently. Shenmue was invited by her sister to sell, and if Shenmue walked away, she was not sure if she could come again. In the Ring of Eyes, Shenmue's temper is a bit strange. The violent old girl, you don't want it, you have to be like it. Roll. Huang Pizi, helpless, led the three into a small workshop. On the window, Shen put a set of armor, painted in pink, very similar to the skin of both children and rings. It's called Pink Memories. The ring proudly said, this is the armor that I modified according to my design ideas. For you, pink may be really a memory. The yellow leather has not finished, and has been swept 2 meters away from the ring, touching the terrible eyes of the ring, and immediately shut up. Shenmue looked at the armor and looked at the holographic image design and data next to it. This armor does have something special. In terms of power layout, it is very special, using the shape changes of the armor components, affecting the power and aerodynamic layout, so that it can make various difficult movements at high speed. The armor's engine is also special. The soles of the feet, hands, back and legs, 8 sets of vector push engines, with 6 sets of auxiliary engines and armor parts deformation. This armor can even make the ultimate moment of steering. The beauty of this armor design is that it is flexible enough, whether in flight or in combat. At least on the battleground, it has very good performance. How is it? Excellent design, Shenmue said. After hearing the praise, the ring is still very happy. Can you design a flight control system suitable for it? Yes. Shenmue nodded. But there is a condition that I will use it once for my design. It is a reward. What are you doing with the design? I just missed a set of armor. Your design is good. I have modified it myself, Shenmue said truthfully. Now that his financial problems have been solved, the next issue is the armor. Here, the armor is the combat power and one of the guarantees for his future escape. Yes. No problem. Okay, Shenmue took over the light brain, inserted the circuit design of the armor, connected to the analog light quantum chip, and began to write the system. Writing a flight control system is very simple for Shenmue, and it is not difficult. The yellow skin and the ring next to him have already seen it, but the face is full of surprises. The last time was fast enough. I didn't expect this time to be faster. And I still didn't have to think about it when I started. When did the flight control system design become so simple? Suffering from failing to design a mature flight control system, this pink memory has been placed here. If Shenmue can write a suitable flight control system today, it is good news for them. 2 hours later, Shenmue is still writing a program. He misses the ink girl a little. If it is a female ink, this program only needs to be completed in a flash. Shenmue also felt the need to train an artificial intelligence as an assistant. At least in the following, it may be of great use. Well, I will test it. After completing the system writing, Shenmue stretched out a lazy waist and called up the holographic projection armor model. Seeing the data of the crazy movement on the light brain, several people on the field saw Shenmue's eyes become different. The design of this set of armor is too complicated. The flight control system has always been a problem, so it will be placed, just the concept armor. Now Shenmue actually designed the flight control system, which is equivalent to giving this armored soul. The armor is the mainstream equipment in the entire universe, and anyone who will modify the armor and design the armor is superior. Shenmue only used a few hours to design a complex flight control system, which is already an excellent armor designer. Now several people have to guess the origin of Shenmue. Where did you lie to this master? Huang Pizi's eyes burned, and he wanted to pull Chen Mo into his own society. Fart. He is a sister's classmate. You haven't seen your class? I didn't know the origins of the new transfer students not long ago. The ring shook his head. Yes, you try the armor. Holographic debugging is completed. Chen Mokai stopped his work, and gestured to try. Chapter 761, Air Soccer Feel Good. The ring has been put on the armor, revealing a head outside, constantly looking at the armor of the body. Very satisfied. This is the armor she designed with great pains. I thought I couldn't wear it. I didn't expect it to be made today. Pink painted, slender and slim body, perfect fit, like a female warrior. Put on the helmet, the ring will start the armor and slowly suspend it. At the moment when the workshop door opened, the figure of the ring slowly flew out. Wow! The screams and exclamations outside were one after another. This is a stunning masterpiece. The armored enthusiasts in the workshop immediately boiled. For a moment, the students wearing all kinds of armor were all around, looking at the armor of the ring. They have been in contact with the armor since childhood, and they are very sensitive to the design of the armor. The armor on the ring is absolutely stunning. Some women's lives are staring at the stars, and I can't wait to grab the armor on the ring. The kid behind him is also a little envious. This armor is much more powerful than its Bluebird, and it is so beautiful. Chen Mo looked at the data in the light brain. The design of this armor is very mature, taking into account speed and flexibility. As long as you upgrade its hardware and weapons, this combat armor will have a very strong combat capability. Throw a ball up. The ring touched the ground in the air. Connected. Wearing a Bluebird armor, he picked up a large suspended metal ball of watermelon and kicked it into the air. Boom! Exclamation mark. After the metal ball appeared in the ring, the bow was swept away and the sound of the sound exploded again. The sound of the explosion and the sound of the metal collide all over the field. In an instant, the whole audience boils. The shouts and screams are endless, comparable to the scene of the World Cup. Boom! The football flew in the direction. Another set of armor appeared. The power was swept away. The sound explosion exploded again, and the metal ball flew back toward the ring. More than a dozen lives wearing armor have come on stage, and an air football game immediately opened. Air football. In the process of writing the flight control system, Ring and he said that the armor was designed for the team of the King Shui Academy Air Soccer Cup. The Air Football Cup is an interesting entertainment project. The venue is in the air and is wearing a battle armor. It is the favorite entertainment sport of the Universe Alliance. The air football will show the speed, passion, strength and flexibility of the armor. It is very helpful to be familiar with the performance of the armor and master the combat armor. It is also a project to test the performance of the armor. Chen Mo appreciates the battle in the air, and technology makes the world a wonderful place. After watching for 2 minutes, when everyone was immersed in the hormones and passions of the air football game, Chen Mo quietly turned and rode on the suspension motorcycle. He needs it, but Chen Mo reminds himself that he can't be numb and comfortable. This is not a comfortable place. Going back to the small apartment of the college, as soon as I entered the door, I saw that the little beast was carrying the sweet fruit unique to King Shu Ixing. Seeing Chen Mo coming back, the little animal hurriedly jumped to the window and watched him with vigilance. The fruit that Chen Mo bought was eaten by this little guy. You haven't gone yet? You are not going home? Are you still stealing from me? Chen Mo was amused. He started from yesterday, and he didn't pay any attention to this little guy. Yesterday, because Chen Mo saw its sass, he pinched its small butt. As a result, the little guy's mom called for a long time. I screamed Chen Mo for a long time. I woke up this morning and didn't see this little beast. Chen Mo thought it ran away and the result was not gone. Momo. The little beast yelled at Chen Mo, ignoring Chen Mo, arrogantly holding the sweet fruit in his hand. Chen Mo didn't know what it was saying. He took 2 eggs from the freezer and went to the kitchen. This is a kind of egg that cultivates birds in Qingshui. It is a little bigger than the goose egg. It has a unique flavor and is very strong. There are many times when the staple food is a liquid food. It tastes unappetable and is suitable for all carbon-based humanoids, but it is particularly disgusting to eat, and Chen Mo does not like it. So he will cook something himself. Qingshu Ixing's kitchen is not like the earth. There will be no smoke and fire, all use electricity. And there is no kitchen utensils on the earth. The kitchen utensils are still smashed by Chen Mo himself, and the tableware is also on his own. Pour a little vegetable oil and open the egg and let it go. The sound of the scent is filled in the house, and the aroma of the eggs leaves. After half an hour before and after, Chen Mo was able to do 2 dishes and 1 soup. Just put the food to the dinner table. I saw the little beast at the dinner table, and the 2 eyes looked straight at the food on the plate. Seeing that Chen Mo was there, he did not dare to approach. Want to eat? Chen Mo shook an omelette with homemade chopsticks. Seems to understand the meaning of Chen Mo. The little beast nodded and licked his tongue. Chen Mo put the egg in his mouth and smiled slyly. It's incense. Mo. The little beast saw Chen Mo's appearance, apparently being mad, calling him, a very angry look, able to erupt a face. And, do you want it? Chen Mo picked up an egg and gestured to the little beast. Foam. The little beast's head is not over the side, a look of disdain. Don't you? It's really fragrant. Chen Mo put the omelette in his mouth and laughed badly. Moo. The little beast screamed arrogantly, some angry. Fat little face is very cute. Give you. Chen Mo did not tease it again. He put a few fried eggs in a small glass bowl and put it over. The little beast's clear little eyes sneaked a small bowl, and the little tongue inadvertently groaned. Make sure that Chen Mo didn't tease it anymore, and the little beast quickly pulled a bowl to his side. Hey! The little beast who ate the omelette was bright, and the 2 small claws directly held the omelette into the mouth. The full food was eaten, and the beginning of the arrogance disappeared. After a while, the little beast came directly to the plate, and did not dare to move the dishes on the plate, looking at Chen Mo with pity. Eat. Chen Mo nodded. Moo. The little beast is excited, grabbing the omelette and eating it. Just smashed the plate. After eating, Chen Mo began to pack his luggage. With a few pieces of luggage, there are 2 sets of changing clothes and a large cloak. Qingshui College may be the place where the 3i civilization focuses on surveillance. Chen Mo does not want to live here. Now that there is funding, Chen Mo needs to start preparing for the plan to escape from Qingshu Ixing. Mo. The little beast looked suspiciously at Chen Mo to pack things up. He bought the little beast for a meal. Now the little beast has not begun to fear and reject Chen Mo. I am gone. I will not come back later. Where do you go back and forth? Chen Mo said to the little beast. This little beast is really smart. The character of the arrogant and the cat have a fight, but also very cute. But now is not the time to raise a pet. Mo. The little beast walked to the bag and was pure and big eyes. Gone. Chen Mo took the bag and walked outside the door. Just on the floating car, the little beast has come up and jumped to the suspension car. Want to follow me? Chen Mo asked with some surprise. Moo. The little beast nodded. Let's go. Chen Mo opened the backpack and slammed the little beast into it, revealing a head out. The suspension car started and left the small apartment of Qingshui College. Captain, he seems to be leaving Qingshui College. A team of monitors looked at the back of the 3. They are at the base of the origin city, where they can directly monitor all the satellites of the origin city of the 3i civilization, and important concerns. They will also monitor. Chen Mo is the object that Tyrell wants to focus on, and they are naturally monitoring at any time. With him, these are not the main tasks. Now, you mainly pay attention to the occurrence of any unusual abnormalities around the satellite, and report it to me at any time. Sanyu said. This is what the 3-eyed king directly hints at what he did. Chen Mo, After leaving the small apartment of King Shui College, Chen Mo bought a set of independent small buildings in King Shui City near the city center, which is not expensive, only 800,000 stars. I have lived here since. Chen Mo took out the little beast and put it on the table. Obviously, this is a new environment. The little beasts looked around and began to swim on the sofa and ignored Chen Mo. Simply packed up, Chen Mo left the small building. The armor manufacturing and escape plan will also officially begin. Chapter 762, Space Fluctuations Coming. Ka saw Chen Mo coming over, sat in a chair, looked at him leisurely, and continued to drink, a specialty drink of King Shui Ixing. There are a lot of maintenance points in the armor, and the repair shop in Ka. The location is not too good, the store is not big, so there are not many customers, occasionally selling a few accessories or repairing the suspension car and some worn armor. More often, Kana is sitting leisurely and watching the video. How is it so early today? Gio asked. I moved out of King Shui College. Chen Mo took the work clothes and went to the workshop of the repair shop. Can I use the workshop and the light brain equipment? Do you experiment again? No. Modify a set of armor. Chen Mo took out the storage device with the design of the armor, connected the light brain, and released the outline drawing of the armor. It was the pink memory of the ring. This set of battle armor is not suitable for Chen Mo, so Chen Mo needs to be modified according to his body shape and join the weapon system. Armor without a weapon system is a set of toys. The armor that Chen Mo needs is not the armor used as a toy. Where is the design? Kao was a little surprised, walked to the light brain, carefully looked at the design, and nodded gently. It's a very special design. Look at the body. It should be the armor of the Blush, a classmate of the college. Let me help her design the flight control system. I will use this design as a reward. Chen Mo said. I will design a flight control system in such a short time. It seems that you are a bad person in your hometown. Jia was a little surprised, and slowly walked back to the position and lay down. K. Why don't you find a child with you? Chen Mo talked while modifying the design. Jia shook his head and smiled, and continued to drink slowly. Let my children live in this cage. It looks good, but the reality is cruel. Even if the mainstream of King Shui Ixing thinks that they are the people of the three-eyed civilization, but they cannot change the essence. Here is the cage that is captive. Chen Mo is silent. The blushing man that Jia said is the ethnic group of the ring and the children, a kind of pink-skinned humanoid. Those types of people are generally tall, and the armor needs to be modified a lot. These things are not difficult for Chen Mo, who has rich experience in designing armor. The armor was easy to modify, and Chen Mo was thinking about the weapon system of the armor. The weapon system is the most critical part of the armor. He was arrested, mainly because the weapon system was backward, unable to crack the material of the three-eye civilization trap, and finally used all the solutions to destroy one of the traps, but unfortunately was caught. All armor must have a powerful weapon system. He is not planning for this set of armor now, but the next set. And now it is just a transition. When preparing materials that transcend the three-eye civilization, Chen Mo will recreate a set of armors so that he can be less passive in the battles that may occur with the three-eye civilization. Without the weapons and abilities to fight the three-eyed civilization, he alone hits the stone with an egg. Oh, the humming sound of the instrument roused the dead house, and the whole house was alarmed in an instant. Purple Rhyme appeared first next to the instrument, followed by Zeki and several accompanying people, all appearing in the hall of Chen Fang instrument. There is a signal that the space does not understand. Zeki quickly walked to the strange light ball and looked surprised. Less time to think. Zeki pressed a few times on the virtual keyboard. Two waveforms were put out. The approximate band is similar. It's space fluctuations, and the general direction is around the origin of the asteroid belt. A map is placed, and the flashing spot is on the asteroid belt. Start now. As soon as the purple rhyme fell, a transparent spaceship with a crepe myrtle appeared in the sky above the small house. The armor of several people started and instantly rushed to the open ceiling. A minute later, the spacecraft disappeared above the house at the speed of light. In the space of the Origin City asteroid belt, the spacecraft that disappeared at the Origin City suddenly appeared. The spatial fluctuation signal has disappeared. Zeki stared at the instrument that flashed the signal. Sorry to say, opportunities for spatial volatility can be met, especially at the entrance to a small universe, which is extremely unstable and will last for a short time. This time there is a fluctuating position. It is around here. Okay. After accepting the data, Zun nodded slightly and looked around the space around the spaceship. Look at what planets are nearby. Good. Zeki nodded immediately and turned on the detection instrument. After a while, he got the data he needed. There are 3,405 planets nearby, of which 2,750 have life, which are the places where the Origin City civilization is captive. Purple Rhyme lightly daggers, glanced at the information, pointing to the position of King Shu Ixing. Which planet is this? Three-Eyed Civilization is a planet used to study evolutionary experiments. All of them live on red-level intelligent creatures. Those lower-level lives are three-eye civilizations that are used to study the methods of life evolution. Zeki handed a sensor for transmitting information to Zun. Zun just touched the temple with a sensor, and then nodded. Go to King Shu Ixing to see it. They didn't call you? The three-eyed king sat on a crystal blue throne. His eyes were in doubt, and he was thinking about the problems. Without notice, they acted suddenly. The action was very fast, like an emergency. Would you like me to go with the past? Asked 3 questions. No, they suddenly act. They definitely don't want to take you. Don't look at them, so as not to anger them. You shouldn't know. The three-eyed king immediately vetoed. You return to your position. Other news, I will send people. Inquire about. The three-eyed king stroked the eyes on the arm of the throne, and the voice was serious. Wang, the messenger of the Zaiwai civilization, appeared on the asteroid belt. They landed on the King Shu Ixing and closed all the satellite systems over the King Shu Ixing. 3 questions just retreated, and the projection of Sanya suddenly appeared. Just now he was responsible for the planetary surveillance system. At the position of King Shu Ixing, their Zaiwai civilization spacecraft suddenly appeared. Then all the surveillance satellites and space-based weapon systems were closed. They completely lost the monitoring signals and control of King Shui. The messenger of the Zaiwai civilization has the highest control authority granted by the three-eyed king, and Sanya does not dare to act rashly. What are they doing there? Asked the three-eyed king. King Shu Ixing is one of the relatively important planets of evolution of the three-eye civilization. It is home to the carbon-based red-class human beings that have been captured by the three-eye civilization from all over the universe. The three-eye civilization itself is a humanoid, so there is a relatively little research on the humanoid. I don't know. Sanya shook his head. Before they arrived, what was the special movement around King Shu Ixing, or King Shu Ixing? Asked the three-eyed king without thinking. Not found. Well, first of all, don't bother them. You always pay attention to what special movements around King Shu Ixing. Okay. Sanya did not say more. The holographic projection disappeared into the hall. What are you looking for? The three-eyed king on the throne. 3 eyes picked up and hesitated. The messenger of the Zaiwai civilization suddenly left the station. The news that secretly pays attention to the movement of Zaiwai civilization has received this news. This is the news of the big day. The Zaiwai civilization has no signs of action, and people have to think about the purpose. However, no one dares to immediately investigate the movements of the Zaiwai civilization. Otherwise, if it is discovered, it will be very serious if it angers the Zaiwai civilization. Chapter 763, First Encounter with Zaiwai Civilization. Zun wore a battle armor and flew on the streets of the Star City. The expression was cold, and Zeki followed several people. The pedestrians flew in the air and were very eye-catching. Although they are anthropomorphic, They are especially abruptly purple with shiny skin on their faces. I have never seen such a human being, and Zun has a noble temperament. When I see Zun and others, the pedestrians on the road consciously let the road open, obviously knowing that the other party is not good. In addition, over the city, the spacecraft is still floating there, knowing that this is a foreigner. It's very interesting. Purple Rhyme glanced at the surrounding environment, faintly said, "This small corner, life is a low life, still in the low-level stage of maintaining life with the atmosphere and food." Zeki said indifferently, without a trace of feelings. Did not look at the people on the street. These lives are the basis of the life and wisdom of the universe. The difference between life and wisdom is the magic of the universe. Sun did not care about the indifference of Z's, and looked at the surrounding environment. "Would you like to destroy this planet to find?" "Useless." Purple Rhyme sounds cold. The natural small universe entrance space is very special, very unstable and fragile. The impact of the destruction of the planet is enough to make the entrance to the small universe disappear, and it is impossible to find it. And they are not sure where the entrance is, even now, not sure if the volatility is a fluctuation in the small universe, just a rough guess. The bigger the movement we have, the more important we find, and the attention of the other six is not good for us. So, are we hanging out here now? If not, Zun looked at him coldly and was not happy. Do you know the specific location of the small universe? Now it is determined that there is fluctuation in this space. Deploy space detection instruments to detect. Wait for the results. You can find the natural confined, cannot find. You cannot find the ruin of the original point. Do not worry about doing things discouraged. Rational thinking is one of the differences between higher civilization and lower wisdom. Zeki noticed the dissatisfaction of the Purple Rhyme and immediately shut up. Several other accompanying personnel did not dare to talk nonsense. For the first time, they saw the cold Purple Rhyme unhappy, and some looked pitifully at Zeki. The main task of this mission is the Purple Rhyme, and the status of Zun in the Zaiwai civilization is not low, and the identity has never been announced. Purple Rhyme returned to the cold, did not pay attention to Zeki and others, wearing a battle armor to land more than a place below. Chen Mo moved a large box on the floating car and spit a sigh of relief. The material in the box. The design of the armor is optimized, and now the materials are being purchased, and the first set of armor in King Shuixing is prepared. Mainly engines, chips and some components. In Chen Mo's plan, he needed a set of armor for combat training, and then developed a set of the most powerful armor. From here by the market, it is a little more selective and relatively cheaper. When Chen Mogang wanted to leave, he saw a group of people landing in front of him. Seeing people coming, Chen Mo is obviously a glimpse. Purple people with fluorescent skin. He first saw, some strange, and there is a different mystery and beauty. It looks very noble. In Chen Mo's impression, King Shuixing does not have such a humanoid group. Seeing the pattern on the Purple Rhyme armor, Chen Mo's hole was shrunk and his figure was shaking. While Chen Mo looked at the Purple Rhyme, Zun was also watching him. Almost a moment of confrontation, but also the first time to see each other. Zun feels a bit special. Fearless, confident, calm. Purple Rhyme did not see any inferiority from the man's eyes. Even if Zek sees her, her eyes will flash inferiority and timidity, and people on the road will not feel self-confident when she sees her. Zun saw this special life for the first time. Both sides are a calm level of sight. The collision of the eyes was only a moment, and Chen Mo made a slight sigh, riding on the suspension motorcycle to leave. Good special kind of people. Looking at the back of Chen Mo's departure, Zun's cold eyes flashed a hint of surprise. What? Zeki curiously asked, is there a problem with life? No, that class is a bit special. Do you want to catch it back? No need to. Purple Rhyme shook his head slightly and regained his gaze. She is not in the heart. There are countless lives in the universe. There are always one or two special. Life confined by the three-eyed civilization is destined to stay in the future of the planet, and the bottom layer is always the bottom layer, and she will not have an intersection. Purple Rhyme is just an illusion of a moment. back to God. Zon will focus on the free market. On the way, Shenmue also recalled the moment of the eye touch. That is a higher life than a three-eyed civilization. Just now he saw the armor on the leading woman, reminding him of a pattern recorded by King Xuanxing. Zaiwai Civilization. The crepe myrtle flower logo of Zaiwai Civilization, purple fluorescent skin, purple pupil, noble and mysterious. Same as described in the rumor. The Zaiwai Civilization of the Universe Alliance is one of the 7 God-level civilizations. It is mysterious and incomparable. It is rare to see it now. Now it appears in King Xuanxing, a planet that is captive of three-eye civilization. If it is really a Zaiwai civilization, Shenmue does not think that the three-eyed civilization people dare to catch the people of the Zaiwai civilization to captivity. Purpose. Shenmue has flashed the purpose of Zaiwai civilization here in his mind. In the end, it is still uncertain. Going back to the repair shop, K is still sitting and drinking. Shenmue came in with a box full of materials, and he just took a look and regained his gaze. K, how much do you know about the God-level civilization? Shenmue asked the material. Oh? How suddenly are you interested in this? Jie was surprised to put down the drink in his hand. I don't understand. I just heard that some of the current Cosmic Alliance system is led by the 7 God-level civilizations. They are Zaiwai Civilization, Raytheon Civilization, the Body Civilization, the Endless Sea Civilization, the Black Civilization, the Dark Forest Civilization, the White Star Civilization. The life of every God-level civilization is very strong. What do they all look like? Shenmue's mind flashed the look of the woman she saw today. I don't know this. King Xuanxing is a gauge. I don't get much information. But the life of the Zaiwai civilization has been heard. It is rumored that they have purple fluorescent skin, blood and eyes are purple, and the blood is noble. Zaiwai civilization is the most inherited. The long-standing civilization, the current system of the armored civilization, is from the Zaiwai civilization. After Shenmue heard the story, he confirmed the identity of the group he saw today. The God-level civilization appears in King Xuanxing. This is not good news. The life of that level depends on ordinary life like an ant, and wants to destroy it. In this case, just like a group of humans appear next to a nest of bugs, they can be trampled to death at any time. Throwing away the distracting thoughts, Shenmue began to process his own armor parts. It is useless to worry that the Zaiwai civilization will destroy King Xuanxing, and the other party will destroy it. He can't escape. King Xuanxing is still quiet, but the origin city has already been fried. A message that does not know the source quietly spreads in the origin city. There is a special space fluctuation signal around the origin city. There may be a small universe. The action of the Zaiwai civilization is for the small universe. When the news came out, it shocked the entire origin city. Chapter 764. Undercurrent. Who will leak the news? Zeki's face is very different, and the other members of the messenger group are also in the same mood. The news of the existence of small cosmic space fluctuations in the origin city spreads, which makes them very passive. It is almost equivalent to exposing their mission to all civilizations in the origin city. Their next move will be watched, and the civilization of the origin city will certainly have a small calculation. Small universe. Any civilization wants to get a small universe, means a safe site and endless resources, especially for the development of civilization. The high-level civilization does not dare to openly release the God-level civilization. The main reason is that the interests are not enough. A small universe is enough to make all the high-level civilizations and even the top civilizations crazy. It should be a tentative message released by someone who is secretly in the dark. Zon said coldly. The news of space fluctuations and small universes is released, and the reaction of their trips is tested. Whether they are true or false, They will be very concerned about this trip. The other party is definitely not a normal opponent. What should I do now? Destroy the origin city? Zeki said indifferently. All the members of the ZY civilization look at the purple rhyme. The origin city is now mixed with a lot of people who are coming to them. Now that the news of the small universe is released, I am afraid that there will be more people with a heart, even those who are secretly aware of the truth of the news. Directly destroying the origin city is not telling the other 6. Is there something very important here? Even if you don't care about the countless lives in the origin city, you have to think about the effects and consequences behind it. Zon looks indifferent. Zeki immediately shut up. Seeing that everyone does not speak, Zon said after thinking, inform the origin city. We will requisition that area, and then deploy and put space detection instruments. Is this too eye-catching? If the other party's news is tentative, isn't it a plan? What you want is to attract attention. Zon said coldly. The messenger group of the ZY civilization expropriated the asteroid belts outside the original galaxies from the higher-level civilizations of the origin city, and deployed more than 350,000 asteroids to deploy 40 million space exploration instruments. When the news came out, it caused an uproar. ZY civilization blatantly admits that there is a small universe in that position. For advanced civilization, this is an opportunity. If a small universe is really obtained, the strength of their civilization will grow wildly. And maybe the future will become the 8th order god-level civilization that rivals the 7 god-level civilizations. The temptation of supreme power is unstoppable for any life. In the origin city, all the advanced civilizations began to secretly align the space detection instruments with the areas where the ZY civilization was requisitioned, hoping to receive the spatial fluctuations of the small universe. The undercurrent in the origin of the galaxy is turbulent. Father, what is the meaning of the ZY civilization? 3 questions and doubts. The three-eyed king thought for a moment, introducing the worms out of the nest. Father's meaning is that the ZY civilization is ready to design a trap? Asked 3 questions and whispered. Unclear. It is impossible to confirm whether the news of the existence of the small universe is true or not. It is just a rumor. It is not ruled out that there is a force behind it to try to test the purpose of the ZY civilization. The hand of the ZY civilization makes things confusing. No one dares to approach the area. In the case of uncertain news, no one wants to offend the ZY civilization with the highest strength. Now is the news. Once close to the expropriation area, the identity will be revealed, and the blatant and the ZY civilization will be right. It is not ruled out that the ZY civilization is only setting a trap there, and attracting the heart. What do we do then? Wait. The three-eyed king said, wait for a person who is not afraid of death. Now I can only wait for the news. No one dares to make the leader. The origin city has no civilization to bear the anger of the ZY civilization. Not only is the 3i civilization, but other civilizations are waiting. It is definitely not a wise move to jump out at this time. It is a crime against the ZY civilization, and the other party can destroy the origin city with his fingers. The development of the stage of advanced civilization, the wisdom of each creature is not bad. Do not worry, I will get it here. In a corner, a thin figure appeared in the shadows, turning off the quantum communicator. Under the bright illumination, it is a face of a cat's head, with a long tooth, and the body is covered with dark black armor, covered with strange markings. There is no obvious sign on the armor, and no identity information can be seen. The cat head who left the corner, with a disdainful look at his mouth and eyes. His head was quickly covered by the armor. The armor has no face, but the characteristics are obvious. It belongs to the typical class of orc armor, sharp claws, cut into the wall around, as if cut into tofu without blocking. Determine the direction. The cat head's armor starts and disappears in place. In King Shu Ixing, Shenmo is not aware of the undercurrent of the origin city. In this storm, Shenmo is nothing. but the outside world is fighting for a small bacterium in the region and does not have any effect. The first set of armor was assembled and placed in the repair shop of Kana. It was a brand new armor, more than 2 meters high, according to Shenmue's body design, black and red painting, and Shenmue in the Earth's armor is somewhat similar. The logo is also a sign of the marching ant group, which has been used habits. Shenmue named it Hunter. It is hard to imagine that Shenmue has changed from a mechanic apprentice to a war designer in such a short period of time. He is more and more certain that Shenmue is not an ordinary person on his previous planet. This talent for learning is that he has lived for hundreds of years and has seen the most terrible. At this time, Shenmue is testing the entered armor control system, including the flight control system and the weapon system, which can only be tested by holographic virtual Moose. Mo, the little beast that came back, stood on Shenmue's shoulder and looked at the holographic projection. Momo shouted. After this short time, he gradually got used to staying next to Shenmue. "Do you want one too?" Shenmue said while debugging. Moo, the little beast nodded. "On your little ass, hanging a bamboo pole is not bad, or it will become a monkey." Shenmue smiled. I don't know why, although the language is unreasonable, this little beast can understand his meaning. He seems to know what emotion this little beast wants to express. It is very magical. Shenmue asked Jia, and Jia also said that he had never seen such a small beast. He did not know what kind of variety. Foam. The little beast will slap the head and jump to the table flexibly. Commissioning is complete. Shenmue stood up and stroked the armor attached to the line. I am going to try the armor, you stay in the repair shop, don't run around. Foam. The little beast jumped to the table of Kana and sat there with a drink. Very human. This is an uncompromising food. Shenmue also feeds and feeds. He usually eats more than Shenmue. He feels that there is a bottomless pit in his stomach. Shenmue put on the armor and adjusted it slightly. This is the first time I put on the armor after the Earth was caught. A strong feeling reappeared. Just started the armor, the slight operation of the cicada appeared, and soon disappeared. In front of Shenmue, the basic data and functions of the battle armor emerged. Hey! When the engine started, Shenmue's body slowly floated and floated outside the battle shop, rising to the sky. Chapter 765, The Shock of Shenmue rented a high-level battle training ground at the Battlefield Training Ground in Kingshui City. The Advanced Combat Training Ground. The venue has a radius of 10 kilometers, only he is used by one person, but it takes 10,000 stars an hour, a little expensive. The divisional division is a profession that burns money. The controller is turned on, and obstacles and attackers are suspended in midair. The training difficulty of the Advanced Combat Training Ground is controllable, and it can control the speed of the obstacle activity and the attack speed and intensity of the attack object. Control the difficulty of training according to individual needs. The training of the armor is mainly combat and flight. Flight training has straight-line flight, corner flight and obstacle dodge. Straight-line flight is related to the engine power of the armor. There is not much skill, and the corners and obstacles dodge rely on personal ability. The battle includes distance weapon training and close combat training. Shenmue mainly trains close combat. When he was caught by the catcher of the three-eyed civilization, he realized a problem. Although long-range attacks such as lasers are convenient, sometimes the intensity and energy of the laser beam cannot break the defense of enemy equipment. The weapon of close combat does not have this problem in terms of the strength and energy of the attack. In the face of unknown enemies and unknown equipment, Shenmue must make himself as strong as possible and cannot fall twice on this road. Seeing the obstacles suspended in the sky, Shenmue started the armor and rushed into the air. The strength and speed of the armor made Shenmue feel and a passion in the chest. Being caught by this strange planet, the backlog of emotions in the heart instantly ignited. Shenmue did not hesitate to raise the speed of the armor to the fastest, and the difficulty of obstacles was also adjusted to the maximum. Shenmue feels that the vision has also become blurred. The control system of the armor connects his brain consciousness. How fast Shenmue can think, how fast the armor reacts, and the delay is very low. This set of armor is much stronger than before. The hypersonic speed is turned on, and under the high-speed stimulation, Chen Mo feels that the blood of the body is boiling. Before he even experienced the hearty, suddenly the armor was hit once, the battle track changed and the ground was planted. The auxiliary flight system quickly adjusted the balance, and Chen Mo quickly stabilized his body and his chest was stuffy. Learning to manipulate the armor also requires a strong physical quality, otherwise the speed change and the buffering problem after the impact are embarrassing. Chen Mo, standing in the air, feels a lot better. During this time, the depression of this strange planet was caught and disappeared a lot. The mood is adjusted well, and Chen Mo starts the flight again. This time, I did not fly at the same speed as I did just now, but seriously carried out obstacle avoidance training. Chen Mo's body has changed and his reaction is beyond ordinary people. There used to be experience in manipulating armor, but there was no opponent in the earth. Weapons and intergenerational technology, directly crushed. Did not pursue the ultimate armor combat skills. Come here. Chen Mo opened a new world. Training flight skills now makes Chen Mo's progress very fast. The flight obstacles evade this standard, can get 80 points. This score is already good, and Chen Mo is the first time to try this extreme skill. Training. Recalling the previous technique, Chen Mo changed the scene of the obstacle again. Flying is the foundation of the armor. Chen Mo has a lot of room for improvement. Familiar with this foundation, there will be more benefits in the battle of the armor. Immersed in the training of flying obstacles, Chen Mo enjoyed it. With his superb learning ability, Chen Mo feels that his flying skills are rising rapidly. When flying at high speed, the collision encountered is not small. Even if there is cushioning, the armor will spread the impact force to the whole body, which is still enough. If the physical quality is not strong enough, I am afraid that it will be in the shock, not dead or seriously injured. After 4 hours of flight training, Chen Mokai left the training ground. I saw Chen Mo coming back from the training ground and looked at it. She is the service staff of this training ground. She has been working here for several years. She just changed her class and saw Chen Mo's life for the first time. She has seen many armored divisions, all races, but it is the first time that Chen Mo has attracted her attention. It looks very comfortable and is a kind of temperament. Chen Mo's unique self-confidence and calm temperament unconsciously attracted her attention. Although she and Chen Mo are different races, she still feels that Chen Mo is very special. "Hello, is it checkout?" he asked. "Well, Senior Room 7. Chen Mo returned the identity card of the training ground to you. He was a male waiter when he came in, but it doesn't matter, he doesn't care about it either. A total of 43,000 stars, this is your deposit. Simply check the training ground and confirm that the equipment is in good condition and return the deposit to Chen Mo. Thank you. Chen Mo collected the deposit, the armor's helmet was set, turned and left. Looking at Chen Mo's back, I was a little curious, until Chen Mo disappeared into the field of vision. Her eyes were put back to the training ground that Chen Mo had rented, and the internal situation was carefully examined. What? Suddenly, he snorted and his eyes locked on the data of the training ground. Generally speaking, the data of the training ground is confidential. Only the user knows that. The user runs out of cleanup, and the service desk cannot see the data here. If the data is not retired without clearing the data, the service desk can obtain the training data. I have been working here for so long, I know that only 2 people will leave data. One is not to care about the training data, not afraid of the training data exposed. The other is a novice, still do not understand the importance of the data. I don't know, Chen Mo belongs to that kind of thing. Think about the appearance of Chen Mo just now. Curious, open the data of the training room. The next moment, stunned. Obstacle dodge, difficulty, purple, 43 points. Obstacle evasion, difficulty, 75 points. Obstacle dodge, difficulty, purple, 80 points. Obstacle dodge, difficulty, purple, 87 points. The expression of above the level, most of them are purple. Here is the difficulty. distinguished by the rainbow color, the lowest red level, the highest purple level. This means that the man just challenged the highest purple level and was all excellent. Very scary. In the impression of jealousy, no one has ever had such terrible data. A good warrior. Suddenly, Chen Mo should belong to the first type of people, regardless of the data. With such terrible data, how could it be a novice? And the powerful armored division of King Shu Ixing will not have such data. Although obstacle avoidance is the basic skill of manipulating armor, it is very important. This skill requires a combination of the powerful performance of the armor, the control level of the division's division, and the reaction ability of the division. The purple level is a metamorphosis in metamorphosis. The purple level is the training field. The disorderly flight speed of the dense obstacle exceeds the speed of sound. At this speed, Chen Mo scored an average of nearly 90 points, which can only be described as terror. 80 points is a watershed, 90 points is a watershed, can achieve 90 points or more, basically the top players. This means that Chen Mo's eyes and reactions have exceeded the speed of sound. The most difficult close-up dodge. If there is no strong strength, it is impossible. Close-up dodge is the most important basis for melee combat armor. The division has a lot of long-range attack weapons and means, but when the level of the two armor is equal, melee is also very important. The current defense of the armor is strong, and the means of long-range attack is easy to lose its effect, and the threat to the other party is limited. When purchasing a custom armor, the general armor creator will explain the characteristics of the material in the armor and how much attack and temperature it can withstand. But the close-in weapon is more terrifying than the remote in terms of power. Imagine if you can't break the enemy's armor defense by your own long-range attack. How close is it by the fighting master? The battle can be ended in almost an instant. How strong the obstacle dodge is, how flexible the opponent is when he is close. Although it does not represent real combat, but there is a big explanation. To get this result, you must have a strong reaction speed to keep up with it. Seriously looked at Chen Mo's results, delusional thoughts, or choose to delete the above training data, while remembering Chen Mo's name. Chapter 766, Small Universe screams Momomo. Returning to the house with a little beast, Chen Mo threw it on the sofa. This little guy's temper is quite big, pointing to Chen Mo's skunk, because Chen Mo does not create a battle armor, but also sulking. Chen Mo has nothing to do with it. He doesn't want to raise it. It doesn't depend on it. What do you want to eat today? Chen Mo asked. When I heard that Chen Mo was going to cook, the little beast still disappeared and looked very bright. Immediately jumped to the side of the freezer, pointed to a few big bird eggs, and pointed to the meat of a beast, and then looked at Chen Mo excitedly, not forgetting to lick his tongue, just sulking all the way behind. Food. Chen Mo took out the two things he ordered, took some food he needed, and went into the kitchen. During this time, Chen Mo insisted on daily research and training to prepare for the escape from King Shu Ixing. Coming back every day, Chen Mo needs a lot of energy to supplement. Organic food is too disgusting. So he is cooking himself. As a result, the appetite of the little beast was slowly raised, and now he often wraps around him for something to eat. For the little beast, there is nothing that can't be solved by a meal. If it can't be solved, it is not enough. Seeing Chen Mo cooking, the little beast jumped on Chen Mo's shoulder and squatted on it to watch him cook. The exquisite eyes didn't blink, and the saliva did not flow out. Not long after, the little beast standing on the shoulders of Chen Mo suddenly felt a sense of heart, and immediately raised his head, some swaying. Momo, Momomo. Why? The rice is not cooked. Chen Mo stunned the little beast and put it aside. Momo tilde. The little beast pulled the hand of La Chen Mo, pointed to the sky outside the window, and then began to draw a round. Is there a hole in the sky? Chen Moxiao asked. Foam. The little beast took a serious nod and let Chen Mo a glimpse. Regardless of the other, Chen Mo slammed the little beast back on his shoulder and wiped his hand out of the door. The sky is still blue as always. The huge origin city in the sky has not changed. and there is no hole in the little beast. Momo Tilda. The little beast pointed at the sky and began to draw. I can't see a hole, and I can't get out for a while. Shenmue looked up at the sky, still no movement, went back to the house. He guessed that this little beast might find something special, but he is now in a state of imprisonment in King Shu Ixing, and he can't do anything about it. Mu Tilda. The little beast looked a little pity, looked up at the horizon and squatted on Shenmue's shoulder. Oh, the sound of the instrument awakened all the Zaiwa civilization members stationed in the station. They didn't even think about it. A team of people wore armor and flew into the spaceship and disappeared into the station. How is the situation? Some did not expect that the space fluctuations will appear again so soon. The spatial fluctuation signal is in the space 2 light days away from the origin city, which is just the range of the space fluctuation signal. Zeki looked at the position of the spatial fluctuations and looked very excited. The specific location of spatial volatility has been identified, and the probability of a small universe here is already large. If things go well, this little universe will fall into the hands of their Zaiwa civilization. Okay. Purple Rhyme is still cold, paying attention to the signal of the instrument. Is the complete spatial fluctuation frequency determined? Confirmed. The purple eyes around me nodded without hesitation, and a pair of purple eyes were extremely excited. The fluctuating frequency of the entrance to the small space is the key to entering the small universe. If there is no such key, even if it is in a specific place, it will be awkward. Soon, their Zaiwa civilization amethyst-like spacecraft was suspended in space, and in front of them, it was the area where space fluctuated. It is invisible to the naked eye, without any traces, just ordinary space. With the aid of the instrument, you can see this position, and the space around the circle is spreading at the speed of light. Zun stared at the display of the instrument, and there was a strange snoring. The cold expression of the ear finally showed a hint of joy. This special sound is like the screaming of the space. They call this voice a space whistle, also called a small universe scream. It is indeed the entrance to the small universe, blocking the space around it, ready to open the entrance to the small universe. It is good. Purple eyes focus on the head. The amethyst-like spacecraft slowly receded, and a strange purple light and undulations centered on the spacecraft, and the speed of light spread. Where the purple light and the undulations pass, the surrounding space seems to be solidified. If there is an instrument, it can certainly be tested. At the point where the fluctuations pass, the speed of the photon has become slow, like falling into the mud. Block the speed of light. Avoid attack by people, or have large asteroids crash into this area, disturbing the frequency of space. Once the frequency of the entrance to the small space is disturbed, the original space entrance fluctuating frequency disappears, and it is almost impossible to find the spatial entrance fluctuation frequency of this small universe. As they spread the fluctuations, the space entrance fluctuations displayed by the instrument disappear and return to calm. Every time there is a limited time at the entrance to the small space, and once it passes through, the space fluctuations will disappear. So the whole universe, countless civilizations, and only 7 civilizations that succeeded in acquiring a small universe. There are 2 prerequisites for opening a small universe. One is the specific coordinates of the entrance, the second is the accurate spatial fluctuation frequency, and this fluctuation frequency is subject to change at any time. The entrance to the space fluctuation disappeared, and the Purple Rhyme was not in a hurry. After confirming the preparation, the exit of the spacecraft was opened and stood in space. The space is blocked. Zizi stared at the instrument and said, "Open small space." Zun stood on the top of the amethyst-like spaceship and stared at the space area ahead. Start. The spacecraft was ready, and in front of the amethyst-like transparent spaceship, a laser beam with a diameter of 10 meters was immersed in the position shown by the instrument, and the laser column extended to infinity in space. The giant laser, The high temperature of tens of billions of degrees disturbs the surrounding space. Zek grabbed the light quantum memory chip in his hand and carefully looked at the spatial fluctuations displayed by the instrument. The chip in his hand records the frequency of the spatial fluctuations of the entrance to the small universe, which is the key to opening the entrance to the small universe. The laser beam is turned on and a group of people are waiting. I don't know how long it took to see the space displayed by the instrument. Zeki did not hesitate to insert the quantum chip in his hand into a groove of the spacecraft to start the spacecraft's instrument. A space is paralyzed, centered on the Amethyst spaceship, and spread out at a very fast speed. When this space fluctuates and touches the location of the space entrance, a space vortex appears and slowly expands at a high temperature of tens of millions of degrees. Within 10 seconds, the vortex diffuses to a diameter of 10 meters. In front of the spacecraft, there is a large vortex ray, with a temperature of tens of billions of degrees, which is strange but beautiful. In a flash, the spatial fluctuations disappeared, and the laser beam that was directed into infinity space seemed to be cut off by space. All the lasers were immersed in the vortex of space fluctuations, and the vortex was expanding wildly. After a while, the space vortex has expanded to a diameter of 1,000 meters. The middle part has become a deep space black, surrounded by white light, like a light door suspended in space. Beautiful. Successful. Zeki and others saw the vortex of space appearing and his face was ecstatic. The appearance of this deep vortex means that the space entrance is formally stable, and as long as there is no accident, they can enter another brand new small universe through this space entrance. Notify the ZY star. The small universe has found it. Ziyunmai stared at the space vortex in front of her eyes, and the cold look eased a lot. Just as many members of the ZY civilization were pleasantly surprised. The accident happened suddenly. Chapter 767, Cathead Sneak Attack. The shape of a small 10-meter-long spaceship hidden in space emerges. A muzzle is opened at the front end. Hundreds of shells are fired from the inside, and a flame is sprayed from the tail, which is very close to the spacecraft of the ZY civilization. Enemy. At the moment when the spacecraft emerged, Sun turned his head, and his armor covered it, and the laser was lifted from the shell. Boom! Exclamation mark. Huge shells exploded in space, and a huge amount of liquid spurted out of the shell and spread in all directions. Everything is in the middle of the command. The shield has been activated when the liquid is close to the spacecraft of the ZY civilization. Unexpectedly, the purple-black liquid passed through the energy cover and attached to the ship's ship. The amethyst hull shows signs of corrosion. All the hulls that have been corroded by the liquid, like tiles, burst open and the spacecraft is boiled into a large hole. Purple Rhyme's cold face finally showed a slight fluctuation, and rushed to the side, not touching the liquid. Dark Energy asked. The material of dark matter synthesis is very special and is the main material of the spacecraft hull, which can be used to resist space extrusion and relaxation. But it is not impossible to damage. Dark energy acid is a composite that specifically etches dark matter synthetic materials. By absorbing the dark energy in the material loses its original properties and can no longer resist the space squeeze when the space jumps, otherwise it will disintegrate in the space jump. The ultra-high energy laser lacing of the front end of the sneak-attacked spacecraft was cut from the rear of the ZY civilization. When the laser hits the energy hood, all the energy is shunted, blocked out of the energy hood, and turned into a light group in the dark space. At the time when the spacecraft was ready to continue the attack, Sun's hand had been lifted and the armor flashed and appeared next to the small spaceship. The long sword in the hand flashed purple, all of which did not enter the front end of the spacecraft. Subsequently, the purple rime was cold and heavy, and the entire spacecraft was split into two in an instant. Boom! The spaceship exploded in space and turned into a dazzling fire. A black figure flashed through the fire and disappeared into space. The Cathead has been waiting for this position for a long time. As early as the ZY civilization blocked this area, he has entered this area to wait. I just found out that there is a special space fluctuation here. He will come over. It was only the ZY civilization that suddenly came over and made him have to hide. His spacecraft has a very strong concealment. As long as it does not move, the engine is turned off, and the radar of the ZY civilization cannot find his existence. He is also not sure if there is an entrance to the small space. Just guessing. The news of the origin city was that he released it. The purpose was to disturb the rhythm of the ZY civilization, at least to set out the purpose of the ZY civilization. What he didn't expect was that there really was an entrance to the small universe. Resisting the excitement, he has been waiting for the ZY civilization to open the space entrance of the small universe. If you can get the small universe, this trip will be a huge harvest. The space entrance has been stabilized, there are no special large fluctuations, and it will not affect the space entrance of the small universe. As long as he kills the members of the ZY civilization, he can get this small universe, so he chooses to shoot at this time. The cat heads hidden in space are slowing down and the action is extra careful. His disappearance has already alerted all members of the ZY civilization, turning on the detection radar, looking for his figure. All the members of the ZY civilization, their faces are extremely angry. This is an insult. No one has ever dared to challenge the authority of the ZY civilization. Today they came out and were actually attacked. The cat's armor is moving silently, like a lurking serpent, attacking the armored division of the ZY civilization at any time. His armor is an assassin-type stealth armor that can simulate any environment, perfectly integrated into the space environment, and quantum radar is hard to find. Behind a ZY team member, with his murderous claws lifted up, the long claws in the hands of the cat heads shimmered with dark green light and stabbed behind the soldiers. The armor of the god-level civilization. The materials are the top. The ordinary weapons cannot be destroyed. The long-range attacks will basically be blocked. The need for strong enough melee weapons. Melee attacks can destroy the materials. Advanced weapons are weapons with super energy, which can easily break any armor material. There is no sound in any movement in space, and all battles must be maintained by the armor's detection radar, as the armor's eyes sting! Exclamation mark. The paws fell into the chasing of the ZY civilization, and they passed through the chest. The purple bloodshot and the armor was shaking. The next moment, the armor, together with the body, was torn under the claws. The naked eye can see that the soldiers of the ZY civilization, their eyes are still roaring, their expressions are unwilling. Their mouths are screaming, but space cannot pass his voice. Vitality is extremely tenacious. Danger. The danger of the warfare radar prompted the cat head to shock, and did not hesitate to push the engine down. Master. The cat head who stabilized his body saw the purple rhyme and his heart tightened. The instincts of the master told him that the female warrior of the ZY civilization was very dangerous. If I just took a step back, I'm afraid I have to explain it here. He underestimated the strength of the team of the ZY civilization, and now it is dangerous. Purple rhyme covered the face under the armor is extremely bad. Someone killed her players under her nose. This is playing her face. Assassin master. This kind of master appears in the origin city. No doubt, the identity of the other party is certainly not simple. From the opponent's killer and dodge, you can judge that the other party is a veteran, and the strength is not low. Ordinary life absolutely dare not challenge the majesty of the ZY civilization. Judging from the occultity of the opponent's spaceship and the armor, the strength behind him is not small, and maybe one of the other six. Speak your origin, I can let you go. Zon chased the cat head, and prevented the other party from hiding again, sending electromagnetic waves to the other party. The big eyes under the cat's armor smashed, and within the scope of his radar, 8 armored divisions of the ZY civilization surrounded him. Did not reply to the purple rhyme. The surface of the armor on the cat head slowly turned into a mirror, once again hidden in space. In the purple rhythm of the armor radar, the other's body shape signal is also flickering. Very strong stealth performance. Purple rhyme is a glimpse. God-class civilization has the most powerful scientific and technological strength, and their radar detection is not real, almost the same stealth technology, the power behind the other side, certainly one of the other six. Turn on optical and quantum dual detection. The weapon in the hands of Zun, surrounded by purple light, exudes a scent of destruction. The other players opened the dual radar at the same time, but the light curtain displayed in front of the eyes was still not clear. You pay attention to avoiding his sneak attack. I will deal with him after the rhyme is finished. The armor disappears into space. Cat heads are getting faster and faster, but they also feel strenuous. Zun's armor is too horrible and the performance is too strong. When chasing a dense asteroid belt, the cat's head flashed, and the palm of the hand bowed and slammed into the asteroid. Boom! The huge asteroid exploded from the inside and turned into countless pieces. The cat's head appeared and quickly became skilled in the asteroid fragments. After hiding in a piece, the whole process was completed in one go. Want to run? Under the mask of the purple rime armor, the cold scorpion is covered with frost, cold and slamming, and instantly accelerates. All the asteroid fragments are smashed into powder as paper. Seeing the cat head with the asteroid fragments falling into the planet not far away, Zun hovered in space, reaching out to the front of the planet. A little pigeon egg-sized light group flew out from the palm of the hand, falling straight to the planet below. Drops. Dangerous signals. Let the armor's radar crazy tips. Behind him is a terrible energy group. Damn. I didn't even think about it. The cat head speed was a fold. Boom! Exclamation mark. A planet, in space, turns into a mass of flame fragments that collapse, and then evaporates into a light group, together with several satellites of the planet, turned into a gaseous molecular group, and there are countless lives on the planet, not even knowing what happened, and already have components. Block him. See the cat head people flying toward the entrance of the space. The purple rhyme sounds cold. Chapter 768, Red Substance. The order to get the purple rhyme, including Zeki, 6 members of the Zaiwai civilization surrounded the entrance to the space. The laser in the hand is directed at the armor of the cathead. The stealth of the assassin's armor has great advantages. This kind of armor is best at sneak attack. Once it is successful, it is a fatal blow to the enemy. If the failure is exposed, it is very dangerous to face the entanglement of the same level of opponents. This is the case with cat heads now. A lot of Warcraft's technology is used in stealth and flexibility, and other aspects of performance will be slightly shortcoming. For example, in defense, because the material requirements of the assassin's armor are special, it has high requirements for concealment and flexibility, and the material is not as strong as the general armor, and the defense is not so high. The demand and characteristics of the assassin's armor. The defensiveness of this armor is a short board. This is one of the reasons why the assassin's armor did not dare to fight face to face with them. The cat's armor, the protective cover lit up, and the laser jumped in space. Judging mistakes is the biggest mistake he made in this operation. I thought that the person who came here this time was not a top player, but the fact was unexpected. The woman's strength is beyond imagination. He has no chance at all. The feeling of oppression that this woman gave him was what he saw in his life. He thinks that he is strong, and there is also a sense of extreme danger at this time. This woman is definitely the top warrior in Zaiwai civilization. If you know the strength of Zun and the armor is so strong, he will definitely not choose to start at this time, but unfortunately too late. No regrets can be eaten. The spaceship was damaged, and his armor could not escape the pursuit of Zun. The other party would not give him a chance to escape. Even if he escapes into the planet of life, this woman will not hesitate to ruin, and the woman with a slap in the face makes him feel terrible. The Zaiwai civilization sent such a monster this time, and the cat head is sinking. The shield of the assassin's battle eagle cannot support the ultra-high energy pulsed laser loss for a long time. He can only rely on the random jump in the space to avoid the shield being sprayed by the laser for a long time. The only way to go is the small universe entrance. Cat heads only want to escape the chase of Zun. If you can control the small universe, it is the best. Want to get close to the entrance of the small universe? Zeki and others cannot agree. Almost aiming at the area where the cat head is located, a little purple light gathers in his hands and shoots out, flying out at a speed of 100,000 meters per second. The radar showed 6 super high energy groups in front, and the cats with high mental tension changed. Light drops compressed to the ultimate solid state light. Very scary weapon. The weapon of the ZY civilization can destroy a planet at will. The most important thing is that the photon impact of the explosion center and the temperature of nearly 100 billion degrees are enough to make him disappear in the universe. His armor cannot withstand such a high temperature. This weapon is only weaker than the one just released by the woman. Without hesitation, the armor's engine was fully motivated, turned in one direction, and flew away with all strength, lest it be affected by the explosion center. The real light drops blasted, and the dazzling light clusters filled the surrounding space. The cat head only fell twice around, without any pause, and the stealth system of the armor opened again. The other party is strong. He is not an ordinary person. As a qualified assassin, he knows that the stronger the enemy, the more calm he will be, or the more likely he will die. Calmness allowed him to escape from the hands of death countless times, throwing a few radar sensing sources as a cover, flashing a few times. The cat-headed person concealed again, and the speed was approaching Zeki and others. Everything is silent, the space is silent, like the forest in the night. This is a hunt. He is a hunter and a prey. Behind the ZY civilization warrior, the cat head sneered and instantly flashed. Drops. Danger. Danger. The quick reminder of the armor system, the small virtual window that jumped out of the field of vision, let the cat's eyes cool down instantly. The face under the armor, the hair blows up, and the cat's eyes shrink into a gap. That woman. At this point he remembered that his opponent was the woman. Behind him, the woman holds a long sword in her hand, surrounded by purple light, with the armor of the ZY civilization symbol, exuding endless murderousness, and the blade points directly to his heart. When did this woman appear behind him? How does she determine her position? Oh, with the blade and the armor, the cat's head is removed. Boom! Exclamation mark. The engine is motivated, and the cat head is far from the purple rime. The wound is exposed in space and the blood flow is like a column. Fast speed. Good means. Just now he has avoided the key points with the fastest speed, or can't hide. This woman's imaginary horror is definitely a top expert. This time, without looking up the strength of the other side, I rushed over. Speak your origins, I will spare you a life. Purple rime is standing in space. The sound is cold. Dreaming. The cat head man with a decisive decision, pressed in front of the armor chest. A duck-sized instrument appeared in his hands. The container is transparent and hollow, filled with a transparent liquid, with a little red droplet suspended in the middle, which is condensed and not scattered. Like ordinary red-level biological blood, but the color is deeper. Seeing the red droplets, the purple cold face finally changed color. Red matter, a substance that disturbs the spatial frequency, produces a black hole that lasts for a few seconds as long as it is consumed. The red matter is not very powerful, but it creates a space for the small black holes to stir up, which can make the unprotected small space entrance collapse and close. Stop, I will let you go. It's late. The little universe can't get you. The cat head smiled and pressed the button of the instrument to release the hand and let it float in space. Then you will die. Purple rime sounded with frost, and instantly flashed behind the cat head. The purple blade penetrated the armor and cut off the neck of the cat head. Sweeping the body of the cat head, Zon grabbed the transparent instrument and just wanted to take it away from the entrance of the small universe. It was too late. The instrument is broken and sharp space vibrations appear in the red liquid. Zon did not hesitate to throw the instrument away and quickly flashed away. A black hole of black bean size emerged, vibrating the surrounding space, arousing the layers of space and spreading at the speed of light. Oh, not far from the entrance of the small space that has just stabilized, it began to fluctuate violently. and the scream of the space vibration became especially clear through the collection of the armor. Small universe screams reappear. This time, unlike when it was opened, under the attention of many members of the ZY civilization, the entrance layer of the small space collapsed and turned into a vortex of light, which shredded the ZY civilization ship in front of the entrance of the small universe. The planet within a light distance from the center of the explosion is swept by a large stream of high-energy particles, which instantly turns into scorched earth and sparks. After the particle storm, the purple rhyme floated in space, holding the head of the cat head in the hand, and the look was very bad. Going back to where the small universe entrance was, the space entrance has disappeared. The space of red matter disturbance, the frequency of fluctuations in the unconserved small universe entrance changes, causing the space to collapse. Want to find a small universe, do not know where to go in the universe, how to do. Zeki's face is also not good, hatefully staring at the head of Zun's hand. Zimu and other players are not in a good mood. Purple Rhyme looked very bad, and glanced at the disappearance of the entrance of the small universe. Go back first. Chapter 769. Headless Armor. The ZY civilization left the origin city, and the news caused a lot of waves. An investigation. The end of the grass. However, the origin city soon received news that in the space area blocked by the ZY civilization, a fierce battle took place. 2 planets were beaten into air masses, and 56 planets became fire seas and completely destroyed. And the lives and deaths of countless lives on the planet are not concerned by civilization. As for what forces are fighting against the ZY civilization, no one knows. Worried about the anger of the ZY civilization, for a time, all the civilizations of the origin city are thinking, if it provokes the anger of the ZY civilization, the entire origin city will be destroyed. The civilization of the damaged planet, the atmosphere does not dare to breathe, and even dare not ask the people of the ZY civilization to compensate for the loss. Those planets are only an important experimental place for them. If they talk indiscriminately, they will be angered by the ZY civilization. At the same time, the news that the ZY civilization was looking for a small universe was almost confirmed, because the civilization of the origin city received space fluctuations from space and detected the existence of small universe screams. This news stirred up 1,000 waves in the origin city, and finally understood why such a fierce battle took place. When the ZY civilization announced its departure from the original point city, the indigenous civilization of the origin city was just around the corner. This is the closest step they feel they are to the top civilization. With a small universe as the cornerstone of civilization, after hundreds of millions of years of development, they also have the opportunity to become top civilization. In the origin of the city, the area blocked by the ZY civilization, with the departure of the ZY civilization, the major civilizations began to prepare for the area where the ZY civilization was blocked. Even if the fluctuations of the small universe have disappeared, they have to fight for the chance of a possible 1/100th of a billionth of the small universe. Chen Mo was immersed in the training of the armor, and he was more and more skilled in controlling the armor. The armor training field became the place where he often came. The obstacle dodge training came to an end, and now it is combat training. Combat training, mainly melee attack training. Close combat is a must-have part of the armor. It is similar to the fighting with bare hands. It is just a close combat in the armor. In the attack dodge mode, there are more free changes. Chen Mo's opponent is still the training ball of the training ground. Thousands of extremely high-speed training have become the best training hands to train him to dodge and attack, which requires him to have a very high reaction ability, predict the direction of the attack, enhance the sense of crisis and combat, advance and retreat. The rhythm of avoidance and attack must be mastered. This requires him to be fully familiar with the performance of the armor. These are the foundations. 3 hours after finishing the last training ball, Chen Mokai stopped and flew back to the rest. Chen Mo has become accustomed to 3 hours of high-intensity training every day. Taking off the armor, The sweat has soaked through the body. Now Chen Mo's body has changed a lot, and the muscle lines are more obvious than before. In the earth, wearing clothes is more of a calm image of Sven, now a more masculine breath, a pair of sharp eyes are very aggressive. In the universe, no longer a place on the earth, Chen Mo is very clear that he must have strong strength to enjoy his freedom, otherwise he will stay in this cage forever. After replacing the clothes soaked in sweat, Chen Mo was able to pack things and put on the armor to leave the training ground. Hello, 307 training grounds to rent out. Chen Mo went to the front desk and saw the embarrassment. This time to train here? Check out these girls. The girl looks like a normal humanoid, with both hands and feet, and the skin is like the white whale of the earth, but it looks very pleasing to the eye. Yeah? He took over the card from Chen Mo's hand and was skilled in giving Chen Mo a refund. Sir, you wait. After handling the rent retreat, he suddenly stopped Chen Mo. Is there any other problem? Chen Mo asked strangely. There is a problem. I always want to ask you. Your training record, why not delete it? I will ask my doubts. During this time, Chen Mo's training time was just the time she was on duty. Every time Chen Mo came out, the training data and records were not deleted. She looked at Chen Mo's record of almost horrible scores. Combining various training data, I can almost judge that Chen Mo is the top warrior of King Shu Ixing. But a top warrior can't leave his training data right. Training record, don't you know? I was a little surprised. When you use the training ground, there will be a training data record, which is generally only visible to you. You can delete the record after the end, otherwise we will get you at the front desk after checkout. Training data. Oh, I didn't pay attention. Chen Mo did. He did not think about it. Your previous training record, I have helped you delete it. You should note that some armored divisions like to collect the opponent's training data to understand the opponent's level. You leave a record, it is easy to be found by your opponent. Thank you. Chen Mo reported with a smile. You're welcome. Looking straight into Chen Mo, although different races, she can feel that this man is more and more pleasing to the eye, seems to have a special temperament and attractiveness. Thanks again. Chen Mokai left the training ground. It was not until Chen Mo left that he regained his gaze. She knows that the top warrior will never look at her ordinary little person, so she just appreciates it. Skill to open Chen Mo's training record, see the above score, stunned. Going back to the small apartment, Chen Mo went to take a shower. The little mother is not there. I don't know where to go. These little guys often go out these days, and when they come back to eat, Chen Mo doesn't care about it. If it runs away, Chen Mo saves the pet's energy. The weather was very different during this time. The weather was a lot hot, and there were several large fires in the forest. And there are a lot of meteors at night. A few days ago, many of King Shui's electronic instruments and communication equipment failed. Chen Mo can guess the impact of the cosmic radiation storm, or what war broke out outside the space. Because of the falling meteor of the Mercury, there are some wrecks of the spaceship. The catastrophe can't hide, and the catastrophe doesn't have to hide. Chen Mo is very calm. Momomo. After Chen Mo Gang took a shower, the little beast was already on the table, holding a fruit in his hand. Seeing Chen Mochi naked on the upper body, hurriedly stretched out his small claws and screamed with his eyes. Chen Mo has become accustomed to this situation. You call me to pinch your little ass, Momo. The little beast directly licked his little to hide in the corner, watching Chen Mo with vigilance. Just seeing Chen Mo did not wear the upper body of his clothes, and squinted. Chen Mo did not pay attention to this shy little mother beast, put on clothes and sit in front of the light brain, and began programming work. Research on technology and technology has continued. Chen Mo is writing a super artificial intelligence, only super artificial intelligence, and he is very helpful to him now. Momomo. The little beast jumped on Chen Mo's shoulder and pulled Chen's clothes. Want to eat? The little beast licked his tongue and shook his head again, extending his small claw and pointing at the outside. Is there something outside? Moo. The little beast nodded and jumped to the ground and pulled Lamu's trousers, and made another stroke. "Are far away, Moose?" The little beast nodded again. "Row." Chen Mo put the little beast into a fully transparent Comet space bag and hung in front of the armor. The Comet space bag is still made by Chen Mo. Usually, Chen Mo went to the repair shop in Kana. This little guy had to follow, and Chen Mo gave him a backpack. "Where to go?" Chen Mo asked. He knew that this little beast was a bit special, so he would accompany it out. He also wants to see what the little beast pulled him out to see. "Moo." The little beast pointed in one direction and let Chen Mo fly. The armor flew for 5 minutes before reaching the destination pointed by the little beast. In the dense jungle, a headless armor lay in the deep pit. Chapter 770, Reward. Black armor, one arm and head disappeared. The upper part was filled with purple liquid. It was dry, like blood. There was a headless body inside. The arm and neck incision was very flat, and even the armor was cut off together. Chen Mo can see the black fur on the surface through the part of the wound. The other parts are not covered by the armor. It should be an orc. The flesh and blood of the body are also fluorescent, which is very different from the flesh and blood of Red Life. Chen Mo deliberately squeezed the flesh and blood inside, and the toughness is beyond the horror of imagination. A body of higher civilization life. This is Chen Mo's initial judgment. Grade or purple life. Chen Mo learned from Kazakh that the division of life in the universe is divided by the color and wisdom of the blood. Red level life. The blood color is red or red, and is still in a state of relying on the atmosphere and nutrients of the planet to maintain life. From the green to the gradual stage, life can survive for a period of time in the vacuum of space. The purple level and above class God level civilizations, they have escaped the state of the planet's atmosphere and nutrients to maintain their lives, can survive in space for a long time, and rely on cosmic radiation particles to sustain life. Judging from the potholes under the armor, it was falling from the sky. Chen Mo quickly thought of the abnormal weather in these days. It should be a creature with higher civilizations fighting in outer space, and King Shu Ixing, a near-violet life, is fighting, and Chen Mo has to judge that a big event that he does not know is happening outside the planet. If so, King Shu Ixing may be at risk at any time. Looking around for a moment, without seeing the armor's head and arms, Chen Mo locked his eyes on the armor's energy and parts. Armored energy and parts of higher civilization. These are all good things. The armor energy of higher civilizations uses antimatter, and some materials use dark matter synthetic materials. King Shu Ixing's equipment can't refine antimatter. There is no antimatter and dark matter sold here, so this set of broken armor is especially important for Chen Mo. The level of civilization of the three-eyed civilization should be at the blue level and belong to the middle and lower positions in the universe. With this set of armored antimatter energy, engines and weapons, Chen Mo can make a set of armor that surpasses the three-eye civilization more quickly. This time helped a lot. Chen Mo touched the head of the little beast. Get the praise of Chen Mo. The little beast is a little excited, proudly raising his head. Back to the house, Chen Mo rewarded the little beast for a delicious quiche, and took the broken armor into the basement. The underground small laboratory stood with a battle armor model. This is the second set of armor that Chen Mo is preparing to make at King Shu Ixing. It is painted in red and black. The design is adjusted and modified on the basis of hunting. He has been preparing to upgrade the armor technology during this time, but there is no antimaterial energy. The power of the weapon is insufficient, and the dark matter cannot be extracted, and the dark matter material cannot be synthesized. Chen Mo does not dare to manufacture extraction equipment. Once the large equipment for extracting dark matter and antimatter is manufactured, it is easy to be detected by the three-eye civilization of King Shu Ixing, and it will be more troublesome at that time. This incomplete armor, with its intact antimatter energy and a good engine, is a treasure for Chen Mo. The equipment in the laboratory was bought by him, enough to support his research materials and armor weapons. After the scan, Chen Mo has confirmed that the armor control core chip disappears and should be smashed in the head. Without the core chip, there is no armor to confirm the Master's Sentinel system, which is quite unearned and easy to disassemble. Exquisite craftsmanship. This is what Chen Mo said. In Chen Mo's opinion, this is almost a perfect armor. After spending 3 hours in Chen Mo, Chen Mokai found the repair point of the armor and dismantled the armor. A body with the headless broken arm is placed in front of Chen Mo, with black fur, and the remaining arm is like a cat's claw, and the claws are as long as a human. The life of the orc family, in this class of orcs, is also wearing a suit. Chen Mo tried the material for the test clothes. It is a shock-absorbing material that spreads the impact force to every corner of the body to minimize the impact on the body. After coming here for so long, Chen Mo has a preliminary concept of the life system here. In addition to the anthropoids, there are also orcs, seas, zergs, etc. These are also distinguished by intelligent life and non-smart life, each with its own characteristics and characteristics of civilization. Wisdom life can develop into civilization. Non-intelligent life is like other animals in the earth. There is no way to form civilization. Use the tools of the universe. Put the body in the refrigerator. Chen Mo will focus on the dismantled armor. What surprised Chen Mo was that in addition to the original energy, there was an alternate energy source. 2 palm-sized antimatter generators, in Chen Mo's hands. Feel that the weight is not small, very textured. Putting the antimatter generator on, Chen Mo put his eyes on other parts. The long, sharp claws are a weapon. The material is unclear, but the claws are inserted into the ordinary steel. It is as simple as inserting the sharp edge into the tofu. There is also a short pulse generator attached to the energy system to increase the attack power of the claws. In addition, there is a laser transmitter, a special transmitter with more than a dozen transparent marbles. Do not know what ammunition, a small container with a drop of red liquid, a large palm of the radar, and a piece do not know what weapon. And finally a bottle of dark green solution at the arm. The weapon system is a bit more. Put a good weapon. Chen Mo picked up one of the main engines of the armor. The size of the engine, the workmanship is very delicate, the lines are very beautiful. As for the material, Chen Mo is not clear. There is no instrument and equipment and it is impossible to analyze the material. The material of advanced civilization should have the means to cover up the analysis of the composition. Otherwise the material of the armor is easily obtained by other civilizations, including the small engine on the parts, a total of 28, 6 big 22 small. The complexity makes Chen Mo stunned. After removing all the engines and putting them in place, Chen Mo began collecting the remaining materials. Every small part, Chen Mo did not let go. The parts of this armor are not in conformity with the shape of Chen Mo. Chen Mo can't use it. You have to remelt the material or develop new materials to make the armor. He needs to make the most of all the materials in it, so that he can save more time and make the armor more powerful. Professor, when the Zaiwai civilization blocked the 8753 area, they destroyed the surveillance and detection satellites of all the planets in that area, and we are unable to monitor those planets now. Sanya constantly exchanged the projection map, a blank. The space has their important experimental planet. In the last battle, they have 7 planets in the 3i civilization destroyed in the battle. All the low-level lives in captivity are dead. After years of research, it is the most costly one. There are now 5 important experimental planets in the blocked area, including the most important King Shui. Tyrrell is not in a good mood. The life study of the 3i civilization has been carried out for thousands of years, and experiments with so many stars have been maintained, and the results are not as good as the battle of the Zaiwai civilization. Now that you want to restore the surveillance of several planets, you must redeploy the planetary surveillance system. How long does it take for the overbearing Zaiwai civilization to redeploy the planetary surveillance system? 2 months. Sanyu answered truthfully. Trouble. Tyrrell turned black. Then start deploying now. Drops. The sound of Tyrrell's voice did not fall, and the scream of the Sanya communication device interrupted their conversation. Without hesitation to connect to the communication device, Sanya looked calm and did not take long to put down the communication device. Is there anything important? asked Tyrrell. "I am afraid that the planetary surveillance system will not be able to be deployed for the time being," Sanya said seriously. "The Blue Blood civilization has united several civilizations to form an alliance, and announced to us that the 8753 area belongs to them and has sent troops to occupy the area." "What?" Tyrrell's voice was full of anger. "What does the king say?" Getting started. The battle at the Origin City began. The competition between the most powerful civilizations for the blockade of Zaiwai civilization has become more and more fierce, and there has been a conflict of interest between them, which has caused the situation in the Origin City to become tense. The origin of the undercurrent, the end of the Blue Blood civilization combined with several civilizations, announced that the area blocked by the Zaiwai civilization was temporarily under their jurisdiction, and the 3i civilization clash. The struggle began to be clear. The origin of the city, centered on the conflict between the 3i civilization and the blue-blooded civilization, and the rapid spread, coupled with the secrets of other civilizations, the situation has become extremely complicated. At the beginning, the 3i civilization that hosted the Zaiwai civilization became a target of public criticism. But soon, the 3i civilization united with the origin of the city and several good civilizations to counterattack. The war quickly fell into a stalemate, slowly evolving into a war of two major civilized groups centered on 3i civilization and Blue Blood civilization, vying for the area blocked by Zaiwai civilization. The small universe is full of temptations. Even if it has not been found yet, it is still coveted. If they still appear there, they will become the cornerstone of the god-level civilization. Both sides maintained the last restraint and did not dare to launch weapons that could destroy the entire Origin City. And whether it is a 3-eyed civilization or a blue-blooded civilization, they are cautious, just vying for the temporary jurisdiction of the 8753 region. Because they are not clear, their Zaiwai civilization will not come back. They do not want to offend the Zaiwai civilization. The ordinary life of the Origin City became the most direct victim. The armor and the spaceship are all over the sky, and life is not worth mentioning in the face of such conflicts. Spaceships, nuclear bombs, neutron bombs, antimatter bombs, destructive lasers, high-energy particle attacks, nanobug attacks, biological virus attacks, facing the conflicts of advanced civilizations, and the destruction of a city with the size of a planet. In the center of the Origin City conflict, hundreds of millions of lives have become a member of the scorched earth. In the era of the national armor, the fighting spread especially quickly, and the civilizations that stood by and watched warned the 3i civilization and the Blue Blood civilization, and could not affect their territory. The stale battle is extremely horrible, and you will sing me to debut. From the beginning of the high-energy weapons to the bombing, to the final dispatch of the two powerful armored divisions debut, the two civilizations are in the zone where the civilization and territory intersect, and they are constantly fighting terror. The junction of the 3-eyed civilization and the blue-blooded civilization has become a field between the two civilizations. The conflict between the two civilizations is only a partial small fight in the Universe Alliance. The official of the Universe Alliance, controlled by the 7 god-level civilizations, only verbally warned that two civilizations should not use galaxy-level weapons of destruction, and they would not pay attention to them. This type of war is very common in the universe and can only be regarded as a child's house. As the cause of this war, Zaiwai civilization did not say a word at all. In the 7 god-level civilizations, no one cares about this war, and everything seems insignificant. Chapter 771, Launching a Supercapacity Development Project in the Villa of the Earth in Senseburner Beach. Xiao is watching the baby crawling on the carpet, and the corner of his mouth is a gentle smile. The baby's nickname is unnamed. The meaning of Xiao is to let Chenmo come back and give him a name. Zhao Minutes and the Ink Girl are by her side, all looking at the baby on the ground with a smile. The baby was born until now, and learned to climb for more than 3 months. The growth rate is terrifying, but the baby has a golden red blood different from ordinary people. At this point, Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes are not so surprised. This is a super baby, Chen Mo's child. Seeing Chen Mo on the screen of the mobile phone, and then watching the baby who will climb, Xiaoyu is somewhat hurt. We will be able to find him soon, rest assured, Zhao Minutes said comfortably. Yeah? Xiaoyu nodded lightly. After a while, the little nameless climbed to the side of the small fisherman and drilled into the arms of the small fisherman. Hey! Xiuming pointed to Chen Mo on the Xiao mobile phone wallpaper. The three women looked happy when they heard the unclear voice. Usually, the small fisherman will hold the baby and show him the photo of Chen Mo. He said that this is Dad. I didn't expect to shout it out today, although it is not clear. The baby will call Dad. Xiaoyu's eyes were a little red, and he kissed him on the little nameless face. Seeing that Xiaoyu's eyes are red, the ink girl knows that she wants to be a murderer. Over the past year or so, she has seen countless times that Xiaoyu is crying at the photo of Mish, but she can't help anything. After playing for a long time, I gave the little name to my grandparents. Zhao Minutes and Xiaoyu followed the ink woman into the underground laboratory. Today, the ink girl has another research project to be announced, which requires Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes' decision-making authorization. The marching ant group now has the highest authority of Chen Mo by Xiaoyu, and the company affairs are fully managed by Zhao Minutes. The ink girl supplements Chen Mo's position as the most important R&D personnel. The horribility of the ink girl, in some respects, even Chen Mo is not enough. Ink is making a super light-speed space curvature spacecraft on Mars, preparing for the entry into the Sea of Stars. The technology of the whole Earth began to develop unscrupulously after Chen Mo's disappearance. It can be described as a small change in 3 days and a big change in 5 days. The armor has been popularized in the hands of soldiers, and the war robot has become the most powerful force in guarding the marching ant group. The marching ant group is deployed in the solar system, using nano-robots to transform the entire solar system planet. Once the super light-speed spacecraft and space jump points are built, their goal is the Star Sea. Without development restrictions, the ink girl has begun to simulate and test various powerful anti-material weapons. After Chen Mo was arrested, they knew the importance of weapons. Chen Mo left a lot of scientific and technological theories for the ink girl, and the ink girl completely digested and completed the development, enough for the 2 stages of the rise of the Earth's civilization. Chen Mo's technology for the ink girl is not only the super light-speed spacecraft and space jumping technology, but also a project that Chen Mo is most valued. Xiaoyu Minutes G. This is the technical information and theory that Mish prepared before. Mish has attached great importance to this project. The equipment and research methods have been prepared in the early stage. The ink girl has not announced it to you. Now it is ready. No, you need Xiaoyu to confirm the start of project authorization. The ink girl transferred the laboratory information to the 2 women. This is the highest secret of the marching ant group. In the past, only the ink girl and Chen Mo could view it, and no one else could adjust it, including Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes. Now the highest authority of the marching ant group is in the hands of Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes, and the time is ripe. What project? Both women were a little curious. After seeing the project materials, the 2 were in a good shape. Supercapacity development technology. Place a transparent marble on the instrument and Chen Mo gently turns on the instrument. If you want to use the materials of the incomplete armor, you must first figure out what you got in the armor. After the inventory, the things harvested in the armored armor were basically confirmed. A poor weapon with a short pulse, a long-range ultra-high energy pulsed laser, a radar, a protective cover, and a bottle of horrible corrosive solution. These liquids are sprayed onto the armor material to make the armor become like a biscuit. It is as fragile and should be used in melee. What makes Chen Mo unable to understand is the 14 transparent marbles and the red liquid drops! Exclamation mark. There was an incomparable alarm sound on the instrument, which made Chen Mo feel a whole body and his face changed. Did not think about it, Chen Mo immediately turned off the detection instrument. The energy of horror. Seeing the energy intensity of the test instrument, Chen Moxin was shaking. Initially, the energy band of this bead can destroy a planet 10 times larger than King Shu Ixing. Fortunately, he left mind, did not take the test, otherwise he did not know how to die. Chen Mo secretly wiped a cold sweat. Careful to put the transparent marbles. This is an unexpected harvest. These 4 marbles is an important weapon for him to leave the King Shu Ixing. Finally, the red liquid. In a small transparent container, Chen Mo is not clear about the role of this liquid, but do not know what this is. With the horror of marbles, Chen Mo did not dare to take out the liquid to detect it, otherwise it would be a big problem if something went wrong. Hesitating, Chen Mo collected all the materials and left the underground lab of the apartment. Science and Technology Library. Chen Mo walked in front of the technology ball with purple gold light. Obtaining the armor of the armor, solving Chen Mo's many troubles. The design of the armor can speed up the progress. Now that only the drop of liquid cannot be determined, so Chen Mo decided to look in the technology library to see if there is any information and records of the liquid in the technology library. The palm of the hand pressed on the technology ball. For a moment, Chen Mo felt drowned by the purple gold light, and the picture that appeared in his mind was an endless book and technique. Here only Chen Mo thought. The technical theory he needs will come to his mind, but only theory. There is no design of physical products. The Science and Technology Library is to let him learn to create. The only complete technology is the material formulation and formulation. Concentrated, Chen Mo thought about the red drop just now. In the next moment, countless techniques emerged in front of Chen Mo, and the cover of the book was a drop of red liquid. Harmless red paint, field. Chemistry, authority level, trainee, product introduction, red paint, harmless to the organism, can be used for painting, decoration, painting. Red medicine, field, medicine, authority level, apprentice, product introduction, external use, can stop bleeding, sputum. Stealth painting, field, chemistry, privilege level, silver, product introduction, mechanical stealth coating, high temperature resistance, can avoid the detection of electromagnetic radar. Countless red liquids, including all the permissions of all fields, let Chen Mo amazed. Think about it, Chen Mo will remove all the technology below the gold authority. The more advanced the technology, the smaller the number. Really? After Chen Mo chose to remove the technology below the gold authority, in front of him, there are only thousands of red liquid technologies left. Chen Mo has selected technologies in several fields of military, biomedical, chemical and physical fields to view. He speculated that this technology would definitely be related to these areas, otherwise the red liquid would not be of much use to him. After the screening, there are only 20 techniques left in front of Chen Mo. Red poison, field, biology, medicine, privilege level, gold, product introduction, supervirus, with strong contagious and latent, can survive in space for 5 years. After the outbreak of toxicity, the organism within 5 minutes death. Red regenerant, field, biology, medicine, authority level, Zygen, product introduction, external use, restore cell pluripotency, repair wounds, rehabilitated limbs. Red matter, field, space physics, privilege level, Zygen, product introduction, black hole derivatives, after high energy activation, can produce small black holes that exist for a short time, create space, change the frequency of space fluctuations. Chen Mo finally locked his eyes on red matter, which is distinguished by color and quality. At present, this substance is most likely, probably confirming that it is a red substance. Chen Mo will focus on other technologies. After looking for a while in the Science and Technology Library and getting the 10 kinds of skills he needed, Chen Mokai turned and left. Chapter 772, Create a New Armor. I am going back, see you tomorrow. Chen Mozing was holding a snack and eating the little beast and throwing it into the space capsule of the comet. He turned his hand and waved at Jia, and took 2 boxes and left the repair shop. "See you tomorrow." Jia smiled and waved. Chen Mo's technical strength is much stronger than the warrior maintenance man. Even Jia is scared by Chen Mo's horrible skills. From the design of the armor, to the armor system, engine power, armor materials, etc. It is omnipotent, and then slowly adapt to the ability of Chen Mo. This freak. He saw Chen Mo's extraordinary, and also knew that Chen Mo wanted to escape from King Shui. Many of the lives that have been caught, including Gai himself, have just wanted to escape from King Shui Ixing at the beginning, but only later found that they are powerless and in vain. Chen Mo wants to escape. He can help. Maybe Chen Mo will be almost like himself. Seeing Chen Mo ecking 2 boxes and urging the armor to leave, Jia looked at the sky and sighed, continued to drink tea and watched the video. Chen Mo fully urged the armor and rushed back to his small house. At this stage, what he needs most is time, because he is also uncertain. When will the 3i civilization discover that he has so many advanced technologies in his hands? Although King Shui Ixing is comfortable, it is not a place to stay for a long time. He has a family and a loved one, and he does not want to be kept in the planet forever. Most importantly, the discovery of the incomplete armor made him aware that something unknown is happening outside of space, and that King Shui may be in danger of being destroyed at any time. Since the 3-eyed civilization put him on the planet, the plan to leave the King Shui Ixing has been going on. Chen Mo does not expect the 3i civilization to suddenly erupt and let himself leave King Shui Ixing. He is now only an individual being studied. Maybe 3 days of civilization in order to speed up the research progress, directly forcing him to mate with other humanoid females, using future generations to study, or using his body directly as an experimental body. It is very painful. Of 3i civilization has not come to him until now. But time has not come. If there is no armor that can defeat the 3i civilization at that time, Chen Mo does not think that he can escape from the 3i civilization and then return to the Earth. There are not many opportunities to escape from King Shui Ixing. If you don't succeed, you will want to escape in the future. It is tantamount to idiots and dreams. Chen Mo will pin his hopes on the armor and technology library being built. Although he has not seen all the strengths of the 3i civilization, Chen Mo guessed that the broken armor, the technical level is very high, should not be lower than the 3i civilization technology. Moreover, the technology library's Zijin level authority, the technology that can be obtained, is also extremely powerful, and beyond the 3i civilization is not a problem. The Science and Technology Library is the largest capital that Chen Mo escaped. He has a technology that transcends the 3i civilization. Now he only needs to implement these technologies, and the chance he will escape. Time is tight, there are a lot of techniques to study, and it takes time to train. Every time he is busy, Chen Mo will sort out the plan to escape. The most critical part of the plan is the super light-speed spacecraft. King Shui Ixing cannot manufacture light-speed spacecraft and super light-speed spacecraft. There is no dark matter required for materials and antimatter as energy, and there is no such powerful technology. Chen Mo has that kind of technology, but if it is to make huge equipment, then the big movement, the 3i civilization that monitors King Shui Ixing, will certainly find out, and the time period for making that kind of equipment is not small. Therefore, according to Chen Mo's plan, when he fled King Ixing, he had to flee to the origin city for the first time. Before the 3i civilization reacted, he fled in the original point city by a super light-speed spacecraft. The longer the time drags, the more difficult he is to escape. Chen Mo is now making his second set of armor in a race against time. Go to the freezer to find the fruit to eat. Wait a minute to cook for you. Chen Mo returned to the house, dropped the little beast, carrying 2 boxes, to the basement. The little beast looked at Chen Mo's back, did not bother him, jumped to the freezer alone, found a fast food snack, and ran to the sofa. The basement is a bit small compared to the laboratory, but after Chen Mo's simple transformation, It is barely well organized, and the equipment needed to manufacture the armor is basically complete. Chen Mo was wearing protective clothing and took out 2 pieces of wet material from the small room and turned into an isolated small workshop. There is a precision machine tool in the workshop. The price is 5 million stars. And there are other precision equipment in the underground laboratory. Chen Mo spends 50 million stars to purchase these equipment. Not enough money, he also went to the free field to sell 2 material formulas. The formula of the material is sold to the free, and the last time the purchase of the material formula is the free. Chen Mo does not understand the group of free people, only know that they are the part of the life of King Shu Ixing walking in the dark corner. Chen Mo did not look down on them, but they admire them very much, because they are also in King Shu Ixing. They are much stronger than those who are willing to be captive and enjoyed the comfort. Chen Mo put the materials on the incomplete armor on the machine tool, and then walked to the side of the light and began to retrieve the data of the design parts. He tested the material of the incomplete armor, a very special material that can be hidden on the quantum radar, can change color or even become a mirror, just like an invisible chameleon, and it is very strong. And the technology library, the purple gold grade material, is similar. Being a stalker in front of the radar is just in line with his escape plan. Chen Mo intends to use the material of the incomplete armor to transform into a new armor. The material strength of the incomplete armor is too high, and the laser power of the King Shui machine can't leave any cuts. In order to make better use of these materials, Chen Mo specially looked for a kind of armor that could reduce the strength of the material and reshape it from the technology library. This kind of solution is gold softener. If the metal containing alloy material is immersed in the gold softener for more than 50 hours, the strength will be reduced. After the machine tool is processed, the gold softener on the material is removed at high temperature, and the material will return to the original strength and does not change the original nature of the material. The armor is designed according to Chen Mo's body shape, and most of the parts of the incomplete armor are reshaped or cut. No accidents. The incomplete armor parts, easily cut by the laser of precision machine tools. Looking at the individual parts being transformed, Chen Mo did not relax a bit. On this planet, he did not dare to relax, just wanted to escape from birth. 3 hours later, the parts of the incomplete armor were completely rebuilt. Chen Mo's tired eyebrows opened the 2 boxes next to it, which were packed in various materials. This was brought back in the repair shop of Ka, and Chen Mo's small laboratory had no synthetic equipment. The set of torn armor that came back, lacking the head and left hand, wanted to make a new armor, and needed strong enough materials to make up the missing part, and the shape of the armor parts also changed. From the science and technology library, Chen Mo selected several formulas of purple gold grade materials that were strong enough to repair the armor and synthesized these materials. Taking out the required materials, Chen Mo began to process the left hand and the head parts of the armor. Chapter 773, Free Black Ants in 3 months. The war between the Three-Eyed Civilization and the Blue-Blooded Civilization has become increasingly fierce. From the Battle of the Origin City to the battle for the space area, Area 8753 has become the 2 main competition points. Things have developed to this point, except for the survival of the small universe in this region. The rest is the hatred of both sides. The battle was carried out, and the space in the area of 8753 became the main battlefield of the 2. The spaceship is on the blast, the battle of the armored armies. The space hunting is insane, and the battle between the 2 sides has reached a stage of white fever. King Shu Ixing. During this time, Chen Mo was completely immersed in the manufacturing process of the battle armor. He noticed that the situation outside the King Shu Ixing seems to be bad, because the King Shu Ixing often has spacecraft fragments and armor fragments from space. Outside of space, it seems that a fierce war is taking place. Researching technology, manufacturing armor, training. This is what Chen Mo is doing every day. Everything is preparing for the control of fleeing the Three-Eye Civilization. The basement of the small house, Through the private transformation of Chen Mo, the basement of the small house has now expanded twice, and various experiments are fully equipped. According to Chen's sign, the debris of the spacecraft and the debris of the warships outside the space, the 3I civilization is now fighting a certain civilization, and it is temporarily unable to take care of the King Shu Ixing. He deliberately investigated it in the dark, and did find that the intervention of the 3I civilization on King Shu Ixing almost disappeared. Some news is still known from the mouth of the Free. With these news, Chen Mo's development speed has increased a lot, because in action, Chen Mo is still cautious, but will not be as shackled as before. The new armor was completed. In the window of the central laboratory of the small house, there is a complete set of armor. This is the new armor that has just been tested, a set of armor made using the most advanced technology Chen Mo has currently mastered. The lines of the armor are perfect streamlined, rich in power and fluidity, all in one. The classic dark knight and dark red are still the symbol of the marching ant group, full of mysterious colors. The elbows and knees are equipped with short pulse fighting thorns, which are modified from the pores of the incomplete armor and can easily pierce the protection of ordinary armor. This is designed according to the melee fighting form of the armor. In the close combat, the fighting stab can pose a great threat to the opponent. In addition, the right hand has a remote laser with the original armor, and a cold weapon like a dagger. The left hand of the armor is repaired with the new material of the Zijin class of the Science and Technology Library. In terms of strength and stealth, it is not inferior to the founding incomplete armor. Left-handed weapons are not cold weapons, but solvents, a solvent used for fighting. In the Cosmic Alliance's armor system, there are two types of combat, remote and close. Even in the super-developed universe of the armor, the cold weapons that are close in the same level of combat are still the mainstream. As the armor materials are getting stronger and stronger, the requirements for weapons are getting higher and higher. Long-range weapons, such as laser weapons and other long-range pulsed weapons, can be twisted and protected by energy shields. Super-destructive weapons, powerful but limited in speed, are easily detected and escaped. Therefore, if you want to kill a single master with the same level of armor, the close-knit cold weapon is more efficient. Ordinary cold weapons cannot break the armor, so the cold weapons of the armor are generally combined with short-pulse laser weapons, in order to cut the armor, and hurt the armored division inside. But the high-energy short-pulse laser blessing is not the uniqueness of the melee weapon. Today, with the higher development of the armor system, chemical agents and corrosive armor solutions have also become an effective means. Let the solution erode the original properties of the armor material. Even without the short pulse laser blessing, the ordinary cold weapon can still hurt the warrior in the armor. Therefore, the pharmaceutical solution also plays a small role in the battle of the battle. Momomo, seeing Chen Mo's armor, the little beast suddenly jumped to Chen Mo's body and shouted with dissatisfaction. "You also want armor?" Chen Mo asked. "Moose." The little beast nodded. "Prepared for you." Chen Mo took an ostrich egg-sized egg-shaped machine armor from a box. Pressing the button, the inner hollow is just the shape of the little beast. The form of the armor is like an ostrich egg with eyes and limbs. Momo, the little beast, saw his own battle armor look like this, suddenly protested, full of arrogance and dissatisfaction. "Don't. That's forgotten." Chen Mo is ready to take back the armor. Mutilda, the little beast, hurriedly jumped to Chen Mo's hand. Although his face was arrogant, he still had to leave an egg-shaped armor. Let the little beast into the egg-shaped armor. Chen Mo presses the start button. Only the egg-shaped armor changes instantly. Several mechanical structures turn, become a beastly armor, looking like the shape of a small beast, just not so fat, less energetic, and a little momentum. Momo, the little beast, saw the reflective self on the glass and excitedly called twice, indicating that he was very satisfied. Chen Mo put his gaze on the new armor. This new armor, Chen Mo gave it a name, Free Ants. Very straightforward name. As usual, I changed my overalls to the front desk of the training ground. Habitually check the registered training ground, and did not find Chen Mo's information. In the past few months, She has been deeply curious and shocked to the man. Chen Mo's training broke the history of the training field and scored almost the full score of the purple level training. This is the standard that King Shu Ixing's top experts can't complete, and it shows how terrible it is. The man, with a special temperament, and a mysterious atmosphere, made her extremely curious. Hello, open a training ground. While thinking about Chen Mo stunned, a man wearing a black and red armor appeared and interrupted her thoughts. The size of the armor makes you feel familiar. It's me. Chen Mo opened the helmet of the armor, revealing his head, and gave a smile to the shackles. He looked very bright and curiously looked at Chen Mo's armor. For the first time in a few months, she saw Chen Mo wearing this set of armor. It looks very powerful, black and red, adding a mystery out of thin air. Very handsome. This is your new armor? Asked curiously. Okay, I just came out today. Chen Mo handed the star card to you, indicating that she would open an advanced training ground. It looks very powerful. He looked straight at Chen Mo's armor. He was amazed and skillfully opened a training ground for Chen Mo. I wish you a happy training and a good result. Thank you. After receiving the door card of the training ground, Chen Mo put on the armor helmet and went inside. In King Shu Ixing, a huge underground building, the lights are bright, like a white. At this time, there are a group of people, more than 20 people. If Chen Mo is here, I can definitely recognize one of them. It is the person who often buys materials with him. Freedom. King Shu Ixing has been seeking to get rid of the three-eyed civilization in the dark. The current location is the headquarters of the Freedom, where the most outstanding R&D personnel of the freelancers are recruited. In front of them, there are more than 20 armor. The armor is gray, in various forms, and the height is different. If you look closely, you can see the shape of these armor, similar to a group of people standing, is the armor for them. This is the latest first battle armor. In the distant assembly line, there are also different forms of armor being assembled. The business, the materials you bought this time have helped a lot. These armor are very strong. They should be the most powerful armor of King Shu Ixing. Maybe we can have the opportunity. An old man headed by him said with appreciation. It can be best to help. We only have 52 anti-material energy sources, which is the most troublesome, and the number is a little less. The old man said. Antimatter, they have no technology to manufacture. 52 anti-material energy sources are their savings for hundreds of years. They are obtained through the fall of the armor, the wreckage of the spacecraft, and the ordinary warrior who bought the three-eye civilization by means of means. If you let the most powerful armored divisions in the organization use it, maybe we have an opportunity. According to intelligence, the wreckage of these months has fallen a lot. It is the three-eye civilization and the blue blood civilization in the war. As long as the opportunity is right, there is escape. Maybe, said the merchant. Well, you will bring the armor to familiarize yourself with the training. Remember, the sooner you get familiar with the armor, the better. I feel that the chances of us fleeing are getting closer and closer. This is the only chance that you have. 5 years. 12 people must completely control the armor and lead the players to the spacecraft that they left. The old man said seriously. Yes. In front of the old man, all young lives are full of seriousness and firm eyes. Chapter 774. Before escaping, there is no small difference between free ants and hunting. Although it is the same template, the free ants are more powerful. There are only 32 engines, 6 big and 26 small, which are incomplete. Add 4 engines to the armor's engine. It turns out that the armor lost its head and arms, and the engine was missing, so Chen Mo added it back when he made the free ants. The small engine of King Shu Ixing is not as powerful as the incomplete armor, but only needs to be balanced and the impact will be very limited. Free ants began to be difficult to control, but Chen Mo started very quickly. He understands the performance and design of free ants, and masters hunting, adapting to the armor he designed. Now that free ants are finished, Chen Mo needs to be ready to escape. He is not sure when the three-eye civilization ship will come, but the opportunity is for those who are prepared. The armor is connected with a neural reaction. As long as the nerve responds fast enough, Chen Mo can make a very fast dodge. He didn't know which step he had, but Chen Mo had already been able to get out of the game with a training ball attack that surpassed the speed of sound. Oh, on the training ground, the training ball near Chen Mo's body was opened. The training field was filled with the popping sound of the collision. It was the sound of the armor fist colliding with the training ball, and the sound of the training ball and the armor speed surpassing the speed of sound. Chen Mo's spirit has never been concentrated before, and the body is constantly twisting. If the speed is slowed down, it can be seen that the training ball is almost wiped from him, and the other ones are all opened by Chen Mo. Multi-purpose. You need to guard against training ball attacks from multiple directions. The training mode of the training field can be modified with the trainer. Now it is the highest difficulty purple level dodge plus attack training mode in the training field. In the training field, this close-up training mode is called mode. This training mode, the training ball attack is completely random. The training ball is rubbed around. When you think it has been dodged, it may suddenly turn, without any flight track rules, so you want to dodge by inertia and rules, totally impossible. The high concentration of the spirit, coupled with the rapid response of the body. The load on the body is very large. Without strong physical fitness, it is impossible to make such terrible attacks and dodge frequencies. Chen Mo's body has evolved, and the speed of response and physical strength have already surpassed ordinary people. But this training mode is still very hard. Suddenly, Chen Mo felt that the brain was clearer. The training ball that attacked him slowly became slow in Chen Mi's eyes. The moment he saw the training ball, it seemed as if a trajectory appeared in Chen Mo's mind. Everything becomes clear. The brain's response speed and information processing capabilities are faster. Chen Mo's movements are much faster, and the coordination of hands and feet has become more convenient. On the training ground, there is only one body that is lightning fast, and the sound of sound is spread throughout the training ground. Under the height of mental and physical concentration, Chen Mokai stopped for 3 hours. The rest area of the training ground where the armor flew back, took off the armor, and Chen Mo was just like fishing from the water. One of the benefits of ultra-high intensity training is adaptability. Now Chen Mo has fully adapted to the free ants. If other war divisions know that Chen Mo has adapted to a new armor in just a few hours, he will definitely be shocked by the chin. This speed is beyond imagination. Even the top warrior, if you want to fit a completely new armor, will take at least 1 day or more. Sitting in the rest area, Chen Mo replenished his energy while thinking about the training. Looking at things around now, everything becomes very slow. So slow that he can easily calculate the original flight path of the training ball in his mind, and everything is only in a short moment. Resting for half an hour, restoring physical strength, Chen Mo once again put on the armor and put into high-intensity training. No coach. Chen Mo is completely trained in a fighting style. The opponent is himself. In the following month, Chen Mo was completely immersed in the ultra-high-intensity training. The performance of the free ant was very strong, and it could satisfy any training of his strength, and it was important to develop the fighting style and style of the armor. At the beginning of the design of free ants, it was determined that its opponent was a three-eyed civilization. Chen Mo does not know his own strength. He is in the level of the three-eyed civil warrior. There is no warrior to give him a comparison and no opponent. He can only force himself to make progress and explode the potential of the body and the brain. The training ball flashed through the training ground. In the eyes of others, there was only a very short time of a few tenths of a second, but for the combatant in combat, the life and death of the divisional division can be determined in a flash. On the earth, Chen Mo never thought about 1 day, so longing for personal force. Chen Mo did not expect it before. His personal strength can be so powerful. As usual, Chen Mo was in the repair shop in Kana. The medicine that was made in the laboratory of Kaz received the box, and Chen Mo sighed and held another prepared box to the front of Jia. Today is the last day of the repair shop in Kana. Chen Mo was very rare to sit opposite Jia, and took a drink from the drink that Jia often drank. It was a bit sweet, and Chen Mo's taste was not too good. For a few months, Chen Mo is still not used to this taste. Jia glanced at the box that Chen Mo took over, and did not open it. Some emotions. I remember that when you first came, you said that you had to apply for an apprentice. The result was such a good armored division. At the time I arrived, I needed a window to understand the planet. You are the most powerful class I have ever seen in centuries. I didn't expect that a technical apprentice would be so powerful. Jia laughed. This is my property and other assets in King Shu Ixing. I will give you the money after I leave. Chen Mo patted the box and pushed it to the front of Jia. Decision? Jia did not take the box, and looked straight into Chen Mo. Decision. Chen Mo nodded. I didn't expect this day to come so fast. I thought that my old bones would leave first. You sent me, but I didn't expect it. Jia smiled. In the way of your hometown, how to say goodbye. Drinking. A drink containing ethanol. Clink a cup and wish goodbye. King Shu Ixing does not seem to be the kind of drink. I will replace it with this drink. Jia took up his own drink cup. By the way, don't come back. The two are like two prisoners in prison. One day, one of them is going to leave. Thank you. Chen Mo touched the cup and Jia, and the little beast on the table also picked up the cup and held it and touched them. After drinking the other drinks, Chen Mo put on the armor and took the little beast away from the repair shop. Looking at Chen Mo's back, Jia sighed. He knew that Chen Mo's turn was a farewell. Whether Chen Mo succeeded or failed, it was impossible to come back. Although Chen and Chen defaulted to a few months, but the two were also good friends, did not expect to leave so sudden. Back to his house, Chen Mo began to prepare. Escape must be lightly loaded, and he needs to be ready. At the beginning of today, he will wait for the arrival of the three-eyed civilization ship, and flee with the help of a three-eyed spaceship. Prepare all the required items, and open the armor of Chen Mo's arm, revealing the identity wristwatch. When you first entered King Shu Ixing, pinch your finger on the wristwatch and press it gently. Snapped! Exclamation mark. A clear sound. The wrist broke open, and turned into a mass in the hands of Chen Mo. In order to crush this wristwatch, he began to prepare from the arrival of King Shu Ixing, and finally crushed today, like opening the shackles that are imprisoned on him. Chapter 775, Special Number 777 Drops. A sudden alarm sounded suddenly and alerted the entire monitoring room. This kind of seldom appears. I did not expect to appear on this section of the bone. What happened? Sanya looked at the assistant next to him. This alarm sound is that King Shu Ixing has an important research body to get rid of the wrist device. The wristwatch attached to the life of King Shu Ixing, in addition to identifying identity, has a role in collecting genetic information. The wristwatch can detect genetic changes in the living body and then pass the genetic information back to the laboratory through the quantum light brain of King Shu Ixing. Their labs can monitor the genetic changes of each of King Shui's life-wearing wristwatches in real time, and they will receive information whenever there is significant genetic evolution or mutation. Similarly, once someone removes the wristwatch, or if a living body dies, it can receive information. Among those living individuals, there are some important monitoring objects, which are the living bodies that they think are most likely to undergo major evolution. The wrist of the special number 777 was destroyed. Hearing this number, Sanya has a trip. He is most familiar with this number, but Professor Tyrrell has one of several numbers that they pay special attention to. I have been monitoring it before. Later, after the Zaiwai civilization closed the planetary monitoring system there was no way to monitor it. The wrist instrument was destroyed, not the disappearance of vital signs, but it also shows that he has problems. Now King Shu Ixing is still in the occupation of Blue Blood civilization. They cannot go to King Shu Ixing, confirm the state of Chen Mo. You continue to monitor. I contact Professor Tyrrell. Sanya left the base's monitoring room and immediately dialed Tyrrell's contact number. The wrist number of the special number 777 was destroyed. Tyrrell heard the news. His face was not good, and King Shu Ixing had temporarily left the surveillance area. He did not know what happened. Hanging up the phone, Tyrrell left his home and rushed to the experimental base. On the way, he was still thinking about the special number 777. He has always attached great importance to the individual Chenmo, but the Zaiwa civilization interrupted the monitoring system of that area, and now it is occupied by the Blue Blood civilization, and he is in a hurry and useless. Now Sanya came to tell him that Chenmo's wristwatch was destroyed. Not death, the wrist device was suddenly destroyed. He clearly remembers that when Chenmo was arrested, Chenmo was unyielding. Under the circumstance of science and technology, the hard-worn ruined the arrestor and took a lot of effort to catch it. The life has high wisdom and will never yield to being captive. For thousands of years, King Shu Ixing's spacecraft technology has been unable to grow under their limits. The King Shui space deploys space-based weapons defense, and the low-level life of the planet cannot escape. They never want to escape from the life of King Shu Ixing. Now think about it. The only possibility is that Chenmo wants to ruin the wristwatch and escape their control. If it was before, he would let the team members go back to King Shu Ixing and regain it. But now, the space field that King Shui belongs to is occupied by the Blue Blood civilization, a pioneer of a red civilization, wisdom and physique. It is rare, and the blood is special. Thinking of Chenmo's blood, Troll suddenly froze. He ignored one of the most important things. Chenmo's blood is not yellow, it is golden. The yellow life is only a little higher than the red life, but it is not much different. But the gold is unprecedented. Thinking of a possibility, Troll hurriedly took out the communicator and dialed the number of the lab assistant. In the few seconds waiting to be connected, Troll, who has always been calm, is not calm. When the other party is connected, a holographic projection pops up in front of him. The projection is a three-eyed person with the same shape and 3 eyes. Professor, what's the matter? He is the assistant and student of Tyrrell. You check the genetic information of number 777. Okay. Sancha did not dare to neglect, immediately ran to the front of the brain, transferred the information, and quickly found the required documents. Telling they made a report. Sun Kao glanced at the report. Talk. His genetic information was not confirmed, and the test results were different every time. Our team performed 8 analyses on the number 777 individual genes. Each time the results were different, and the analysis results were very different. At first we thought it was an instrument problem, and we changed the 2 genetic analysis instruments for analysis, and the results were different. We believe that it may be the internal cause of the 777 individual. After many inspections, no problems were found. So we suspect that there may be a factor in the genetic material that interferes with genetic analysis. We have used a variety of methods, and we have not found such a factor that affects gene detection. Is there any other report? Shenzhen also conducted a somatic embryo cloning experiment, but it has not been successful, and the report is also there. Sancha has already noticed the professor's anger, struggled to swallow and began to read the conclusions of the report. We conducted 25 cloned embryo experiments using 5 of the most compatible egg cells, including our mother's egg cells. After 62 days of a total of 150 trials, we found that the average survival time of cloned embryos was 7 days. Embryonic cells die for up to 22 days. In the experiment, all living organisms' egg cells lose their activity shortly after the injected nucleus. This kind of overbearing genetics is rare, and it is impossible to judge the cause for the time being. The living body of number 777 can be used as a key research object. We recommend that the living cells of number 777 be extracted from germ cells for testing, or that the living body number 777 is for other life. Carry out breeding experiments. When did this report come out? Tyrrell's face was immediately dark. 100 days ago, in your file. You were on vacation during the time, and the file has not been read. Sancha said, so important report, why don't you tell me? Tyrrell's eyes were dark. I don't know how important it is, said the 3 innocent. The report was sent to you. You didn't see it, now blame me. You send me the electronic file of the 2 reports. After that, Tyrrell hangs up the communicator and goes to the palace of the three-eyed civilization. Tyrrell is now a bit sure of the terrible thoughts in his heart. Genes cannot be detected and cannot be cloned. In this case, it is definitely not a low-level life. The genes of low-level life, with their current technology, can be detected without difficulty. The cloning technology is very mature. The cloning of low-level living organisms is even simpler. It is impossible to clone, and it is very special. Only in advanced life, the above two situations will occur. So now, Tyrrell has to suspect that Shenmue is a senior life, and the life level may be higher than their three-eyed person. If Shenmue is a senior living body, then he will make a big profit. If this is the case, Shenmue will be a rare research body that has evolved from a low-level intelligent life to a higher life and a leap-like evolution. Once we find the evolutionary mode of Shenmue's leap, they will rise up to the higher level of civilization and just around the corner. Now they must rush to King Shuixing as soon as possible to recontrol Shenmue into their special research projects. Chapter 776, Opportunity from the Long River Star to the Bshan Star. The nitrogen cloud star to the fire Saturn. The area formed by the four stars as the boundary line is the area 8753. The competition for this area enters a stage of white heat. No one knows if there will be a small universe entrance again, but even if they have a chance of 1/10 of a million, they will not let go. The huge space fleet is playing a fierce war in space. Explosions and deaths became commonplace. Boom! Exclamation mark. A warship with a three-eyed civilization symbol smashed the debris of the battleship ahead and headed for deep into space. The local exchange of fire was over, and the fleet of three-eyed civilizations won. The divisions scattered in space all flew back to the nearest battleship, and a fleet of troops marched into the deep space and went to the scheduled location to prepare for the future. In order to win this partial exchange of fire, the three-eye civilization has also made a lot of effort. Their purpose is only one, to recapture the King Shuixing near the area of Bshanxing. The fleet announced the recapture of the White Mountain Star and dozens of other planets. 3 spaceships appeared in this space, which is a three-eyed civilization. The spacecraft appeared to advance toward the area where King Shuixing was at the speed of light. 3 hours later, 3 spaceships appeared near King Shuixing. The spacecraft did not land in King Shui, but only entered the atmosphere and hovered in the air. When it comes, Wang said, give us half a day to take away all the important experimental bodies that King Shuixing needs. Otherwise, the Blue Blood civilization will be occupied again, which may destroy the planet. Sanya reminded Tyrrell. Yeah? Tyrrell nodded. There is a problem now. Shenmue has already ruined the wristwatch. They can no longer determine the specific location of Shenmue, so they need to find Shenmue's position again. King Shuixing has nearly 20 billion people. If you want to find Shenmue in it, you can't confirm it one by one. It can only be achieved through special things. Tyrrell took out a small bottle with 10 nail-sized worms. This kind of insect is used to find the most commonly used insects. A kind of insect with sensitive smell, called smelling insects. Its life is only 7 days, and it will die after 7 days. It only eats one thing in its lifetime, and it the blood and sweat of life that it needs to find. When it wants to something for the second time, it will fly to the life to smoke. Putting the positioning device on the bug makes it easy to find the person they need to find. The magic of life in the universe is often not replaced by machines and technology. Let the research team take Shenmue's blood sample, and Tyrrell opened the bottle and dripped it on the smelling insect. Looking at the smell of the insects sucking Shenmue's blood, Tyrrell is waiting for Shenmue. He deliberately explained the situation to the three-eyed king. The last 3 eyes did not hesitate to pay for the King Shuixing and let him come in to catch people, but he must move fast and leave the King Shuixing with the experimental body he needs. In a secret base of Star City, an old man was excited to see the radar signal. It is a rare opportunity for 3 spaceships to hover over the King Shuixing area. In the past, the armor was too weak, and the three-eyed spacecraft arrived. They did not dare to pass. Otherwise, they were sent to death. Now the armor is finally strong. This is their only chance. For the sake of freedom, the free man has been preparing for hundreds of years and lived the days of hiding in Tibet. This captive world is desperate. Department of Business, led by you, led the 51-member free squad, went to King Shui City to prepare. Notify other fighters, ready to respond. Once the ship is successful, the base informs everyone to board a ship. Understand? The deeds strode into their own armor. In the hall of the base, 52 other armor of different colors and different forms have been prepared. The atmosphere is a bit serious. If you don't succeed, the free will follow. 52 sets of armor, some of which were obtained from the armor and spacecraft wreckage that the free man fell from outside the sky, part of which was the high-strength material he studied, and part of which was made of materials purchased from Chen Mo. To fight for each other, for the regular armored team, this is a squadron. But for the free, this is their weapon for freedom. The base gate was opened, and the 52 armored vehicles quickly left the base. They are the first players, only they have the opportunity to fight with the three-eyed warrior, the other players are not so strong. The group left the base and quickly dispersed in all directions. The speed was fast and the trained soldiers, looking at the flight path of everyone from the sky, you can determine a direction, King Shui City. Hey! Exclamation mark. A black shadow flashed through the air. A warrior holding a box fell on a high-rise building. The armor looked up at the spacecraft hovering in the sky and could see the laser muzzle of the spacecraft. When the three-eyed spacecraft enters the gravitational range of King Shu Ixing, the free cockroach ant discovers the existence of the spaceship. The radar of the incomplete armor is very powerful. The range can easily cover the entire King Shu Ixing, and find the flying objects and high energy in the outer space of King Shu Ixing. Body. Starting from the crumpling of the wrist, Chen Mo is ready to welcome the arrival of the Three-Eye Civilization. Now that the Three-Eyed Civilization ship arrives, Chen Mo came here at the first time. For today, Chen Mo has done too much preparation. The floating position of the spacecraft is at a high altitude of 10,000 meters above King Shui College. There is no landing, but it still looks great from the ground. Chen Mo did not choose to fly up, but waited for them to come down. The empty sky, the possibility of being flying up and being discovered is greatly increased. He needs to board the spaceship in other ways and control of a complete spaceship before he has a chance to escape. Don't run around today, lie behind me, do you know? Chen Mo said to the egg-shaped armor on the box. Inside is the little mother beast. Given that the little mother beast helped him find the broken armor, Chen Gong still chose to take it with him. Foam. The little beast understands what Chen Mo is going to do and gently nods. Chen Mo attached the egg-shaped battle armor behind his back, like a small bag with a glance. The three spaceships were in his sight, and Chen Mo did not act rashly. If you want to get the spacecraft intact from the Three-Eye Civilization, it is definitely not violent. The box in his hand is the weapon and tool he prepared for today's escape. It is a special technical tool to help him get the technology of the spacecraft intact. The technology inside is taken out in the Science and Technology Library. It is not a terrorist weapon of destruction, but a technique of partiality. Is there still no three eyes out? Chen Mo looked at it for a long time, did not find three eyes from the spacecraft. Thinking slightly. He is not sure about the intention of the three-eyed person now, whether to catch him or to do other things. But these are not important. Is there a change? Chen Mo brows wrinkled. If the spacecraft has other changes, the other party will stay soon, then the next time the other party comes over, I don't know when. Things were a bit tricky, and Chen Mo quickly calmed down. The more time you get to this time, the less urgent you are. Turning the armor to stealth, Chen Mo's armor began to become like the surrounding environment, as if it was integrated into it, not looking carefully, not seeing the same. This chameleon-like invisible material is why Chen Mo retains the incomplete armor. After waiting for 10 minutes, I didn't find three eyes coming out of the spaceship. Chen Mo flashed to a hidden place, waiting quietly for the opportunity to appear. At this time, Chen Mo is like a black cat who crouched on prey in the dark. and we'll wait until the time is ripe. Chapter 777, Guild Wars Open Spread. 52 armored horses were close to King Shui City. Under the order of the merchants, they spread to all corners of King Shui City, and the speed was reduced, but they were still close to the three-eyed manship in all directions. This time, if you don, this is their only chance. When the players spread the ambush, the merchant also found a tall building to land. The helmet was put away, and the hooked staring at the spacecraft suspended in the sky. 3i civilization limits the development of spacecraft technology in King Shuiqing. They have no chance to connect to space. They are housed here. Now is their only chance. Freedom. The deeds fell in the tall building in front of Chen Mo, and Chen Mo recognized him at a glance. The free person who bought materials in the free field. Freelancers also want to grab the spaceship. Chen Mo immediately thought of their purpose. The free man did not want to live in this captive world, and his thoughts were the same. Long, the free team has entered King Shuiqing to stand by, said the merchant. Okay. The follow-up team is already close to King Shui City, and the scene is up to you. In the armored newsletter, an old but serious voice came. Waiting is still going on. In the sky, three eyes are waiting, and when they smell the insects, they can find Chen Mo. Suddenly, the smell of insects in the cage moved, and Troll's eyebrows were picked, indicating the end of the world, and the time was ripe. Now act. Sanya asked the team members to carry a smelling insect and turned away from the lab. The spacecraft's door was opened, and a platform armor fell from the door of the spacecraft's abdomen, followed by thousands of traps. The silent horn seems to sound in the heart of every ambush in the dark water in King Shui City. Everyone is ready. Wait for me to do it. Follow the plan. The merchant whispered. In front of him, a team of three-eyed civil warriors are coming over. The players who ambushed in other directions in King Shui City began to get nervous. Sanzui grabbed the small cage with the smelling insects and headed toward the head of the insect. There were three arresters behind him, and the other players behind him are not far apart, but their direction is the same. This shows that the life they are looking for is in this direction. Be careful. That life is very smart, and may be equipped with the battle armor of King Shuiqing. The ear heard the letter to Sanya. Oh, nothing. King Shuiqing's armor is as weak as a toy. A member of the team channel disdainfully laughed, and others laughed. In their view, King Shuiqing's armor technology is indeed like a toy, and there is no combat power at all. The following low-level lives are watching us every time. Very interesting. The look of the weak. Listening to the team's noisy chat, Sanzui just smiled. He does not discriminate against these low-level lives. In his view, wise life has its own ideas, but their technology is more advanced, and their research and development capabilities and learning ability are stronger. In ideology, intelligent life is equal, and even some advanced life ideology is not as low-level life. He quickly set his sight on the smelling insect, and he flew in the first one, smelling the direction of the insect, which is the direction. Suddenly, the smelling insects in the small container began to scream and continually collided in one direction of the container, and the direction was the two tall buildings in front. Drops! Exclamation mark. High energy fluctuations are found ahead. Dangerous. As Sanzui looked at the building, the armor suddenly burst into a rushing alarm. Sanzui's face changed and he did not hesitate to start the energy shield. Boom! Exclamation mark. A laser illuminates from the first building and blasts into the energy shield of Sanzui. The laser is shunted by the energy shield and staggered his armor. There is an ambush. With a strong light pressure, Sanzui's face changed dramatically. This level of laser pulse, if not an energy shield, enough to penetrate his armor. Who said that the battle star and weapons of King Shuiqing are toys? Just want to do other actions, but some people are allowed. Boom! Exclamation mark. In the ear, there was a roar of a sonic boom. Sanzui wanted to move, but found that the chest had been pierced by a sword with a short pulse. The pain drowns his consciousness, knows that he is dead, and only sees a color of the opponent's armor. There are enemies. Seeing the laser in front and echoing the shouts of Sansui, Sanya's somewhat relaxed mind disappeared instantly. Only he returned to God. The screams of Sansui have disappeared. Light enemy. He didn't even know the identity of the enemy. He was a warrior of the blue-blooded civilization and entered the planet to ambush. Action. Killing Sansui, the merchants found a barrel from behind, and did not hesitate to fire at the front of several three-eyed divisions. In almost an instant, they urged the armor to lean back and stay away from the battlefield. Sanya's face changed, and he used the radar to lock the business and quickly left the place. The current armor is not afraid of ordinary shells. The physical attacks on the battlefield are not limited to the explosives and incendiary bombs of low-level civilizations. It may contain some corrosive solvents in the shells, or a weapon you can't think of. After the selection and elimination of the perennial armor culture, most of the weapons used now are aimed at the armor and battleships. The sound of the explosion came from behind. A cloud of dark green smoke spread out, and the reaction quickly left the green fog area, but there was still a slow-moving team member eroded by the green fog. Corrosion of the green fog of the armor material. The reminder of the players came from the ear. The battle started in all corners of King Shui City, and the explosion filled the entire sky. Sanya stared at the deeds. In his view, the other party is a blue-blooded warrior. Only in this way can he explain that the opponent can easily kill his team members. This type of armor has never been seen. Now he has temporarily put down the idea of arresting Chen Mo. The two men chased in the air at King Shui City in tandem, and the sound of the sound rang through the city. In the distance of the sky, other major wars are also going on. At first, the sneak attack was somewhat unprepared, and the stabilized three-eyed armored division could easily cope with the siege of the free agent. King Shuiqing's life has already detected the battle in the air, hurriedly riding his own armor or aircraft, and quickly moved away from King Shuiqing. But some people are late. High-energy pulsed lasers, all over the place, are scorched earth. Various violent explosions cover all corners of King Shui City. All kinds of buildings were razed to the ground, and only half of the living body was left. The panic and screams were between the ruins. This is the weakness and helplessness of the weak. The life of King Shuiqing, who saw this scene, was very shocking. They did not expect anyone to dare to attack the Three-Eye civilization in King Shui. Both of them are too strong and are carrying out unscrupulous destruction and killing of King Shui City. The two sides have no merciless fighting, the destructive power brought by them, and the horror beyond imagination. In the midst of anger, no one dares to stop. Just the explosion of laser pulses and energy weapons that suddenly appear without warning is enough to kill them. Not afraid of death, hiding in the high hollow and stunned. This level of fighting, they are the first to see. The weak life seems worthless at this moment. Where the laser was swept, the building separated from it, collapsed, and the cut surface was smooth into the mirror, a variety of laser and energy weapons that let the light illuminate the earth. Their warrior who did not open the shield in time was divided into two under the laser. Hey, ammunition is like a shuttle, such as duckweed in heavy rain. The armor escaped the ammunition, but the city below was ravaged. A violent explosion, covering the city as a rain. The buildings of the city are constructed of high-strength materials. Under the explosion, they become thousands of holes. Under the layers of various corrosion and shock waves, the broken wall debris is also shattered into powder. The two sides are fighting hard. Chen Mo walks quickly through the broken wall. His body is flexible and flexible. He wants to avoid the explosion from the sky. He has to hide and not be discovered. He has already prepared for the shot at any time. Chapter 778. Be found, Professor. The soldiers encountered an ambush. What should I do now? Some of the three are not calm, looking at the holographic projection. Their warriors were ambushed in King Shuiqing. This is unbelievable. I thought it was a successful arrest. I didn't expect to attract such a big deal. Tyrrell is relatively calm. Don't worry. Sanya definitely contacted the fleet, but I don't know when it will come. From the front line to here, when you need 10 origins. Sancha said, I don't know if I can't come. There are not many people on the other side. and the battle is limited. Although the warrior has only one team, it should not be a problem to survive this time. We also have two armed spaceships as defense. Tyrell looked at the light curtain and looked calmer. Sanya definitely knows this, so I didn't let us retreat first. And Sanyu is the captain. It is impossible for two armed ships to leave him. Then we still can't find that life? Asked Sancha. Definitely looking for it, Tyrell said without hesitation. This time the king ordered the fleet to launch such a fierce attack on the area for that life. So important. Yes, his value may be higher than the whole King Shuixing. The life level of that life may be higher than us. He evolved from a low-level life. If you can find the key, you know the benefits. Question mark. His life level is higher than us. Sanchu is somewhat unbelievable. Their civilization belongs to the middle layer of the universe. If the life level is higher than them, it is the middle and upper level of the universe. Just guessing. Judging from physical fitness and wisdom, his life level should not be a low-level life. Tyrell said calmly, if it is true, catching him, we have great benefits. Sanyu is very uncomfortable. These sneak attackers have a characteristic. They have no choice but to fight with them, but instead shoot one shot. As soon as you catch up, the other party will escape. This kind of play is very disgusting, but it also makes Sanya guess a problem. The opponent's melee ability is not good. Soon, he found his guess was right. In other battles, their warriors of the three-eyed civilization and the other side are close to each other, and they quickly get the winner. The Blue Blood civilization is famous for close combat. One of the two close weaknesses can be understood, but now the whole is weak and close, which should not be. Sanya has doubted whether these are the ambushes of the blue-blooded civilization. They are weak in combat. Try to hold them down, and get close to them. After the reminder of Sanya, the palms spread out and pointed to the direction in which the business was fleeing. A purple laser beam with a diameter of 1 finger, like a morning light through the forest, across the entire battlefield, is extremely dazzling. The ground swept by the laser, leaving tens of thousands of meters of focal length. This purple laser beam, swept from the sky, directly obliterated several lively viewers watching the sky. The body was all cut off. The most tragic one, the body was cut off from the abdomen and did not die immediately. The blood was sprayed in the air. The two bodies fell and struggled, eventually falling to the ground and losing motion. He was wearing a battle armor and was watching the tens of thousands of meters away. He hadn't had time to react until he had a severe pain and he understood what had happened. Where the purple laser swept, the sharp screams shattered. No one sympathizes with these onlookers. The fighters have no time to sympathize, and the onlookers are more fearful. Some onlookers of interest have begun to escape from this right and wrong place and dare not be onlookers. Was swept by the laser, the energy shield automatically blocked. The business feels that the speed of the armor is significantly reduced. Do not dare to hesitate, several times to change direction to break the line, avoiding the consumption of laser irradiation. The business is also troubled. In the battle, he found that the close combat power of the three-eyed civilization is beyond his imagination. Just hit a round with Sanya, and that round almost killed his life. Long said that the brains and neural structures of higher civilizations are different from them, and they have innate advantages in their ability to respond. This is something they cannot make up with close combat. In terms of speed and reaction, there is a huge advantage in the life of higher civilizations. At first he didn't believe it. He thought that they were not inferior to the three-eyed civilization. The close combat was also not weak. Now they found that their ideas were naive. Now that the soldiers of the three-eyed civilization have stabilized, as long as they can cope with their long-range attacks, their advantage will gradually disappear. The longer you drag, the worse you are. The rear of Sanya has already caught up. The other party seems to want to activate his energy shield with a laser, so that the energy of the armor can be reduced by the energy channel, and the speed of the armor is lowered to drag him. Once again, block a laser from Sanya, and negotiate an L-shaped dive to detonate a thumb-sized smoke bomb and quickly overlook it. L-type subduction is a common technique used in air combat. It can quickly separate from the parallel view of the armor, and it is simple and practical to cooperate with the weapon that blocks the field of view or interferes with the radar. Long, you can start pulling away the distance from Sanya. The relationship is fast and long. Chang is the leader of the Free organization now, and the most prestigious and longest in the Free. It is good. The armor's communication instrument came with an old voice. Chen Mo continually beats in the ruins of King Shui City, constantly changing positions and avoiding attacks from heaven. Attacks from the sky. Some range is small, but the power is large, and some explosions have a few square kilometers, so sometimes you have to open the ground to fly to avoid the attack. He didn't want to expose his position. At this stage, joining the melee was not what he wanted. The direction he is going to is below the spaceship, which is closest to the spacecraft, and he can rush to the spacecraft if needed. Boom! Exclamation mark. Several explosions blasted around, and Chen Mo made several consecutive rushes and turned away, standing in a corner of the ruins. The sky is the battlefield. The battlefield is very large, centered on a 3i civilization ship, covering a few thousand square kilometers over King Shui City. For the supersonic flight armor, this place is not too big. The range near the spacecraft is the most intense. The armor of the armor is calculated in square kilometers. On the ground, there are only one deep pit and scorched earth, and there are countless collapsed buildings. Standing in the hidden corner, Chen Mo quietly observes the battlefield. Now the Freeman is obviously weak, the close ability is too poor, and the means of long-range strike is limited. As long as the three-eyed civil warrior escapes, the free man can't help. In Chen Mo's view, the free man must have a backhand, otherwise such a person can't be done. Now, two armored divisions are fighting in the sky above him. The three-eyed civil warrior is getting farther and farther, and the battlefield is slowly approaching the outskirts of King Shuiqing. I am a little embarrassed, and my heart is full of anger. He is a soldier of three-eyed civilization and has never seen such a wretched warfare. If he misses a shot, he will be far away, but he will not be able to catch each other. Although the opponent's armor is strange, he has not seen it, and his body is not like a blue-blooded civilization, but the speed is not bad. And the most disgusting thing is that the other party's weapons are disgusting smoke bombs, corrosive chemicals or smoke, and they are dealt with by various means. But now the situation has changed. After becoming familiar with each other's means, they have become the offensive side. Mastering the initiative, a flash of spurt, a handful of missiles, blasting the smog, blocking the route of the other party to escape. Laugh! Exclamation mark. The long thorn in the hand pierces the other's neck and stirs it. A group of red blood spurts out from the armor, and squatted on the armor of the scorpion. And there was no scream. Immediately afterwards, one foot swept, and the armor separated from the body exploded toward the ground, and opened a hole of 3 meters in diameter. The blood of the other party is red, not a blue blood civilization. Looked at the blood of the long thorn in his hand, his face turned black. They are the lower life of King Shuiqing. If you are embarrassed, it immediately leads to the anger of the team's screen. King Shui's lower life sneaked on them and killed several players, making them feel like they were attacked and killed by insects. They were very wrong. Not only is the armored division of the three-eyed civilization angry, but the Freer is also angry because his companion is killed. The battle has become even more fierce, and the free people are desperate. For the three-eye civilization, this is just an ordinary battle. But for the free, this is a battle about life and death. The blood of the long thorn in his hand, his eyes cast on other places. Suddenly, his gaze was stagnation, and in the corner of the ruins below him, he saw something special. The armor's field of view is magnified, and a camouflaged armor appears in his eyes. A set of armor carrying an egg looks like a hunchback. Chen Mo has already noticed his gaze, and the armor disarmed and looked up. The two men met together. Chapter 779, Instantaneous Power Failure. Chen Mo did not expect to be discovered by the other party. This is an accident. However, he was not afraid and did not escape. Come sooner or later. Just come faster. When the two men met together, The battle was already doomed. The armor's automatic energy shield opens, and Shenmue doesn't want to entangle. Now is not the time to drag. Boom! Exclamation mark. A sound explosion blasted in the position where Shenmue stood, and then looked at Shenmue, already above the kilometer, pointing in the direction of the 10,000 meters high. This is when he tests the results of the training. Before training, there was no comparison between opponents and reference objects. Now is a chance to detect. Take the initiative to attack. Seeing Shenmue flying over to him, he couldn't help but smile. Want to fight with him? I don't know the low life of life and death. After learning that the other person is a lower life of King Shu Ixing, he relaxes from his heart, as if watching the insects and watching Shenmue flying up. The nerves and brains of lower life are inherently weak in structure. Their nerves react too slowly, causing the body to react slowly. This ability is inherently weak. Even if the red level life training speed is good, it is impossible to surpass the orange level, let alone their blue life. It is a few evolutionary levels that are not compensated by training. How do mosquitoes fly in the air? They only need a slap to slap. Raise your hand and the laser in your hand is condensing. Boom. Boom. Shenmue in flight accelerated again. The sound of the sound explosion was even more terrifying, and the body disappeared in place. A few kilometers away, arrived in an instant. This acceleration, if there is no armor buffer and strong physical fitness, absolutely cannot stand. Shenmue instantly disappeared into the field of vision, causing the pupil to shrink. The next moment, the head awake. He found a terrible fact that he saw the other person's figure, but the armor radar did not lock the opponent's position, and there was no hint. Danger! Exclamation mark. A sense of danger is like a flood of water filling his brain. His body wants to move, but the black-red figure has appeared in his field of vision, just in front of a meter, at your fingertips. It is too late. Boom. A muffled sound. I felt a slammed back on my chest, and the pain swept the whole body. Instant stop. Seeing the armor arm piercing into the chest, a desperate fear fills every cell in the body. Boom. He felt that the back of the brain came back with a heavy blow, and consciousness slowly fell into the darkness, leaving only coldness and fear in his world. Until he died, he didn't even have time to react. If you come again, is he the opponent of the opponent? This is his last thought. A feeling of liberation spread out. His consciousness is completely in the dark. Shenmue seized the core of antimatter energy in his hands and stopped at the place. I thought there would be a struggle. I didn't expect the battle to end so smoothly. From the beginning to the end, the process did not last more than 4 seconds. And there was an unreal feeling. The air seemed to be quiet. The people who are still on the lookout are concerned about the life of this battle and are shocked. Decisive, hot. The two were separated by more than 20,000 meters. From the beginning to the end, they did not find Shenmue an extra move. Hypersonic flight. Instant stop. They looked far away, and the visual shock was particularly clear. 10 times the ultra-high-speed flight. The distance between Shenmue and Ju is able to arrive in the blink of an eye. When everyone thought that Shenmue had to hit the body of the cockroach, but he nailed it into the board like a nail and stopped in front of the cockroach. The change from ultra-high speed to static process is completed in an instant, so that the person who sees it feels that a smoldering stagnation cannot be released in the chest, which is extremely uncomfortable. But the visual impact is very shocking. Without a horrible physical quality, this instantaneous stop can cause the division to die directly. In King Shu Ixing, even the most top-ranking divisions of the warriors are afraid to make such movements. Only the physical qualities of senior life can dare to make such terrible movements. Instantaneous stop. Tyrrell, who monitored this scene on the spacecraft, couldn't help but lose his voice and looked shocked. Professor, what is the instantaneous stop? The 3 shackles next to it are somewhat puzzled. Instantaneous stop is a top-level combat skill of the armor. It is an instant stop in the process of super high-speed flight. It is in place. This top skill has very high requirements for the physical quality of the division, and the maneuvering requirements for the armor are also very high. Hi. The first appearance of the instant stop was the famous Black Rock War of the Zaiwai civilization and the Raytheon civilization 200 million years ago. At the time, Zaiwai civilization's unnamed warrior Zijun was in a sudden battle with the legendary warrior Xing of the Thor's civilization. He stopped at the speed of the sublight speed, and changed his hand back, killing the Thunderfire and winning the Blackstone War. In that battle, the nameless Zijun defeated the gods and became the top 10 god-level warrior in the Zaiwai civilization. The Blackstone supergalaxy falls into the hands of the Zaiwai civilization and has become a pivotal strategic area in the field of Zaiwai civilization. This move has won a supergalaxies. Tyrrell described the researchers who did not understand the Battle of the Armor, and did not expect to involve the fighting skills of the Zaiwai civilization. As soon as the instant stop appeared, it became one of the top combat skills of the division's division. It was used for avoiding, changing, counter-attacking and other unexpected attacks. It is also a necessary combat skill for senior armored divisions. They did not expect that King Xuanxing could actually see this skill. When everyone was shocked, Tyrrell suddenly thought of something, and his eyes fell on the marching ant sign of the black and red armor. For a moment, his expression came to an unbelievable. That sign is instant stop. The three-eyed warrior saw Chen Mo's use of the video of the instant stop, and his eyes were horrified. Researchers can literally understand instantaneous stops, and only the divisional divisions know the true horror of this technique. High-speed instantaneous stop, the physical quality, reaction ability and armor power of the division's division are huge tests, and they are indispensable. This kind of skill is very high on the body, and the general armor does not dare to try it easily. Only the armored divisions with strong physical strength dare to play like this. Otherwise, the high-speed instantaneous stop, the armored division's body will collapse. In their ranks, the only one that can stop instantly is only the captain. But Sanya did not dare to stop like this mysterious black and red armor. The reason why Zijun was sealed is that in the case of sublight speed, the moment stops, and the body catches the instantaneous stop impact near the speed of light. The terrible degree can be seen. Although the mysterious black and red armor is only supersonic, it is already terrible. And the other is a master. Sanya received the video from the spacecraft. Seeing the other side use the instant stop to kill cockroaches, he is also somewhat calm. This instantaneous stop of 10 times the speed of sound. He cannot do it himself. Knowing the technique of instantaneous stop, he knows the difficulty and horror of this skill. This kind of instantaneous stop, he made it. Not dead or seriously injured, the body could not hold the impact. The physical quality of the red life cannot complete such a terrible skill. Just the impact momentum of the instantaneous stop, even if the armor has material buffer, it is enough to crush the body of the red life. Sanya, the black and red armor, may be the life we are looking for this time. Special number 777. At the time of Sanya's shock, the sound of Tyrrell's out of control in his ear echoed. No, his goal is a spaceship. Sanya saw the position before the death and immediately realized the problem. Chapter 780. Intercept. Originally in the deal with Sanya, because Sanya paused, he eased his breath, did not stop. There was an anxious voice in his ear. The boss of the business. There is a guy on the battlefield. I will send the audio to you. Warrior tips. Receive an audio, and defend against the 3i Civil Warfare Division. Confirm the opening of the video. This is the video captured by the players observed in the periphery. Seeing that Chen Mo killed a three-eyed warrior in a short few seconds, the merchant couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and was a little shocked. If chasing him has such a terrible strength, he may not be able to stand here. Who is he? Our team members? Asked the dealer immediately. He even suspected that it was a long-handed, but not very likely. He knew everything about the base, and he had never seen this style of armor. Chen Mo's 2-meter armor looks like a relatively small head. I don't know, it shouldn't be. If it's ours, he should save. But number? I asked the long, and I didn't know. The player at the communication station immediately replied, "It is a good thing for them to have a master of 3 eyes." How long will the players be behind? The latest 2 points. Hang up the communication. The business will put the idea on the new mysterious master. The other players also received this video, and everyone was shocked by the momentary stop of this mysterious master. Among the free people, they are regarded as top combat geniuses. Today they are being beaten by 3-eyed people in the melee. Now that they see this mysterious master, they know how ridiculous their so-called talents are. Everyone notices that the back is about 2 minutes later, ready to follow the plan. Pay attention to the master, don't provoke him. His purpose may be the same as us. The deed immediately issued an order, fearing that the 52-member team would provoke that mysterious master. I am in trouble at the time. I am very unlucky today. When she came to the training ground, she encountered a battle. The entire King Shui city was so devastated that she was fortunate that although the training ground was destroyed, she was safe. The body is wearing the daily work armor of the training ground. This is what she found on the ruins. When she finds the armor, King Shui city has become a ruin, dead or wounded, or has escaped. She did not dare to fly away. She saw several people who fled in the air and was wiped out by the laser of the armored division of the air. No matter who the 3-eyed warrior armor, as long as the high-speed flying armor enters the radar scanning range, it will be cleared to avoid becoming a potential threat. So she only dared to wear the armor to hide in the ruins. As a service staff of the armor training ground, her armor control level is not bad. Fortunately escaped several attacks. Fortunately, the people fighting did not target her. The 3-eyed civilization is the ruler of King Shu Ixing. She also knows that King Shu Ixing is the sanctuary of 3-eye civilization. In King Shu Ixing, this is no secret, but many people choose to ignore it. A little person like her, occasionally think about the world outside of King Shu Ixing, but can only think about it. This terrible battle in front of her is what she fears to see. It is hard to imagine a city that is destroyed in an instant. Just now, a few battles took place in front of her eyes. The first time I saw the 3-eyed civil warrior was killed. It was the first time I saw someone who dared to challenge the authority of the 3-eye civilization. The technique of the black and red armor's instant stop shocked her deeply. As a service staff of the armor training ground, she has heard of this advanced armor combat skill and knows its difficulty. King Shui's top warrior does not dare to use this technique, and all this happened to her. The black and red armor is definitely a top player. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the set of black and red armor coincides with the armor in the impression. It's him? A big shock in my heart. She remembered Chen Mo, who went to the training ground every time, a mysterious and confident, seemingly comfortable class. From Chen Mo's training data, she knows that Chen Mo is very strong. I didn't expect him to use this advanced combat technique. He wants to the spaceship and escape from King Shu Ixing. An idea emerged from the heart. That kind of master should not be willing to be kept in captivity. This is the only possibility she can think of, otherwise it is impossible to challenge the authority of the 3-eye civilization. Chen Mo hovering in the sky saw the display of the radar, overlooking the ruins. He wore the armor, he didn't recognize it. But the basic battle armor of the training field he knew, because he has been training there for the past few months. The training center has been razed to the ground. Chen Mo does not care about their life and death. Now that he has been exposed, he will start his own plan. Some people who are pursuing a little will not be willing to stay in this captive world. His family is waiting for him. When he is arrested, Xiaoyu is still pregnant, and now he does not know how. He longs for freedom. The account of the 3-eyed civilization will be counted in the future. Chen Mo's brain is highly vigilant and pays attention to the situation of the battle radar. Now he can't relax for a moment, until the safety is confirmed. The current goal is the spaceship in the sky. Chen Mo's foot blew. Wearing the free ant, he instantly disappeared in place. Striking, let the engine burst out to provide acceleration. This kind of skill and instant stop have the same effect, but the speed of the two is different. The sudden step is more used for dodge and attack. and the instant stop is an unexpected change. Returning to the ground, Shenmue will take the box that was brought over and go straight to the spaceship. There are a lot of tools in this box, which he has made with great care, and may be useful for him to the spacecraft and escape. The ant colony of Shenmue's armor was too conspicuous. Tyrell saw this sign when he visited the Rainier Kia supergalaxy, just on the civilized pioneers he had captured. Confirming Shenmue's identity, Sanya and Tyrell are not calm. It's hard to imagine how Shenmue grew up so strong in such a short period of time. If Shenmue escapes, it may be a huge threat to the 3i civilization. Intercept him. Sanya saw Chen Mushen rushing to the spaceship through the screen of the transfer, and immediately ordered it. I no longer pay attention to the business and turn around and return to the spaceship. Now Shenmue is the biggest threat to them and their task. After the instant stop, they have confirmed that Shenmue may be as senior as they are, as Tyrell thinks. His stealth armor, the spacecraft's fire control radar cannot detect. The pilots on the spacecraft who controlled the radar and weapon systems almost didn't cry out now. They turned on the radar and could not lock Shenmue's position. If they use weapons rashly, their players may be killed by mistake. Where did he come to such a powerful stealth armor? Sanya's face was extremely bad, and he broke his mouth. Turn on the optical radar to aim. Sanlai, you guys dragged him? Wait for me to go back. Over the King Shui city, the battle has started. 6 players blocked Shenmue's way, and Shenmue did not mean any dodge. It's time to fight now, and once the spacecraft flies away, his situation will be passive. The siege of the 6 armored divisions. Shenmue's look is still calm. Is not the first time to fight. Tried several times. He found that the 3-eyed civil warrior is not as strong as imagined. However, Shenmue did not dare to underestimate the enemy, still a 12-point spirit. At the most critical moment, he did not want to overturn the ship at this time. The screams echoed in the communication instrument team, making Sanya's mood worse and worse. Their 3-eyed person can't deal with a low-level life. It is a big joke. Captain? His armor is very strong. The screams came to an abrupt end, leaving behind the bad mood of Sanya and other players. Drops! Exclamation mark. Shenmue killed a third-placed 3-eyed warrior, and the radar popped up to let him know. On the radar, more than 100,000 different forms of armor entered the King Shui city and were coming over to the spaceship. Freedom. Are they going to use sea tactics? Is this their backhand? Not only Shenmue, but also the radar of the 3-eyed people saw that the large-scale armor was approaching here at a high speed. Don't let this group of bugs get close to the spaceship. Sanya saw the radar showing the high-speed moving armor, and his eyes were cold. The spacecraft suspended in the sky hummed, and in the next moment, a blue shield was opened, and all the weapons in the abdomen of the spacecraft were activated, exposing the pipeline to the direction of the large-scale armor. In the abdomen of the spaceship, thousands of machines were launched.